Previously, I worked at the museum for 5 years and learned a bit from experts skilled in antiques and relics. Every day, I helped clean and dust the artifacts. I remember the scent of this small-leaf rosewood very well. Madame Qian knew how precious small-leaf rosewood was. During the feudal imperial era, it was reserved for the royal family as a luxury material. The fact that Dr. Jean could have such a valuable medicine box showed that the Jean family was once a top noble family. Earlier, the master and apprentice had agreed on a special background, and Lin Junyao also shared some details with teacher Zhou. Jin Yuan thought Madame Qian probably knew, and he showed a complex smile as he responded, "It was passed down from my ancestors. It took 10 years of youth to preserve it." Madame Qian, having experienced those 10 years, understood deeply. This is not only your family's honor, but also a cultural treasure. It must be protected. Every family has its own story. The Qian family was known for being smart and discreet. They didn't ask further about private matters and began to cooperate with his treatment. After wiping the wound, Jin Yuan applied medicinal oil and massaged the area. "Madame Qian, this hidden injury is quite serious. Some muscles have already necrotized, and the blood vessels and tendons are compressed and blocked. Pushing and massaging now will be painful, so bear with it. Dr. Jean, go ahead and start. Old Mr. Qian is ready. It will hurt now, but tonight when he goes home, he will surely sleep well." Jin Yuan immediately began, using a little internal energy to push the medicine into his body. "Old Mr. Qian gasped from the pain. Lin Junya quickly ran to the kitchen and brought out a pair of chopsticks. "Grandpa Qian, bite the chopsticks so you don't hurt your tongue." Yes, yes. Old Qian, open your mouth and bite the chopsticks." Mrs. Qian hurriedly helped him. Jin Yuan pressed for 20 minutes until old Mr. Qian was in so much pain he nearly fainted, then stopped. After he recovered, he asked with a smile, "Feeling better?" Old Mr. Qian nodded. "Yes, much better. You're still feeling good." "I saw you trembling from the pain," Mrs. Qian said with concern, quickly putting on his coat. With her help, old Mr. Qian straightened up, his head shaking constantly. His once dull and cloudy eyes suddenly shone brightly. "Dr. Jean, I think my eyesight has improved. I can see more clearly now. Your meridians were blocked, and the blood flow couldn't reach your head. Your brain and eyes weren't getting enough blood, which caused your dizziness and blurry vision every day." Jin Yuan pointed at his chest and asked, "Is your chest still feeling tight and uncomfortable?" It feels much better now." Old Mr. Qian, who was previously numb from the pain, now felt the relief clearly. His sharp eyes shone brightly. "Dr. Jean, your skills are amazing," he said. Jin Yuan smiled proudly and pointed at the pill on his table. "Continue taking this pill. I'll prepare some other medicine for you. Take it for 3 days first." 3 days? Do I need to take more medicine? Mrs. Qian asked quickly. "Just 3 days to ease the pain. After that, we'll change the medicine and continue for half a month." The treatment wasn't finished yet. After speaking, Jin Yuan took out silver needles and called his apprentice to learn. "Junya, come and watch. Remember the order. You'll practice the injections tomorrow or the day after." Junya immediately hid behind Jiang Jinwei, looking embarrassed. She smiled awkwardly. "Master, I don't know how to do it."
"I'm afraid."
"I'll watch from the side." "What are you afraid of?" Jin Yuan gave her a sidelong look. She was brave. When she first inserted the needle, she was quick and steady. Now, she was just acting. But he played along too. "You say you want to learn medicine and even do Western surgery in the future. You're afraid to use silver needles now? And you still want to operate?" Junia's smile was worse than crying. Jiang Jinwei couldn't hold back her laughter. "Don't laugh." Lin Junya pretended to be angry and glared at Jiang Jinwei. "Captain Jiang, if you laugh again, I'll poke you tomorrow." Jiang Jinwei quickly hid his smile. "You should go poke Grandpa Qian instead. He's old and tough." "You're a naughty boy," Grandpa Qian said with a smile, giving him a quick look. "All right, little Lin, go ahead. Grandpa Qian will let you poke him. Just don't turn me into a hedgehog. Today the teacher is coming. I'll come back tomorrow." Junya immediately went to the teacher's side, holding a box of silver needles, doing her best to act as a good apprentice. Teacher Zhou smiled nearby. Junia, learn well from Dr. Jean. Work hard to get into medical school and become a doctor who saves lives. When I get old and sick, I'll come to you for treatment. Teacher, I plan to study medicine, both Western and traditional Chinese medicine. But I hope you never have to treat me, Junia said respectfully to her two mentors, wishing them health and happiness. Teacher Zhou chuckled. People eat grains, and sickness is unavoidable. Yes, everyone gets sick sometimes, especially after middle age. Outwardly, we seem fine, but we can feel our bodies declining. Meng Xuejiao, about her age, was chatting with her. She often felt unwell lately. I've been taking Chinese medicine prescribed by Dr. Jean to improve my health. I also had insomnia at night, but after a few days of taking the medicine, I feel much better. Last night, I fell asleep quickly and slept until late morning. Really? I also have trouble sleeping. My husband, Qian Yuan Feng, has it even worse. He often turns over in bed at midnight or 1 a.m. Seeing her son and daughter-in-law sleep poorly, Grandma Qian asked for help. Dr. Jean, could you see my son and daughter-in-law later? They work under a lot of pressure and often stay late at night. Please prescribe some medicine to help them. Sure. I'll start by giving Grandpa Qian an acupuncture treatment. Jean Yuan was inserting needles, moving slowly while pretending to teach Junia, but really just for show. After placing the last needle, he asked her, "Did you remember everything?" Junia nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking grains. "I remember. Note the time and remove the needles after 15 minutes. Jean Yuan finished and went to check Qian Yuanfeng's pulse. After a quick examination, he diagnosed Comrade Qian has heart and lung deficiency, fatigue, and weakness. You probably cough often, right? Yes, I cough a lot in the morning, especially hard when I wake up, Qian Yuanfeng said honestly. Do you smoke? Jean Yuan asked. Yes, I do. I can't quit. The smoke is not good. You must quit smoking. Your lungs and heart are quite seriously affected. Do not smoke yourself, and when others do, try to stay away so you don't inhale the smoke. Also, avoid the cooking fumes in the kitchen, as these can harm your lungs and heart. Jean Yuan continued his examination, frowning slightly. And you're overworked. Your nerves are always tense, and your pulse isn't as strong as your father's. If you don't adjust now and change your habits, your lifespan may be much shorter than your parents. The elderly couple from the Qian family looked worried. Teacher Zhou's face was serious, and he hurriedly asked, Dr. Jean, is my wife in serious condition? Jean Yuan didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked the patient, do you usually cough up phlegm? Is there blood in it? No blood, but it's very sticky. Yellow? Yes, yellow, like it's infected. That's better than blood. There's still hope for recovery. Jean Yuan reassured them and added, you must quit smoking and eat more foods that clear the lungs. Dr. Jean, we don't know which foods are good for clearing the lungs. Could you help us write a few meal plans? Teacher Zhou was very worried about his wife. He had been urging her to see a doctor for a long time, but he was too busy most of the time and couldn't find the time. Tonight, he finally decided to accompany his parents for a checkup and managed to spare some time. Jean Yuan nodded, took out white paper, a brush, and a delicate inkstone from his medical box. He ground some ink and began writing the prescription. Most people now use fountain pens, ballpoint pens, or pencils, and few still write with brushes. Jean Yuan's elegant calligraphy instantly impressed everyone present. Nice handwriting. Old Mr. Qian looked at Jean Yuan with a hint of admiration. Dr. Jean, your calligraphy must have taken a lot of effort. Jean Yuan usually appeared relaxed and casual, but when he was writing, he sat straight with a noble bearing, his posture full of strength and pride. His noble aura, hidden deep within his soul, subtly shone through. I learned from my grandfather and ancestors since I was young. I wasn't very diligent as a child, and I got whipped quite a few times for not paying attention. Jean Yuan spoke honestly. The Jean family valued education highly. As the eldest grandson, his grandparents had high expectations of him. They arranged for the best teachers to educate him. He was intelligent and eager to learn, reading poetry and books from a young age. He was well-versed in many fields and was a proud heir in the eyes of his elders. He is skilled in calligraphy and painting. Usually, when he practices calming his mind, he spends time writing and drawing in his space. In the manor, there is a study filled with his works. Any one of his pieces taken out could impress the art world here. Since coming here, he has been adapting. He bought a fountain pen and a ballpoint pen to practice writing, but he still prefers writing with a brush. He is writing a recipe. Meng Shuolan carefully watched him write, then asked after he finished, "Dr. Jean, do you have any medicine that can help with quitting smoking?" "Yes, Dr. Jean. Is there medicine to assist quitting smoking?" Teacher Zhou also asked. "I can prescribe some, but mainly, it depends on yourself." Jean Yuan carefully wrote a long prescription and handed it to Meng Shuolan. "Director Meng, are these medicines all available in the pharmacy?" "Not all." Meng Shuolan pointed to 5 or 6 herbs on the prescription. "These are missing, and I haven't heard of their names." Jean Yuan's eyes flickered slightly as he explained, "My medical skills are inherited from my family based on traditional Chinese medicine. Some Chinese medicine names might differ from what you call them. I will go to the pharmacy tomorrow to get the herbs." "All right, I work tomorrow. You can come with me." Jean Yuan nodded and said to Qian Yuan Feng, "Comrade Qian, if the hospital's pharmacy doesn't have some of these herbs, I'll need to go to the mountains to find them. It might take a day or 2. Dr. Jean, it's okay. Thank you for your trouble." After examining Qian Yuan Feng, Jean Yuan quickly checked the pulse of Qian's wife and mother-in-law, summarizing, "Ladies, the old lady is in the best health among you, and she looks like she will live a long life." "Oh, I don't need to live that long. Living too long would tire my children and grandchildren. I just hope they stay safe, healthy, and live long." Old Madame Qian was not happy to hear she might live to 100. She was more worried about her son's health. Jean Yuan continued writing the prescription and comforted her. "You don't need to worry about your son and daughter-in-law. Teacher Zhou's minor issues are not serious. Comrade Qian's condition is a bit more serious, but with some lifestyle changes, his health can improve. Old Master Qian's heart disease and hidden injuries are hard to cure, but taking medication regularly can stabilize them. There are no other problems, and living 20 more years is not impossible." "That's good. Dr. Jean, I entrust my family's health to you." Old Madame Qian quickly thanked him. Lin Junia used Jiang Jing's watch to check the time and reminded, "Master, it's time." Jean Yuan put down his brush, immediately stood up to remove the needles, and briefly explained the order of removal. "Remember it well. Practice it for tomorrow's test. If you do it wrong, I'll be the one to needle you." Lin Junia shivered and replied, "Yes." Old Mr. Qian, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I will come again for acupuncture treatments twice. I am now preparing some medicine for you. Start taking it tonight, drink it with hot water, and continue for 3 days. The third shelf of the medicine box is filled with powdered herbs, all stored in delicate porcelain bottles. When you open the lid, a strong medicinal smell will hit your nose. Jean Yuan prepared 3 days' worth of medicine for him and also gave Teacher Zhou a prescription to pick up and decoct the herbs herself at the pharmacy. After the consultation, the Qian family sat for a little while before leaving. After Lin Junia saw them off, she went home, bathed her mother, and then went to her space to read. During the day, she attended classes. In the morning, Jean Yuan was at home giving Jiang Jinwei acupuncture and busy with his work. In the afternoon, he disguised himself and went out to sell things. At night, he gave old Mr. Qian acupuncture. Every day was busy and fulfilling. On Saturday morning, just after finishing acupuncture for Jiang Jinwei, the elderly couple from the Qian family arrived. Jean Yuan called from the back, "Junia, come here."
"Coming."
Junia quickly ran over, greeted the Qian couple, and then hurried to Jiang Jinwei's bedroom door. "Master, what's the matter?" "I'm going with old Mr. Qian to the pharmacy to get herbs. You will remove the needles from Xiaojiang in 40 minutes. "Oh, okay." After arranging their tasks, Jiang Jinwei looked a bit embarrassed and quickly asked, "Dr. Jean, can Junia go with Grandpa Qian to get the herbs?"
"Why?"
Jean Yuan turned his head to look at him. Jiang Jinwei's face tightened, and he reached out to cover a part that was about to be exposed, with a somewhat obvious meaning. Jin Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, and with a half-smile, he said, "If you imagine Junya as a man in your mind, you won't feel awkward." Jiang Jinwei. Standing at the door, Lin Junya. The elderly couple from the Qian family sat in the living room. Hearing their conversation, Mrs. Qian quickly stood up and said, "Dr. Jin, there's no rush. It's fine to go to the hospital after Jiang Wei's treatment is finished." They all knew Jiang Jinwei had injured a sensitive area. He was their child whom they had watched grow up. They felt sorry for him before. A few days ago, when they came to Jin Yuan for a checkup, they privately asked Meng Xuejiao about his treatment. Learning that there was some effect and a good chance of recovery, they were very happy for him. Jin Yuan came out and said, "In a doctor's eyes, there's no distinction between men and women. Since you chose to study medicine, you have to face this issue from the start." His words were right. Lin Junya had already faced this in her previous life. She showed a slightly complicated expression on her face and replied, "Master, I understand. I will go to remove the needles on time." After the three elders left, Lin Junya stood at the door and spoke inside, "Captain Jiang, I am making medicine in the back. If you need anything, just call me."
Okay.
Jiang Jinwei's body was tense at this moment. Despite taking deep breaths repeatedly, he couldn't relax. He had been injured before and seen female doctors. Usually, female nurses handled injections and IVs. But this time, the injury was in a special place, and he felt a bit uneasy about a young, unmarried girl removing the needle. He was feeling conflicted, but the pain soon drove away his worries. The medicine's effects started to kick in, and a familiar pain swept through his body. When Lin Junya came in with a basin of warm water, Jiang Jinwei was already sweating from the pain. Seeing her, his body instinctively tensed up. "Junya, it's not time yet." "I know. I just want to wipe your face." As she hurried in, she glanced at his abdomen and took a warm towel to wipe his face. She also looked at him openly and said, "Aren't you wearing pants?" "Pants are pants," but the area was a bit swollen. Jiang Jinwei's whole body tensed again under her gaze, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. His heartbeat quickened, blood rushed to his head, and his cheeks and ears turned red. Seeing that he was clearly embarrassed, Lin Junya held back her laughter. "Captain Jiang, don't worry, I didn't see anything." "Shut up." Jiang Jinwei really wanted to cover her mouth with his hand. Lin Junya roughly wiped his face, then looked at the watch on his wrist. 10 more minutes. Just bear with it. Go out first. I'll call you in when it's time." She stood in front of him. Jiang Jinwei felt uncomfortable all over, his face burning as if he had a fever.
All right.
"The medicine is ready. I'll pour it out and let it cool," Lin Junya said, turning to leave. Just as she poured out the medicine, Jin Yuan sent her a message. "Junya, I've finished here. You can remove the needle from Shaojiang and deliver the medicine. I'm going to set up the stall." He had been selling goods from a cart for 2 afternoons. Most of the stock he bought had been sold, and he planned to sell the rest today. Tomorrow, he wanted to go for a walk in the nearby mountains around the county town. Okay. With her master helping to sell goods and make money, Lin Junya was less busy. She only needed to spend some time each day collecting food, vegetables, and herbs from her space. 10 minutes later, Lin Junya came over with the medicine and headed straight to the bed. "Captain Jiang, I will remove the needle now." Jiang Jinwei was mentally prepared this time. His body was less stiff, and he didn't feel as awkward. Still, his voice was a bit muffled. "Okay." With the experience of giving acupuncture and removing needles over the past 2 nights, Lin Junya was very quick today, pulling out each needle swiftly and tossing it into the medicine box. She asked him, "Captain Jiang, how did you hurt your lower abdomen?" "Exploded by a bomb blast." "There's no need to hide this." Jiang Jinwei told the truth. Although Lin Junya has not been on the battlefield and has not seen the war firsthand, she has watched movies about war. When a powerful shell lands, if people don't dodge in time, they can be blown to pieces. "Did you also get hurt in your leg at that time?"
Yes.
Jiang Jinwei nodded, but didn't say more about what happened then. You soldiers are really brave and strong. Lin Junya finished removing the last needle and comforted him. My master said you're improving, and you will recover. Elder family members have also encouraged him with similar words. Dr. Jean gave him reassurance too. Actually, Jiang Jinwei had already calmed his mind and faced things peacefully. But when her eyes touched his, a strange feeling arose in his heart. Dr. Jean isn't 100% sure either. Lin Junya casually covered him with the blanket and then said, Captain Jiang, even if this can't be cured, it won't affect your normal life. You can still get married and start a family. The only thing is, you might have some regrets about having children. Look at our great spiritual leader. He and his wife have no children or adopted kids, yet they love each other deeply and are respected and admired by many. Of course, we are ordinary people. Most people in our circle have limited thoughts and believe that not having children means losing the family line. They talk behind your back about it. But even if those people have children, does that mean their family is truly happy? Take the Lin family as an example. They only have one grandson but many granddaughters, so their family is considered lively. Yet their family isn't happy. They raised many children but didn't educate them well. They created a lot of trouble and bad seeds. These children, besides causing harm and burdening society, don't have any useful qualities. I think it's better not to have children at all. She spoke seriously, and Jiang Jinwei listened carefully. He summarized, Are you saying that marriage and children aren't the whole of life? Yes, marriage and children are only part of life. Besides these, you also have your parents and relatives, as well as your dreams and career. These are also important parts of your life. Most people in this world are not perfect and have some regrets, but everyone's regrets are different. Despite her young age, she lives with clarity, and every word she says makes sense. She is very in tune with Jiang Jinwei's inner thoughts. His eyes are a bit warm. Junya, have you thought about your own future? Marriage? Lin Junya asks back. Jiang Jinwei nods. You're of marriage age now. Have you thought about getting married?
No.
Lin Junya shakes her head. Neither her main soul nor her split soul has considered this. She openly discusses the topic. My mom talked to me about it before. I said I wouldn't get married because I fear a life of hardship like hers and my grandmother's, especially if I end up with a man who betrays the family. Instead of marrying someone unreliable, I'd rather stay single, like my master. One person can eat well, and the whole family won't go hungry. That way, I can live a comfortable and free life. What did your aunt say? Jiang Jinwei is curious. My mom respects my choice. She's had a tough life herself, harmed by family and marriage. My grandmother also died early after being betrayed by her husband. She doesn't want me to follow their path. We also talked about having children.
My mom said she sometimes regrets having me.
If I hadn't been born, I wouldn't have to suffer with her. She also said that if I don't find a good man to trust for life, I shouldn't have children so they won't have to go through what I did, being bullied and insulted, with or without a father. Some people might think what she says is harsh, but I believe she's right. She's gained this understanding through a life of hardships. All right, Captain Jiang, don't carry such heavy worries. Don't always think about your health, marriage, or family. Try to think about happy, light, and fun things instead. Your master said your health is improving. You should cooperate with his treatment. If it works, that's great. If not, don't be discouraged. As for marriage and children, let it be up to fate. Once your health improves, find someone you truly like to marry and have children. If it's too difficult to cure, you can still build a family and adopt children in the future. Lin Junya helps him up. After he sits steadily, she picks up the slightly cooled medicine from beside her and offers it to him. Stop overthinking. Drink the medicine. Jingwei took the medicine bowl, and his deep, well-like eyes looked at her with a smile.
How did you know I was worried about this?
You're not worried. Lin Junya thought this was about a man's pride and dignity, and she believed he couldn't get past this. At first, I was a bit, but I've come to terms with it. Jingwei had already discussed this with his parents and elders. His thoughts were similar to Lin Junya's. He didn't necessarily need marriage and family. He had other dreams and pursuits. He believed he wouldn't live a dull life, but would create his own wonderful story. Jing Yuanfeng and Meng Xuejiao were open-minded elders. When their son was injured, they were very upset at first and had a hard time accepting it. But gradually, they moved past the gloom. They now understood that from the day their son chose to join the army and go to the battlefield, they were prepared for him to sacrifice. Now, he was only injured, his life was safe, and he was alive. This was the greatest luck. That's good. Drink your medicine, Lin Junya urged. The medicine was bitter, but Jingwei drank it all in one go without even frowning. He then rinsed his mouth with the water from the bedside table. Captain Jiang, you should rest a bit longer. No, I'm going to the bathroom. Jingwei dressed his pants in bed and slowly moved to get up. Lin Junya handed him a cane and asked, "When will the cast on your leg be removed?" Dr. Jean said it could come off. "Tomorrow I'll go to the hospital for an x-ray, and if everything's fine, they'll take it off." Since using the bone-healing ointment, Jingwei could feel his leg bones healing day by day, much faster than before. When he stood up with the help of the cane, his hands trembled and his body swayed. Lin Junya quickly supported him. "Sit for a while longer. Your body hasn't fully recovered."
Ban.
Before she finished speaking, Jingwei staggered forward and fell, and they both tumbled to the ground, making a dull thud. Their positions were one above the other. Jingwei, tall and strong, was on top. Lin Junya, slender, was underneath. Their bodies pressed together, lips meeting, and their eyes widened in surprise. Cool lips touched soft pink lips. In that moment, an invisible current passed through their bodies, sparking like tiny flames. Both bodies stiffened as if turned to stone, and their sharp minds stopped working. "Jingwei, I'm back." Sounds came from outside, and the two people on the ground suddenly woke up. Their lips parted, and Jiang Jinwei looked flustered for the first time, saying, "Junya, I didn't mean to. Get up quickly." Lin Junya pushed him hard, but he was too heavy. No matter how she pushed, she couldn't move him. Her pretty face turned bright red like a cooked shrimp. Jiang Jinwei quickly rolled off her, his mind starting to work again. He asked worriedly, "Junya, did you hurt yourself?"
No.
Lin Junya quickly got up, rubbed her numb bottom from the fall, and, feeling embarrassed, pulled him up awkwardly, saying, "I'll help you up." Meng Xuejiao came in just then and saw her pulling him hard. She hurried over to help, saying, "Jinwei, how did you fall? Did you get hurt?" "No, I just finished acupuncture. My legs are weak, so I couldn't stand steady." The two women used their strength to help him up. After supporting him to sit on the bed, Lin Junya immediately turned around, picked up the medicine bowl, and hurriedly left. "Captain Jiang, rest for a while before going to the bathroom. I need to go back now." Her face was burning hot, like she had a fever. She knew it without looking in the mirror. Her cheeks were very red. She couldn't let the elders see, or she wouldn't be able to explain. "Okay." Jiang Jinwei pretended to be calm on the outside, but his heartbeat was noticeably faster. Watching her leave, his eyes flickered with strange light. Meng Xuejiao didn't notice anything unusual between them. She was focused on her son's leg. "Jinwei, did you bump your leg just now?" "No, Junya pulled me, so I didn't get hurt." Jiang Jinwei had just collapsed onto her. She didn't have enough strength to hold him, so he pressed down on her, making her fall backward. She probably hurt her back from the fall. Thinking that she might have been hurt, Jiang Jinwei quickly said, "Mom, Junya just bumped into me. Please ask her if she's hurt." "Oh, okay." Seeing her son's anxious expression, Meng Xuejiao sensed something was wrong but didn't ask further. She hurried to ask Lin Junya. Junya ran back to the kitchen, poured cold water on her face, and cooled down. Just as her face cooled, Meng Xuejiao asked, "Shaolin, Captain Jinwei said he bumped into you. Are you hurt?" "Madam, I'm not hurt." She had fallen pretty hard earlier, and her back and bottom were numb, but she had recovered now. "Oh, good." Meng Xuejiao didn't come inside but asked from outside, "Shaolin, is Dr. Jean not home?" "Master is at the hospital with Grandpa Qian to get medicine." He won't be back until later. Lin Junia spent 5 calm minutes in the kitchen, forcing herself to suppress the vivid images in her mind before going to her mother's room next door. Lee Sume was lying on the bed, knitting a sweater. When she saw her, she asked, "Xiaoya, what happened just now?" "Nothing much. Captain Jiang just finished acupuncture. The medicine was strong and painful during treatment. When I stood up, my legs went weak, and I fell. I also fell down," Lin Junia said normally, but her eyes looked a bit unfocused, and she avoided eye contact with her mother. The room was dimly lit. She was turned to the side, so Lee Sume didn't see her eyes clearly, but she noticed some dust behind her. "Xiaoya, you have dust on your clothes and pants. Brush it off."
Oh.
Junia brushed off the dust and then asked her, "Mom, do you need to go to the bathroom?"
No, you can go if you need to.
"I can go by myself," Lee Sume replied, no longer needing her help. Junia felt she needed some fresh air to calm down, so she said, "Mom, I want to go home and see. I also want to plant some vegetable seeds today since I have time." "That's fine. You can plant as much as you can this morning. If there's still land left, I'll ask Anya to help plant the seeds later. I'll also bring some fruit as a thank you." "Okay. I'll come back in time to cook lunch." Junia poured warm water and placed it by her bed, along with 2 sweet oranges, then rode her bike, which her master had bought for her, and left. Jingwei sat in his room, watching her leave through the window. His mind was filled with the images of their lips touching earlier and the strange, addictive feeling of that touch. As he thought about it, his ears grew warm. Junia rode her bike back home. Jin Yuan sent a message to her. "Junia, everything has been sold."
Huh?
"Already?" Jin Yuan was just finishing up his stall, smiling as he said, "A middleman came to buy my goods. He offered a 10% discount and bought everything in one go. I sold it all to him." Junia quickly asked, "Master, are you going back now or are you going to the mountain?" "I'm going to the mountain south of the county." Jin Yuan had already checked the area around Donyuan County. The mountains to the south were the steepest and most rugged, and he was sure there were good medicinal herbs there. He planned to look for some. "Master, I've gone back to my hometown now to plant vegetables. My home is west of the county, in a different direction, so I won't go with you. I'll cook lunch and send it to the space later."
All right.
It is now the busy spring planting season. The neighbors in the village are working in the fields. When they saw Lin Junia riding her new bicycle back, they all stopped what they were doing and looked over at her. "Young sister, you bought a bicycle? Did you hit the jackpot in the city?" An old woman asked loudly. "I can't afford a bicycle. I don't even have a ticket. I borrowed it from someone else," Lin Junia replied. She was used to these looks. Most were just casual glances, but some showed jealousy or hidden scheming. Many rural people are illiterate and haven't gone to school, but they're good at scheming and competing. In the city, some respected and educated people might be more careful and discreet when fighting for benefits. But in the countryside, many people don't care about that. Some are shameless and openly take what they want. They don't see stealing as shameful. Instead, they are proud of it and see it as a sign of strength. Lin Junia locked her bicycle to the big tulip tree at the gate with a chain, then went inside the house. She grabbed A and went to work in the field. "Young sister, don't work in the field yet." Grandma Yao came over, carrying her grandson and panting. Yesterday, the team leader went to the commune for a meeting. They announced a policy that land will be reformed and assigned to households. It needs to be done within half a month. Land reform and household assignment? Lin Junia had seen this news before in the newspaper. It seemed to be a trend in other provinces. She didn't understand it well and asked, "Annie, does this mean the dry farmland will be divided among families, no longer farmed collectively?" "Yes, that's exactly it," Grandma Yao said with a smile as she reached the vegetable garden. "You need to read more. Just from the name, you can guess what it means." We were all confused when we first heard it. We guessed for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Seeing that land reform was coming, Lin Junia pointed at her neighbor working in the field. "Then why is everyone still working? The land will be divided, but the work still needs to be done." The team leader said before spring planting, they will implement the policy. Everyone should remove weeds and plow the fields uniformly. The work will still be counted by collective work points for money and grain sharing. Once the land is divided by household, everyone will work on their own. Lin Junya understood. She pointed at her vegetable garden. Even the dry land will be redistributed. Does this mean this vegetable plot might not belong to my family anymore? Yes, everything will be rearranged and redistributed. I heard that the neighboring commune has already started dividing land. They are choosing by luck through a lottery. Aunt, is the land divided by person? Yes, by individual. Our team has already reported the total farmland area. The team leader said our land isn't the largest, but we have about 40 to 50 fewer people than other teams. The water fields are divided so each person gets about 1.2 acres, and the dry land about 5 or 6/10 of an acre. Lin Junyao calculated in her mind. So, only my mom and I are in our family. We have 2.5 acres of water fields and about 1 acre of dry land. Yes, your family has only 2 people, and you get the least amount of land in the whole team. Aunt Yao pointed with her chin toward Lin's family and said with a pout, Old Lin's family has many people. They have many daughters who haven't married and stay at home, taking up land quotas. Many people in the team are unhappy about this. Now that they have divided the land, will they take it back after the daughters marry out? Lin Junyao asked. Yes, they will. We asked the team leader about it. He said once a daughter marries out and moves her household registration to her husband's home, her share of the land is taken back and used as public land for the team. If a woman marries into the team and her household registration is transferred here, she will also get land. And if elderly people pass away and their household registration is cancelled, the land will be taken back by the team. Newborn children who are registered will also receive land once their household registration is established. That seems fair and just. Thinking about the Yao family, Lin Junyao asked, Aunt, has Brother Jigua's household registration been transferred to the county town unit? Yes, it was transferred on the day he registered. Our family only has his household registration in the town. The others are still with the team. Aunt Yao looked proud as she spoke about her son, smiling and telling her, Jigua started working less than half a month ago and has already gained recognition from the leaders. A few days ago, he went out on duty and solved a major tomb robbery case, saving the squad leader's life. The police gave him a commendation certificate. The squad leader and his wife came to thank us last night and brought many gifts. Brother Jigua is really impressive. Lin Junyao could see she was very happy, not to show off but genuinely proud of her son. It was probably well known in the village that Yao Jigua had received praise. Thanks to you, Brother Jigua can now show his skills. Otherwise, he might still be at home plowing fields and weeding. Aunt Yao often mentioned this at home, but she didn't say anything outside. So, the Wang family relatives still don't know that Yao Jigua's achievements are related to her. Now that the Yao family is close to her, they also think she helps sell medicinal herbs for a profit. Since the land reform redistribution is happening now, Lin Junyao will no longer plow and plant. Auntie, Ji Hong, and the others went into the mountains again. Today, a group of kids went to the double mountain across. They brought dry food with them and won't come back until around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The elders at home are working in the fields. The younger generation from each family now go to the mountains in teams every day. They no longer earn individually. Instead, they weigh all the produce and sell it together, then share the money. Most of the earnings go to the elders, and they keep a little for pocket money. Everyone is very motivated. Many neighbors envy this and want to join in to make money. Yao Jihong and his friends picked some hardworking and friendly peers to team up with. Lin Mimi and others also showed interest, but Yao Jihong's group ignored them. Now, Lin's family has a bad reputation, worse than a dirty ditch. Nobody wants to associate with them, especially since they rely on Lin Junyao for income. No one would be foolish enough to offend her. When Lin Junyao arrived home pushing her bicycle, it was just past 11:30. Meng Xuejiao was cooking rice and washing vegetables. Seeing the large bag of vegetables tied to her bike, she asked, Xiaolin, are you just back? Yes, I made a quick trip. Lin Junyao parked her bike and called her to take some vegetables. Auntie, the production team is starting land reform. The farmland will be taken back and redistributed collectively. I pulled all the vegetables today.
Take some to eat.
Meng Shuejiao knew about the land contracting to households and came over to discuss it. Has your team started implementing the policy?
Not yet.
The commune had a meeting yesterday, and it should be finalized in the next few days. The neighboring commune has already started. Li Sumei, listening from inside the house, slowly got up, put on her shoes, and came out, leaning on the doorframe. She asked, Xiaoya, what is this land reform policy? Lin Junyao had just seen the detailed notice at the commune entrance and briefly explained the main idea of the policy. She added, I heard Auntie Yao say that our production team doesn't have the most land, but we have fewer members. My mother and I can get about 2.5 acres of rice paddies and about 1.2 acres of dry land. Other communes are choosing land by lottery, so ours probably will be too. Will it be decided in just a few days? Li Sumei asked. Yes. Seeing her worried expression, Lin Junyao quickly asked, Mom, what's wrong? This spring plowing is about to start, but I can't go to the fields because I'm lying down.
You have to go to school too.
We can't plant on the land we got, Li Sumei said, worried about this. Mom, we can hire someone to do the work. Lin Junyao thought about this on her way back. That's all we can do. Li Sumei saw her pulling out all the vegetables and said to Meng Shuejiao, Comrade Meng, take some vegetables to eat. My daughter and I can't eat so much, and it's not easy to store vegetables. All right, your family's vegetables are well grown. I'll take some to eat, Meng Shuejiao replied politely. Jiang Jingwei was in his room reading when he heard Lin Junya's voice. He immediately put down his book, turned his head to look out the window, and listened silently to their conversation. Lin Junya brought some vegetables to her aunt and, out of habit, looked toward the opposite door. Her eyes met a deep, swirling gaze. She quickly looked away, nervously picked up the bag on the ground, and hurried to the kitchen. Jiang Jingwei's expression remained calm, but his eyes stayed fixed on her. On the surface, he seemed indifferent, but only he knew that deep inside, his heart was pounding and waves were rising. Jingwei, Shaolin just brought us a lot of vegetables, cabbage, radishes, carrots, chives, and garlic. Dr. Jean isn't coming back for dinner, and Shuelan isn't either. It's just us two. What vegetables do you want to eat? Meng Shuejiao called from the backyard as she sorted the vegetables. Anything is fine. Jiang Jingwei sat at his desk without moving, still watching the kitchen across from him. He asked her, Mom, where did Dr. Jean go? Shaolin said he's gone to the mountain to find herbs and won't be back until the afternoon. Lin Junya washed her hands, splashing some cool water on her hot face. She gently touched her fluttering heart, sighed heavily, and whispered to herself, This is a close call. What should I do now? How did I fall so coincidentally earlier? How did it happen? All of this is the first time in this life, and the last. Does this count as skinship? Being suddenly pushed down and kissed, should I go find him and take responsibility? Thinking about the traditional social norms of her past life, if a girl was so lightly touched, it would ruin her reputation. She would have to marry the man, or else the gossip would drown her. Here, things are less strict. If it was just a simple hug and fall, she could pretend nothing happened. But they kissed. Thinking about the recent conversation about marriage and love, they suddenly embraced and kissed. Her blood surged to her head, and her restless feelings flared up again. She quickly took a cold, damp towel to her face to cool down. Now is not the time to think about marriage or feelings. Let's forget about today's events and not think about it anymore. Lin Junya gave herself a command. Once everyone calmed down, she would immediately take the rice pot, rinse the rice, and cook lunch. She sent a message to her master. Master, did you find anything good on the mountain? I found a few wild ginseng roots, some Hisho Wu, and they are quite good year-wise. Also a small basket of Tianma. Jin Yuan was someone who had come from elsewhere, skilled in martial arts. In these remote mountain forests, he moved like he was strolling in his own backyard. Besides gathering herbs, he also caught 2 wild animals. I caught 2 muntjac. I put them in the space. One will be smoked into cured meat, and I'll bring the other fresh. Okay. Lin Junia had been here for over a month but hadn't gone deep into the mountains. She asked him, Master, are there tigers in these mountains? I haven't seen any tigers, but I heard wolves howling and saw a small fox. There are many wild boars. Master, catch a few wild boars and bring them back, she transmitted. Aren't you not eating wild boar meat? I don't eat it, but I can sell it. Wild boar meat sells for 70 cents a pound. Last year, an old hunter and his son caught a wild boar weighing over 100 jin and sold it for 80 yuan. Jinya was cautious about hunting fierce wild boars now because her inner strength was weak. If she had her past martial skills, she would have gone into the mountains to hunt and sell for money long ago. Seeing the good price, which was faster than selling at a stall, Jin Yuan planned to go catch some now. He asked her, Junia, can you find someone to buy wild boars? I'll go find the slaughterhouse workers after I finish eating. They probably buy illegal meat.
All right.
With her master taking action, they would surely make a lot of money today. Lin Junia felt happy instantly and cheerfully started preparing lunch. They made 3 dishes: salted vegetables with fried meat, chive omelet, and vegetables. She packed a portion for her master and placed it in the space. Just as she was about to carry the food to her room, Jiang Jingwei, leaning on a cane, came in. Seeing him, Lin Junia's eyes flickered uncertainly. Captain Jiang, have you eaten? Not yet. The kitchen door was a bit low. Jiang Jingwei bent down to walk in and stood beside her. His deep eyes looked serious, and his voice was a little hoarser than usual. Junia, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Normally, when they were close, Lin Junia was natural and confident. Today, she dared not meet his gaze. As she smelled his unique masculine scent, her body inexplicably grew warm. If my body cannot be cured, would you care? Jingwei Jiang had a long internal struggle at home before finally facing his feelings and gathering the courage to come forward. He asked her a question, and Lin Junyao shook her head without hesitation. I don't mind. Her answer was expected by Jingwei Jiang. His smile grew harder to contain as he stepped closer, only a palm's length apart. He looked down at her hair, his throat moved twice, and his voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of restraint and cautiousness. Junyao, would you like to start dating me? Suddenly he said this. Lin Junyao looked up sharply. When she met his swirling eyes, her heart pounded wildly, and she stammered, I haven't thought about marriage, and I'm not ready. Seeing her cheeks turn red like a ripe apple and her ears and neck flush, Jingwei Jiang's smile widened. His eyes held a gentle smile. We don't have to marry now. We can date first, get to know each other slowly. When you graduate high school, we can think about marriage. Junyao didn't dare to look at him again. She felt his eyes had a strange magic that could take her soul. She awkwardly smiled, looking unnatural. Captain Jiang, let's not talk about this now. Maybe later. Why later? Jingwei Jiang reached out and held her arm, turning his head to look at her seriously. Today's situation was sudden, but I think it was also fate. What do you mean? Junyao didn't understand. Her dark, glassy eyes were full of confusion. She was smart and perceptive, but when it came to feelings, she was still a blank sheet. Jingwei Jiang slightly bent down, closing the distance between them, and said clearly, I want to spend my life with you. You, Captain Jiang, are you joking? Junyao quickly stepped back, her pretty face blushing as if blood had rushed to it. I'm not joking. I'm serious. Jingwei Jiang held her arm and gently pulled her closer. His mood was not as calm as he appeared. His voice was hoarse. Junyao, I mean it. I actually like you. I didn't dare show it before because of my feelings, afraid it would delay you. He didn't know exactly when he fell for her. All he knew was that seeing her smile made him feel happy and bright. Not seeing her for a day felt like 3 seasons apart. This morning's unexpected event had left him stunned. He sat in his study all morning, distracted and absent-minded. But when he saw her riding her bike out, he suddenly felt anxious. He spent the whole morning reading at his desk, but he couldn't focus on a single word. Every time there was a slight noise outside, He would turn his head to look. He looked many times but didn't see her return. He started to feel restless. Finally, when she pushed her bicycle inside, Jiang Jinwei's anxious heart calmed down. He closed his eyes and thought quietly for a long time before making a decision. He is usually a person who values efficiency in everything, including feelings. Once he figures things out, he acts immediately, without delay. Junya, if you don't mind my health and accept me as I am, can we start dating slowly? Jiang Jinwei repeated this question. His sharp, clear hands clenched her arm, and his piercing eyes looked at her with strong pressure. Lin Junya, who had experienced many things in her previous life and had seen many big scenes with her master, felt nervous in this first-time situation of confessing love. Her eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, trembling constantly. Her eyes flickered, and her voice was a little low. I'm not ready yet.
Let me think about it.
Junya, take your time. I'll give you 5 minutes. Jiang Jinwei looked at his watch and set a timer for her. Junya, 0.5 minutes to decide your whole life? I think that's enough. Jiang Jinwei smiled slightly, a hint of amusement in his voice. The longer it takes, the more complicated it gets. Junya, you think about your own things.
I'll say mine.
I am Jiang Jinwei, 23 years old, a senior military officer. My monthly salary and allowances are 108 yuan. I have a high school diploma, no marriage history, no dating history, no partner. I don't smoke, gamble, or drink excessively. Sometimes I meet with elders or friends and have a drink or two. I have no bad habits. My parents are both officials in government agencies with stable high incomes. They have bought a house in the provincial city, ready for me to move in at any time. I have 9,000 yuan in savings. 5,000 is from my salary, 3,000 is an inheritance from my grandfather, and 1,000 was given by my other grandfather. My future plan is to attend military school and become a political officer. All my elders support this. Besides an injury, I am healthy overall. Jiang Jinwei gave a longer self-introduction, speaking a bit quickly but clearly stating everything he needed to say. Lin Junya also listened carefully. The redness on her face had faded quite a bit, and she smiled awkwardly. You know my situation. It's very different from yours, completely world apart. Junya, we shouldn't compare external conditions. It doesn't matter to me if you don't care about my health. That's enough. During Jiang Jingwei's recovery period, someone must have leaked the news about his injuries. Over the past 2 months, he's seen many strange looks from others. Only she didn't look at him with strange eyes. Instead, she said that every scar on his body was a mark of honor, a symbol of heroism, the most beautiful pattern in the world. Her words deeply touched his cold heart. Junya, I don't take responsibility because of today's sudden incident. I have come to truly understand my feelings. I think our personalities, temperaments, and thoughts are very compatible. In some ways, we are alike. I believe we are suited to build a family together. However, my health might not recover fully, and I can't guarantee I can have children. I worry I might be a burden and cause you regret. He spoke honestly and openly. Junya didn't feel embarrassed. I really don't mind. I don't think having children is a necessary part of life. Maybe having kids could bring more family happiness, and in old age, we could enjoy family life. But without children, I would have more free time to experience other joys in life, and I could still live a wonderful life. Junya, thank you. Jiang Jingwei felt a deep, unspoken emotion in his heart, full of affection that couldn't be easily expressed. He repeated for the 3rd time. Would you like to date me? Didn't you say 5 minutes? Junya smiled. 5 minutes have already passed. Seeing her smile, Jiang Jingwei understood her meaning. A smile appeared in his eyes. I'll go talk to Annie first. Junya was still getting used to his quick way of handling things. Just as she was about to speak, Meng Xuejiao's voice came from across. Jingwei, dinner is ready. Captain Jiang, you go ahead and eat. We are about to eat too. The decision was too sudden. Junya felt she needed to calm down. She didn't know how to talk to her mother, and also needed to report to her teacher and seek his opinion. Jiang Jingwei initially wanted to go directly to the next room to talk to the elders, but after thinking carefully, he felt it was necessary to tell his mother first. Later, the mother and son could visit together, which would be more respectful and proper. Junya, go ahead and eat. I'll come after I finish my meal. Jingwei walked out of the narrow kitchen leaning on his cane, looked up at the bright sunny sky, and a genuine happy smile appeared on his face. When he returned home, his smile was still visible. Meng Xuejiao was already sitting at the dining table, with food prepared on the table. Seeing his smile, she also smiled and asked, Jingwei, what good news were you telling Shaolin just now? Mom, I have good news. Jingwei put down his cane, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He suddenly dropped a big bomb. I want to date and marry Junya.
Huh?
His sudden statement stunned Meng Xuejiao. After nearly a second, she reacted, stood up, and looked serious. Jingwei, why did you suddenly say that? Did something happen between you and Shaolin? Jingwei didn't answer her directly. Instead, he asked Mom, what do you think of Junya? Shaolin is a good kid, smart, capable, filial, generous, strong, and lively. He's a very excellent young man. Meng Xuejiao liked Lin Junya very much. She had thought about it before, but considering her son's health, she immediately suppressed that thought. Now, it seemed the two young people had developed feelings without her knowing. She didn't oppose it and asked seriously, Are you serious, Jingwei? Have you two already had feelings for each other? Does Shaolin know about your health? Would she mind?
Does Aunt Lee know?
What's her attitude? These questions could only be answered honestly to her mother. After thinking it over, Jingwei told her everything that had happened today and his true feelings. After hearing this, Meng Xuejiao stopped eating and hurriedly went to the neighbor's house. I'll go over now. Junya Lin had just calmed down in the kitchen for 2 minutes. When she brought the food to the table and saw Meng Bomu rushing over, her heart tightened and she forced a smile that was less natural than usual. Aunt Meng. Shaolin. Meng Xuejiao approached her, gently patted her shoulder, and smiled warmly. Jingwei just told me something. He was impulsive and might have offended you today. Xiaoya, what happened? Li Sume slowly sat up. Sume, I need to talk to you about something. Meng Xuejiao sat on the bench in front of the bed. Seeing her son come over with his cane, she called out to the outside, Jingwei, stay outside for a moment. I want to talk with Aunt Lee first. Li Sume glanced outside and then looked at her daughter. She saw her face flushed like a peach, and she was shyly looking down, too embarrassed to meet her eyes. As someone experienced, she understood everything without needing to ask. Xiaoya, do you and Xiao Zheng have feelings for each other? Seeing that her mother saw through her, Lin Junyao nervously touched her head and dared not look at her. Her voice was soft. I'm not ready yet. Not ready? What do you mean? Li Sume didn't understand. Sume, it's because of my son. He just gave an injection this morning. Meng Xuejiao quickly repeated what her son had said earlier, almost word for word, then added, actually, he's liked Shaolin for a long time, but because of his injury, he didn't dare to show it. Mom, please tell Aunt Lee carefully about my health, Jiang Jinwei reminded from outside.
Got it.
Meng Xuejiao didn't want to hide anything about this, nor could she deceive. She carefully explained her son's real condition. Li Sume didn't know Jiang Jinwei's health had been affected. She always thought it was a leg injury or fracture. Seeing her daughter's calm expression and no surprise, she guessed she already knew. She asked her, Xiaoya, what do you think? Do you like Xiao Zheng? Both elders and Jiang Jinwei looked at her. Lin Junyao was unusually nervous and forced a smile. I think he's nice, but I hadn't thought about marriage or anything like that before. If today's unexpected event hadn't happened, Lin Junyao might still see him as a brother. But now, things are different. A mother knows her daughter best. Li Sume understood her daughter well. From her expression, she guessed what was on her mind and told the couple, I respect the children's own choices. Seeing that she didn't mention her health issue, Meng Xuejiao hurriedly asked, Sume, given Jinwei's current condition, even if treatment helps him recover, he might face some difficulties in the future. Shaolin is talented, beautiful, healthy, and does well in school. She'll have many better options and can go to university. Do you really agree for them to be together? Comrade Meng, although we haven't known each other long and haven't spoken much with Xiao Jiang, it's clear he's outstanding and talented. You've raised a fine child. From any angle, our family is reaching above our station to be with yours. Xiao Jiang's health issues aren't due to character flaws. It's because he was injured while defending our country. We shouldn't criticize him. Actually, I have talked with my daughter about marriage before. Both my mother and I have experienced failed marriages. We paid a heavy price for these failures. My mother lost her life, and I have endured nearly 20 years of hardship. I really don't want my daughter to follow in our footsteps. My daughter Xiaoya and I have spoken honestly. She previously had no intention of getting married and said she might never marry in her life. I support her decision. If she hasn't met a man who truly cares for her, I support her staying single forever. I also told her that if a man isn't worth trusting with her whole life, she shouldn't have children with him. She shouldn't bring children into an unhappy family, like she grew up in poverty and neglect. Xiaoya was raised by me alone. She has been smart and mature since she was young, understanding life better than I do as her mother. She also has better judgment of people than I do. She has a good impression of Xiao Jiang, which shows she trusts his character. That's enough for me. I don't have many specific requirements for her future husband. As long as he is honest, loyal to family and marriage, and treats Xiaoya with care and respect, that's enough. I don't ask for more. Auntie, thank you for your trust. Zhang Jinwei entered after she finished speaking. He stood beside Lin Junya and promised the elders, Auntie, I am a soldier. I swear in the name of the military that I will be loyal to my marriage and family. I will never betray Junya. I will do my best to protect her and will not let you down. Xiao Jiang, you and Xiaoya haven't known each other long. You're still in the stage of getting to know each other. For now, don't talk about marriage. Spend more time understanding each other. Xiaoya is still studying, and her main focus now is the college entrance exams. I hope she can concentrate on preparing for the exams. The marriage can be postponed until after the tests. Everything can be discussed then. The elder's request was simple, and Zhang Jinwei agreed without hesitation. Okay. He didn't plan to get married immediately. There was no preparation at home yet. After her exams and his treatment were finished, and her grandmother's injury healed, they could have the wedding then. Seeing that they quickly agreed, Lin Junya, the person involved, forced a stiff smile. She usually had a thick skin, but now she felt a bit shy. Her son's health problem was a concern for Meng Xuejiao. She thought he wouldn't marry in his life and had planned for them to grow old together. But now he met a girl he liked and wanted to marry her. As a mother, she was happy and joyful. Sume, I truly appreciate your respect and kindness. Even knowing his health condition, you still agreed for him to be with Xiaolin. Rest assured, our family will never let Xiaolin suffer or be treated unfairly. Meng Xuejiao was very grateful to the mother and daughter. She held Li Sume's hand and talked about family matters. Sume, I can see that both you and your daughter are sensible and understanding. You've been living here for over a month and probably haven't asked about our family. Now that the two children are starting to date, I think I should tell you some things. Our family is also a divorced family. Jinwei's father and I divorced 15 years ago. But we didn't part because of betrayal or personality conflicts. My father is an old revolutionary. He and my mother only had me and Xuelan, my sister. We grew up in the military because our parents followed their careers. Jinwei's grandfather was also a veteran of the war, with a higher rank than my father. After he grew up, Jinwei's father also joined the army. They were introduced by mutual friends of the two old men. Jinwei was born in the second year of our marriage, and we were expecting another child in the fourth year. At that time, I had to care for a 2-year-old Jinwei while working. I had serious pregnancy complications with the second child and couldn't take care of Jinwei properly. His father was busy with work and couldn't stay home to help, so he had his mother come to take care of me. His mother came with a younger woman, 2 years younger than me. I heard from Jinwei's father that she was his mother's friend's daughter. Her parents had died in an accident, leaving her an orphan, and she was taken in by his mother. I grew up in the military with a lively and straightforward personality. Jinwei's grandmother came from a wealthy, traditional family and was a wealthy young lady herself. She looked down on me, which caused a lot of trouble at home. Jinwei's father had invited them to help take care of me and Jinwei. But when they arrived, they expected me to serve and care for them, making the household chaotic. Within a month, I had a miscarriage. Because of the miscarriage, I argued fiercely with my former mother-in-law. When Jinwei's father returned from his mission and learned about the loss, he understood what happened, got angry with his mother, and scolded the adopted daughter. They were sent away that very night. From then on, her mother resented me. They spread false stories about me to all the relatives in Zhang's family, saying I was unfilial and disrespectful to elders. This caused a lot of trouble and became widely known. Later, we went back to visit as a sign of respect and to try to improve our relationship. However, she stubbornly refused to let us in, and her adopted daughter was there adding fuel to the fire, making things very tense. I didn't want to argue with them or cause trouble for Grandpa and Dad, so I didn't visit for the next 2 or 3 years. Dad knows her personality well and doesn't want us to suffer unfair treatment. He would go alone once a year, staying only a day or 2 each time. When Jinya was 7 years old, her grandfather celebrated his 70th birthday. Our family went to join the celebration, along with my parents and sister Xuelin. This time, the former mother-in-law didn't stop us from entering, and she didn't show any anger during the party. After the guests left, her relatives from her family started criticizing us. My parents, worried it might affect my marriage, didn't say much. But later, they also started talking about Xuelin. Xuelin was just 18 then, the same age as Shaolin now. She is more lively than me, and my mother-in-law said she was more wild and less proper. She never spoke kindly of our family in front of relatives, always describing us as uncultured. At that time, she introduced Xuelin to a man in his 30s who was widowed, and she constantly looked down on Xuelin, saying she was only suitable for someone like him. My parents were very upset, and Jinya's grandfather and dad scolded her for being nosy. At that moment, her adopted daughter suddenly spoke up, saying rude and harsh words. She was really unkind. Xuelin, young and fiery, couldn't hold back and slapped her. Things quickly got out of control. Her mother-in-law forced us to kneel and apologize. When we refused, she threatened to cut her neck with a knife and even tried to force us to divorce, insisting that Jinya's dad marry her adopted daughter. Meng Xuejiao, who was usually gentle, choked up as she told this story. She shook her head with a bitter smile and said, "I've never seen anyone so selfish, stubborn, and unreasonable before." My parents had never seen anyone like that either. They were so angry their faces turned green. Later, we divorced, at Jinya's father's request. He told me to take our son and not let him grow up in the Jiang family, fearing her obsessive and crazy behavior would affect him. He also left all his savings to me, and after the divorce, he sent me his salary and allowances. He didn't marry her adopted daughter as she wished. Since then, he never returned home. Every time he visited Grandpa, he would meet him outside instead of going inside. Although we now have a divorce certificate, everything else remains the same. He has never missed any important moments in Jinwei's growth and education. When my parents were ill, hospitalized, or passed away, he fulfilled his responsibilities as a son-in-law. Not long after our divorce, my father was transferred back to his hometown in Donyuan County. We all moved back to settle there. Jinwei also came with me to attend middle school. It wasn't until he was 16 and joined the army that he went to the provincial city again. Jinwei has not visited the Jiang family since then. He only calls his grandfather a few times each year, and they meet only at the military unit. Xuelin has not dated or married anyone all these years. She feels guilty about impulsively hitting someone that time, which broke up my marriage. She stubbornly wants to stay with me until old age. I have advised her many times. I've never blamed her or thought she was wrong. But she is stubborn and doesn't listen. She has wasted her youth and still hasn't married or started a family. Our family situation is like this. It sounds complicated, but it's actually quite simple. Last time Jiang Yuanfeng came over, Li Sume went out to the bathroom and met with the other person briefly. They greeted each other casually. I saw him talking and laughing with Meng Xuejiao, thinking they were separated by work reasons, not realizing they had been divorced for many years. Every family has its own difficulties, as they say. Yes, many families look prosperous on the surface, but behind the scenes, there are many messy issues. Overall, I feel quite lucky. My parents created a good environment for me. I've never suffered hardships in life. I have a caring sister and a son who is talented and filial. Although my marriage had its ups and downs, it was due to external circumstances. There was no betrayal or abandonment between us.
We get along well now.
Li Sume understands Jiang Yuanfeng's difficulties. Balancing his wife and children on one side and his mother on the other is not easy. He has done well to take care of both. All the family matters have been explained clearly. Meng Xuejiao then talked about her son's education, his experiences from childhood to now, his awards after starting work, his current salary and financial situation, and future plans. She shared everything with them. After talking for half an hour, the mother and son went back to eat. The mother and daughter sat together for lunch. Xiaoya, your Aunt Meng just told you everything you heard. From any perspective, we are really fortunate. Later, someone might gossip about you. Li Sume used to respect two young people, but now she is a bit worried about this. Mom, other people's mouths are on their faces. If they want to talk, let them. I don't care. Lin Junyao put the chopsticks and bowl into her hands, sat opposite her, and said while picking vegetables, "Our family background is indeed different, but I will work hard to improve myself and try to reduce the gap in all aspects." Li Sume sighed and said, "It's my fault. Mom is not good enough and has held you back." Mom, don't say that. Lin Junyao was unhappy to hear this. It's not easy for you to raise me. You've done your best and given everything for me. You're the greatest mom. Li Sume looked worried, with a bitter look in her eyes. Xiaoya, don't say such great things. Mom only did what a mother should do. Giving birth to you and raising you to be an adult is my duty. Okay, Mom, let's not talk about this. We haven't had an easy life before, but it will only get better in the future. We should focus on living our own lives, not care about others' opinions or what they say. As long as we are honest with ourselves, that's enough. Those people who like to gossip behind our backs are just jealous and can't stand to see us do well. I won't let them get their way. I want to rely on my own skills and abilities to reach heights they can't even imagine. Seeing her daughter's stubborn yet confident look, Li Sume felt a bit ashamed of herself. She realized she was not as positive as her daughter and decided she should learn from her. She thought her daughter's words made sense, so she stopped worrying about that and asked about another matter. Xiaoya, did Dr. Jean tell you anything about Xiao Zhang's injury? He's now undergoing acupuncture and medication treatment. It's the first course. The master said he has a good constitution and about a 70 to 80% chance of recovery. Li Sume had personally used the medicine prescribed by Jin Yuan and felt deeply. She was optimistic about healing injuries. Dr. Jean said there's a 70 to 80% chance, so it should be treatable. Mom, do you really trust the master like that? Lin Junyao asked with a smile. Li Sume smiled and touched the injury on her back. Since I used your master's bone-healing ointment, I can feel myself getting better day by day. At first, the medicine was quite painful, but now the pain has significantly lessened in the past 2 days. I used to walk slowly to the bathroom, but now I can walk normally and my legs and feet are no longer weak and limp like before. She helped her daughter with some food and advised, Xiaoya, our family's foundation is very thin. Mom's help is limited. You will have to rely on your own efforts in the future. You chose to study medicine. In the future, you must study hard. Being a doctor is a respectable and high-status job. Wherever you go, you'll be well regarded. It's a great profession, but the process of studying medicine can be very tough. Whether you study traditional Chinese medicine, Western medicine, or both, you must focus and work hard. Always remember your original purpose for learning medicine. Also, a teacher is like a lifelong parent. Dr. Jean has passed down his family's medical knowledge to you.
He has helped you a lot.
In the future, you must be filial to him. I can't ask much about Dr. Jin's personal life. If he doesn't marry or have children, you should still respect and care for him until old age, and be there to see him off when he passes away. Lin Junia listened carefully and nodded seriously. Mom, I don't need you to remind me. I already told my master about this. I think Dr. Jean is not an ordinary person. It's lucky for you to become his student. You must seize this opportunity, study diligently, and not let him down with your trust. In Li Sumei's mind, Jin Yuan was not an ordinary young man. She didn't know if it was his temperament or something else, but she always felt he was different from others, though she couldn't quite explain what was unusual about him. While the mother and daughter were chatting here, Meng Xuejiao was also busy reminding her son. The topics were somewhat similar. Mom, please keep an eye on job opportunities for me recently, Jiang Jingwei said. Meng Xuejiao guessed his purpose right away. Are you trying to arrange a job for your future mother-in-law and move her and her daughter's household registration to the city?
Yes.
When I went to handle Yao Jigua's affairs, I visited the Huyang production team. Their house is very simple, made of wooden planks, with no brick walls. The roof is thatched, and with the rainy season coming in spring, I think it might collapse in a heavy rain. Meng Xuejiao cares about her son's matters. She thought for a moment and said, it's hard to arrange a job right now. Even if I find one through connections, her health isn't good enough for work yet. If she doesn't work and takes up a spot, people might report her, which could cause trouble. If all you want is to transfer their household registration to the city, that's easier. It doesn't necessarily mean they have to marry or settle down there. What other methods are there? Jiang Jingwei, who has been in the military for many years, was less familiar with these matters than his mother. There's another way, by relying on relatives to transfer the household registration. We can get a proof of acceptance from our family, handle the necessary procedures, and it's quite simple. Meng Xuejiao saw that neighbors in the community had helped relatives with a legal way to change their household registration. For families with status and influence, this was not difficult. Jiang Jingwei had never known about this method before, so he quickly arranged, Mom, please write me a letter of acceptance. Junia has Sunday off, and we will handle this tomorrow to avoid her going back to her hometown to farm the land. Okay, let's eat first. After we finish, we'll talk to them, and only after they agree will we make arrangements. While they were eating, Jin Yuan found a den of wild boars near the foot of the mountain. They were about to come down to damage the crops. He quickly took them all down and threw them into his face. Junia, kill 6 wild boars. You can sell them, and I will go for a walk in the mountains. Lin Junia finished eating and immediately responded to this, washed her dishes in the kitchen, and then lied to her mother. Mom, I ordered eggs from a friend yesterday. He told me to pick them up at noon. I'm going now to get the eggs. Go ahead. Come back early. Li Sumei, who could now walk, was slowly moving around, leaning on the table. Jiang Jingwei came to find Lin Junia after dinner, but saw her riding her bike and rushing out. He called after her, Junia, where are you going? Junia didn't hear him and pedaled far away. Xiao Jiang, Xiaoya is going to get eggs from her friend. She should be back soon, Li Sumei said slowly as she walked to the door. She asked him, do you need to talk to Xiaoya? Auntie, I want to discuss something with you. The household registration transfer could be discussed with her. Jiang Jingwei also slowly approached and stood under the eaves with her, talking about the rural-to-urban household change. When Meng Xuejiao arrived, he had just finished speaking. Seeing her, Li Sumei said, Comrade Meng, I know that transferring a rural household to a city household is very difficult. The method Xiao Jiang just mentioned should cause some trouble for the family. Sumei, using the method of relying on relatives to transfer household registration is legal and compliant. It's common in our circle. The procedures are not complicated and not hard to handle. As long as the documents are complete, the household registration office won't deliberately obstruct it. To prevent her from overthinking, Meng Xuejiao gave an example, pointing to the neighbor's house on the left. Next door, old Zhao's family. His youngest daughter responded to the call to go to the countryside as a youth, got married, and had 2 children there. A few years ago, her family arranged a good job for her to return to the city. She was reluctant to leave her husband and children, so she gave up the chance to move back. Her husband and in-laws treat her quite well, and life in the countryside is pretty good. Unfortunately, the couple's luck was bad. Earlier this year, heavy rains caused a mountain flood that destroyed their house, and both of them died. They left behind 2 children, both under 10 years old. Their house was washed away by the flood, leaving them with nowhere to live. Their family was left very poor, unable to support the children, so they contacted her maternal family for help. Old Zhao's family used the method of seeking help from relatives. They quickly transferred the children's household registration to her family, providing all the necessary documents. The process went smoothly, and now the children are studying in the city, with their household registration under their uncle's name. She said it easily, but Lee Sume knew there were many steps involved. It wasn't just about money. They would have to owe many favors. If her and her son hadn't stepped in, it would have been very hard to make this happen. She looked grateful and said, "Comrade Meng, I was born and raised in the city, so I understand the difference between urban and rural household registration. I also thought about asking old friends and classmates for help to transfer the household registration back to Liang, but it cost a lot, and I simply couldn't afford it. Later, I didn't bother them anymore. Honestly, my daughter and I have been hoping to leave the Huyang production team. Xiaoya is planning to get into university and find a job in the provincial capital, so we can transfer our household registration there. We have many things to do, reasons to leave the Huyang team. I want to find another child." When she mentioned her son who was born and then lost, Lee Sume's eyes instantly turned red, and tears welled up. Her face looked bitter. "I've wanted to find him for a long time, but the household registration kept me trapped, like being restricted. I couldn't do anything. Year after year, people lost their spirit, becoming more numb. It was Xiaoya who kept encouraging me, giving me hope. Step by step, I managed to hold on until now." Seeing her eyes full of pain and suffering, Meng Xuejiao was moved and comforted her, saying, "Sume, I understand your helplessness and pain. For the sake of your children, you must stay strong." Lee Sume choked and nodded, wiping her tears and forcing a smile. "Comrade Meng, you're making me laugh. Don't say that." Meng Xuejiao stepped forward to support her and gently comforted her, saying, "You are educated and cultured, but now you're trapped in the countryside, like a bird with broken wings. Now, Junya has grown up. You should break free from that cage that traps you," she said, touching a nerve in Lee Sume. Her previously stopped tears burst out again, and she kept wiping her eyes but couldn't stop crying. "All right, Sume, don't cry anymore. The household registration transfer is up to Jinwei to handle. We are about to become a real family. As a prospective son-in-law, it's normal for him to do some errands for his future mother-in-law. Your health isn't fully recovered, so let the kids handle this." Lee Sume, with tears in her eyes, choked, "Comrade Meng, Xiaojiang, I'm sorry to trouble you." "Sume, don't say you're trouble anymore. Junya is the child you raised with hard work. Given the situation, you still agree for them to be together. It's right for us to help you." They discussed the matter at home, and Lin Junya rode her bike to the meat processing plant. She asked around and quickly found the slaughter master. The slaughter master was delighted when he heard about 6 wild boars, his eyes shining brighter than light bulbs. Without hesitation, he offered a good price. Lin Junya set the meeting point at the warehouse behind the grain station. The slaughter master called a brother to help with the delivery. They used a tractor to pick up the pigs, and the transaction was settled on the spot. She received 500 yuan happily. "Master, all 6 wild boars are sold, 500 yuan. The price is good." Jin Yuan was on the mountain collecting herbs. He had just found 2 good quality wild ginseng roots and was carefully digging with his tools. "Master, when will you come back?" Lin Junya, riding her bike, was ready to leave. "I'll go to the neighboring mountain to check. I just caught some wild chickens and rabbits and left them in the space. You can tidy up when you have time." Jin Yuan, skilled in martial arts, found hunting wild game easy. Wandering through the forest, he quickly added nearly 20 fat game animals to the space. When Lin Junya returned home carrying a basket of eggs, Jiang Jinwei was inside talking with her mother. Seeing her, he asked, "Junya, why did you take so long?" There were two groups of troublemakers fighting on the street, hurting passers-by. The police sent many officers to arrest them. I watched the commotion for a while. Seeing her go to watch the chaos again, Li Sumei frowned. "Xiaoya, don't get close to such things in the future. Those troublemakers and thugs are reckless and unreasonable. If you get hurt by accident, it won't be good." "Mom, I didn't get close. I know my limits." Lin Junya only looked around for 2 minutes before leaving. She placed a basket of eggs inside the house, then came out to drink water. "What were you just talking about?" Xiaoyao, Xiaojie, and Mother Meng immediately told her. "Xiaoyao, Xiaojiang, and your Uncle Meng said they will help us change our household registration." "Really?" Lin Junya was surprised and stopped drinking water. She quickly moved closer to Jiang Jinwei and asked, "Change our household registration?" Jiang Jinwei smiled slightly, glancing at her with a teasing look, and handed her the document his mother just issued. Lin Junya quickly read through it and raised her eyebrows. "Can relatives in the city also accept us?"
Yes.
Jiang Jinwei casually moved a stool over for her to sit on. "We also need a certificate from the street office. My mom is going to handle it now and has already talked to someone. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to the Huyang production team to see the new team leader and get a signature. It will be done by then." "Xiaoyao, Uncle Su is a good man. He won't make things difficult for us. Tomorrow, buy some cigarettes, alcohol, and gifts to thank him. Also, ask him to take care of the house and land issues." Thinking about the household registration being sorted soon, Lin Junya felt very happy and nodded. "Okay." Mother Meng was also very pleased. She had just finished talking with Jiang Jinwei about the next steps. "Xiaoyao, I just discussed with Xiaojiang. The household registration will be transferred to the city. I won't look for a job for now because jobs in state-owned units are hard to find and don't pay well. I plan to continue your small business, so I can save more money. After you finish your college entrance exams, and if you get into a university in the provincial capital, I will go live with you." I also checked with Xiaojiang. Many people in the provincial capital run small businesses or shops. I plan to rent a small storefront to sell noodles and breakfast. That way, I can earn some extra money to help the family. Lin Junya listened carefully and saw the light in her eyes. The brightness pushed away the sadness, and she smiled warmly. "Good. We will open a shop in the city. With Mom's cooking skills, the business will surely do well. Many state-owned factories are struggling now. Some can't even pay wages on time, and some small factories are facing bankruptcy or mergers. Running a small business is harder than working a regular job. Most people think it's not respectable, but I've heard that many street vendors and shop owners make quite a bit of money, even more than official employees in state factories." Jiang Jinwei also supported her future mother-in-law's decision to start a small business. She had just discussed the market in the provincial capital with her and encouraged her to go ahead with her plan. Li Sumei heard this and smiled happily. She said, "Opening a stall or shop is not shameful. Every cent is earned through hard work. Every penny is earned honestly and decently, just like working in a state-owned factory." Lin Junya agreed. "Yes, there are so many people in the world. Every job has its value. People and work should not be considered superior or inferior. Our stall doesn't harm society or hurt the people. The money we earn is from our own labor, and it shouldn't be looked down upon." Seeing that the mother and daughter had different ideas from others and weren't stubborn about saving face, Jiang Jingwei smiled and said, "Junya, you're right. Every job has its worth. As long as we do our best and feel at peace with what we do, that's enough." Their thoughts were in harmony, making their conversation more joyful. Lin Junya sat next to him and asked, "Captain Jiang, I talked to a freight driver who helps with deliveries. They are from the suburbs of the provincial city. They said the city is much more prosperous than the county, and the prices for buying or renting houses are much higher. The rent for shops should also be quite expensive, right? Now, not many people are self-employed. The prices for renting or selling shops are not high. In busy areas, you can choose freely. You can buy a 40 to 50 square meter shop for about 200 yuan. Junia's eyes lit up. Shops are much cheaper than houses. Yes, much cheaper. Some shops even come with a livable loft. 2 or 3 people can live there comfortably. Those are a bit more expensive. Junia had wanted to buy a house before, but after hearing this, she changed her mind immediately. Mom, let's buy a shop like that in the city. We can live and work there, solving both housing and income at once.
Okay.
Lee Sume also wanted to buy one. She wasn't picky about the living environment, as long as there was a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Meng Xuejiao was very efficient. In just half an hour, she prepared all the documents and brought them back, explaining the process to Junia. Currently, the household registration system allows children to follow their mothers. As long as Lee Sume's household registration is transferred to the city, Junia's registration can also be moved in, without waiting until college entrance exams or university to transfer it. Today was a good day for the mother and daughter to break free from their constraints. They felt happy and deserved to celebrate. Junia rode her bike quickly to the meat factory, bought about 3 or 4 jean of meat, some ribs, and planned to cook a hearty meal tonight to thank her future mother-in-law. Jin Yuan returned through space and arranged to meet Lin Junia outside. Seeing her bike loaded with a lot of meat, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Isn't there plenty of game in space? Why buy so much meat?" Hee, master, something good happened today. Junia hadn't told him before about her relationship with Jiang Jing. Now she hesitated shyly for a moment before honestly sharing what happened today. After hearing her, Jin Yuan didn't oppose. He said, "Little Jiang is a good person with good character and kind parents. He's a suitable choice. Master, do you agree too?" Junia smiled widely. "Someone willing to marry you. Why wouldn't I agree?" When he was over there, Jin Yuan never mentioned marriage or her future because he knew her soul was limited in lifespan and would eventually dissipate back into her main body. Now that her soul has returned and merged, her body is healthy and seems to have a long life. She's already 18, of marriage age, so thinking about life choices is normal. Jin Yuan doesn't interfere in her private matters. He carried a basket and continued, "Zhang's recovery chances are high. It won't affect having children, but recovery will take some time. You can get married early, but try to delay having children for a year or so. It's better to wait until after your college entrance exams." Hearing this, Junia blushed and felt shy. "Master, we just decided today. We haven't thought about the future yet." Jin Yuan didn't tease her. He said, "I'll talk to Jiang and his parents about these things. You don't need to get involved. As for the wedding and ceremony, I'll discuss it with them. Let's delay it a bit and plan everything after your exams." Mom already told them about the marriage, and they agreed. Junia happily told him. He nodded and didn't continue that topic. Instead, he asked about the household registration system. "Tell me about the household registration here." Junia didn't know much either, mostly heard from elders. She explained the general situation and asked, "Master, the household registration proof you arranged before, is it real?" "It's real. I paid someone to get it. It's a town household registration." When Jin Yuan first arrived here, he sold some rare wild medicinal herbs at the hospital for a few thousand yuan. He used most of it to settle his household registration here. When the two returned home, Lin Junia put down her bike and rushed inside, happily reporting, "Mom, Auntie, Master's back. He caught some muntjac, wild chickens and rabbits in the mountains." "Really?" Meng Xuejiao immediately stood up and saw Jin Yuan pouring the wild game from the basket onto the ground, smiling brightly. "Dr. Jin, you're so impressive." Jiang Jingwei had just gone to the bathroom. When he came out and saw the wild game on the ground, he asked Dr. Jin, "Did you catch these in the countryside mountains?"
"Yes."
Jin Yuan nodded and pointed in a direction. "I went to that mountain to find herbs and saw a lot of game. I caught a few just in case." He carried a cloth bag filled with herbs he collected today and poured everything out for them to see. "I found 3 roots of wild ginseng that are about 70 or 80 years old, one nearly 200 years old, he Shou Wu, and some good quality Tian Ma and Huang Jing." Except for Lin Junia, everyone else looked surprised. They weren't experts in herbs, but they knew these high-quality medicinal plants were quite valuable. Lin Junia secretly glanced at everyone, giggling inwardly. She exaggerated her expression and said, "Master, next time take me along. These rare treasures are yours, and I'll just pick some common herbs to sell. All right, we'll go again tomorrow." Jin Yuan had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. When he returned, he planned to take a shower and threw the good herbs on the ground to her. "I'm going to wash up. You all tidy up." "Oh, okay," Lin Jr. replied, immediately getting up and rushing to the kitchen to bring him a pot of hot water for his bath. Wild game needs to be boiled in hot water to remove the hair. Meng Shuejia went to the kitchen to boil water right away. Lin Jr. didn't ask the two injured patients to help. She just rinsed the mud off the herbs with a bucket of water. When Jin Yuan finished his shower, Zhang Jingwei was carefully handling a sharp knife to process the muntjac, working skillfully. Meng Shuejiao was assisting nearby, while Lin Junia was squatting aside, cleaning the wild chickens. Li Sumei was leaning on a chair, watching them busy at work, knitting a sweater with a needle and yarn in her hand. Wow, where did so much wild game come from? When Meng Shulan returned from work, they were still tidying up in the yard. She immediately ran over to see what was happening. Dr. Jean went to the mountains this morning. "These are all caught by him," Meng Shuejiao happily told her. Meng Shualan looked at Jin Yuan with bright eyes. "Dr. Jean, you're so talented." Jin Yuan slightly raised an eyebrow, accepting her compliment. He was busy handling his most precious herbs and asked her, "Director Meng, come take a look at the herbs I prepared today and help me estimate their value." Meng Shualan was just focused on wild game earlier. Now she walks over to look at the medicinal herbs in the bamboo sieve. She is shocked when she sees them, her eyes bulging. "Dr. Jean, where did you get these rare herbs?" "From the mountain." Jin Yuan points in a direction with his chin, holding 3 wild ginseng roots. He asks her, "If you sell these 3 roots, how much do you think you could get?" Meng Shualan examines them carefully, checks the approximate age, and gives a conservative estimate. At least 500 yuan for all 3. If someone urgently needs or collects rare herbs, it could be up to 600 yuan. Jin Yuan is satisfied with this price. It's similar to what he's sold for before elsewhere. He asks, "Can you find a buyer? Do you want to sell such rare, high-quality herbs?" Meng Shualan asks back. "I have many better ginseng roots. The space in the medicinal field is well stocked. Such old ginseng roots are not even allowed into the storage room. They are everywhere on the mountain, plenty for anyone."
"Many?"
Meng Shualan hears an important word and shows a lively expression. "Are they as many as the cabbages in my house?" He. Meng Shualan can't help but laugh. Jin Yuan also smiles and replies, "A bit more than the cabbages in your kitchen." Meng Shualan doesn't think he's lying or bragging. His family used to be very wealthy. Before his parents and elders passed away, they probably left him a large inheritance. With such wealth, keeping some rare and precious herbs is normal. Shualan, since Dr. Jean is thinking of selling, you should ask the Ren family. Their family's sea god needle in the provincial capital has been declining in health these past 2 years. Younger relatives and family members are looking everywhere for good medicine to help him. They should want these herbs.
"Okay, I'll ask."
Jin Yuan hands her the 3 ginseng roots and also gives her 3 good quality wild tianma, heavenly moth orchids. "Director Meng, you decide the price. I'll give you 10% as a reward." No need, no need. This is just a small errand. No need to share the profit with me." Meng Shualan politely declines. "Let me handle this. Tomorrow I'll take Junia into the mountains. Maybe we'll find more herbs. I'll need your help to sell them," Jin Yuan says. He doesn't have many contacts for selling, so he asks her for help, offering her part of the profit. Meng Shualan senses something deeper in his words and asks, "Dr. Jean, are you short of money?" "Not in daily life. Junia and I have discussed moving to the provincial capital to develop. We plan to open a clinic and pharmacy. Starting a business needs a lot of money, so we're saving up." Jin Yuan explained briefly. Meng Shualan understood and no longer asked questions. She turned to leave. "I'm going to Ren's house now to try to sell at a good price." High-quality aged ginseng is expensive and unaffordable for most dual-income families. Ren's family is powerful and well-off in the county, but they only buy 2 roots of ginseng each time. Later, Meng Shuolan found another family of officials who had asked her to watch for high-quality ginseng. They sold 3 roots for a total of 580 yuan. She gave all the money to Jin Yuan and also accepted his 60 yuan delivery fee. They kept some of the other medicinal herbs at home for personal use, and the rest Meng Shuolan took to the hospital to sell. Dinner that evening was prepared by Lin Junya. She cooked 2 large bowls of spicy deer meat and rabbit, made a pork rib and potato soup, and also cooked a large portion of braised pork, which her husband loved. They also had 2 light vegetable dishes. Everyone sat in the yard to eat. Li Sume also came out to eat with them today. She leaned back in her chair, eating, while Jiang Jingwei and Lin Junya took turns serving her food and pouring soup. During dinner, Meng Shuolan learned that her niece was dating Lin Junya. She liked Lin Junya very much. She hurried back to her bedroom and used the 60 yuan Jin Yuan had given her earlier to make a red envelope as a gift for her future daughter-in-law. Seeing that the Meng sisters liked her daughter, Li Sume was very happy. She had many wishes, one of which was for her daughter to be happy. Because of their family situation, she had worried before that her daughter might be looked down upon when she married into another family, or that she might encounter difficult in-laws and relatives. Now she was no longer worried. Her daughter's life was better than hers, and she would be very happy in the future. The next morning, after breakfast at home, Meng Shuejiao asked a tractor driver to take them to the Huyang production team once Jiang Jingwei finished her acupuncture treatment for the day. Jin Yuan also accompanied them, mainly to enjoy the scenery. However, when they arrived at the production team and saw the shabby house where the mother and daughter lived, his good mood instantly disappeared. Have you lived here for over 10 years? The house was truly empty and very poor, with almost nothing valuable inside. They hadn't been back to live for over a month, and the house was covered in spider webs. The simple furniture was coated with thick dust, and the roof showed signs of collapse. Lin Junya looked a bit embarrassed and forced a shy smile. We have lived here for 15 years. Jingwei Chen walked around the house with a cane, glancing at the nearly collapsing thatched roof. He frowned and said, "Let's go. We'll find the team leader, finish the paperwork, and leave. We won't come back." Jin Yuan also turned to leave, pulling her along. "Everything inside is broken and useless. We don't need any of it. We'll buy a new house and new furniture in the future." The usable items at home had already been taken by Lin Junya. The remaining broken things were indeed not worth keeping. Neither of them wanted her to take anything, so she simply left with them, only taking the door lock. The tractor was parked outside the house. Lin Junya asked the driver to wait here. The 3 of them, carrying gifts, slowly walked to Uncle Su, the team leader's house. Uncle Su and his wife were kind and friendly. When they heard the purpose of their visit, they were surprised. They carefully asked Lin Junya about the situation. Later, they accepted the gifts she brought and issued a proof for her and her mother's household registration transfer. After leaving Uncle Su's house, Lin Junya went to the Yao family to talk with Yao and his wife about her and Jingwei Chen's relationship. They were not surprised to see them together. Actually, Yao's mother had already noticed that Jingwei Chen looked at her strangely before. But at that time, they thought the gap between the 2 families was too big. The Jiang family's elders were high officials in the county, so they probably wouldn't approve of Lin Junya. They didn't say anything at the time. Now that they were officially dating, and the Jiang family helped them transfer their household registration, Yao's mother happily congratulated them and gave them some eggs and dried vegetables. When Lin's family received the news, the team hurried over to cause trouble. But by then, Lin Junya had already left on a tractor. The rest of the matter was handled by Jingwei Chen. The procedures went smoothly, and before lunch, the mother and daughter received their new town household registration certificates, finally leaving the prison that had trapped them for more than 10 years. For lunch, Meng Shuejiao prepared a simple meal of 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. After eating, they all went with Jingwei Chen to the hospital to remove his cast. Jin Yuan and Lin Junya accompanied him into the examination room. Jin Yuan also saw the advanced medical equipment he wanted to see. Lin Junya quietly explained some basic information beside him. As for the complex technical details, she didn't understand them either. After the checkup, Jin Yuan whispered to her, "Junya, we should find a way to buy a set for the storage space in the future." Okay. Lin Junya also wanted to buy a set, but she knew these machines were very expensive. If she wanted to buy one for herself, she would need to work harder to earn more money. After the filming was finished, Jin Yuan accompanied Jiang Jinwei to see a Western doctor. The chief doctor looked at the X-ray and asked, "Comrade Jiang, have you been using any good medicine recently?" Jiang Jinwei's eyes flickered slightly. "Dr. Su, what do you think? Your recovery has been very fast lately. Your bones are healing well, about 2 weeks ahead of my estimate." Dr. Su knew he was the son of Deputy Secretary Meng, whose father held a high position in the provincial capital. Given their status, they likely had access to top doctors and good medicine. Jiang Jinwei smiled slightly and nodded, admitting, "I've been using some good medicine recently. Would you mind sharing what it is?" Dr. Su asked with interest. Without consulting Jin Yuan or getting his permission, Jiang Jinwei did not reveal his identity and said vaguely, "My dad bought me some good ointments in the provincial capital, and they work pretty well."
I see.
Dr. Su wisely chose not to ask further, examined the X-ray carefully, and then advised, after removing the cast, "Don't rush to walk too much. Your recovery isn't complete yet." "Okay, thank you, Dr. Su." After removing the cast, they went to the pharmacy and picked up a bag of Western medicines and ointments for daily external use. Jin Yuan was particularly interested in these medicines. The Western medicine didn't show detailed ingredients, but it came with simple instructions. He read them carefully and asked his apprentice if he didn't understand. "Junya, how much was this vial of muscle-relaxing oil?" Jin Yuan could tell the ingredients just by smelling it and was quite interested, sniffing the bottles several times. 3.86 yuan. Lin Junya also smelled it and identified the main ingredients. He quickly calculated in his mind, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Master, the raw materials for this oil cost at most 1 yuan 20, and after labor and production costs, we could make at least 1 yuan 50 profit." As expected of master and apprentice, Jin Yuan was thinking the same thing. He smiled and said, "It's profitable. Master, if we can produce an even better ointment and sell it to these hospitals, we could stay at home and count money." Lin Junya was already dreaming of future wealth, feeling so happy she almost floated. Jin Yuan rolled his eyes at her and reminded her, "We can diagnose and prepare medicines, but we're not good at running a business. We need to find a reliable and capable shopkeeper." "That's right." Lin Junya was clear about her abilities. Although she was running a small business now, she knew she wasn't skilled at managing a business. She was a lone traveler in the martial world in her past life, never learning how to manage a household or keep accounts. Opening a small shop would be easy for her, but running a large factory with hundreds or thousands of workers would definitely be too difficult. Her master was knowledgeable and talented, and the elders of the Jin family had taught him how to manage a family business. However, their system and ideas were very different from here. He would need a lot of time to learn this new way of running a business and to adapt to the local rules and systems. Meng Xuejiao helped her son walk ahead. Seeing the master and apprentice whispering behind, she turned around and asked with a smile, "Dr. Jin, Junya, what are you talking about?" Lin Junya jogged forward happily and said, "Annie, we're talking about this medicinal oil. Master said he can make a better one and is thinking of opening a factory to produce it. But he only knows how to make the medicine, not how to run a business or sell it. Starting a factory is not easy. It's much harder than opening a shop. 1 or 2 people can't do it alone. Many tasks need professional workers. Running a business is a very deep skill. Without guidance, you have to learn by yourself through trial and error and gain experience." Meng Xuejiao was not in this line of work, but she had some understanding and had seen how state-owned factories operated. Many state factories in the county lacked leadership, were poorly managed, and lacked innovation, which eventually led to bankruptcy and closure, with the government having to step in to save them. If state factories struggled so much, private factories were even more difficult. Without certain abilities, one could not shoulder such responsibilities. Jiang Jinwei thought for a moment after hearing about their plan to open a medicine factory. He said, Dr. Jin Jr., the policies are still in reform. Many decisions are just experiments, and things aren't fully open yet. There are many restrictions on opening a factory and hiring workers. It's best not to plan for this in the next 2 years. Let's wait a bit longer. We're just planning now. We don't have enough funds or understanding of all aspects. It will probably take at least 2 or 3 years to start a medicine factory, Jin Yuan told him. Jiang Jinwei nodded and offered help. I will keep an eye on the latest policies in the provincial capital and communicate with you promptly. For now, focus on raising funds and preparing slowly over the next 2 years. Okay, both master and apprentice agreed. Meng Shuejiao looked down at the medicinal oil in Jin Yuan's hand and asked, Dr. Jin, are you really able to make such an oil easily? Yes, I have a bottle in my medicine box with similar effects. I can guarantee it's better than this one. Jin Yuan makes his own medicines. For example, he can easily prepare common medicinal oils like the one he is now. This is no difficulty for him and his apprentice. He is not from this area and will need to ask the mother and son many questions about future matters, so he took the initiative to speak. I just told Junya that the cost of the ingredients for this medicinal oil is at most 1 yuan 20, and after other expenses, the profit can reach 1 yuan 50. The medicinal oil I make costs more, about 10 yuan. I used to sell it to others for at least 50 yuan, sometimes up to 200. When living there, the government did not control the prices of these medicines. They set their own prices, charging more to wealthy customers and less to ordinary people. In the martial world, fights and competitions are common. The medicinal oil for treating bruises and injuries sells very well and is often in short supply. Once, government officials used their power to force him to sell the recipe, but he refused without hesitation. The officials, angry and ashamed, sought revenge, which led to him losing his official position and his family being exiled. People with real skills can find ways to make a living wherever they go. Meng Shuejiao smiled gently. Dr. Jin, opening a pharmacy requires many procedures and preparations. Snowlaw knows the process well. If you're interested, you can find time to talk with her. Okay, I'll ask Director Meng about it later, Jin Yuan replied with a smile. Let's go. We'll head back first. Meng Shuejiao continued to support her son as they left. The master and apprentice immediately followed. Junya then said to them, Annie, Captain Jiang, my master, and I are going to the mountains later to find herbs. We might be back a little late. Please help take care of Mom. All right, go ahead. I'll pick Andy up later to watch TV at home. Now they are officially dating, no longer just landlord and tenant. It's natural for him to help take care of his future mother-in-law. Meng Shuejiao reminded them, Dr. Jin Jr., there might be wolves in the deep mountains, and there are packs of fierce wild boars. Be careful when you go up the mountain, and try not to go deep into the forest. Okay, Lin Jr. replied. Back home, the master and apprentice changed into more comfortable clothes and shoes, took their water bottles, backpacks, and tools like sickles and knives, then rode their bikes to set out. Li Sume can now get up and move a little. She was restless in bed. Jiang Jing invited her to watch TV at his house, and she happily took her knitting needles and yarn to visit. Sitting in a recliner, she knitted a sweater and chatted casually with them. Lin Junya and her master rode their bikes to the foot of the mountain. They stored their bikes in the space, and Jin Yuan used his martial skills to take her into the lush, deep mountain forest. Recently, she has been working hard to practice internal energy, but her body is new and starting from zero. After a month or 2 of effort, her internal energy is still weak, and she can't move freely like in her past life, flying or climbing walls. She can't fly around now, but she knows a lot about how herbs grow and has good eyesight, making her skilled at finding medicinal plants. After 2 or 3 hours, she gathered 2 full baskets of good herbs. When following her master to find herbs, they ignore cheap or common ones and only pick high-quality, expensive herbs from good years. Yesterday, they sold 6 wild boars for a good price. Today, they went into the mountains to find more wild boars, catching 7 or 8 live pigs and putting them in the space to raise. They plan to sell them to a slaughterhouse in a few days. The space is full of rare herbs, which are hard to sell outside, but wild meat, grains, and vegetables sell well, so they are not worried about sales. They are slowly saving money with these. They, the master and apprentice, only returned near evening. As soon as they laid out the herbs they collected, Meng Xuelon rushed over and, with one look, exclaimed, "Are these all from the Twin Peaks in the south?" "Hee, Director Meng, how do you think?" Lin Junia grinned. "Not just good, very good indeed." Meng Xuelon quickly sorted the herbs, examining their appearance and age, and excitedly said, "These herbs are definitely from deep in the mountains, not from the foot or the middle of the mountain. Yes, my master doesn't care for common herbs. I followed him into the deep mountains to dig them. Today was really exhausting." Lin Junia was so tired, she almost collapsed. Seeing her mother come out of the living room, she immediately smiled and said, "Mom, I and my master found many high-value herbs today. We should be able to sell for over 1,000 yuan. Really so much?" Li Sumei was surprised. Meng Xuelon had just picked out wild ginseng and yellow essence, pointing to 2 piles of herbs beside her, and excitedly said, "Look, these 2 piles can sell for 6 or 700 yuan. Jin Yuan went home to use the bathroom and then took a shower. The herbs were left to be sorted by them. Junia, have a glass of water first." Jiang Jinwei just came over to take a quick look, then turned to go inside and pour water, bringing a large bowl of warm water to Lin Junia. "Thanks." Lin Junia was thirsty, drank the water, and then stood up. "Director Meng, I'll go cook now. Take your time choosing." "Junia, we've already cooked some food here. Let's eat together, no need to cook again." Jiang Jingwei called her to stop, then took a wrapped pastry from his pocket and handed it to her. "Eat something first to fill your stomach. Once Dr. Jean finishes his bath, you can have a meal. All right, tonight at your place and tomorrow night at mine." Lin Junia sat back on the bench, helping to pick herbs with both hands, and turned to the 2 injured people. "Mom, Captain Jiang, you 2 go inside and sit down. Don't stand for too long. I've been watching TV and knitting here this afternoon, so I haven't moved much. Standing a little now is fine." Li Sumei also wanted to move around a bit. She leaned on the doorframe nearby and asked with a smile, "Junia, is Dr. Jean planning to sell all these herbs?" "Yes, the master has already taken what he needs. These are for sale." Meng Xuelon sorted the herbs quickly and helped organize them. She estimated, "Junia, this isn't just over 1,000 yuan. It could sell for more than 2,000. Director Meng, are you going to buy all of it?" Lin Junia had no other sales channels at the moment. Only her and her 3rd brother could sell. Her 3rd brother probably wouldn't buy these valuable herbs. The hospital will buy them, but not that many. These herbs are from high-quality years, but the pharmacy doesn't need so many old-year herbs. Usually, we buy regular herbs. I'll go to the city's medicine supply station for a meeting the day after tomorrow. Dr. Jean will bring the herbs with me. We'll definitely get a good price and sell everything at once." That was the best plan. Lin Junia nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll tell the master later. You and your master found so many good herbs in one afternoon. Really impressive." Meng Xuelon admired her. Junia smiled awkwardly and naturally lied, "Director Meng, I've benefited from my master. I don't know many of these herbs. My master found almost all of them. I was just learning and helping with the heavy work of collecting and carrying. A good teacher produces good students. Keep learning well, and you'll be as impressive as Dr. Jean someday." Meng Xuelon encouraged her with a smile. Jiang Jingwei, standing nearby and watching them work, asked, "Junia, did you see any wild animals in the deep mountains?" "We saw wild boars, but they didn't attack us." The wild boar herd didn't attack them, but they did attack the herd first, leaving none alive. It was getting late today, so they didn't plan to sell the meat now. They would find someone to sell it in a few days when they had free time. There should be wolves in the deep mountains. We heard howling, but they were far away. Jingwei has lived here for many years and knows some local things. She said, "There are wild wolves in the southern Double area. In the past, Tigers also roamed the mountains. Later, the county arranged militia to chase them away. We haven't seen tigers or wolf packs in years. Xiaoya, don't go deep into the mountains in the future. It's not safe there, Li Sume warned, worried about her daughter. Mom, I don't dare go alone into the deep mountains. I only go with my master because he's very capable. We know our limits. Her daughter has always been very determined. When she mentioned her master, her eyes shone with admiration. Li Sume didn't say much more. After sorting and classifying the medicinal herbs, the two women immediately went to wash them. Jingwei helped them fetch water from the well and also helped hang the herbs to dry. After tidying up, they went to have dinner. After dinner, Lin Junya helped wash the dishes and hurried back to boil water and take a bath. Xiao Jiang, come into the room, Jin Yuan called. That night, Jin Yuan arranged another treatment for him. He prepared a new medicine and said as he lay down, "Your body is quite special. You absorb medicine quickly. I will change to a stronger medicine that might cause more pain. Just bear with it. I'll see how it works tomorrow. If the new treatment is effective, we'll use this medicine for the second round. No need for your parents to spend effort finding rare medicines." Jingwei understood what he meant and looked a bit hopeful. "Dr. Jin, are you saying I am recovering well? Don't you feel it yourself?" Jin Yuan asked back. Jingwei's face stiffened. She cleared her throat and looked down, hiding her embarrassment. "I do feel some improvement. Being about 70 to 80% recovered won't affect that part, and you can still have children. But for now, avoid planning to have kids within the next year. The medicine you're using is very strong, and as they say, medicine is sometimes poison. We need to extend the treatment to remove toxins from your body so your future children will be healthier." Jingwei listened carefully and nodded. "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Dr. Jin. You and Junya are adults. I don't oppose your relationship or marriage. I only have one request. Don't let her down. Although she doesn't have her father's protection, she has me, her master, watching over her. If you hurt her, I won't forgive you." In Jin Yuan's heart, Lin Junya is not only his disciple but also his daughter, raised by him and his only family. He would never allow anyone to bully her. "Dr. Jin, my feelings for Junya are not just out of responsibility. I have genuine thoughts for her. I was too unwell before to express myself, afraid it might delay her." Jiang Jingwei likes Lin Junya's energy and lively personality. He enjoys her cheerful smile, which always lifts his mood and slowly eases his worries. Jin Yuan, who has seen many people, has good judgment. He sees that Jiang Jingwei's eyes are honest and firm, and his character is good. He thinks Jiang Jingwei is a good choice as a son-in-law and supports their relationship. Junya comes from a less wealthy family, which is a bit different from your family. Give her some more time. She is smart, ambitious, and hardworking. She will eventually stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Jin Yuan believes in his apprentice. Now that she has broken free from her past difficulties, she will soar high in the future. Her prospects are limitless. He has also learned more about this country. There is no class system here. They promote gender equality. Women can sit equally with men, attend school, work in society, and compete for the same jobs. As long as they work hard, they can do any job. With such a good social system, and with her intelligence, she will surely find her own path someday. Jiang Jingwei saw Lin Junya's potential early on. He likes girls who have dreams and work hard. He doesn't want his wife to spend all her time at home cooking 3 meals a day. He hopes she can shine in a field she loves and is good at. Although she is still in high school, Jiang Jingwei is confident she'll go far in the future. He himself feels some pressure and laughs lightly, saying, "I also need to work hard, or Junya will leave me behind." "Are you studying recently to prepare for the military academy exam?" Jin Yuan asked. "Yes, I plan to switch to become a political officer. Over the years, I've focused on training and missions, so my academic grades have suffered. Now that I'm resting at home recovering, I want to catch up," Jiang Jingwei replied. He has a clear plan for his future. His decision to change paths was carefully thought out. His parents only have him as their son. Since he went to the front lines for dangerous missions, they are always worried. When he was seriously injured and came back, they secretly shed many tears. Thinking about this makes him feel uneasy. Now that he has a partner and is considering marriage and children, he wants to think more about his family. Switching to the military academy is the best choice now. While they were discussing matters, Meng Shuejiao brought in a pot of good tea. When she learned that her son was recovering well and could smoothly have children in the future, she was so happy that she quickly went to the study to call Old Man Jiang and Jiang Yuanfeng. On the phone, Jiang Yuanfeng heard the good news and relaxed his worried heart. He also learned that his son and Lin Junyao had officially started dating, which made him very happy. He arranged, Shuejiao, you need to put more effort into the children's matters. Since Zhen is resting and Shaolin is studying hard, you should prepare more nourishing supplements for them. Talk with Shaolin's mother and Dr. Jean to choose a good time to arrange their engagement. I will come over soon, and we must follow proper etiquette so as not to be rude. Also, I plan to have someone renovate the house in the next few days and replace all the furniture. It will be their wedding house in the future. Meng Shuejiao wanted to discuss these things with him and said, the two kids just broke the ice last night and have already talked everything through. This morning, I handled the household registration transfer for the bride's mother. Both mother and daughter are now registered at our home. This afternoon, I talked with the bride's mother about the dowry. She said there's no need for the traditional 3-part gift or elaborate presents. Just a small red envelope with good luck symbols will do. At the dinner table just now, I also told Dr. Jean and Junyao. They said they don't need dowries either. Dr. Jean even said he would buy a house as a dowry for Junyao. After her exams, she will come to the provincial capital to find a suitable house. Jiang Yuanfeng waited until she finished speaking before he said, Shaolin and her mother haven't had an easy life. The dowry should be given. If they insist on not taking it, we can compensate them from other sources later. Hearing this, Meng Shuejiao had an idea. Yuanfeng, I talked with her mother this afternoon. She said after Junyao finishes her college entrance exams, she plans to move to the provincial capital to develop her career. She wants to rent a shop to sell noodles and breakfast. Maybe we can buy her a shop as her dowry? That's a good idea. It's a nice plan. Jiang Yuanfeng agreed and took the lead. I will keep an eye on shop locations and choose a good spot. Great, I'll leave this to you. I'll tell Jinwei later. Since her son was injured, Meng Shuejiao had been feeling uneasy. Today, knowing her son was recovering well, the heavy weight on her heart finally lifted. She looked relaxed and said, Dr. Jean is now changing the dressing for Jinwei. He no longer needs acupuncture every day like before. The first month was every 2 days, and then every 3 or 4 days. After 2 months of continuous treatment, he should be fine. However, Dr. Jean advised to delay having children for now. He said the medication used recently is quite strong and can be harmful, so Jing should wait a year or so before considering childbirth. These medicines have some toxicity, which might affect the child's health, so a longer break is better. Jiang Yuanfeng smiled and said, we will follow Dr. Jin's advice. Both children are at a critical time for college entrance exams. It's good to focus on studying now. You can have children in 2 or 3 more years. You're not in a hurry. I've been looking forward to holding my grandchildren for a long time. Meng Shuejiao felt envious when she saw her peers already holding grandchildren. Every time she saw a baby, she couldn't help but want to hold one. Jiang Yuanfeng laughed softly. As soon as Jing recovers, there will be grandchildren for you to hold. If you like grandchildren, ask them to have a few more so you can hold them all you want. It's not possible to have more now. The family planning policy has started and they can only have 1 child. Even if they have 2 at once, there will only be 2 grandchildren. Meng Shuejiao loved children very much. She had wanted to have more children when she was young, but due to a miscarriage and a divorce, she only had Jiang Jingwei as her only child. The policy is still being implemented, and nothing is final yet. Everything is uncertain. Jiang Yuanfeng couldn't predict the future, so he changed the subject. Did Dr. Jean change Jing's medicine? Do we still need the medicines he originally prescribed for me? No need. He said Jing's health is good now, so those special medicines aren't necessary anymore. He went to the mountains to find some herbs recently, and all the medicines Jing needs are ready. All right, then I won't ask someone to look for them. They talked on the phone for about 4 or 5 minutes. After hanging up, Meng Xuejiao called her former father-in-law again. Old Master Jiang cared deeply for his grandson. After the injury, he helped a lot. When he heard Jing's health was improving and that he had a partner, he was very happy and repeatedly asked about his well-being. Lin Junia finished her shower and didn't come to visit. She lied to her mother that she was tired and went to bed early, but in fact, she entered her space to work. She spent over half an hour chopping all the sugarcane in the field, picking ripe apples and oranges, harvesting and packing the mature rice and wheat, and feeding the chickens, ducks, geese, and piglets. When Jin Yuan finished his work, he saw her meditating in her room. Not wanting to disturb her, he took his basic subject textbooks and went to the study to read. The next morning, Junyalin arrived at the classroom 10 minutes early. As she entered, she heard the class monitor say, "Teacher Zhou just announced that in the last 3 months before the exam, we will increase morning and evening study sessions. Morning study starts at 6 a.m. and ends at 7:30 a.m. Evening study begins at 7 p.m. and ends at 9:30 p.m. This notice instantly created a tense atmosphere, and many students who lacked self-discipline started to complain loudly. Junyalin had already been voluntarily attending morning and evening study sessions. Now that her mother's health had improved significantly and she could cook slowly herself, she no longer needed to rush home to take care of her. Studying collectively at school was also quite good. When she told her mother about this at noon, Li Sumei, who valued her studies, said, "Xiaoya, focus on your revision. Come home for meals, and I will prepare them on time. Mom, don't tire yourself out," Junyalin advised her. "Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. I'll recover well and won't hold you back," her mother replied. Jiang Jingwei happened to overhear their conversation and asked, "Junya, are you going to have morning and evening study sessions now?" "Yes, starting tonight. For the last 3 months, we're doing a final review." "What time does class end tonight?" Jiang Jingwei slowly walked in. 9:30 p.m. "From now on, I'll come to pick you up every evening," Jiang Jingwei said, worried about her walking home late. "No need. My leg isn't fully healed yet. I usually walk home with Su Feng and the others. There are 3 or 4 classmates on this street." Seeing her walking closely with Su Feng, Jiang Jingwei's eyes flickered slightly. "My leg is still recovering, and I need some activity every day. It's not far to your school, so I'll just take a walk." Since he said that, Junyalin didn't refuse and nodded. "Okay, if the weather's good, you can come pick me up. If it rains, I'll come back by myself."
All right.
Jiang Jingwei was there to deliver food. He had just cooked some meat at home and divided half of it for them, saying, "Add some meat to your meal for a better taste." "Have you eaten yet?" Junyalin pulled out a stool for him. "Not yet."
The food is ready.
"Once Mom and Aunt Xiao finish work, they can eat," Jiang Jingwei said, responsible for cooking at home. Jin Yuan went out to sell goods this morning, leaving very early. He lied to Jiang Jingwei, saying he was going to the mountains. He hurried to deliver 500 jin of vegetables to the Lei family siblings. Now he was at the warehouse behind the grain station, trading grain and vegetables with others. Last night, most of the goods Junyalin prepared had been sold, earning her an easy 300 to 400 yuan. In just a few days, she had saved over 2,000 yuan. He has made plans with Meng Xuelan to go to the city tomorrow for a business trip to sell medicinal herbs. If everything goes well, he will earn another 2,000 yuan. With this money, he can buy a tractor. Jin Yuan will return after selling this batch of goods. He spent the whole afternoon working in the fields in the virtual space, planting 50 more acres of rice. He plans to go to the city every few days. The market demand for grain is high, prices are stable, and he can sell any amount. Money is quickly coming in. The city folks are doing better financially, so he can sell all the grain he has. He plans to find a reliable partner to help sell his products. At 9:25 p.m., Jiang Jinwei arrived at the school gate 5 minutes early. Qian Jin rode his bike to pick up his mother after work, and they met at the school entrance. "Jinwei Ji, why are you here?" "I'm here to pick up Junya."
Really?
Tianjin looked surprised and a bit complicated. You're here to pick up Lin Junya? It was dark, but Jiang Jinwei saw his expression clearly. His eyes flickered slightly as he told him, Junyao and I are dating. I came to pick her up after evening self-study. Dating? Tianjin's face changed visibly. He looked serious and asked, when did you start? 2 days ago. Jiang Jinwei could tell that his future wife was very popular, with many guys around her. Luckily, he didn't hesitate and confess quickly, or he might have to wait in line behind others. Tianjin felt a mix of emotions that words couldn't describe. He was stunned for a few seconds before speaking again. Jinwei Ji, are you officially dating her, or are you just pursuing her? We are officially dating now. Our parents have met and talked. Jiang Jinwei, feeling confident, quickly dispelled his hidden hopes. Tianjin responded with an "oh," not knowing what to say. He looked down, hiding a hint of disappointment. Both of them were smart and usually got along well. Jiang Jinwei didn't say anything to hurt him and acted as if he hadn't noticed his subtle feelings. He naturally changed the subject. Tianjin, how are your grandpa and dad doing lately? Grandpa is recovering well. Dr. Jin's treatment is very effective. He's taking medication on time and looks better each day. My dad took a week off to rest at home. He's trying to quit smoking, and his mental state isn't great, but he should be able to quit in about a week. Tianjin's school was still under reconstruction, and classes hadn't started yet. He stayed at home, watching over his grandpa and dad, making sure they took their medication and quit smoking, keeping a close eye on them 24 hours a day. Dr. Jin's medical skills are indeed very good. Both my aunt and I have recovered well. Uncle Qian will surely restore his health by following his medical advice. Jiang Jinwei, who knows about the injury, heard from elders that Tianjin is in a good mood and recovering well. He tentatively asked, Brother Jinwei, are your injuries fully healed? Not completely yet. The cast on my leg has been removed, and I'll rest for another half-month. Other injuries are still healing, and it will take about 2 more months. Seeing that his injuries are healing, Tianjin is happy for him. During these 2 months, do you need acupuncture and medication every day? No, not every day. Every 2 or 3 days I get acupuncture and take medicine. They chatted casually at the school gate until the bell rang at 9:30, signaling the end of class. Both of them stopped talking and waited at the gate. Lin Junya and Su Feng came out together. Seeing Tianjin, she greeted him proactively. Tianjin, are you here to pick up Teacher Zhou?
Yes.
Tianjin smiled at her, but his smile was a bit complicated and bittersweet. Junya didn't notice and pointed to the back of the teaching building. Teacher Zhou is still inside, locking the classroom door. She'll be out in a couple of minutes. Okay, I'll wait a bit longer. You all go back first. Junya waved at him and grinned at Jiang Jinwei. Captain Jiang, let's go home. Su Feng, standing beside her, just noticed Jiang Jinwei's eyes kept fixed on Junya. Before he could understand what was happening, he heard her say something directly, staring at her intently. Junya, what do you mean? Is Captain Jiang here to pick you up? We're dating. I came to pick her up, Jiang Jinwei quickly clarified. Su Feng, what?
Huh?
Junya, you're dating now? The other classmates also looked surprised. Junya awkwardly chuckled, a bit foolishly. Can't you date while in school? No, there's nothing wrong with dating. They are all high school students. Several classmates are already engaged. She had to stay at home doing farm work for a few years after dropping out. Now she's a bit older than her classmates, so dating at this age is normal. They just didn't expect it before. More precisely, they didn't expect her to find such a handsome and outstanding fiancé who is a military officer. I'll pursue Junya first. She agreed to try dating me. Jiang Jinwei took the initiative in this matter and even stood shoulder to shoulder with Junya. Junya is a very good girl. It's my honor to know and be friends with her. He usually doesn't talk much, but today he was very proactive. Lin Junya looked at him with a strange expression, silently asking, What's wrong? Jiang Jinwei slightly curved his lips but didn't answer. He only said it's getting late. Let's go back. Mom and Auntie are making dumplings tonight, and they're all waiting for you to come home for a late-night snack. Oh, okay. let's go. The classmates in the class are smart. They understood from his words that both families had met before and now lived together. This was no longer just a casual relationship, they were probably close to getting engaged and married. Since Jiang Jinwei was here, some of them felt intimidated by his presence and didn't ask more questions. They planned to ask Lin Junya more about it tomorrow. As their group disappeared into the dark night, Teacher Zhou came out carrying her bag. Seeing her son waiting for her there, she smiled happily. "Xiao Jin, have you been waiting long?" "Not too long, about 5 minutes." Qian Jin turned the car around. After she sat comfortably, he immediately started driving and told her proactively, "Mom, I just met Brother Jinwei. He's here to pick up Lin Junya. They are dating." "Really? Jinwei told you?" Teacher Zhou was surprised. "Yes, it started the day before yesterday." Qian Jin sounded a bit gloomy and added, "Jinwei's health is getting better. He said he only needs 2 more months of treatment." It's great that Jinwei's health is improving. Sister Xuejiao only has him as her son. Aunt Xuelan isn't married, and the Meng family only has Jinwei as their heir. If his health continues to improve, and he can get married and have children, the elders will be at ease. Teacher Zhou didn't notice the gloom in his voice and didn't realize her son had subtle thoughts. She was very optimistic about them. Jinwei is outstanding. No one his age in the circle can compare to him. Lin Junya is smart and capable. They are quite a good match. Thinking about the recent heavy study pressure, she said, "Right now, it's a crucial time for exam preparation. I need to talk to Lin Junya tomorrow and ask her to focus on studying for now. Big life events can wait. We can discuss everything after the college entrance exams." "Mom, do you really think highly of them?" Qian Jin asked quietly. The families are quite different in conditions and status, but Lin Junya is very smart and excellent. Aside from her family background, there's nothing to criticize. Your grandparents also praise her highly. Your grandfather has seen many people and rarely praises a younger generation. Both Jinwei and Lin Junya have been praised by him. Mother Meng is not the kind of person who looks down on the poor or loves wealth. Last time she visited, I saw she liked Lin Junya. When they got together, it was probably with the approval of their elders. Seeing that my mother is optimistic about them, Qi Jin had to hide his strange, bitter feelings inside and didn't show them. Lin Junya and her friends took about 10 minutes to reach home. Su Feng and the others walked faster and left first. She stayed behind with Jiang Jingwei, walking slowly. They also had a rare chance to talk about school matters. When they arrived home, Meng Xuejiao had just finished cooking the dumplings. Each person got a bowl. She smiled warmly, saying, "Junya, come eat the dumplings. They are pickled cabbage and meat filling. Your mom made the filling and rolled the dough herself. They taste really good." Jin Yuan also came down to have a late-night snack, already holding a bowl and eating. He nodded as he ate, saying they taste pretty good. "They're better than the ones we made last time." Meng Xuelan served 2 full bowls to the young people and pointed to the condiments on the table. "There's chili oil and vinegar. You can add them yourself." "Thank you, Director Meng," Lin Junya said with a smile. Jiang Jingwei, who had noticed earlier that she liked spicy food, scooped 2 spoonfuls of chili oil into her bowl. "Is that enough?" "Enough," she replied. Junya came back for dinner in the evening and ate 2 bowls of rice. She wasn't really hungry, but the dumplings tonight were very tasty, so she sat at the table and ate eagerly. Seeing her finish 1 bowl quickly, Jiang Jingwei scooped a few more from his own bowl for her. "Eat some more." "I'm full," Lin Junya said, feeling a bit stretched. "Eat a bit more, just these few left." Their relationship was different now, and Lin Junya was a little afraid to meet his eyes, feeling the deep meaning behind his gaze. Meng Xuejiao held a small bowl and was eating, smiling as she advised, "Junya, studying is hard. You should eat more to get enough nutrition. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle the intense studying." Lin Junya smiled with her eyes curved. "Actually, I find studying quite easy. I spend the evening self-studying and helping classmates with homework and exercises." Teacher Zhou said your class's grades are pretty good. "I hope this year's college entrance exam can produce a few more students from your class, so we can be proud of Donyuan County." Tomorrow, she has to wake up early for morning self-study. After finishing the dumplings, Lin Junya helped her mother back home. Once there, she poured hot water, washed her face, and soaked her feet. Only after her mother went to rest did she return to her room. Although it was late, she still entered her space to meditate for 2 hours, only going to bed at midnight. Early the next morning, she got up, washed up, and took an apple from the space to snack on casually until after the morning self-study session, when she planned to eat breakfast. Just as she opened the door, Jiang Jinwei arrived with breakfast. He brought a thermos to make her milk, cooked 2 eggs, and steamed a box of dumplings, then accompanied her to school. That morning, Meng Xuelan and Jin Yuan also woke early. They caught the earliest bus to the city to handle some affairs. After breakfast at home, they packed 2 bags of medicinal herbs and headed to the bus station. It only took 2 hours from the county town to the city. They went straight to the medicine supply station. Jin Yuan was good at diagnosing and preparing medicines, but he was not as skilled at bargaining as Meng Xuelan. She handled all the negotiations, while he quietly stood by as her protector. Meng Xuelan negotiated with the station leader for nearly 20 minutes and finally agreed on a price of 2,300 yuan, which was higher than their initial estimate. After leaving the herb purchasing place, Jin Yuan spoke, "Director Meng, with your skills, staying in a small county hospital's pharmacy department is a waste of talent." "Really, Dr. Jin? Are you trying to lure me away?" Meng Xuelan had heard them talk about plans to open a store or a factory. With her earning ability, she could probably save enough to start a business soon. Jin Yuan smiled. "Have you ever thought about trying to make a move outside?" "I hadn't before, but I might consider it in the future." Meng Xuelan is a straightforward person. She used to think staying in a stable job was good, but now she felt that staying in the same place until retirement might make life dull and boring. She was willing to try a different life. Jin Yuan had noticed her clear and logical way of talking, her understanding of herbs, and her skill in pricing. She was a rare talent, and he was interested in working with her to start a business. "I'll earn the startup capital first, and we can talk about the rest later." Jin Yuan had promised her a 10% profit share. He happily counted out 230 yuan and handed it to her. "I'll go to the city for a bit and meet you again at the bus station at 3 p.m., okay?" Meng Xuelan hurried off to a meeting. After saying goodbye, she left first. On his way over, Jin Yuan had already asked her about the general situation in the city. He headed straight to the grain market near the agricultural trade area. Grains and vegetables sold very well here. By midday, all the stored grains in the space were sold out, and most of the vegetables from the fields had been harvested. During lunch, Lin Junya took a moment to visit the space and saw that all the stored grains were gone. She was very surprised and asked, "Master, have all the grains been sold? Did you sell them wholesale or retail?" "Retail," he replied. All were bought to mill rice. Jin Yuan's prices weren't high, similar to the grain station. His rice was of good quality, with no bad grains. Everyone was eager to buy, rushing to grab bags of rice after they arrived. Since the rice sold well in the city, the provincial capital must be even better. "Our small county still has too few people and a weak economy," she thought. She then asked him, "Master, have you eaten yet?" "Not yet. There are some vegetables left. After selling them, I will go to the state-run restaurant to eat." Jin Yuan sells vegetables opposite the state-run restaurant. Many passers-by stop to buy, especially affordable vegetables like lettuce and cabbage, which sell very well. "Take your time selling. I'll come later to work in the fields," Lin Junyao said before leaving the space to go eat. Today at noon, Meng Xuejiao's workplace hosted a gathering, so she didn't come home for lunch. Jiang Jingwei ate with her and her mother. He cooked all the dishes, 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and a soup. The soup was made from pork bones, lotus root, and peanuts, and it was especially fresh and sweet. Before eating, Lin Junyao drank a big bowl of soup and gnawed on a bone, her mouth full of oil. After finishing the soup, she ate 2 more bowls of rice until she was quite full. Lunch break was short. After eating, she went straight to school. Jiang Jingwei helped her pour warm water and slipped an orange into her pocket. He also brought a small bag of salted peanuts to accompany her. Li Sume saw how well they got along and felt happy. She quietly did chores at home. After finishing, she lay in the yard knitting a sweater. She was skilled and could knit many beautiful patterns quickly. The sisters from the Meng family weren't as good as her. Now she had taken over the task of knitting sweaters and was currently making a vest for her future son-in-law. Junyao, extend your hand. Jiang Jingwei helped carry her water bottle and peeled peanuts while walking, offering her some to eat. Lin Junyao was peeling an orange, smiling as she shared half with him. She also took some of his peanuts and tasted them, commenting, "They're delicious." The peanuts were grown in the space. Yesterday noon, she brought back about 7 or 8 jin, claiming she bought them from a classmate's house. Jiang Jingwei boiled half of them with salt in the morning, which was perfect for snacking. "These peanuts are quite full and fresh. They taste good," she said. Jiang Jingwei threw half an orange into his mouth and finished it in one bite, then continued peeling the shells for her. "After finishing the food at home, I will go find my classmates to buy some more." The two walked side by side, chatting casually. As they approach the school gate, a young couple walks out from a corner, smiling. Both of them immediately stop smiling when they see Jiang Jingwei. "Hey, isn't that Captain Jiang? You're out and about so early?" The man speaks first. Lin Junya looks up and sees that he has an ordinary appearance, probably about the same age as Jiang Jingwei, with a slightly arrogant and proud expression and a somewhat sarcastic tone. Next to him, the woman has pretty features, similar to Lin Huahua, delicate and charming, with 2 shoulder-length braids decorated with pearl hairpins, wearing a blue cotton jacket and a yellow scarf. She is now looking at Lin Huahua with a scrutinizing gaze. She is looking at them, and now both of their eyes are on her. The man also examines her up and down, giving an unpleasant look. "Captain Jiang, did you find yourself a sweetheart? Where did this girl come from? Did your family pay to find her from the mountains? You're already a useless person, and your family still found such a beautiful girl for you? Isn't that just fooling people? You're a troublemaker. How can you wear such nice clothes?" The man speaks harshly, looking at her as if inspecting goods, with a disgusting expression. It's obvious he's deliberately mocking her. He shows no respect. Lin Junya also gives him a cold look and replies, "Comrade, were you just eating manure for lunch? Please tell me where so I can scoop a few buckets and water the vegetables in the countryside." Jiang Jingwei's face originally shows a layer of frost, but after hearing her words, his coldness recedes, and a smile appears in his sharp eyes. He responds, "He grew up eating manure 3 meals a day, and his smell attracts all the flies and mosquitoes in the county. There are always flies buzzing around him." This is a double entendre, both mocking the man and insulting his friends. Lin Junya raises her eyebrows slightly. She and Jiang Jingwei have known each other for a long time, but this is the first time she hears him speak such harsh words. It seems the man in front of them is very annoying and incompatible with him. "Jiang Jingwei, you." The other person shows a fierce look and makes a move to pick a fight, but Jiang Jingwei shoots him a cold, stern look, frightening him into silence. "Yud, don't be impulsive." The woman with the braid quickly grabbed him, showing a stiff, complicated smile. "Captain Jiang, you didn't mean any harm. He just spoke a bit harshly. Don't take it to heart." "Xiao Dong, I'm telling the truth. Everyone knows he's useless. Now he's even chasing after a woman. What a troublemaker," Kong Yid said, glancing at Jiang Jingwei's lower abdomen with a sneer of contempt. "Keep looking at me like that, and I swear I'll poke your eyes out," Jiang Jingwei said coldly. Lin Junya rushed in front of Jiang Jingwei, pointing at his eyes and shouting angrily, "You have no manners at all. Didn't your elders teach you how to behave? What are you? Who are you to lecture me?" Kong had snapped back, glaring at him. Just as Lin Junya was about to retort, Jiang Jingwei pulled her back, his eyes sharp and icy. "Kong Yud, say that again." Frightened by his intense gaze, Kong Yud quickly stepped back, showing obvious fear, but he tried to act tough. "You're just a useless person. Everyone knows you've been castrated. I'm talking about."
Bang!
Before he finished, he was thrown backward. He was kicked by 2 legs. Jiang Jingwei and Lin Junya kicked him simultaneously, their feet landing in perfect harmony on his thighs.
Ugh.
Kong Yud, caught off guard, was hit hard. Both of them kicked with great force, causing him to gasp in pain. His face twisted with agony, and he almost rolled on the ground, clutching his legs. You, Yud, the woman with the braid hurried to support him, her expression full of complicated feelings. Her posture was exaggerated, her voice mournful and melodious, like singing, "Captain Jiang, you didn't mean to offend, but hitting people is wrong too." Hearing her voice, Lin Junya shivered inexplicably, her skin crawling. She looked down at her with a condescending gaze. "When did we hit anyone? You clearly kicked you just now. There are 2 footprints on his leg," she said, her tone completely different, like she had changed into a different person. Her eyes, also, held an inexplicable hostility. In just those 2 sentences, Lin Junya realized this woman was no good either. She sneered, "He's not even human. Humans can talk, but I think he's a dog. After all, only a dog's mouth can't produce ivory." "You're the dog," Kong Yud growled through clenched teeth. "You suddenly ran up and barked at me for no reason. What's the difference between you and a mad dog?" Lin Junya retorted sharply, never losing her edge. "Hey, why are you so rude when you speak? Don't you have any manners?" The woman with pigtails suddenly jumped out to criticize her. Lin Junya shot her a cold look. When he rushed forward barking loudly, "You said he was just speaking harshly without bad intentions." I responded back, "And now I'm the impolite one? You're really funny." She had never seen these 2 people before, but she was sure they didn't get along with Jiang Jinwei. From their words and actions, it was clear they weren't good people, so there was no need to be polite to them. After saying that, she didn't bother to pay them any more attention. She helped Jiang Jinwei walk forward. "Let's go." After walking a bit further, Lin Junya asked about their identities. "Captain Jiang, who are they?" "The man is Kong Yud. We were middle school classmates. Our families have never gotten along, from elders to younger generations. His grandfather and my grandfather had different political views at work. Even after they retired, his grandfather was still dominated by my grandfather. It's probably related to how the Kong family raised him. During school, Kong Yud often caused trouble for me. At first, I ignored him, but he didn't know how to hold back and kept causing trouble with others. Later, I confronted him in front of Kong family elders and broke his arms. After that, he finally behaved. He's afraid to be aggressive now, but he's still annoying with his words. When I came back injured, he often mocked and sneered behind my back. The woman is Qin Tong. Her family is a blended family. Her mother remarried into the Qin family. Her stepfather, Qin Lakun, lost his first wife early on, leaving a son. After her mother married into the Qin family, she had another son. But when that boy was about 4 or 5, he drowned in a water accident. Qin Lakun works in a government office, a regular civil servant. He's hot-tempered, drinks heavily, and is violent. Qin Tong's mother is bossy and difficult to get along with. She works at a state-owned factory, and neighbors don't like her much. Their marriage probably isn't very stable. Now, Qin Tong's mother is likely using her daughter's marriage prospects to strengthen her own position. From what my mom and aunt told me, Qin Tong's mother is always looking for suitors for her daughter, trying to use her to climb the social ladder. When I was in the military, she often sent people to matchmake for her. After I got injured and had problems, they immediately shifted their attention elsewhere. Now Lin Junya understood Qin Tong's hostility. She raised an eyebrow and said, "It seems the Qin family is now targeting Kong Yud."
"I'm not sure about that."
Jiang Jinwei wasn't interested in these matters and hadn't inquired further. She looked at her watch and saw there was only a minute before class started. She quickly reminded her, "Junya, you'd better go to class now. The bell is about to ring." "Oh, I am leaving now." "You go back slowly. You don't need to pick me up after school this afternoon." Lin Junya took the water bottle hanging on his shoulder and hurried toward the school. Jiang Jingwei watched her enter the school gate and then left. Instead of going straight home, he slowly headed to the government store. He no longer needed to use a cane. Except for going up and down stairs or slopes, he could walk normally on flat ground. His body was young and healthy, so his recovery was much faster than others. The shopkeeper recognized him and greeted him warmly. Commander Jiang, do you want to buy something? Pingjie, bring me a lady's watch. Many women naturally love to gossip, and Pingjie was one of them. She smiled and asked, Commander Jiang, do you have good news? Jiang nodded and smiled. I've found someone. I bought her a watch. Oh, congratulations.
Whose daughter is she?
When will the wedding be? She's still in school. We'll plan the wedding after she graduates in the middle of the year. Jiang didn't say much more. He picked out a watch suitable for young girls at the counter, and with Pingjie's help, he bought 2 sets of spring clothes and 2 pairs of comfortable sports shoes for Lin Junya. After he left with the shopping bags, a few other shop assistants immediately gathered around to share gossip. One asked, Pingjie, was that the son of Deputy Secretary Meng? Yes. Commander Jiang looks very handsome and strong. He said he's got a girlfriend now and bought her a watch. The clothes and shoes are also for her. Really? He's got a girlfriend? Another well-informed person leaned in with an exaggerated expression. Pingjie, you didn't hear wrong, right? I'm not deaf or stupid. How could I hear wrong? Pingjie rolled her eyes and showed her the receipt. Look, he bought a lady's watch, 2 sets of clothes, and 2 pairs of shoes, all for a girl. He said she's about 18, and I helped him pick them out. The other woman glanced at the words on the receipt, then looked outside to make sure Jiang was gone, and lowered her voice to say, Deputy Secretary Meng's son was injured while on a mission outside. He was hurt in an explosion and lost his ability to have children. What? Is that true? This was shocking news. A group of women's eyes widened in surprise. I heard from my aunt that the leaders' families at government agencies all know about it. They haven't said much because of Deputy Secretary Meng's reputation. My aunt also told me not to tell anyone, so I kept quiet before. Pai Jie didn't know about this. Seeing everyone looking at her, she whispered, Captain Jiang just told me he's seeing someone. The girl is still in school, and they plan to have a wedding after she graduates in the middle of the year. He probably isn't lying. It seems they are indeed a couple. Deputy Secretary Meng has only this one son. The Meng family only has this child. They will surely spend money on good medicine and hire the best doctors to treat him. He might already be cured. His little aunt works at the hospital and must know skilled doctors. They can buy good medicine, and their family isn't short of money. It's normal for him to be cured. Also, Deputy Secretary Meng's ex-husband is a high-ranking official in the provincial capital. They divorced, but her ex-husband still visits often. Since they have only this son, they definitely won't let him lose his family line. Once he's healthy, with their family's resources, they'll choose a suitable girl for him. Who knows which lucky girl she is? After Qin Tong sent Kong Yud home, she turned around to buy things at the state-run store. She happened to overhear some sales clerks talking about Jiang Jinwei. His injury is healed? He's got a girlfriend, and they're going to get married? Hearing this, Qin Tong's face changed colors rapidly. She felt a lump of anger stuck in her throat, making it hard to breathe. She turned and left quickly. She hurried to the Kong family to bring a bottle of anti-swelling and bruise ointment for Kong Yud. She also took the opportunity to tell him what she had just heard. Both families' elders went to work today. They only found out about Kong Yud being beaten after work. Qin Tong's mother, trying to connect her daughter with the Kong family, was very passionate about this. She was even more excited than Kong's parents and went to their door demanding an explanation. Deputy Secretary Meng, are you at home? Meng Xuejiao just got home. She hadn't even had a sip of water when she heard the knocking at the door. She frowned slightly and wondered, what are they here for? Mom, they came to cause trouble. Jiang Jinwei, just finishing hanging clothes in the backyard, stepped in quickly. I kicked Kong Yud today. It's the elders who came to speak for him. You should go open the door and let them in. Lin Junya also came back from school, following behind her, and added, Auntie, we both kicked him. Each of us kicked him once. That Kong Yud is a rude guy. He cursed badly and deliberately insulted Captain Jiang. That's why we taught him a lesson. Meng Xuejiao knows the Kong family well. Lin Junya didn't say everything clearly, but she guessed what Kong Yud had scolded, and she went to open the door with a serious face. As soon as Meng Xuejiao opened the big door, Qin Tong's mother eagerly shouted, "Deputy Secretary Meng, your son kicked you today. He's been in bed all afternoon because of the pain, and now he's unsteady when walking." The mother and daughter, along with the Kong family members, arrived and stood outside the door. Meng Shuejiao responded coldly, "Dong Giang, your son and daughter-in-law kicked Yud. What does that have to do with you? The Kong family members are here, and they haven't said anything. Why are you so eager to step in? Is it because your two families are already engaged, and Yud is now your son-in-law? Are you defending him?" "No, Yud isn't dating Qin Tong," Kong's mother quickly replied. Hearing this, Dong Giang's mother and daughter both looked surprised. Kong Yud tugged at her clothes, wanting to say something, but she stopped him with a look. At this moment, Qin Tong looked the most expressive. Kong's mother's words clearly showed her attitude. She didn't agree with Yud dating Qin Tong. "Sister Xiaolan, what do you mean by that?" Dong Giang had been giving her daughter advice behind the scenes. Seeing them grow closer and Yud developing feelings for her daughter, the Kong couple didn't stop it. She thought their relationship was settled and had been bragging about the good news for days. Now, Sister Xiaolan said something like that, which was a sharp slap to their faces. Naturally, she couldn't wait to ask questions. "I didn't mean anything special. I was just saying the truth. They only know each other. They haven't officially started dating." Kong's mother also works in an office, with some background and status from her family. She looked a bit proud and, if you looked closely, her gaze at Dong Giang carried a hint of contempt. Meng Shuejiao had worked with Zhang Xiaolan for many years. She knew her well. Seeing her expression, she understood what was happening. She opened the front door and invited the Kong family inside. "Come in and sit down. Things in the afternoon might have different versions. My son and daughter-in-law are at home. Let's meet and go over what happened, and as parents, we can handle it." After that, she said to Dong Giang and her daughter, "When it comes to children's matters, both families should handle it. Since Yud isn't dating Qin Tong, and my son and daughter-in-law have no conflicts with her, please go back now. You're welcome to visit again another day." This was a clear dismissal, showing she didn't want them to interfere further. Dong Giang's face immediately turned pale.
Puff.
The neighbor next door, who was watching the scene, couldn't help but laugh. Dong Giang's anger was stuck in her throat. She couldn't find a way to vent it. When the neighbor laughed, she immediately directed her anger at her, saying, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm just laughing at some people. It's really shameless to treat your daughter like a band-aid, bringing her here today, sending her somewhere else tomorrow. No one is stupid enough to accept that. TSK, even free things can't be given away. I think you should just keep her at home as a treasure." The neighbor wasn't easy to deal with and usually didn't get along with her. After loudly criticizing her, ignoring the dark expressions on her and her daughter's faces, she simply closed the door and left. "Mr. Wang, if you have the guts, don't run away," Dong Giang shouted after him. Qin Tong's face wasn't as thick-skinned as her mother's. Being publicly insulted and belittled made her eyes turn red, and tears started to fall. Seeing her cry, Kong Yud quickly stepped forward to comfort her, saying, "Xiao Tong, don't listen to her nonsense." "Shut up," Kong's mother glared at her son, feeling disappointed and frustrated. She then said to Dong Giang and her daughter, "This is our family's matter.
We will handle it with the Meng family. You should go back now."
Sister Xiaolan, nowadays young people value love and marriage freedom. As parents, we shouldn't interfere too much. The two kids clearly like each other, and they should move forward together. You shouldn't stop them. Dong Giang had previously set her sights on Jiang Jinwei, trying everything to connect with the Meng family. But the Meng family never responded. When she learned Jiang Jinwei had become incapacitated, she immediately looked for a new target, finally choosing the Kong family, who was at odds with the Mengs, and selected Kong Yud, who was most easily influenced. She put a lot of effort behind the scenes and was finally about to secure Kong Yud as a promising son-in-law. However, when the elders of the Kong family intervened and objected, she absolutely refused to agree. The circle in the county town was so small that Zhang Xiaolan couldn't be unaware of her schemes. Her husband and she both looked down on the Qin family, especially disliking Dong Giang. They hadn't explicitly stopped her before, only giving Qin Tong some face. Now, seeing Dong Giang pushing her way in front of Meng Shuejiao, Zhang Xiulan's face darkened. The host didn't invite you in. Can't you understand words? Dong Giang choked and said, seeing her shift the blame onto herself. Meng Shuejiao glanced at Zhang Xiulan and said calmly, all right, I won't be polite today. I won't host you. None of you should come inside. Let's just talk at the door. After speaking, ignoring Zhang Xiulan's changing expression, she waved to the younger people standing at the door of the living room. Jinwei, Junya, come here. Let me tell you why you beat Kong Yud today. At this moment, Lin Junya naturally wanted to show off. She stepped forward and loudly recounted everything that happened, imitating Kong Yud and Qin Tong's expressions and tone perfectly. She repeated their words word for word, including any insulting language, without skipping a thing. Kong Yud, my niece's wife says this. Is she wrong? Meng Shuelan had somehow returned unnoticed. She stood behind a group of neighbors, squeezed through after Lin Junya finished speaking, and glared coldly at Kong's mother and son. Kong Yud's eyes kept flickering as he hesitated for 2 seconds before replying, I was joking. Is this joke funny? Usually gentle and friendly, Meng Shuelan was now cold and angry, clearly upset. Kong's mother subtly protected her son, standing in front of him. You'd said the wrong thing, but hitting people is not right either. They both attacked him at the same time, and they kicked him so hard his legs turned blue. Your son got what he deserved. Meng Shuelan, protective of her family, glared at her. My Jinwei is fighting bravely on the front lines, risking his life to protect the peace of the people. Your son is at home indulging in pleasures, hanging out with bad friends, and not working. Now he's mocking and insulting the heroes who defend our country. The Kong family really has poor manners. With his behavior, I could break his legs today, and the world wouldn't have the right to criticize me. Yet you still have the nerve to come here and pick a fight. I give you 2 minutes. Get out now, or don't blame me for using the broom. Meng Shuelan was much more assertive and aggressive than her sister, not giving Zhang Xiulan any face. She also warned and threatened Kong Yud, saying, Kong Yud, you'd better watch your mouth. If I hear you insulting Jinwei again, I promise you'll regret it. She defended Jiang Jinwei, and Zhang Xiulan also defended her son. Meng Shuelan, speak more politely. My son said something wrong, but your nephew and this woman also hit people. They are at fault too. If you want to scold someone, go ahead, but my son doesn't deserve your criticism. Your son? I thought I'd be honored to scold him. He's a useless piece of dirt, not worth a single hair of my Jinwei. I don't even know where he got the nerve to mock and look down on Jinwei. The old man from the Kong family no longer dares to scold me or tell me to speak more politely. I advise you to take back what you just said, or don't blame me for embarrassing your Kong family again. They have argued for many years, but the old master of the Kong family has never beaten Mr. Meng. He has been overshadowed by Mr. Meng for most of his life and has always held a grudge. Once, when he was drunk in front of many people, he insulted the Meng family for not having sons and looked down on their 2 daughters, saying many unpleasant things. At that time, Meng Shuelan was just over 20 and full of youthful energy. She was a bit impulsive and hot-tempered. She rushed over and splashed a bucket of cold water on him, waking him up. Then, she pointed at his face and scolded him for half an hour, almost making the old man from the Kong family lose his dignity. Her fighting spirit was strong. She argued so fiercely that Zhang Xiulan and her son couldn't say a word. Lin Junia's eyes lit up like bulbs, and she was eager to applaud and cheer for her. Seeing her stretch her neck and stand on tiptoe, eager to become her aunt's follower, Jiang Jingwei quickly covered his mouth to hide his smile and gently pulled her back. Hee. Lin Junia smiled a little awkwardly and winked playfully. Director Meng is my kindred spirit. She lowered her voice, but Meng Shuejiao, standing in front of them, heard her. She turned around with a loving look and said, Shuelan was a mirror image of you when she was young. Now that she's older, her temper has mellowed quite a bit. If it were before, all 4 of them would have been scolded today. Lin Junia. Indeed, there are always better people outside and more room for improvement. I still have room to grow.
Haha.
Jiang Jingwei chuckled, his serious face unable to hide his amusement. Seeing that his son had been in a good mood these days and his smile was more obvious, Meng Xuejia looked at him with a smile and said, Jingwei, I'll handle things outside. You go inside and help your future mother-in-law cook. Junia has to go to evening classes later, so let her eat early. Okay. Jiang Jingwei agreed and took Lin Junia inside. Let's go, we're heading back. When they turned to leave, a curious neighbor asked, Deputy Secretary Meng, is Jingwei dating Xiaolin? Yes, the two are dating. Jingwei is also of marriageable age. We elders have been hoping he would get married for a long time. But he's been so busy with work that he hardly took any days off all year, so he had no time to meet women or go on blind dates. Now he's found someone suitable. Fate has finally brought them together. We plan to arrange his lifelong happiness as soon as possible. Lin Junia has been renting a place here for a month or two. She has met the neighbors on both sides. Although they are not very close, she is quite polite and always greets them when she sees them. When she was selling vegetables and fruits, she often gave treats to the neighbors' children. Everyone has a good impression of her. The Kong family and the Qin family do not live here. They have never met Lin Junia before and do not know her background. Dong Giang just took a quick look at her and does not think her daughter is inferior to her. Alright, that's all. You can leave now, Meng Xuelan said directly, telling them to go. Director Meng, your family beat someone up and act like nothing happened. That's too overbearing, someone said. The fire had already died down, but Dong Giang suddenly jumped in to stir trouble, acting as if she was the victim. Meng Xuelan was too tired to argue with her and turned to Zhang Xuelan, saying, This restless woman is now trying to take over your role as mother for Kong Yud? Is she going to be the head of your family in the future? Dong Giang is really funny. She only knows that she wants to be Kong Yud's mother-in-law. People who don't know better might think she's the daughter-in-law of the Kong family or Kong Yud's real mother, a neighbor nearby chuckled. This woman has no other skills but causing trouble. Whoever she targets will have bad luck, another neighbor said. I think the Kong family will soon face trouble. Kong Yud and Qin Tong haven't even officially started dating, yet she's rushing to become the head of the family. She's just worried others will realize her daughter has changed targets again, someone added. Any mother like her will produce a daughter like her. With Dong Giang, what kind of good daughter can she raise? Corrupt leadership at the top causes chaos below. Anyone who marries Qin Tong will be marrying her and her mother. Their family will never be peaceful, another neighbor commented. The Qin family has always been like that. Before Qin Likun married Dong Giang, they still looked decent. Now they are just a mess, hated by everyone, someone said. The people in the Kong family are very smart. They probably won't be blind enough to fall for Qin Tong, a neighbor speculated. Zhang Xilan and the others don't like her, but Kong Yu does. Qin Tong is different from her mother. She speaks sweetly and charmingly, and she's pretty. Kong Yud is not very smart. He might be easily fooled by a few sweet words and get taken in, someone added. The neighbor's gossip reached Zhang Xilan's ears. Her face darkened further, and she glared at Dong Giang with displeasure. Dong Giang, haven't you understood what I said before? My son's matters are none of your business. I am his biological mother, and I am still alive, Zhang Xilan said sharply. Kong Yud was once again thoughtless, and now he was somewhat displeased with Dong Giang. He couldn't scold his elders, so he had to say to Qin Tong, Xiao Tong, tell your mom to say less. Qin Tong felt embarrassed and helpless, tears welling up in her eyes as she showed a very aggrieved expression. Yud, my mom has no other intention. She's just defending you. Your mom defends him, and you speak for your mom. Do you think Kong Yud did nothing wrong? Qin Tong's voice was soft, but Meng Xuelan heard it and directed her anger at her. It seems you are also educated. You should know the crime of insulting active soldiers. If you're not sure, I can send you to learn about it for a week. Qin Tong's expression suddenly changed. Tears clung to her cheeks as she hurriedly said, No, I didn't mean to insult Captain Jiang. I was talking about my mom. Today it was just a conflict with Kong Yud. It has nothing to do with you. Yet you and your mother came here shouting and still cling to it. What are you trying to do? Meng Shuolan looked directly at the mother and daughter. Since they wanted to cause trouble, she decided to confront them head-on. Dong Guiyang and her daughter were surrounded, and all eyes around focused on them. Even Zhang Xiulan and her son looked at them with calm, scrutinizing gazes. Seeing their lips moving but not speaking, Meng Shuejiao coldly glared at them. I don't care what schemes you have in mind, nor do I want you to use our family as a stepping stone. Please don't come to my house again. We do not welcome you. Mother Meng, we have no schemes. We're not here to scheme. You misunderstood, Qin Tong hurriedly explained. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, you know very well in your heart, Meng Shuejiao replied. She didn't want to waste more words on them and turned to Zhang Xiulan with a faint attitude. The conflict this afternoon has been clarified. If your Kong family insists on pursuing the matter of Jingwei hitting someone, just handle it officially. We will cooperate. As for anything else, deal with it yourselves. Don't drag us into it. All right, it's getting late. Everyone, go home and cook, Meng Shuolan advised the neighbors to leave, and then the sisters went inside together. Yud, go back, Zhang Xiulan, feeling humiliated, with a slightly chubby face covered in frost, didn't even glance at Dong Guiyang and her daughter. She simply grabbed Kong Yud and left. Seeing her disdainful attitude, Dong Guiyang spat on the ground in anger. With that sour face, what are you doing? Mom, say less. We can't afford to offend the Kong family. Seeing her like this, Qin Tong felt very annoyed. She stomped twice in place and left ahead of her. Dong Guiyang didn't follow her back. Instead, she went to visit her close friends nearby to ask about other matters. Outside, Lin Junia didn't pay any more attention. Dinner was already prepared in the evening. She was in a hurry to go to school for evening self-study. She served herself some food, ate quickly, and then hurried to school, not asking Jiang Jinwei to see her off. When Zhang Xiulan and her son arrived home, it was almost dark. Old Mr. Kong also came home from work. As soon as they entered, he asked, "Why did you have a conflict with Jiang Jinwei today?" I said a few harsh words to him. Kong Yu didn't dare to say the exact words he used. A father knows his son best. Mr. Kong understood his son very well. He frowned and scolded, "Don't you know the saying, careless words can cause trouble? Why did you go bother him for no reason?" The older couple of the Kong family lived next door to their eldest son's house. Old Mr. Kong immediately came over and asked, "You didn't tell him off when Jiang Jinwei hit you at noon. Why did you go looking for him again at this time?" "I wasn't planning to go. The injury wasn't serious. It was Xiao Tong and her mother who pulled us there. They were the ones demanding justice," said Kong Yud, fearing reprimand from elders, and quickly shifted the blame onto Dong Guiyang and her daughter. Both father and son of the Kong family were involved in politics. They were very sharp and could see through the schemes and tricks immediately. Mr. Kong made a quick decision. From now on, don't associate with Qin Tong anymore. The Qin family won't help your future. They'll only hold you back. Dad, Xiao Tong is very good. She's different from her mother. Kong Yud liked Qin Tong's gentle and caring nature. Among the Kong brothers, he was the least successful. He often got scolded by elders at home, but Qin Tong supported him. With her, his vanity was satisfied. Seeing how captivated he was by Qin Tong, Zhang Xiulan was so angry she felt stomach pain. She was disappointed and said, "Qin Tong deliberately approached you. Can't you see that?" Their mother and daughter only started hanging around the Qian family at the end of 2 years ago. The grandson of the Qian family didn't even look at Qin Tong. Their attention shifted to the Meng family, who also didn't want her. They tried to matchmake her through a matchmaker many times, but Meng Shuejiao was too lazy to pay attention. When Jiang Jinwei had an incident, they immediately turned their attention to you. They keep circling around you, flattering you with sweet words. Have you already been fooled so badly that you can't tell east from west? Zhang Xiulan had 3 sons. Kong Yud is the youngest, and he's not as smart as his 2 older brothers. She already knew Qin Tong was paying attention to him, but she didn't stop it. She wanted him to learn a lesson and think more. Now, She's telling the truth about these things because she thinks he's too foolish to fix. She couldn't hold back and decided to speak openly. Xiao Tong didn't mean that. It's her mother who's planning things behind the scenes. Kong Yud stubbornly defended her. It seems Qin Tong has filled your head with a lot of nonsense, making you so confused you don't think straight. Do whatever you want. Her mother, and she probably brainwashed you a lot. Don't come to me with talk about free love or marriage. Both of your brothers' wives chose their husbands on their own. I never interfered. I am very happy with both of your sisters-in-law. But I want to make one thing clear about Qin Tong. I don't like her. She's petty, and I look down on her. Here's what I want to say now. If you insist on marrying Qin Tong, you and she must leave this house immediately. The Qin family won't get any advantage from the Kong or Zhang families through you. Zhang Xiaolan had carefully thought about everything on her way back. She understood Dong Guiyang's purpose in provoking her. The other side just wanted to tie her daughter to this fool, deliberately causing trouble to show that the two families are connected, forcing the Kong family to accept Qin Tong in the future. Yud, Qin Tong isn't a good match. A wife should be virtuous. The Qin family is complicated, and her mother's personality is well known. Having such relatives will only bring you trouble, she advised her grandson earnestly. Old Master Kong also disliked Qin Tong. He didn't like the Qin family's character and tried to persuade his grandson. But Kong Yud was naturally rebellious. Since he was young, he liked to oppose elders. When they tried to stop him, he insisted on doing what he wanted. He argued loudly at home and then stormed out. The three elders were very upset but had no way to stop him. They could only let him go for now, hoping he would calm down later. Junia, with the money you saved, you now have exactly 10,000 yuan. Jin Yuan finished dinner and went to his study to check on the recent savings of himself and his apprentice. Lin Junia was still in class. She sent a message. So much? Today, I sold over 2,000 yuan worth of medicinal herbs and also sold about 2,000 yuan worth of grains, vegetables, and fruits. In the afternoon, I delivered 3 ginseng roots to the City People's Hospital, earning more than 500 yuan. Master, your earning speed is amazing. Lin Junyao admired him deeply. I checked with Director Meng. The small-scale production equipment for the pharmaceutical factory's assembly line costs several thousand to tens of thousands of yuan. This money isn't enough to cover expenses. Take it slow. In just a few days, you've earned nearly 10,000 yuan. At this rate, by the end of my college entrance exams, I could save up hundreds of thousands, enough to start a factory or a shop. Now, I can't help much, so I rely on my master to think of ways to save money. Jin Yuan went out today with new plans. He told her, next week I'll go to Yangqing. I heard many migrant workers go there, and the economy is prosperous. I plan to sell some grains and learn about the local pharmaceutical factories.
Good.
Junyao also wanted to go but had to attend school, so she suppressed her restless feelings. After evening self-study, Zhang Jin was still there to pick her up. Tonight, he didn't prepare a special late-night snack but brought her 2 boiled eggs and a warm bottle of jujube tea. Junyao planned to visit the meat processing factory at noon to collect a wild boar from the slaughter master, but Jinyuan took over this task. He arranged the sale while shopping in the morning. Both master and apprentice disliked the smell of wild boar meat and didn't keep any. They bought pork from the meat factory instead. Xiao Jiang, the vegetables are in the kitchen. I'll stew some ribs for Junyao at noon. I went to the mountains and won't be back for lunch. Jinyuan put down the vegetable basket, took a sugar cane from the next room, peeled it with a knife, and carried a large basket, along with his thermos bottle, and left confidently. Not far from the corner, he saw 2 women standing under a tree gossiping. The words Junyao Lin were on their lips, including Dong Guiyang, who caused trouble yesterday. The Lin family's mother and daughter are renting Meng Xuelan's house now. Junyao's mother hurt her back and stays at home resting every day. She hasn't gone out yet. We haven't seen her. Junyao Lin studies at Dongyuan High School. I often see her selling vegetables and fruits. Old Liao said she used to sell pancakes at the market entrance. I heard they have no man in the family, and the mother and daughter rely on each other. They are related to Lu Yinghui's ex-sister-in-law from the opposite side. Dong Giang loved to listen to gossip and news. She knew everything about Liu Yinghui's family. Her eyes lit up like bulbs. Liu Yinghui's former sister-in-law's family name is Lin. Her name is Lin Huahua. This Lin Junya is also surnamed Lin. They probably come from the same family.
I don't know much about that.
I only heard it from others. That's all I know about Lin Junya. The neighbors say she's a good girl. Her family is a bit poor, but she's hardworking, sensible, and polite. I heard her grades are pretty good. Now she's dating Jiang Jinwei. I think Deputy Secretary Meng and others like her. Jiang Jinwei picks her up and drops her off every day. He treats her well. Don't ask too much about other things. Just know these. Keep your mouth shut, and don't talk nonsense. The Meng family is not someone the Qin family can offend. Another woman, knowing her reputation, warned her specifically. After speaking, she turned around and hurriedly left, swaying her hips. After she left, Dong Giang didn't rush to go. She stood there with a sour face, spat on the ground loudly, and said, "I thought she was a kid of a leader. Turns out she's just a country girl." Well, Jiang Jinwei is useless now. No city girl wants to marry him, so he had to find a girl from the countryside. Talking about being hardworking, sensible, and polite, she's just doing it to impress the Meng sisters. They don't even have a man at home. The mother and daughter probably can't even get enough to eat in the countryside. And there's a sick person to take care of. Lin Junya probably sold herself to the Meng family. With someone like her, what does she compare to my daughter?
Uffed.
The Meng family used to look down on my daughter. Now, they got their comeuppance. Jiang Jinwei is useless now. He's not even a real man. Only some country bumpkin would still want to be with him. When I see them next time, I will give them a piece of my mind and make them. Before she finished, suddenly a force hit her. She was pushed toward a big tree trunk and fell face first onto it. Her teeth got embedded in the bark, and blood started to flow.
Ugh.
Before she could scream in pain, she was hit again on the back of her head, causing her to black out and faint. 10 minutes later, passers-by found Dong Giang hanging upside down from a sturdy 5-meter-high tree trunk. Her feet were tied to the tree with ropes, her head facing downward. Her hair was messy, looking like a ghost. Her thick, warm cotton clothes had been torn off and thrown into a nearby foul water ditch, leaving only her tight-fitting underwear. Soon, neighbors nearby arrived. Someone hurried to call the police and also summoned staff from the street committee. Is this the woman from the Qin family? Her face is covered in blood, making it hard to see clearly. Yes, it's Dong Giang. I saw her when I went out to take out the trash earlier. She was looking for Wang Xiulian, and I saw them leave together. Wang Xiulian has gone to work. I just bought some groceries and saw her about 7 or 8 minutes ago on the way back. There was a crowd outside the house. Jiang Jingwei also came out after hearing the noise. Before the police arrived, he checked the scene and saw a row of teeth embedded in the tree bark. He squinted his eyes. Everyone's attention was on Dong Giang before, but now that Jiang Jingwei found a clue, neighbors started gathering around. Is this teeth? Someone reached out to touch them, but Jiang Jingwei stopped him. Grandpa, don't touch it yet. Everyone, please step back a little so we don't disturb the scene. Okay. The neighbors naturally moved back a bit. Grandpa didn't reach out but looked closely and said, Jingwei, these are probably Dong Giang's teeth. All of them are embedded in the tree. Whoever did this to her is quite skilled. Jiang Jingwei looked up with a deep gaze. She probably weighs around 130 or 140 pounds. 2 or 3 strong, healthy men might not be able to hang someone so high. A butcher at the slaughterhouse needs 3 or 4 people to hold down a 200-pound pig. It would take several people to hold a living person like her, said an older woman nearby. Seeing her compare Dong Giang to a pig, the neighbors chuckled. Grandpa smiled and said, she was probably knocked out first, then hung up later. With so many people living nearby and so much foot traffic on the street, how did no one notice when it happened? The person who did this must be quite capable. Yes, I was just cleaning my shoes in the yard and didn't hear a thing. This morning, I took my grandson to school. I left at 7:30, dropped him off at the gate, and came back. By 8 o'clock, when I passed by, Dong Giang wasn't hanging here. I came back a few minutes after you, and I didn't see anything either. Jiang Jingwei listened carefully to the neighbors' accounts, confirmed the approximate time of the incident, and started to guess what might have happened. The police arrived quickly. Yao Zhigua and 2 colleagues came along. He greeted Jiang Jingwei and immediately began examining the scene for clues. There were very few clues at the scene. They had to think of a way to get her down and plan to question her later. However, the person was hung too high, making it very difficult to rescue them by human effort. In the end, they called a tractor to help. A tall ladder was placed inside the tractor's cabin, and a group of strong men worked together. It took nearly half an hour to save the person. The neighborhood committee staff had already informed Dong Giang's family. Qin Lakun and Qin Tong arrived almost at the same time. When they arrived, the person had not yet been rescued. Qin Tong cried as if she had lost her mother, while Qin Lakun showed little emotion. He immediately asked familiar people about the situation, without disturbing the police investigation. Once the person was rescued, the police first checked their breathing. Confirming they were still alive, they told the family, the person is not dead, just unconscious. An emergency doctor from the county hospital arrived. After they were brought to the ground, he carefully examined them. No teeth are missing, and there are no other external injuries. Police officers, Wang Xiulian has returned. Earlier, neighbors had provided many clues. The police asked the neighborhood committee staff to invite Wang Xiulian. She was just at work when she learned about Dong Giang's accident and hurriedly took leave to return home. Seeing Dong Giang's face covered in blood, Wang Xiulian was startled. How did she get such serious injuries? She was punched and lost a tooth. The blood on her face is from her mouth bleeding back, and there are no other injuries on her body. Yao Zhigua, holding a pen and paper, recorded everything. You are Wang Xiulian, right? The neighbors said Dong Giang came to see you this morning. What did she want? She came to ask me about something. Wang Xiulian glanced at Jiang Jingwei beside her, looking a bit embarrassed. Yao Zhigua continued to ask, what did she want to ask about? She wanted to know about the mother and daughter renting a house in Meng's family, the girl Lin Junia, who is dating Captain Jiang, and her mother. Wang Xiulian didn't dare hide anything. Yao Zhigua narrowed his eyes, looked at Jiang Jingwei, and asked again, what was she asking about them? Yesterday evening. Wang Xiulian quickly told him about what happened yesterday, then about today's events. Last night, she came to my house looking for me, but I was at my relative's place and my in-laws didn't open the door for her. Early this morning, she came again before I went to work. She pulled me aside to talk and we just stood under this tree talking. She asked me about the mother and daughter in the Meng family. I don't know much, so I told her a few words. When she left, I warned her to keep her mouth shut and not to talk nonsense outside. I was in a hurry to go to work, so I finished talking to her and left quickly. I don't know what happened afterward. The neighbors' minds started to wander about what might have happened. Jiang Jingwei glanced at everyone's expressions and took the initiative to say, Junia is studying at Dongyuan Middle School. She attends morning and evening self-study sessions. This morning, she left for school at 6 a.m. I took her there. She usually comes back home for breakfast, but today she had an exam during self-study, so she ate at school. The incident probably happened during class time. Auntie is at home. She was injured over 2 months ago and broke her spine. She has been resting in bed. She only managed to get up and walk this week. The police can check with the school and my family for confirmation. Before he finished speaking, the police officer hadn't said anything yet. Another neighbor confidently guessed, it definitely wasn't the mother and daughter. They don't have that much strength. Dong Giang is an adult and weighs over 100 pounds. It took 4 or 5 men working together to rescue her. The 2 women couldn't have done it. But my mom didn't offend anyone, Qin Tong said, hugging her mother with a worried look. Jiang Jingwei's sharp gaze fixed on her and asked, did the Lin family mother and daughter talk to your mom? Qin Tong. No, not at all. Not even a word. To be precise, they only met yesterday and had no conflicts or disputes. And you're falsely accusing them? Jiang Jingwei's tone was calm, but everyone nearby could see the coldness in his eyes. "Captain Jiang, I didn't mean that. I didn't say it was them," Qin Tong hurriedly said. Jiang Jingwei didn't want to argue further. He pointed to the open back door of his house and said to the police officers, "The back door is open. Junia's mother lives in the small house at the back. The room in the middle, go there and ask her." Since the family had suspicions, the proper procedures needed to be followed. Yao Zhigua stayed to investigate here, while the other two police officers went to find Li Sumei. Li Sumei was lying on her bed knitting a sweater when the police came to ask questions. She looked confused. "Police officers, who is Dong Guiyang?" "I don't know her. I rent this place. I only know the family of Deputy Secretary Meng next door." The police asked a few questions, but she was clueless. In the end, they had to go to the school to find Lin Junia. Junia was in her classroom when the police came to find her. She immediately asked her teacher for leave and came out. Learning that Dong Guiyang was hung on a tree behind the Meng family's house and had lost a tooth, her eyes flickered slightly. She quickly whispered to her teacher, "Master, was this done by you?" "Yes, she was very rude, so I dealt with her." He didn't explain in detail, but Lin Junia guessed that Dong Guiyang was probably talking behind her back, and her master stepped in to deal with her. "Comrade police officer, I saw Dong Guiyang at the Jiang family's gate yesterday evening. I didn't know her before, and I don't know her daughter either. Yesterday, we had a conflict with Kong Yud. He insulted Captain Jiang and disrespected soldiers, so we pushed him. Later, Qin's mother and daughter accompanied the Kong family to cause trouble, but they were scolded away by Captain Jiang's aunt. I arrived at school at 6 a.m. this morning and haven't left the school gate since. My teacher and classmates can testify to that." After confirming her alibi, the police officer immediately returned to the scene and informed the family, "Junia is in school. Her teacher and classmates can testify. Her mother is seriously injured and can't go out. She doesn't know Dong Guiyang, and they didn't start the fight. They had just finished investigating, which took about 10 minutes. The doctor used some external stimulation methods, but Dong Guiyang didn't wake up. They had to give her a medicine to stimulate her. A few minutes later, Dong Guiyang finally woke up, but she looked dazed and blank. No matter how Qin Tong and others tried to talk to her, she didn't respond. Finally, Qin Lakun arranged for her to be taken to the hospital. Dong Guiyang's mouth was injured, and she had many enemies, so she wasn't as innocent as Qin Tong said. The rest of the matter was left to the police to handle. Yao Zhigua asked two colleagues to handle some affairs. He stayed to tidy up and also talk to other neighbors to learn more about Dong Guiyang. Later, he went into the house with Jiang Jinwei to visit Li Sumei. He had other things to do, so he only stayed for 2 or 3 minutes before leaving. After he left, Li Sumei asked Xiao Jiang, "Who do you think did it?" "I don't know. She has a very annoying mouth and isn't liked by others. Maybe she offended someone she shouldn't have outside." Jiang Jinwei actually had a guess in his heart. He thought Auntie might also have some suspicions, but he didn't say it out loud. When Dong Guiyang was taken to the hospital, she fainted again. She was carefully examined in the emergency room. Her body had no injuries, her head wasn't seriously hurt, and her breathing was normal. In the end, she was just admitted to a ward for observation. Qin Lakun confirmed she was fine, and then returned to work, leaving Qin Tong to stay and take care of her. Qin Tong was really scared today, worried that her mother might become mentally disabled. Since their family was a blended family, her mother didn't get along well with her stepfather. If her mother became a fool, they would definitely be kicked out. Life would become very difficult then. While staying by her hospital bed, she had many doubts in her mind. Her mother's mouth was quite unpleasant, and she often argued with others. Many people wanted to get revenge on her. Not to mention other things, yesterday's events not only offended the Meng family, but also the Kong family. Her mother's plan was obvious. The Kong family members probably saw through it. Yesterday, Kong's mother clearly stated she did not approve of her dating Kong Yud. Today's new trouble might be a deliberate warning. Qin Tong's mind was filled with wild thoughts, and she felt more and more wronged. Tears streamed down her face like a flood. Dong Guiyang slept all day in the hospital and only woke up the next morning. When she opened her eyes, she was no longer dazed. She looked at the unfamiliar environment and immediately sat up. "Where am I?" "Mom, you're awake." Chin Tong had stayed with her for a day and night. Seeing her okay, she finally relaxed and asked quickly, "Mom, who hit you yesterday? Do you remember?" "Yesterday?" Dong Giang was a bit confused. "Yes, you've been in the hospital all day." Chin Tong hurriedly told her what happened yesterday. Dong Giang hadn't noticed she lost a tooth when she first woke up. Now she reached into her mouth and found all her teeth had fallen out. Her mouth hurt so much she screamed like a pig. After getting some swelling and pain relief medicine from the doctor, she quickly put on her shoes and rushed outside. Her short legs ran faster than Chin Tong's. "Meng Xuelon, come out." Dong Giang headed straight to the Meng family's house, shouting loudly at the door. The Meng family was having breakfast. Meng Xuelon, who had heard about her yesterday, came out holding a bowl of noodles, frowning. "Why are you shouting so early?" "Meng Xuelon, did you hit me yesterday?" Dong Giang yelled loudly, as if the louder she shouted, the more right she had. Seeing her acting crazy and biting, Meng Xuelon didn't bother explaining. She pointed toward the police station and said, "Stop barking here. If you have evidence, just go to the police and report me." Dong Giang had no proof. She hadn't seen anyone hit her. She only had a gut feeling that it was related to the Meng family and insisted, "I was beaten at your back door yesterday. It must be connected to your family." "At my back door? Are you saying I did it?" "You're so capable. You don't need to investigate or show evidence. You just guess and decide. Why not work at the police station and let the officers all lose their jobs?" Meng Xuelon didn't want to argue with her anymore. Just as she finished speaking, Chin Tong hurried over, gasping for breath. She said to her, "Chin Tong, take your mom home. Stop shouting at my house. If you suspect anything, just go to the police." "Director Meng, my mother was injured yesterday and became confused and incoherent. Please don't take her words seriously." Chin Tong tried to pull her away, but Dong Giang refused to leave, grabbing the door and shouting inside, "It's definitely your family's fault, Meng Xuelon. You dare to do this and deny it. Your family is full of cowards. Dong Giang, you should think before you speak. If you keep talking nonsense, I will report you to the police for spreading rumors and slander." Xuelon's face darkened. "Go ahead and sue me if you want. Do you think I'm afraid of you? You old woman who nobody wants, I'm not afraid of you." Dong Giang. Perhaps she was upset and suddenly started attacking her personally, like a mad person, stepping on her sore spots. Dong Giang. Just as Meng Xuejia reached the door, she heard her say that. Her gentle face instantly turned cold and dark. "Mom, shut up." Chin Tong immediately covered her mother's mouth. Dong Giang, strong as she was, shook her off and said, "Chin Tong, what are you doing? Why are you stopping me? It's your Meng family who hit me. I am here to seek justice. Apologize to my aunt." Jiang Jingwei stepped forward quickly and opened the gate, his sharp, cold eyes fixed on her, full of gloom and anger radiating from him. "Captain Jiang, my mom." Chin Tong wanted to explain for her mother, but her words were swallowed by his intimidating presence. Jiang Jingwei's gaze was like a sharp blade, and his voice was icy. "Apologize." Dong Giang was not mentally unclear or intentionally provoking trouble. She was fully aware now. She instinctively doubted the Meng family, but had no proof. She realized her words had gone too far. She had previously spoken behind others' backs and now said it openly in front of Xuelon, touching a nerve in their family. But Xuelon, being younger, refused to lower her head and apologize. She even retorted loudly, "I was telling the truth. She's just an old woman nobody wants."
"Mom."
Chin Tong was furious and patted her back. "Shut up, please. You should be the one to shut up. You don't help me and instead side with them. Who are you born from? I regret raising you. You're useless." Dong Giang still looked down on her. Lin Junyao arrived early. Seeing the Meng sisters trembling with anger and Jiang Jingwei clenching his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked, she immediately turned and rushed into the kitchen, grabbing a bucket of dirty water.
Splash.
The bucket of water was poured directly on the mother and daughter, drenching them thoroughly. After another loud pig-slaughtering scream, Lin Junyao spoke first before Dong Gying could, raising her voice even more. You, a second-wife woman with someone else, stop barking here. Go back and find a man to marry for the third time. I wish you, an old woman, to change men every year, be a bride every day, and have wedding nights every night. Live to 80 and still have men after you.
Ha, ha ha.
The neighbor next door burst into laughter, some even spitting out their breakfast. The two sisters from the Meng family and Jiang Jingwei's faces instantly turned from grim to happy. All three burst into laughter at the same time, while Jin Yuan, standing at the back, was happily trembling with laughter. You, a country bumpkin. Dong Gying opened her mouth to curse, but Lin Junyao grabbed a nearby broom and swung it at her. Yesterday, someone gave you a beating, and it seems you haven't learned your lesson. Since you want to cause trouble for us, I will make sure it's clear who's boss.
Ah, stop.
Oh, don't hit me.
Ah.
Lin Junyao hadn't hit anyone for nearly a month, but she still had her skills. She grabbed the broom and chased her around, wildly hitting her. When she returned with the broom, all the neighbors on the street were standing at their doorways, welcoming her. Everyone was smiling, and an auntie praised her. Little Lin, well done. Mrs. Zhou, if you need help cleaning up such shameless troublemakers in the future, just ask me. I'd be happy to do it, Lin Junyao said happily. All right, I'll definitely ask for your help next time. Mrs. Zhou was related to Dong Gying's ex-husband and knew her character well. Yesterday, after she was finally beaten up, she happily went to tell her relatives about it. Meng Xuelon, who was previously angry and upset because she had stepped in to defend her, now smiled brightly. Junyao, come back quickly for dinner. Okay. Junyao hadn't finished her breakfast yet. Smart enough not to mention the unpleasant things, she called her inside. Director Meng, you should go eat too. It's almost time for work. When Dong Gying caused trouble earlier, Li Sumei also came over. When her daughter fought back, she didn't stop her. Now she said nothing else, smiling. Xiaoya, eat quickly. After you finish, go to school to check your exam results. Yesterday, they had exams in all subjects, and today the results would be announced. Teacher Zhou had already said they would be posted before class. Junyao nodded while eating. I'll come back at noon to tell you. Junyao, can you eat fish at noon? Jiang Jinwei asked, following her.
Yes.
She hadn't eaten fish for several days, and she wasn't polite about ordering. Boiled fresh fish, and I want a milky white fish soup.
Got it.
Jingwei also loves to eat. Lin Junya quickly finished the porridge in her bowl, threw the peeled boiled egg into her mouth, took the apple and thermos he prepared for her, and didn't let him see her off. She ran lightly towards school. Jin Yuan just heard his apprentice say he wanted to eat fish and gracefully stepped outside, saying, Xiao Jiang, I'm going to buy some fish. Dr. Jin, I want to go with you, Jiang Wei said, wanting to talk to him. Jin Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, but said nothing. He opened the door first, then followed him out. When they reached a place with no one around, he said, Are you trying to ask about that woman? Dr. Jin, was it you who did it? Jiang Wei guessed with certainty. Actually, he had wanted to ask yesterday, but after returning from the mountains and taking a shower, he went straight to his room and didn't find the chance. Yes, I did it. Her mouth stinks, so I gave her a little lesson, Jin Yuan admitted openly. Dr. Jin, how did you do it? Jiang Wei was most concerned about this. Jin Yuan didn't answer verbally. He stood still, pointed at a stone about a meter away, and under his gaze, moved his finger. The stone was suddenly pulled into his palm. Jiang Wei was full of shock. His usually calm and steady face showed of surprise. Dr. Jin knew. Because of his profession, Jiang Wei had traveled far and wide on missions and had seen many skilled fighters, but this was the first time witnessing the legendary martial arts. Jin Yuan smirked with a roguish smile and kept walking forward, saying, "Want to learn?" "Yes," Jiang Wei said without hesitation. Every man dreams of being a master, especially soldiers. If they have better physical strength and skills, with powerful martial arts, they can kill more enemies on the battlefield and have a better chance of coming back alive. Because he trusted his character, Jin Yuan was willing to teach him martial arts. The two headed straight to the riverbank, found a quiet spot, and first taught him the basic mantra and mental method so he could memorize and recite it. Seeing Jin Yuan walking smoothly on the river surface and catching 2 live fish with just a snap of his fingers, Jiang Wei felt excited, with bright, eager eyes. When he brought the 2 fish up, Jiang Wei hurriedly asked Dr. Jin, "Did you teach Junia martial arts?" If she hadn't learned a little bit, she wouldn't have survived this long. Jin Yuan casually picked up a vine, strung the 2 fish together, and naturally lied, "I didn't stay here long, and I only taught her the most basic skills. If she learns it, she can defend herself a bit. After coming here this time, I started teaching her deeper skills. She is very quick to understand, and has a good foundation for practicing martial arts. She has already absorbed internal energy into her body, so sparring with her won't be worse than your current skills." Jinwei has just memorized the basic mental techniques and feels quite happy. "Dr. Jin, I will work hard."
Thank you for trusting me.
"Treat Junia well in the future, or I will deal with you," Jin Yuan said before leaving with 2 fish. "Dr. Jin, I will protect her with my life." Jiang Jinwei doesn't date Lin Junia out of a sense of duty. He genuinely cares for her. Spending time with her makes him feel very safe and grounded. You don't need to risk your life to protect her. She is very smart and can protect herself. Just focus on treating her sincerely and don't let her down, Jin Yuan reminded him. "Dr. Jin, I am a soldier. I will be loyal to the country and to my family. I would rather die than betray them." Meanwhile, Lin Junia received a message from her master, learning that he had shown Jiang Jinwei some martial skills and was now teaching him. She smiled and asked, "Master, does he need to formally become your disciple?" "No, I only need you as my disciple. I teach him martial arts to make him stronger, so he can protect himself and also protect your future children." Jin Yuan isn't a strict person obsessed with rules. When teaching Jiang Jinwei martial arts, he doesn't expect any repayment. This arrangement is just for the disciple's benefit. Jiang Jinwei found a new goal. As soon as he got home, he immediately went to his room to recite and memorize the techniques. He had never learned these before. The mental formulas were complex and unfamiliar to him, but he was quick to understand and had a good memory. It took him only a couple of hours to barely memorize them. When Lin Junia returned from school at noon, a delicious fish soup was ready.
She cheered him on as soon as she arrived.
"Captain Jiang, keep it up. We'll spar again in the future. Senior sister, please give me your guidance in the future," Jiang Jinwei said with a smile. "Junior brother, be good," Lin Junia said, tiptoeing and smiling as she gently patted his head. Jiang Jinwei, "That Lin Junia, are you teasing the dog?" He usually rarely shows much emotion on his face, but today he clearly seemed more lively. Lin Junia laughed happily. "Captain Jiang, you should smile more in the future. Don't always look like a serious old officer." Jiang Jinwei's lips curled slightly. He reached out and poked her pretty face. "Always joking around, not very serious." "Jiang Jinwei, are you asking for a beating?" Lin Junia pushed his hand away, baring her teeth and grinning. "If we really start fighting, I won't lose to you. I know that senior sister is very skilled." Jiang Jinwei smiled and looked at her. "Humph. Be more polite to me in the future." Lin Junyao playfully warned her, then went to help serve the food. The Meng sisters didn't come home for lunch. The 5 of them sat in the yard to eat. Although it was a bit cold, the sun was out today, making it a rare warm and sunny day. Today's fish soup was cooked over a wood fire, tasting sweet and fresh. They all drank a bowl of soup first before serving the dishes. Suddenly, someone knocked on the back door. Lin Junyao immediately got up to open it. "Jihong, why are you here at this time? Have you eaten yet?" "Jiao Jia, I've already eaten. I just arrived on the tractor from the team." Yao Jihong came to deliver medicinal herbs. Seeing they were still eating, she greeted Jiang Jinwei and the others, then asked with concern, "Aunt Sume, are you feeling better?" "Jihong, I feel much better now. I can walk slowly." Li Sume saw her carrying 2 baskets of herbs and smiled. "You've harvested quite a lot this time. Did you go to other production teams to find these?" "1 basket was just sent by my uncle. I visited my grandfather's house half a month ago to teach them how to identify these herbs. They also went into the mountains to dig some. Maybe they can earn a bit of living expenses. Lin Junyao brought over a stool and also handed her an orange. Jihong, sit and rest for a while. I'll weigh you after I finish eating. No rush, you eat first. Yao Jihong was a bit afraid of Jin Yuan and Jiang Jinwei's imposing presence. She looked nervous and timid, then told the mother and daughter, Auntie, Jiaojia, Lin Huahua's sisters have finished their punishment. They were sent back last night. The punishment from the police station was supposed to last half a month, but because they didn't perform well at the lake farm, it was extended by 10 days, plus 5 days of ideological education. It took a whole month before they were sent back. The farm must be pretty tough. Both of them have lost a lot of weight. Their long hair has been cut short now. They came back around dusk yesterday. As soon as they got home, they argued with Wang Jihua. They worked on the farm for a month, and they're much stronger than before. Wang Jihua couldn't beat them and almost got pushed into the pigsty. It was Lin Erwi who went to help and pulled them apart. Lin Junyao pursed her lips. They really never stop, do they? Wang Jihua is too much. Over this past month, when the sisters weren't home, she bullied Lin Yeye and the others to death. She even threw Lin Dahui into the storage shed and took over their bedroom. Because of this incident, the two of them came back and started a fight. After beating the person up, they took back the bedroom. Dog bites dog, both sides are not good people. Lin Junia didn't go to see the scene in person, but she could imagine the chaotic scene, probably just being rude, throwing tantrums, pulling hair, and insulting ancestors. Last night, my mom went to see the fuss. She said the two sisters are now sneaky and different from before. It seems they didn't learn well on the farm, and there might be more trouble in the future. They might even cause you problems, so be careful when you go out. Yao Jihong specifically came to pass on her mom's instructions. Okay, I will be more careful. They were all kind-hearted, and Lin Junia nodded in response. She told her, I'm very busy lately. In a little over 2 months, I have the college entrance exams. I study every morning and evening, from 6 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. at school. If they want to pick a fight, they can't get into the school, so I'm not worried. Oh my, studying's so hard. Sitting in class all day is exhausting. I really am not cut out for studying. Yao Jihong wasn't a good student. She dropped out of middle school before finishing, preferring to work in the fields every day rather than sit in a classroom. She'd rather be in the sun and rain than spend all day with books. While the sisters chatted casually, Jiang Jing didn't speak but kept serving food to Lin Junia, carefully removing fish bones before putting the dishes on her plate. Yao Jihong had already heard that the two were dating. Seeing how nice Jiang was to Lin Junia, she giggled and asked, Yaya, when are you and Captain Jiang getting married? Not so soon. I'll wait until after my college entrance exams, Lin Junia replied with a smile. Li Sumei just got up to add some rice. After sitting down again, she asked her, Jihong, you're only a few months younger than Xiaoya. Are your parents arranging a match for you? Some matchmakers came before, but my mom rejected them all. She said the matches weren't good. I actually don't want to get married yet. I want to stay with my parents for another year or 2. They aren't rushing me to find a partner. My brother and sister-in-law also said I should take my time and not rush into anything. Li Sumei smiled when she heard that. Your sister-in-law, Xiaolan, is a good girl. Your brother married a good wife. Although Lin Junia was chatting casually, she ate quickly and finished her meal. She put down her chopsticks and helped weigh and pay for the groceries. The medicinal herbs her uncle brought were quite good quality, so she specially added an extra yuan. She was rushing to school in the afternoon. After selling her herbs, she left with Yao Jihong without asking Jiang Jingwei to see her off. Young sister Ya, Captain Jiang is really nice to you. He helps you pick out the fish bones and even serves you food. I've never seen such a good man before. Lin Junia chuckled. He is indeed very kind to me. He is cold on the outside but caring inside. You two just started dating, haven't even set a wedding date, and he already moved your household registration to the city. Now, everyone in the team is jealous. Especially the Lin family. My mom says Wang Juhua is so jealous she's almost green with envy. When you left on the tractor that day, she even chased after you with her 2 daughters, and the team's older women teased her a lot. Lin Finfin's mother didn't say much, but she was also very jealous, speaking in a strange, unpleasant way. Some regret not building a good relationship with you and your mother, and some want to find out where you live, hoping to flatter you later and ask for your help. My mom says they're just talking nonsense. Their plans are noisy and chaotic. No one in the Huyang production team expected Lee Soo-mei and her daughter to suddenly rise so high. Nearly 90% of the people were jealous, speaking sourly and even harshly. But no matter how jealous they were, it was useless. They were now city folks and didn't have to work hard in the fields like before. Junia Lin didn't care about gossip. Their mouths were on others, and she didn't mind what they said because she was not missing a piece of meat. Besides, Jiang Jingwei was her partner, not something she stole or tricked him into. They were attracted to each other and came together naturally. That's something others couldn't envy or be jealous of. When our life was hard, they never helped us. Some even kicked us while we were down and made fun of us. Now that we're doing better, they want to forget the past and ask us to help them pull themselves up. I'm not a kind-hearted saint. Why should I help them? My aunt is right. They're just talking nonsense. Junia Lin ran quickly to the classroom. Just as she reached the door, the class monitor stood up and called her. Study committee member, Teacher Zhou wants you to go to the principal's office. Principal's office? Junia Lin paused, standing at the door, and asked class monitor, do you know what it's about? Did you get into a fight this morning? The class monitor asked her back and then told her a woman came crying to school earlier, yelling in Teacher Zhou's office. We overheard a few words. She said you hit her. She's here to complain. Lin Junia's face twitched slightly, and she pursed her lips. I was called in the morning. I didn't come at first, only showed up at noon to complain. What does she want? Lin Junia, why did you hit her? Su Feng asked quickly. That's the troublemaker who was hanging from the tree yesterday. She was beaten up by someone. Instead of urging the police to catch the culprit, she inexplicably came to Meng's house to cause trouble. She's unreasonable, claiming she was beaten at the back door of Meng's house, and insists it was Meng's family. Her mouth is as foul as garbage. She rushed over cursing Director Meng, saying nasty things. I grabbed a broom and chased her away with it. After saying this, Lin Junia picked up a broom from the corner of the classroom and turned to leave. Annoying old woman. Today I'll give her 3 meals of bamboo shoots with pork, so she can eat well 3 times a day. Classmates. Lin Junia, don't be impulsive. Fighting will only make things worse. The class monitor quickly went over and took the broom from her hand, then signaled to the vice monitor to accompany her. She was soothing her. Teacher Zhou just asked you to go over. The school leaders probably just want to ask about what happened. If you didn't do anything wrong, they will help you. Let's go, I'll go with you. The vice monitor immediately pulled her along. When they arrived, Dong Giang was still crying loudly in the principal's office. As soon as she saw Lin Junia, she pointed at her and shouted sharply, Principal Wang, it's her, this student from your school. It was her who hit me this morning. Principal Wang, Director of Education, Teacher Zhou, I did hit her this morning, but she deserved it. Neighbors on Chongqing Street cheered me on, saying I hit her well. One neighbor even said if this troublemaker comes to cause trouble again, I should keep hitting her. Lin Junia was not afraid at all, openly admitting to hitting her. Why did you hit her? The Director of Education asked. I have no grudge against her. She suddenly rushed at me and splashed water on me, then chased me to fight. Dong Giang answered quickly. Lin Junia rolled her eyes at her. I'm healthy, not crazy or stupid. Would I chase you just for no reason? Lin Junia, tell us what happened. Teacher Zhou knew her well. She wouldn't start trouble on her own, but if someone provoked her, she wouldn't hold back. She recounted everything from the day before yesterday afternoon, describing the events honestly without exaggeration or embellishment. The incident with Kong Yu being beaten up, the Kong family didn't cause trouble or complain, but she kept jumping around and causing chaos. Director Meng didn't provoke her either. She started insulting and attacking people with foul language. This woman is just a crazy person. Director Meng and her group are well-mannered. They didn't argue back with her. I couldn't stand it, so I stepped forward and scolded her, even pushing her and swinging a broom at her several times. Dong Gang jumped up and shouted at her, "I'm arguing with the Meng family. What does it have to do with you?" Lin Junyao, taller than her, faced her confidently and said, "I'm dating Jiang Jingwei. Director Meng is my future aunt-in-law. If you insult my family members, does that have nothing to do with me?" Dong Giang's voice was louder than hers. "It's just dating, not even married yet. What kind of relative are you?" Lin Junyao was quick-witted and handled this unreasonable woman easily. "This has nothing to do with you hitting me," Dong Giang said, suddenly clear-headed and returning to the main point. "My aunt is a party official. If you openly insult and slander a leader, it's not just about getting splashed with water or slapped. Sending you to the police station for education wouldn't be too much." Lin Junyao wasn't afraid of her using this point to cause trouble. She pointed outside and said, "Stop yelling here. Let's go to the police station. If they find I am wrong, I will immediately apologize. If your actions break the law, you will have to face legal consequences." Though she was causing trouble and throwing a tantrum, once it involved punishment or education, Dong Giang's confidence waned. "I only scolded Meng Xuelan a couple of times. I didn't insult or slander her. Whether your words are insulting or slandering will be judged by the police," Lin Junyao said, seeing she was scared. She thought to herself, "Coward," and made a move to grab her. "Let's go now, to the police station and clear this up. What are you causing trouble for now?" Qin Lakun hurried over, not even glancing at Lin Junyao or greeting the school leaders. He was visibly drunk and stormed up to Dong Giang, slapping her loudly. Slap. He probably often hit people at home. When Dong Giang saw him, she instinctively dodged, but since others were sitting nearby, she couldn't avoid it. The slap hit her head. Before she could scream, Qin Lakun kicked her hard and slapped her several times on the mouth. "You good-for-nothing woman. Always causing trouble. Why aren't you beaten to death outside? Yesterday you got a beating, today you got another. Don't you learn your lesson? Are you determined to make me lose my job just to be satisfied? Now that I've lost my job, what will you eat or drink? Can the burden you carry support you? I married you, this terrible woman, and I've been unlucky for 8 generations." He drank alcohol and acted recklessly. The school leaders worried about trouble, so they quickly stepped in to break up the fight. Several people worked hard to separate them. Dong Giang was badly beaten, with a swollen face, a missing tooth, and a swollen mouth that looked like a sausage. She was probably in a lot of pain and cried like a sad cat, but Lin Junya didn't show any sympathy. In the end, the school security staff took both of them away. As long as they didn't cause trouble at school, the school wouldn't interfere. The school leaders and teacher Zhou only gave Lin Junya a few words of advice, telling her to focus on studying and not to be impulsive or rude when handling things. She nodded obediently on the surface, and when the class bell rang, she ran back to her classroom immediately. "Wah? Qin Lakun, you, wah." Qin Tong hurried back after hearing the news. She saw her mother lying on the bed, crying, with a swollen face and black and blue marks around her eyes. She was crying so hard that tears and snot were everywhere. The room was a mess, with things smashed to pieces, and her clothes were torn.
"Mom."
Seeing her like this, Qin Tong felt both pain and anger. She quickly went inside to help her up. "Let's go, I'll take you to the hospital to get some medicine." "Xiao Tong, Qin Lakun hit me again. He hit me for someone else." Dong Giang cried and complained, crying as if her parents had just died. "They were bullying us, and he didn't help us, but he protected his job and helped outsiders scold me and hit me. Why am I so unlucky to marry such a useless man?" "Mom." "Stop talking," Qin Tong said, not as confused as her mother. Seeing her so unreasonable, she was full of resentment. "Don't you know what's going on in our family? You have no job and no money. I can barely support myself with my job. We rely on him for everything: food, drink, shelter. If he loses his job, we'll have no income. Do you want to go without anything? Xiao Tong, how can you side with him? I'm your mother, your real mother. Dong Giang cried, feeling wronged and tears streaming down her face. Mom, can you stop being so unreasonable? You usually argue with others, but why did you go and provoke the Meng family? Don't you know who the elders of the Meng family are? County officials are usually polite to them. The Kong family often argues with the Meng family, but only verbally. They have never gone to complain in person. 2 days ago, Kong Yud was beaten up. His mother clearly went with us, but she didn't say a word.
Can't you see?
The Kong family is afraid to offend the Meng family. The Meng family is too powerful for them. Yet you foolishly ran over to insult them. Do you realize your own strength? Qin Tong was so angry at her stupidity that she cried. Before, because she was her biological mother, she didn't say these harsh words. But now, she couldn't hold back and shouted everything out. You were knocked out and hung on a tree that day. Think carefully, was it really the Meng family? Would they be so stupid as to beat you in front of their own house and make the police suspect them? Dong Giang listened to her accusations, feeling upset. But when he heard this, he temporarily suppressed his anger, sat up straight, and asked sharply, if not the Meng family, then who? How many people did you offend outside? Don't you know yourself? At first, Qin Tong also suspected the Meng family. But after thinking carefully, she ruled them out and suspected others. She looked angry and said, Director Meng saw through your plan and exposed it. Don't you think others haven't seen through it? You mean the Kong family. Dong Giang guessed it even if he was slow. They don't agree with me dating Kong Yud. When they beat you up, it was a warning to us. Qin Tong felt she wasn't wrong. She tearfully accused her. I used to get along well with Kong Yud. When you didn't interfere, his mother didn't clearly oppose us. But when you showed up, she publicly said she disagreed. Now, everyone is talking about me outside.
People point at me and laugh.
They're all mocking me. I finally met Kong Yud today and explained everything to him. His attitude softened. But then you came to cause trouble again, dragging me down. You keep causing trouble every day, ruining my reputation. Do you only feel satisfied when I can't get married? Seeing that she didn't understand her good intentions, Dong Giang was so angry he hit her. Qin Tong, you ungrateful girl. Who are all these efforts for?
Can't you see?
I know you're doing this for me, but you keep doing stupid things. You're not helping me. You're hurting me instead. Qin Tong yelled at her hysterically, blaming and criticizing nonstop. I was getting along well with Kong Yud. It wouldn't take long for things to develop naturally. Even if his family disapproves, his heart is with me. I will marry into the Kong family sooner or later. But you keep interfering, making the elders in the family think worse of me. Even if I marry in the future, do you think I will have a good life? Also, you keep talking outside every day. You're either arguing with someone or meddling in that family's affairs. Do you know that because of your actions, people in this circle don't like me? Can't you just stay at home peacefully? Why do you have to interfere in other people's business and cause trouble at home? The Meng family is a difficult family to deal with. We can't afford to offend them. What are you thinking? Why did you go to their house and make a scene? Do you know that if they say one word, my job will be over? Everyone else flatters and fawns over them. But you, with your muddled mind, go crazy and cause trouble for the family. Do you think life is easy now? Perhaps because her accusations were too fierce, Dong Giang gradually calmed down, looking full of grievance. Xiao Tong, I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't intentionally provoke the Meng family. Today, that country bumpkin hit me and poured water on us. I couldn't swallow this anger, so I went to trouble her. It's not just you. If you had just asked questions, why did you curse Director Meng? Don't you know those words are not to be said? But you impulsively blurted them out. If Lin Junia had not beaten you today, my job would have ended today. Our mother and daughter would have been kicked out by Uncle Qin, and we would have to beg outside. This morning, on the way back, I repeatedly told you not to be impulsive, not to talk nonsense. But you didn't listen at all, and went to trouble Lin Junia. Do you really want Uncle Qin to kick you out, forcing me to marry a country bumpkin from the countryside and do farm work in the mountains? Are you satisfied? Qin Tong grew angrier the more she spoke, her beautiful face flushed with rage. If it weren't for the fact that the person in front of her was her own mother, she would have slapped her hard to wake her up. She scolded her mother harshly inside the room. Later, she didn't even take her to the hospital. She rummaged through a bottle of medicine in the cabinet, threw it on the bed, then turned around angrily to leave. But as she turned, she saw her half-brother standing in the living room, and she shivered in fright. Feng Ji. Qin Feng is the son of Qin Likun and his first wife. He looks very much like Qin Likun, but his features are more cold and stern. He cast a cold glance at Dong Guiyang in the room and coldly ordered, "Send her back to the Dong family. Don't come back here to embarrass us. This is the last chance I give you. If you cause trouble again, get out completely." Qin Feng usually stays silent and seldom goes home. Most of the time, he lives in his dorm at work. But both Dong Guiyang and her daughter are afraid of him. Even Qin Likun doesn't dare to get drunk and cause trouble in front of him. His words are like an order in the house. Today, he heard about what happened at home and came back from leave. He heard everything Qin Tong said earlier in her room. His narrow eyes were cold and fierce. Now, his gaze at Dong Guiyang was as sharp as ice. Qin Tong dared not get close to him. She shrank back and said, "Okay, I'll take Mom to the Dong family." Dong Guiyang wanted to say something, but when she saw Qin Feng's eyes, she was so scared she swallowed her words. She immediately got up, packed a few things, and left casually. She didn't want to leave. She didn't get along with her family's brother and sister-in-law. They argued every time they met, and she had already fallen out with her family. But Qin Feng is the one in charge here. She was afraid that her and her daughter might be kicked out completely, with nowhere to go. So, she had to be brave and go back to her parents' house to stay for a few days. After sending her mother to her uncle's house, Qin Tong hurried to find Kong Yud. By the time she returned home, it was almost dark. Qin Feng had already prepared dinner. He finished eating early and left some food for her in the kitchen. Qin Likun was not at home. After work, he went out drinking with friends. Usually, he wouldn't come back until late at night. Qin Tong didn't dare to talk much with Qin Feng. She quickly ate her dinner in the kitchen, washed the dishes, and then hid in her room. "Qin Tong, are you dating Kong Yud?" Qin Feng appeared at her door like a ghost, speaking in his usual tone. Qin Tong was sitting on the bed. She reflexively jumped up and stood in the room, replying, "Not yet. We're just getting to know each other." His family doesn't agree. She didn't dare to lie in front of him. Qin Feng responded with a simple and didn't say anything else. He then went to the kitchen. When she heard his footsteps leave, Qin Tong covered her chest and let out a sigh of relief. She hadn't seen Qin Feng do anything particularly harsh, but she still felt an instinctive fear of him. She was about 6 or 7 years old when she followed her mother to marry into the Qin family. Her mother was not good at handling relationships, and there were often arguments at home. Qin Likun constantly threatened to kick her and her mother out. She was very worried about being forced to leave. She had had enough of living as a dependent in someone else's house. Her mother often schemed and plotted, trying to find a better family for her. Growing up in this environment, her thoughts became similar to her mother's. She was very aware that her advantage was her youth and beauty. When interacting with others outside, she tried to appear obedient, hardworking, and understanding. She hoped this would help her find a better family to marry into and leave this place. Previously, her mother had chosen the Meng family and selected Jiang Jinwei as a match. She was very happy about it. Mother and daughter worked together to persuade the matchmaker to visit. However, the Meng family politely declined, citing Jiang Jinwei's busy work schedule. The Meng family was much more powerful than the Qin family. Jiang Jinwei was young, talented, and handsome, an ideal match. In fact, many daughters of officials' families also liked her. Her own background was not as good as theirs, but she was confident about her looks. She believed she was more beautiful and had a good image outside, so she thought she had a chance to compete with them. Qin Tong had dreamed many times of marrying into the Meng family, but in the end, Jiang Jinwei was seriously injured and became infertile. When this news spread, Qin Tong's beautiful dream was shattered. Seeing her other competitors start to withdraw, and some rushing to find new matches, she quickly made a decisive choice. Although the Meng family was well off, Jiang Jinwei could no longer. She was young and beautiful, and she couldn't afford to waste her life. She also didn't want to be childless, so mother and daughter decided on a new target in just one night. Kong Yud was not as clever as other brothers from the Kong family. His work was not as good as his two older brothers, and he was not as outstanding as Jiang Jinwei. But for a girl from her family background, he was a good match. Later, she took the initiative to approach Kong Yud. Her understanding nature quickly won his heart. She was confident about marrying into the Kong family. She believed she had an 80% chance. But now, because of her mother's foolish actions, everything was uncertain. Qin Tong sat on the bed, thinking about all this. She was upset about her current situation. She felt uncomfortable all over, and even a little dizzy. Soon, she turned off the light and lay down to sleep. Not long after, Qin Lakun came back, drunk and staggering into the house. As soon as he entered, he shouted loudly, "Make me a bowl of noodles." There was no one inside the house to talk to him, so Qin Lakun had to pour himself some water. After drinking, he cursed loudly and went to the bedroom. Seeing that Dong Gaiyang was not in the room, he spat out some words about traditional culture. He guessed that Dong Gaiyang was probably out drinking too much. After cursing for a while with no response, he got into bed and fell into a deep sleep. Qin Feng was not sleeping at this moment. He sat quietly in the dim room until Qin Lakun stopped cursing. Then he opened the door, locked the living room door from outside, and came out. "Dong Gaiyang, Qin Tong, you lazy kids. It's already this late, and you still haven't cooked. Do you want me to starve?" When Qin Lakun started scolding early in the morning, Qin Tong had just woken up from her sleep. She quickly turned over and put on her clothes. "I'm up. I'll cook breakfast," she said as she came out of her room. Qin Lakun shouted at her, "Where did your mom go?" "Yesterday, Brother Feng came back. He asked my mom to stay at Uncle's house for a while. I took her there yesterday afternoon," Qin Tong replied. "Brother Feng is back." Qin Lakun, who had just gotten up, didn't see him. He turned to his room and saw no one inside. He thought he must have gone to work early. Then he started scolding her again. "You only wake up at this time. You need me to call you? Just like your mom, lazy and good for nothing." Qin Tong was used to his insults and criticisms. She felt uncomfortable and dizzy, but she didn't respond. She hurried to the kitchen to cook breakfast. Qin Lakun followed her, asking, "What is Feng doing back for? Did he say anything?" "No, he just told me to send my mom to Uncle's house," she answered. "Let your mom die at old Dong's house. Don't let her come back. She's embarrassing. You should find a man and get married soon. I won't take care of you two anymore," Qin Lakun said, annoyed just by looking at them. He repeated these words so often that Qin Tong had become numb to them. But today, she felt a bit rebellious. "I will get married and leave home soon. I won't stay here and bother you," she said. "Then I'll take your mom with me when I go." That foolish, fiery woman. Whoever wants her can have her. "I don't want her anymore," Qin Lakun said bitterly, full of resentment toward Dong Gaiyang. After shouting at her, he left. Qin Tong knew her mom's personality very well. She wanted to get married and leave this home, mainly to stay away from her mom. But if she married and took her mom along, her in-laws would definitely not agree. Now, the Kong family was already unhappy with her. If she took her mom to marry into their family, they probably wouldn't let her in. She initially wanted to mediate and persuade, but just now Qin Lakun spoke loudly, and her words were overheard by the neighbor next door. Within half a day, the news about Qin Tong marrying her mother-in-law spread, and everyone with a little status in the community avoided her like a snake. Lin Junia did not ask about Qin's family. She had been busy studying and reviewing these days. She did very well on her recent test, ranking first in the entire grade, nearly 30 points ahead of the second place. Her classmates sitting next to her and in front and behind had all improved under her help. Now, Teacher Zhou had assigned her tasks to help other students after school. The school scheduled extra classes on Saturday, so she only had Sunday at home to rest. She rarely slept in, but today she slept until 8:30. When she opened the door, she asked, "Mom, did the teacher go to Yangcheng?" Yes, she took the early bus to the city to catch a train. The weather was nice, with bright sunshine. Lee Sume was lying in the yard knitting a sweater. She got up and said, "Xiaoya, go wash your face and brush your teeth. I'll heat up breakfast for you." "Mom, don't move.
I can do it myself."
Yawned. Lin Junya went to the kitchen and asked, "Mom, is Jiang Captain not home?" Xiao Jiang went grocery shopping. He should be back soon. Li Sume didn't lie down but walked over at a relaxed pace. "Xiaoya, Dr. Jean checked me yesterday and said my bones are healing well. I need to go for a follow-up at the county hospital. After you finish breakfast, come with me." "Okay," Lin Junya replied. This morning, Li Sume cooked mung bean porridge and steamed a large batch of scallion buns. She sent most of them next door. Meng Xuejiao and the others had scallion buns with milk for breakfast. When Jin Yuan left, he also took a few buns to eat on the way. When Jiang Jinwei returned with groceries, Lin Junya was sitting in the yard eating breakfast. He smiled faintly and came over, saying, "Junya, why not sleep a bit longer?" "Had enough sleep." Seeing he only bought pork and no vegetables, she asked, "Aren't you buying vegetables today?" "There are plenty in the kitchen. Dr. Jean bought them yesterday morning. They'll last 2 or 3 days." Jiang Jinwei stopped in front of her and asked, "Is it okay to have twice cooked pork for lunch today?" "Yes, with pickled vegetables, twice cooked pork." Lin Junya loved this dish. Li Sume just delivered the meat to the kitchen and helped Jiang Jinwei move a stool, saying, "The mustard greens we planted in the field were sold early. If they hadn't been sold, we could make a jar of pickled vegetables, so we wouldn't need to buy them outside." "Mom, it's not too late to make pickled vegetables now. This afternoon, I'll go find a friend to help us buy some eggs and mustard greens for pickling." The space had many vegetables growing inside. Jin Yuan lied that the vegetables bought outside were grown in the space because they raised many chickens and ducks, so there were plenty of eggs. He also took some to sell to the Lu family siblings. After she finished eating, they accompanied the elders to the hospital for a checkup, walking slowly together. Li Sume had been recovering from her injury for over 2 months and finally went out today. Seeing many stalls along the road, she was excited. There are so many vendors selling vegetables. It looks like business is pretty good. Jiang Jinwei was responsible for daily household shopping, buying rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and vegetables. He also took care of the small vendors' businesses and knew the situation well. Chicken, duck, goose eggs, and poultry sell quite well. These sell the fastest. Sweet potatoes and radishes aren't as popular, but mountain goods and wild game from the mountains sell very well. As they looked around, they saw people selling freshwater snail meat and river clam meat, all prepared and ready. Lin Junya immediately asked, "How much for these?" 50 cents a pound. River clams and freshwater snails were collected from the river. They could gather dozens or hundreds of pounds in an afternoon, but cleaning them was time-consuming. Junya had done this before and loved eating them. The price was reasonable, so she immediately said, "Give me 3 pounds of each, packed up."
"Sure."
Since she was a big customer, the vendor immediately smiled and weighed the goods for her. "Xiaoya, why are you buying so much?" "Just 1 pound of each is enough," Li Sume whispered to her. "Mom, I heard the master say that river clam meat is very nourishing. We'll stew it tonight and invite Andy and others to eat together. Since the weather isn't hot, freshwater snail meat can be stored for a couple of days. Stir-fried with spicy flavors, it makes a great dish." Hearing it was Jin Yuan's recommendation and that it was nourishing, Li Sume quickly changed her mind. "Xiaoya, buy a bit more of the river clam meat. Let's do 1 pot today and another tomorrow. You work hard at school and classes, so stew more soup to help strengthen your body. Just buy it all." Jinwei had already started paying, pointing at the basket of river clam meat. "Uncle, I'll take all of the river clam meat." All right, the vendor agreed happily. This place wasn't far from home. After buying the vegetables, Jiang Jinwei let the mother and daughter walk slowly first. He took the goods back home, and then came back later. As the mother and daughter arrived at the hospital entrance, they encountered Mr. and Mrs. Lin Sihue coming out. The couple looked happy, smiling as they left, with Mrs. Lin Chinrong resting her hand on her belly. Li Sume, an experienced woman, immediately saw that she was pregnant again. Lin Finfin and Lin Fongfong, the sisters, were over 10 years old now. She hadn't been pregnant in the past 10 years, and now, at about 35 or 36, she was pregnant again. Mr. and Mrs. Lin saw the mother and daughter and noticed they had gained a lot of weight in the past 2 months. Both had clear, fair skin, and Li Sume looked several years younger. They were dressed in clean, neat new clothes, giving them a more urban appearance. Chinrong's gaze fell on Li Sume, and a flash of jealousy crossed her eyes. She forced a fake smile and said, "Oh, it's almost healed now, and you can walk around." Li Sume simply responded with a and didn't want to talk much. She took her daughter's hand, and they moved forward together. The gate was narrow, just enough for 2 or 3 people to pass. Mr. and Mrs. Lin blocked the way, pretending to be friendly, and said, "Junia, aren't you seeing someone? Why isn't your boyfriend here?" "None of your business." Junia Lin disliked this family and hated everyone in the Lin family. Her attitude was very rude. "Get out of the way, dogs." "Junia Lin." Mr. Lin frowned and acted like an elder. "What's your attitude? Are all of you born to be so low?" Junia Lin looked very cold. The grudges and fights between the two families were countless, impossible to reconcile. Yet, they still pretended to be familiar and stopped to chat, which was truly disgraceful. Mr. Lin's face darkened. "You. Move aside." Junia Lin deliberately stared fiercely at Chinrong, then shifted her gaze to her belly, threatening, "Do you want me to do something about it?" Chinrong immediately hugged her belly, as if protecting a treasure, and carefully moved aside. She made way, and Junia Lin helped her mother inside. The mother and daughter didn't look back and went straight to the window to register. "What's that?" Because Chinrong was pregnant, Mr. Lin Sihue was in a good mood initially, but now his good mood was ruined by Junia Lin. He glared fiercely at their backs. "Who do you think you're calling that?" Jingwei Jiang had just caught up by taking a shortcut. He bypassed the small path beside the outpatient building and happened to overhear the conflict between the mother and daughter and the couple. Lin Juanyao's words were all heard by him. She usually treats people kindly, but only the people she dislikes get a sharp reply. He quickly guessed they were members of the Lin family. His voice was cold and suddenly sounded behind him. Lin Sihue was startled. "Who are you?" Jiang Jinwei, tired of introducing himself, looked at them coldly and warned, "Stay away from their mother and daughter. Don't come up with bad ideas, or don't blame me for being rude." He just saw Chinrong's face clearly. He had never seen her before, but Lin Finfin and her sister looked very much alike, almost like they were made from the same mold. It was obvious she was the Lin family's daughter-in-law. Although Lin Junyao had a falling out with them, she just greeted him and asked about him. He could guess her intentions easily. He had come through a storm of bullets and had a commanding presence. His sharp eyes fell on them. Lin Sihue and his wife were so scared they didn't dare move. Only after he passed by, walking away with a fierce aura, did they breathe a sigh of relief. That little brat Lin Junyao is so shameless, hooking up with this man. She's lucky, Chinrong muttered quietly, glaring at Jiang Jinwei. She was jealous and grinding her teeth. A nurse happened to come out of the next room with a tray. When she saw Jiang Jinwei, she smiled. "Captain Jiang, are you here for follow-up again today?" "I finished my checkup last week. Today, I brought an elder for a follow-up," Jiang Jinwei replied, familiar with her. Seeing her working in the clinic, he casually asked, "Nurse So, are you no longer in orthopedics? Have you changed jobs?" Nurse So smiled and told him, "I got married last year, and I found out I was pregnant at the start of the year. The morning sickness was quite bad, and working night shifts in orthopedics was tough. I asked the leaders for a change during pregnancy. After I have the baby, I'll go back." "Oh, congratulations," Jiang Jinwei said happily. Nurse So smiled and saw Lin Junyao helping her mother walk slowly. She asked him, "Captain Jiang, which department is your elder visiting for a checkup?" Same department, orthopedics. They injured their spine over 2 months ago, Jiang Jinwei replied. Follow me, I'll take you to see Director Zhang. He doesn't have surgery today, Nurse So said, leading the way. Thank you, nurse, Li Sumei said gratefully, and immediately followed. Lin Sihui and the others had not left yet. Jiang Jingwei and the nurse's conversation they overheard made Qin Rong's jealousy deepen. So he's an officer, a battalion-level leader. Lin Junia didn't know what kind of luck she had, but she was actually chosen by the other person. Yao Xigua's matter was handled by him when he came to the team. He had a broken leg and was using crutches. I thought he was a police officer. The Huyang production team only had one officer, Yao Xigua, who was just a company commander at the time. The Yao family was very proud, and neighbors in the team would flatter them a lot. The man Junia found, although younger than Yao Xigua, was already a battalion commander. He easily helped them get urban household registration, which suggested he had a strong background and high status. In the future, he would likely be a top leader. Now they're just dating, not engaged or married. Who knows what will happen later? Qin Rong whispered softly. Since they shared the same bed, Lin Sihui clearly understood her words. He rolled his eyes, lowered his voice, said a few words to her, and then the two of them left together. Li Sumei's follow-up check went smoothly. She used Jin Yuan's bone repair ointment for treatment and recovered well. The doctor advised her to increase some activities daily and prescribed calcium supplements. Her body was better and could move freely. Li Sumei was the happiest, smiling all the time, planning future plans with her daughter. After leaving the hospital, the three of them walked straight home. But after a short distance, Jiang Jingwei whispered to them, Junia, take Annie to the state-run store. I'll handle the rats behind. Junia glanced back and winked at him. We'll go to the meat factory. There's sewage in the ditch behind. Let's give him a bucket to taste. Jiang Jingwei slightly curved his lips. Okay. Li Sumei didn't look back. She guessed Lin Sihui was following them. She didn't stop the young people from dealing with him and quietly followed. Unaware that they had already been spotted, Lin Sihui followed behind with a lecherous look. Once inside the meat factory, his eyes stayed glued to Li Sumei and her daughter, not noticing Jiang Jingwei had disappeared. Junia took the opportunity to buy some fatty meat and then left with her mother and daughter through the back door. Jiang Jingwei was already prepared. When he received her glance as a signal, he hid in the shadows and waited. The moment Lin Sihui stepped out, a bucket of pig manure water was poured over his head, covering him completely. Junia, who was still nearby, burst out laughing. Li Sumei turned around and looked back, couldn't help but laugh, and waved to Jiang Jinwei, signaling him to leave quickly. Lin Sihui's face, shoulders, and body were covered in pig manure, soaked through. He hurriedly wiped his face with his sleeve, then roared, Who? Come out here. As he shouted, the manure water from his head trickled down his face and into his mouth, and the smell hit him.
Ugh, ugh.
He collapsed against the wall, vomiting wildly. Employees at the meat factory and customers buying meat all gathered to watch. When they saw him covered in pig manure, with it on his face and in his mouth, they all burst out laughing. They laughed happily, and Li Sumei and her daughter, who hadn't gone far, also couldn't stop smiling. Jiang Jinwei quickly caught up, happily saying, Let's go, time to head back. They happily walked back together, but Lin Sihui was still shouting and cursing inside the meat factory. He suspected Jiang Jinwei was responsible but couldn't catch him, and shouting again was useless. He couldn't go home with a face full of pig manure, so he had to wash himself here. But the water was cold, and the cold splash made him shiver uncontrollably. His clothes were dirty, and since there was still some distance to go home, he had to run to the state-run shop to buy new clothes. But when he arrived, he found he had no money. The money was all with Qin Rong. He was so angry he cursed the shopkeeper and, wrapped in his dirty, wet clothes, went to meet her. Sihui, what happened to you? Qin Rong was waiting at the agreed spot. Seeing him run over, shivering from the cold, she quickly asked, Why are you all wet? What's all over you? Why do you smell so bad?
That.
Lin Junia's boyfriend. He saw me following and tricked me to the meat factory, then poured a bucket of pig manure over my head. Lin Sihue was cold and angry, trembling all over from the cold. He couldn't help but scold her. What did you do with all the money I had in my pocket? I just went to the state shop to buy clothes, searched for a long time, but couldn't find a single cent. It's so frustrating. I forgot to put the money back in your pocket after I paid the bills. Jean Rong quickly took off her padded coat and wrapped him in it, then asked, Did he pour pig manure on you? Did you report it to the police?
I didn't see him directly, I guessed.
Reporting it wouldn't help, Lin Sihue said, feeling furious about being covered in pig manure and drinking some of the manure water, his face turning red with anger. But he could only swallow this bitter pill. He's even an officer. To do such things. I swear I'll curse him to death at home. Jean Rong usually isn't as fiery as her two sisters-in-law, but she is actually a sneaky and petty person with a sharp mind, much cleverer than them. Now, the two sisters-in-law can't do anything about Jiang Jinwei and Lin Junya, as they have no proof to report to the police, and they might even be accused in return. Jiang Jinwei has power and influence in the county town, so they dare not offend him rashly. They can only curse and complain as they head home. When they arrive home, the smell of pig manure hits them. Wang Juhua, never missing a chance to mock and insult, starts another round of family arguing. Today, Lin Sihue was cheated in the county town and is already full of anger. When Wang Juhua, the annoying sister-in-law, insults Jean Rong and even curses that she will have a girl, his anger ignites instantly. He rushes forward and grabs her, slapping her hard. Despite being a woman, Wang Juhua is quite skilled at fighting. After being slapped twice by her brother-in-law, she explodes in anger. She uses her sturdy body to push him to the ground and scratches his face fiercely with her sharp nails, leaving him bloody. The fight between the brother-in-law and sister-in-law becomes a big scene in the Huyang production team, attracting all the neighbors to come and watch. Lin Erwi wasn't at home. He was working in the fields with his two daughters. When he heard from neighbors that another fight had broken out, he hurried back. When he arrived, he saw his third brother's family fighting with Wang Juhua and her son. His precious son, Lin Jiao, was beaten so badly his nose was swollen. Furious, he rushed over and kicked Jean Rong. Jean Rong couldn't withstand his kick and was kicked 2 or 3 meters away, bleeding from her lower body. The family fight immediately stopped. Lin Sihue didn't have time to change clothes. He quickly called the tractor from the team and urgently took her to the county hospital. Fortunately, the temperature was low, and Jean Rong was wearing thick clothes, so she only showed signs of a miscarriage, not a complete loss of the baby. However, even with this, the two brothers couldn't resolve their grudge. They exchanged harsh words, pointed fingers at each other, and cursed with nasty words. Their family was in chaos, with the three brothers' families treating each other like enemies, turning everything into a mess. Today, Lin Erwi and Lin Sihue fought, but the eldest sister-in-law, Lin Huahua, didn't get involved. She just watched from the side. After both families went to the hospital, she closed her door and sat with her 4 sisters on Lin Dahue's bed. Lin Dahue was semi-paralyzed, but his mind wasn't as confused as old Lin's. He didn't see the fight outside but heard everything clearly with his ears. Dad, Mom will be back in a few days. Let's leave here and go somewhere else to find work. Lin Huahua and her sisters are the most thoughtful among them. After experiencing so much lately, she has realized that staying here will bring no peace or hope. They can only survive if they leave. Go where? To find work? Lin Dahue's speech was awkward and unsteady. When she was at the Liu family, she heard neighbors say many times that the South is developing well, with many private factories and shops. As long as they are not afraid of hard work, they can find jobs everywhere. Now that she is in this condition, her mother has a stain on her reputation, and she is divorced. If they don't leave, no one will want to marry her and her sisters. They only farm a few acres at home, barely enough to support themselves, with no future. And those 2 uncles are like ruthless wolves. Before, Wang Juhua bullied Yeye and Yuan Yuan, even throwing Mom into a storage shed. It was all instigated and encouraged by Uncle Second. They are worse than wild wolves and tigers in the mountains. Grandma will be back soon, and she can see clearly now. Her favorite are Uncle Second and Lin Jiayao. When she returns, she will surely bully us badly. We can't stay here anymore. Living under the same roof with them might lead to us being sold someday. Lin Huahua started crying. Lin Haohao and the others also had tears in their eyes. The youngest, Lin Yuanyuan, has scars all over her face from being hit by Wang Juhua. She pouted and choked. Big sister, where can we go? Where can we live? What will we eat? She is still young. The farthest she has been is the county town, so she doesn't even know where the south is. We will rent a place to stay. Once we find a home, Yuan, you stay at home to take care of Dad. The three of us and Mom will go out to find work and earn money. If we can't find jobs, we'll think of ways to set up a small stall and do business. Last night, I counted the family's money. We can save some and endure outside for 3 or 4 months without problems. Lin Huahua looked at the door with a sinister gaze and gritted her teeth, saying, Grandpa and Grandma must still have money hidden. We'll look for it. If we leave, they will definitely take over the house. This money can make up for us. I'll go find it, Lin Haohao said, and stood up. Yeah, Yuan, you two help. While they're not home, go look quickly, Lin Huahua urged her younger sisters to help. Lin Dahui had everything arranged and said through pursed lips, Hua, household registration, not yet transferred, will be sent back. Dad, I have a way to handle this. I'm going to the county town now to take care of it, then visit Mom to talk to her in advance. Lin Huahua didn't really want to go to unfamiliar southern places, but after the farm was transformed and seeing her family's treacherous relatives, she suddenly felt like she had grown up. Lin Huahua first visited Zhao Hongxiu at the detention center. She cried loudly in front of her, exaggerating recent events, describing her 2 uncles and aunts as villains, and portraying herself and her sisters as gentle, easily bullied little rabbits. Zhao Hongxiu had already known about the man's paralysis a month earlier. Seeing her daughter not at home and her other daughters being bullied, she was so angry she almost stormed out of the cell. It was only Lin Huahua's comfort that temporarily calmed her. After listening to Lin Huahua's analysis of the family situation, Zhao Hongxiu calmed down and agreed with her plan. She decided the family would leave the collective farm and go south to work and earn money. But just thinking about how the old woman had come up with a bad idea and ended up causing trouble for her and her husband, while their 2 younger brothers' families secretly benefited, made her very angry. She quietly told her daughter the approximate location of her grandmother's hidden money so she could hurry back and get it. Lin Huahua originally planned to go today to handle the letter of introduction. Now that she knew where her grandmother had hidden the money, she didn't waste a second and immediately rushed back as fast as she could. When she arrived home, Lin Erwi and Lin Sihui's families hadn't returned yet. The 4 sisters saw their elderly father lying on the bed, almost lifeless, and treated him as if he were dead. They uncovered the iron box buried deep in the rice jar in front of him. 800 yuan, we're rich, the 4 sisters cheered happily. Seeing so much money, the partially paralyzed Lin Dahui's eyes gleamed with greed. He stammered, hide it quickly, hide it well. Lin Huahua mimicked him, carefully wrapping the money and digging a hole in the room to hide it. She also warned her 3 sisters, until we leave, no one should leave the room. I'll be outside handling some affairs these days. You must keep someone in the room to take care of Dad and guard this money.
Okay.
The 3 sisters always listened to her and regarded her as the backbone. Lin Haohao was so happy to see they had money that she couldn't hide her joy. She pulled her aside and asked, Sister, when will you go to handle the paperwork to leave? I can only think of asking the other person to give us a 1-year introduction letter. We can't transfer our household registration now. Once we arrive in the south, we need to find a way to settle the household registration within a year. Lin Huahua suggested going south, but she herself was uncertain and felt very confused about the future. She made a temporary plan. When we get there, we will rent a house to stay in first, then immediately look for work and figure out how to handle the household registration later. We won't come back again. Okay, We won't come back. I don't want to stay in this broken place even for a minute. During this time, Lin Haohao had offended all the neighbors and caused trouble with her relatives, turning everyone into enemies. She had no more feelings for this place. The two younger sisters were not very independent and had never seen much outside. They just followed whatever their older sisters said. Lin Dahui didn't really want to leave. He had never been to the south and had no friends there to help. He was afraid of trouble and being sent back. But now he was paralyzed and depended on his 4 daughters for care. Since they decided to leave, he had no choice but to go along. In the next 2 days, the 4 sisters stayed quiet and stopped causing trouble. Lin Huahua went to the city every day to handle affairs, selling vegetables to earn some money for basic needs. Lin Haohao and the others stayed at home. I don't know how Lin Huahua managed to get the introduction letter. She got it the day before Zhao Hongxiu was released from prison. As soon as she got it, she went home to arrange the departure. Qin Rong stayed in the hospital for 2 days to rest and protect the baby. When she returned home, Lin Dahui's condition worsened. He was convulsing and in pain. Lin Huahua and her sisters immediately called a tractor to take him to the hospital. Lin's wife and Zhao Hongxiu were released on the same day. Although Lin Erwi and Lin Sihui didn't get along, they both came to show filial piety and pick up their mother. The older sisters, Lin Huahua and Lin Haohao, came to visit. The 2 younger ones stayed in the hospital room to take care of Lin Dahui. During these 3 months, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had been in detention, receiving education every day. Life was not as comfortable as at home. They both lost a lot of weight, especially the mother-in-law, who looked much older and thinner. When she went in, she had only a few white hairs, but when she came out, her hair was half white. Her speech was no longer as strong as before. Before, Lin Erwi and her family had visited her inside. She knew roughly how things were at home. When she saw her 2 granddaughters, she immediately scolded them. Lin Huahua, you useless girl. The family is in such a mess, and you can't help it all. If I had known you were so useless, I would have thrown you into a chamber pot and let you drown. Lin Huahua had changed a lot. She was no longer the same person as before. When she heard her scolding and insulting, she didn't hesitate and fought back. Our family is like this because of your poor parenting. It's all your fault. Thanks to your abilities, the family is now full of chaos, and we are all enemies. Grandma Lin didn't expect her to talk back and was stunned for a moment. You little brat, who gave you permission to speak like that? My mouth is on my face. I can say whatever I want. Lin Huahua looked fierce, her eyes full of resentment. She grabbed Zhao Hongxiu and said, Mom, let's go. Stop right there. Where are you going? Grandma Lin shouted after them. We're leaving the family. We don't need your permission to go anywhere. Lin Haohao also didn't show her any respect. She used to obey her grandmother completely, but after learning she favored her second uncle's family and treated her and her sisters as tools for profit and as fighters, she could no longer respect her. Grandma Lin wanted to chase after them, but Lin Erwi stopped her. Mom, don't go. They're going to the hospital. Big brother's condition worsened yesterday, and he's hospitalized. How is Dahui doing? Although Grandma Lin favored her second son, Lin Dahui was still the eldest son, and her regard for him was different. He had A and is paralyzed on one side. The doctor said he's not in danger of losing his life. He should be able to go home in a day or 2. Lin Erwi didn't visit him himself. He heard about Lin Dahui from the tractor driver who took him to the hospital. He advised her, Mom, Dad's condition is worse than his. Go see Dad first. If Big Brother isn't discharged tomorrow, I'll go with you. All right, Grandma Lin agreed. Lin Sihui stood nearby, without saying anything. She let her second brother show off in front of their mother and didn't share the news about his wife's pregnancy. When she saw her mother trying to ride her brother's bicycle, she kicked it away immediately. Fourth brother, why are you walking so fast? I still have something to tell you, her wife called after him. Lin Sihui heard her, but didn't stop. He kept walking forward without turning back. Grandma Lin saw that her husband had been paralyzed and mentally disabled for over 3 months. Her eldest son was paralyzed. Her 3 sons had become enemies, her proud granddaughter had divorced, and the whole family was now infamous. She was so angry, she pounded her chest and sighed heavily on the way home. When they returned, she saw her frail, mentally disabled husband, Lin Lao too, and cried as if at a funeral. She couldn't breathe and fainted. Zhao Hongxiu rushed to the hospital and cried so hard she couldn't catch her breath. In the ward, she scolded Li Sume and her daughter, as well as all the relatives from the Lin family, using harsh and unpleasant words. Lin Huahua told her 3 younger sisters to pack up their things here. She hurried to the state-run store to buy clothes, shoes, snacks, and canned food, then quickly went to Lu's house. "Why are you here?" Lu Junsheng was at home today, sick with a cold and fever, resting and taking care of his son. "I'm here to see Xiaoheng." Lin Huahua had visited yesterday, but Lu's family wasn't home then, and her son was taken to work by Lu's mother. She didn't see anyone, so she came again today. She stood at the door, not rushing inside. She saw her son playing in the living room, dressed neatly and warmly, even a bit chubbier than over a month ago. Tears in her eyes, she called out, "Xiaoheng." Since she hadn't seen him for over a month, Xiaoheng looked at her like a stranger. He stood still and didn't move. Seeing that he didn't recognize her, Lin Huahua's tears flowed freely. She pushed past Lu Junsheng, ran into the house, hugged her son, and cried loudly. Lu Junsheng felt soft-hearted seeing her like this. He didn't force her to leave, but let her talk to her son. The eldest aunt of the Lu family was at home. When she heard the noise from next door, she came over immediately, pulling her nephew aside and asking, "Why did she suddenly come? Didn't we agree she shouldn't see Xiaoheng again?" "I haven't asked yet," Lu Junsheng replied. Lin Huahua held her son and cried for a long time, her throat sore from crying. Still, she didn't want to let go. She turned to Lu's aunt and said, "I just want to see Xiaoheng. I'll leave after that." She bought many candies, canned food, and treats her son loved. The boy quickly became familiar with her because of the treats. Lin Huahua had already planned to leave today. She had arranged a time with a truck driver heading to the city. No matter how much she didn't want to go, she had to leave. She spent half an hour playing with her son here, then calmly told her ex-husband, "Xiaoheng will have a good future with you. I won't bother you much anymore. Our family plans to move to another city. I will send some things to Xiaoheng by mail every year. If you move, please write me a letter with your new address." She cried as she left and didn't dare look back at her son. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to leave if she saw him. Only after turning the corner did she hug a big tree trunk and cry loudly. When Lin Huahua returned to the hospital, her eyes were red and swollen from crying. Lin Haohao and the others knew she had gone to see her son, so no one asked any questions. Zhao Hongxiu hugged her and comforted her briefly before leaving with Lin Dahui, carrying her out of the hospital. Their family of 6 didn't bring many belongings, just one large cloth bag each. They sat in a dirty, cold truck cabin, shaking all the way to the city. The Lin family didn't know they had gone south. They thought they were still in the hospital. It wasn't until the next day, when Lin Posey visited the hospital with Lin Erwi, that they found out the family had already been discharged. The mother and son hurried home, kicked open all the doors of the main house, and found that all the valuable items had been taken. Only some broken things remained. Lin Huahua and her sisters didn't make any noise about it. The neighbors saw them leave with their backpacks, but thought they were going to the hospital to visit Lin Dahui. No one suspected they were preparing to run away. "Ah, my money!" Lin Posey suddenly realized her family had left and ran inside to look for her hidden money. All she found was a pile of loose dirt. Those 4 ungrateful girls had stolen her money. Money was everything to Lin Posey. Stealing her money was like stealing her life. She went completely crazy. When they learned that the 4 nieces of the main family had stolen 800 yuan, Lin Erwi and Lin Sihui were furious. The brothers, once again, made up over their shared interest and hurried to the police station to report. The police came immediately to investigate, but Lin Huahua and her sisters didn't leave by the county bus. They took a passing truck that stopped briefly in the town. It was hard to track, and after 2 or 3 days, they found some clues. However, there was nothing they could do. Her family had already gone south, and they couldn't chase them across provinces. It is said that when Yao Jigua went to deliver the investigation results, Lin Posey was so angry she vomited blood. Just then, Lin Laotu, who had regained consciousness, suddenly died. This was quite a show. Too bad I couldn't see it in person. Yao Jihong came every 2 days to deliver medicinal herbs and also brought the latest news about the Lin family. Lin Junia heard every day from her mother that Lin Laotu had died, Lin Posey had vomited blood, and she was so happy she drank 2 large bowls of bone broth. The mother and daughter had been bullied by the Lin family for 15 years. Now that the Lin family was falling apart and suffering more chaos, they felt even happier. The deep resentment they held inside had eased a lot. Lee Sume has now recovered physically and is preparing to start her small business by setting up a stall. Jiang Jinwei had a master come over to rebuild the stove, bought 2 tractors and some firewood, and helped her register as a sole proprietor. He also bought 10 large steaming baskets, and all necessary supplies are ready. Previously, Lee Sume only planned to sell simple noodles daily to earn some small income. However, Jiang Jinwei carefully considered and advised her to register legally to avoid future problems that could affect Lin Junia's studies. The Meng sisters also thought this was the safest choice. After listening to their advice, she registered as a small business a few days ago. Mom, are you starting work today? Lin Junia, focused on her studies, left household chores to them. Yes, I'll set up the stall this afternoon. Xiao Jiang asked me to make noodles at home, and he will help sell. Jiang Jinwei's leg is almost fully healed and moves freely. Another treatment involved Lin Junia giving him acupuncture every evening, so it doesn't interfere with helping his future mother-in-law during the day. Today, he was making a wooden rack at home. He is good with his hands, so he didn't need to hire anyone. He bought wood planks and nails, and spent the morning hammering and assembling a sturdy, durable large wooden rack. He is a man of few words, expressing himself silently through actions. Lee Sume is increasingly pleased with her future son-in-law. The couple's relationship is also growing closer. When no elders are around, their glances are so sweet they seem to melt. They have even started holding hands and hugging in private. In the afternoon, they still had many things to do. After lunch, Lin Junia didn't ask him to see her off. She rode her bike to school, and before leaving, she came to the kitchen and said, "I'll bring back some good dishes after school, bought through a friend." "I'll pick you up after school," Jiang Jinwei said affectionately, flicking her nose. "No need. I'll get the dishes after school. I can bike back quickly. Just wait for me at home," she replied. After saying this, Lin Junia was about to leave, but Jiang Jinwei pulled her into his arms, hugged her tightly, then loosened his grip. "From now on, we'll be apart every day, but we should do this once each day." "Okay," she agreed. Lin Junia, who is not shy at all, had a smile that almost overflowed from her eyes. Jiang Jinwei felt the same, filled with happiness and love for her. After seeing her off at the door, he watched her ride away on her bike before heading back inside. Lee Sume had already prepared everything in the morning. Now she started kneading the dough. Jiang Jinwei wasn't very skilled at making noodles, but he was strong and good at kneading dough. Quickly, he helped her knead about 30 or 40 jin of flour. "Little Jiang, go read a book and learn. I'll handle the rest. If I need help, I'll call you," Lee Sume said as she quickly chopped the meat filling, preparing to make meat buns. Okay. Recently, Jiang Jinwei had been practicing martial arts for 4 or 5 hours every day. The night before, Lin Junia had taught him how to breathe energy into his body. He was very quick to understand and had already reached a basic level. He wasn't very good at making pastries and snacks, so he left those tasks to the elders and went back to his room to meditate. Lee Sume had learned to make noodles since she was young. She was very skilled and quick. The dough in her hands was like a toy. She neatly arranged evenly filled buns in the steamer. Today, she made 3 kinds: meat buns, sweet buns, and scallion rolls. 2 fire stoves in the kitchen steamed at the same time. She silently worked alone until around 4 o'clock, then called Jiang Jinwei. Little Jiang, the buns are all steamed. Let's go sell them. Okay, coming. Jiang Jinwei immediately stood up and strode to the backyard kitchen. Seeing that she had packed the buns, he quickly washed his hands, grabbed a meat bun to eat, and after taking a bite, nodded. Delicious. Lee Sume had also tasted too herself. She thought the flavor was good. She pointed at the steaming basket on the stove. Let's sell these first. After we're done, we'll come back for the ones in the pot. Jiang Jinwei had no objection and asked her, Auntie, will you come with me? I'll go with you. After we sell most of them, I'll come back to get the rest, Lee Sume replied.
She wanted to try.
She had never done small business before and wanted to experience the feeling of setting up a stall today. When they carried out 4 baskets of steaming hot pastries, 2 neighbors next door were gossiping and eating sunflower seeds. Seeing them, they asked, Jinwei, where did you get so many buns? Mrs. Zhou, Aunt Ruan, this is my future mother-in-law. She's recovered now and making some pastries and buns to sell at the stall to earn some living expenses. I'm accompanying her to sell.
Li Sumei understood social etiquette.
She carried 2 baskets of buns to them, quickly wrapped 2 hot buns in oil paper for each, and handed them out. Hello, ladies. I am Junia's mother. My surname is Lee. I was born and raised in the north. I can barely make these pastries and buns. Please try some and give me your opinion. Oh wow, young lady, your buns look very nice. Let's try one, and you can sell the rest. Mrs. Zhou returned it to her. Sister-in-law, take this for the kids at home. Lee Sume handed it to her. Seeing an elderly woman with white hair sitting in the yard, relaxing in a lounge chair and enjoying the sun, she also took 2 oil paper-wrapped buns. Xiao Jiang, give 2 to that grandma too, so she can try them. The elderly woman is Mrs. Zhou's mother-in-law. She smiled and thanked her, saying, Young lady, you are too kind. Next to them, Aunt Ruan was already eating a meat bun, nodding as she ate. Comrade Lee, these buns are very tasty. Give me 10, please. I'm too lazy to cook tonight, so I'll eat buns. Aunt Ruan, the pot on the stove is still steaming. I'll bring you hot ones at 6 o'clock, so you don't have to reheat them later, Jiang Jingwei said. Okay, that's perfect. They won't be back from school until 6. They left quickly after a brief chat. The women loved gossiping, and Mrs. Zhou and her friend stood watching Lee Sume walk away. Their conversation shifted to her. Lin Junia's mother doesn't seem like an ordinary rural woman. She looks quite pretty, tall too. She must have been a great beauty when she was young. She spoke very politely, softly and gently. She must be educated. Lee Sume had been living here for over 2 months. She only went out that day for a checkup. Today was the first time they saw her. She's from the north, and I don't know how she married so far away. I heard her family doesn't have a man, and her mother's family is far away and can't help much. The mother and daughter are struggling in the countryside, Aunt Ruan said, having heard it from others. Mrs. Zhou pointed to Lu Yinghui's family and whispered, they're not just struggling, they're very poor. Junia's mother broke her back, and it was her sister-in-law's family who did it.
What?
What happened? Mrs. Zhou knew quite a lot. She was close to Lu Yinghui's mother-in-law and had heard the story from her. Aunt Ruan listened and frowned. This mother Junia is really unfortunate. She married from the north to here, and the men abandoned her and their daughter. She lost her son and was bullied by a bad family. No wonder she looks so sad. That family is like bandits and bullies. I carefully checked behind Lu Yinghui's family, so I decided to let Lu Junxing divorce her. Jinwei is dating Lin Junia, and it seems they plan to get married. They probably looked into her and her mother's past before moving their household registration to our home. Everyone in the neighborhood heard about moving the household registration. Aunt Ruan asked her, why haven't we seen the doctor that Mr. Meng mentioned lately? Has he finished the treatment? I asked Deputy Secretary Meng the day before yesterday. He said Dr. Jin went to Yangcheng to find a rare medicine for Jinwei. He'll be back in a few days. He also said Dr. Jin is very skilled. Jinwei is much better now, and after about a month of treatment, He should recover about 70 to 80%. It won't affect his marriage or having children.
Aunt Ron didn't know about this.
No wonder Deputy Secretary Meng has been in a good mood recently. It turns out his son can be cured. Old Qian also went to see Dr. Jean. I met them at the meat factory the day before yesterday. His father looks very healthy. He said after taking the medicine from Dr. Jean, he feels much better. I don't know if Dr. Jean is willing to treat us. My body hasn't been feeling well lately. My back is very sore. I wonder if he's good at gynecology? I'm not sure either. He's not here now and won't be back for a few days. You should ask Deputy Secretary Meng or Director Meng. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinwei and the others didn't go far. They set up a stall about 200 to 300 meters away at the street corner. He just made a sign from cardboard that read, flour rolls 5 cents, sugar buns 6 cents, meat buns 9 cents. Li Sume was new to selling on the street, but her daughter had told her many tips about business. She put down her basket and started calling out to sell. At this time, many people were walking on the street. Her steamed buns were hot and looked very tempting, attracting many passers-by. Soon some people came to buy. Her back wasn't fully recovered, so Jiang Jinwei didn't let her squat to sell. He helped carry the buns while she shouted to take orders and give change. In just over half an hour, more than half of the 4 baskets of buns had been sold. Jiang Jinwei tidied up a bit and set aside 2 empty baskets. Auntie, are you selling here, or should I sell here?
Just let me sell here.
I'll go back and get the remaining buns. Li Sume handed all the money she had to him, feeling quite happy. She picked up 2 baskets and turned to leave. There was still some stock at home. Li Sume separated the buns her neighbors wanted and put the rest into baskets, then hurried to deliver them. When she arrived, Zhang Jingwei had just finished selling everything here. He smiled slightly and said, I just met a middle school classmate. His family loves buns and buys 20 at a time. I was worried I wouldn't sell so many, she added. Li Sume brought him a small stool. Jingwei, your leg isn't fully healed. Don't squat for too long. Sit while selling. Auntie, leave the rest to me. You can go home and rest. Li Sume wasn't really tired, but since it was getting late and her daughter would be home from school soon, she nodded and said, I'll go prepare dinner. Come back after you finish selling. Auntie, cook fewer dishes tonight. Junia said she found some good food from someone else, and she'll bring it back later.
Okay.
When the Meng sisters returned from work, Li Sume was cooking in the kitchen. Jiang Jingwei was lying in the yard reading. As soon as they saw him, they asked, Jingwei, did you sell buns this afternoon? Yes, we sold out. Just finished cleaning up. After returning, Jiang Jingwei took buns to Aunt Yuan's house. He sat down for less than 5 minutes before telling them, I just calculated with Annie. After deducting all costs, not including labor, we earned 8.60 yuan today. That's a good income, they said. This was more than Meng Xuelon had expected. She then asked, why hasn't Junia come back yet?
She's already back, they replied.
Lin Junia pushed her bike through the back door, carrying a heavy cloth bag on the front. She cheerfully told them, Auntie, little auntie, we'll have good food tonight. What good food? Meng Xuejiao asked with a smile. Shredded chicken. This shredded chicken was bought by Jin Yuan in Yangcheng. He had recently become obsessed with the local dishes. Every time he tried a new dish, he bought a portion for Lin Junia. She didn't share it with everyone, hiding away in her space to eat alone every day. Today, she brought out these 2 shredded chickens because she saw similar cooked chicken at the meat factory a few days ago. That's why she lied and said it was homemade by a friend. Li Sume came out of the kitchen, smiling as she asked, Xiaoya, where did you buy this? From a friend who made it herself. I last saw her on the road, and she forcefully put a piece into my mouth. I found it very tasty, so I asked her to make 2 more for me. Lin Juniao said this as she carried a cloth bag over and handed it to Jiang Jinwei, smiling warmly. It smells so good. You should smell it. Yes, it does smell nice. I will make a spicy sauce to dip it in. It will taste even better. Jiang Jinwei had tried shredded chicken in another place, and it was similar in flavor. He didn't doubt it was from somewhere else. He just thought her friend was skilled. He went to prepare the sauce. Meng Shuejia set the table outside in the yard, and Meng Shuelan helped bring the dishes over. Lin Junyao washed her hands and split the 2 chickens. When all the dishes were ready, 5 people sat around the table to eat. The 2 chickens for chicken legs. Zhang Jinwei shared 3 with the elders and Lin Junyao. He grabbed a chicken wing and said, "This tastes pretty good. Captain Jiang worked hard selling buns today. Here's an extra chicken wing as a reward." Lin Junyao removed the bones from the chicken wings, dipped them in sauce, and placed them in his bowl, showing her gratitude sincerely. Zhang Jinwei smiled slightly. "It's Annie, who worked hard. I didn't do much." Just as he finished speaking, Aunt Ruan's voice came from outside. "Jinwei, are you home?" "Yes, I am."
The door isn't locked.
Aunt Ruan pushed open the heavy iron gate, saw everyone eating in the yard, and smiled warmly. "Deputy Secretary Meng, Director Meng, are you eating? Have you eaten yet?" Meng Shuejiao stood up, noticing 3 little children behind her, and waved happily. "Dongzi, bring your brothers over. We're having meat buns made by Aunt Li. We came specifically for the meat buns." Aunt Ruan saw their family's plentiful dishes and said with a smile, "I bought a dozen buns from Juanyao's mom earlier. They weren't full, so they started crying and making noise at home. I had to bring them back to buy more. There are still some in the steamer. I'll go get some for the kids." Li Sumei immediately stood up and told her daughter, Junyao, "Give the 2 chicken wings to Dongzi and his brothers. Also, give some chicken meat to the youngest brother. Sister-in-law, there's no need to be so polite." Her generosity made Aunt Ruan feel a little shy. Junyao invited her to sit down, generously breaking the 2 chicken wings for the older children. She also took a small bowl and scooped some chicken for the youngest, feeding each of them a meatball. Aunt Ruan's 3 sons, all lively and mischievous, looked alike. They were dressed neatly and were very polite. After eating the chicken she gave them, they didn't need to be told by elders. They all thanked her voluntarily. The oldest, Dongzi, even took a lollipop out of his pocket and gave it back to Junyao as a gift. "My sister is so lucky. She has 3 precious sons. People are really jealous of her," Li Sumei said as she brought her a bun and poured her a cup of tea. Aunt Ruan is actually only 6 or 7 years older than Zhang Jinwei, but since her husband's family is of a higher rank, she is considered a senior among their group. She looked at her 3 sons, who seemed to be starving and fighting like hungry ghosts, and sighed helplessly, "Sister-in-law, please don't praise my belly. I was so happy after giving birth, but now I feel worried. They often make me so angry that I can't sleep at night." Meng Shuelan smiled and said, "Your 3 boys are all mischievous. This street is probably where the most mischievous kids are. I can't help but want to scold them every day. But my grandparents love their grandson very much. Whenever we try to discipline them, they fight back. We argue about this at home, so often it makes our heads spin. Now that we have a grandson, my son and daughter-in-law can just step aside," Meng Shuejiao said, understanding her grandparents. "We're just playing around and teasing each other, not really fighting. Sister Lin is the one who actually fights." Dongzi, who is about 10 years old, was holding a meat bun in his left hand and a chicken wing in his right, with a mouthful of oil, defending himself. Lin Junya was stunned when he saw him twist his face. "Dongzi, are you talking about me?" "Yes, I saw you slap that person that day," Dongzi said quickly, referring to Dong Gyang. He spoke rapidly. "That person is so annoying. My brother sure too wanted to hit her long ago. He said next time he would pour her dirty water." Aunt Ruan smiled and patted him, then told Lin Junya, "Dong Gyang's mouth is very foul." Her classmate Shida's mom was having dinner with her cousin from her hometown when she saw her. She turned around and started gossiping, saying Shida's mom had a secret lover outside and even deliberately went to her workplace to cause trouble. It almost cost her job, and they ended up holding a grudge. Junya, that last time, someone punched her and knocked out a tooth. But it was probably too gentle. Strange thing is, the police haven't found any clues yet. Dong Gyang hasn't asked about it either. It seems like the matter just faded away, Aunt Ruan said, talking about it. That big mouth was sent back to her family. I heard Qin Fom ordered Qin Tong to send her away. Meng Shuelan heard others mention this, but She didn't investigate herself. She disliked Dong Guiyang and didn't care about anything related to her. Is that so? Aunt Wan pursed her lips and said, I heard Qin Lakun often scolds her and her daughter, telling them to get lost. She also urges Qin Tong to find a partner and get married quickly, and she wants to take the big mouth away. Qin Tong is now desperately clinging to Kong Yud, eager to marry into the Kong family right away. Zhang Xiulan strongly disagrees. She has already made it clear that if they get married, the Kong family won't hold a wedding or give bride price or traditional gifts. They will be asked to live outside, and Qin Tong is not allowed to step into the Kong family's house. This was said by Meng Xuejiao, who heard Zhang Xiulan say it herself. I don't know what Qin Tong did to upset her. Now, whenever she mentions Qin Tong's name, she acts like she's blowing up a firecracker, her face dark as if it's covered in soot. One is shamelessly sticking around, the other is dead set against it. It looks like there will be some excitement in the future, Aunt Wan said with some anticipation. While they were talking, an untimely burp interrupted, drawing everyone's attention. The burper was the second son of Aunt Ruan's family, a boy about 7 or 8 years old, who had eaten 6 buns in a row until he burped. Everyone laughed. Are you starving to death? Aunt Ruan chuckled and patted him. You've eaten so much tonight, that's enough. If you keep eating, you'll burst your stomach. Donger had a better appetite than his second brother and kept eating, saying unclearly, Mom, ask Andy to buy some more. We'll eat it for breakfast tomorrow. All the buns we made today are here. Tomorrow, we'll get up early to set up a stall. Come back in the morning to buy fresh ones. Jiang Jinwei just finished serving more rice and saw that he still had room to eat. She scooped some chicken and braised tofu onto his plate. Eating so many buns is enough. Have some vegetables too. Older sister-in-law, did you sell all the buns you brought out today? Aunt Wan asked Li Sumei. Yes, all sold out. Oh, business is pretty good, Aunt Wan thought to herself. She then asked, it looks like you took about 7 or 8 baskets to sell today. Did you make 5 yuan? The calculation was simple. Li Sumei nodded, but didn't specify the amount. Yes, a little more than that. That's quite good. Aunt Wan wasn't jealous. She smiled and told the Meng sisters, Old Liao's niece is also selling small goods at a stall. I heard she gets up early and works late every day. After 2 months, she bought a pair of leather shoes for each of the old Liao couple. I met her a few days ago and asked about her. She said she's selling towels and socks from the south, and her earnings are not less than factory workers. That girl is very hardworking and capable. She's willing to endure hardships and is filial. Old Liao and his wife are very lucky. Meng Xuelan knows about that girl. I heard they buy goods from passing freight drivers. The products are good quality and cheap. I have nothing to do at home, and I discussed with Dongzi's dad before. I also want to try selling at a stall, but I don't have a way to get supplies or any connections. I'm afraid others might cheat me. Seeing her interested in setting up a stall, Lin Juniao offers help. Aunt Wan, I have a way to get supplies. I know reliable drivers who supply goods. Aunt Wan suddenly remembers she also used to sell fruit at a stall. Her eyes light up and she quickly asks Xiaolin, are you the one who wholesales fruit? No, it's someone else. I buy yarn from him too. They are from the provincial city. They formed a small convoy that travels back and forth, buying cheap and good quality light industrial products from the south and selling them in the provincial city. They usually stop at rest areas along the way for a day or 2, taking the chance to buy and sell some goods. Many stall owners in the county buy from them. Aunt Wan is interested and asks eagerly, what kind of goods do they have? They have many kinds: yarn, bedding, sheets, and other bed supplies, shampoos, soaps, colognes, and other daily chemical products, as well as clothes, shoes, backpacks, fabrics, and watches. The towel and sock seller you mentioned earlier also stocks many varieties and colors. The wholesale prices are very cheap. If the total is over 10 yuan, they sell at wholesale price. If you buy less, it's retail, much cheaper than government stores. Xiaolin, do you know the approximate prices? Aunt Wan wants to sell these items. Yes, I do. Juniao had asked before and shared everything she knew. Aunt Wan is very pleased with the wholesale prices and excited. She asks her for help. Shaolin, when will they come? Can you take me there? They come to Dongyuan 3 times a month. The next time is this Sunday. I'll come to call you then. Junyao is happy to help. Thank you, Shaolin. Can I bring 2 or 3 more people along? Aunt Wan wants to invite relatives to join. Of course. These passing trucks stop behind the grain station. Some drivers are cautious, and some roughnecks or troublemakers might try to cause trouble. It's best not to go alone. Bring a few people, and it's even better if a man can come with you. Oh, okay. My husband will be home on Sunday. I'll ask him to come with us. They share common interests, and Aunt Wan keeps asking her for more details. Lin Junya also wants to get along well with her neighbors and have fun chatting with them. She talks so happily that she forgets the time. Finally, Zhang Jing reminds her, classmate Lin Junya, it's time for class.
Huh?
Lin Junya looks at her watch, suddenly jumps up, and runs away shouting, "Oh no, I'm going to be late again." Zhang Jing smiles helplessly. Take it slow. I'll ride my bike to take you. Xiao Jiang, you don't need to send her. Let Xiaoya ride her bike by herself. Li Sume also lost track of time and quickly got up to remind her, Xiaoya, be careful riding your bike. There are many kids playing on the road. Don't ride too fast or you might hit someone. Mom, I know, Lin Junya said as she pushed her bike out the door. She mounted it and pedaled away quickly. Aunt Wan sat nearby, smiling. Little Lin is also very energetic. She's been like that since she was young. Her grades are pretty good, but her attitude towards studying isn't. She always arrives at class just in time, and she's the fastest to leave after class or school. Sometimes, before the teachers even leave, she's already sneaking away with her backpack, Li Sume said with some helplessness, but lots of affection. Meng Xuejiao was nearby, washing dishes and smiling, just like Xuelan. When we were kids studying at the military school, before the teachers assigned homework, she'd sneak off. The next day, when the teacher checked, she hadn't written a single word and even asked, "Did you assign homework yesterday?" Everyone chuckled. Back then, her dad was a mid to high level officer in the army. His daily work involved training new soldiers. He was very strict at work, which made him unpopular with his subordinates. Then, during break time, he would be called to the school by Xuelan's head teacher for parent meetings and scoldings. Her head teacher was the wife of one of her dad's subordinates. The stricter her dad was with his men, the stricter she was with her dad.
Huh?
Xuelan no longer remembers these stories now, and she laughs happily. Everyone else burst into laughter, including Zhang Jing, who was also very happy. She has a good relationship with her aunt. Deep down, her aunt has a boyish personality. When her grandfather was alive, she often made him so angry that his beard would fly. Xuelan was lucky to be a girl. Whenever she caused trouble, her dad would suppress his anger and scold her a few times. If she had been a tough boy, she would have been beaten 3 meals a day. While they were chatting about funny past stories at home, Lin Junya arrived at school at her fastest speed. She rushed into the classroom right when the bell rang for class. Teacher Zhou arrived at the classroom earlier than her. Without saying anything, she started tutoring students after the bell rang. Li Sume plans to set up a stall to sell breakfast tomorrow morning. Tonight, she is preparing at home. Jiang Jingwei just helped her knead the dough. The rest of the work is up to her, and she is busy moving back and forth alone in the kitchen. Meng Xuejiao just finished her chores, took a shower, and came over wearing an apron to help. Sume, let me help you fold the buns. No need, no need. You've worked all day, go rest. I'll handle these things myself. Li Sume refuses her help. It's okay. I've been sitting in the office all day in meetings. I need to move around. Let me do it for an hour, just to stretch my limbs. Meng Xuejiao isn't good at making dough, but she sees that she's making flour rolls now. She watches carefully, learns quickly, and tries to do it herself. Sume, this is easy. I got it. With her help, Li Sume hands over the task of making flour rolls to her, while she focuses on wrapping buns nearby. Sume, you now have your individual business license. Just do your work freely. Our work is usually busy, and Jingwei's help is limited. Your health isn't fully recovered yet, but your business is doing well. Maybe you should hire someone to help. Lee Sume just started her stall today and hadn't thought about hiring anyone. Later, when the business is stable, I'll think about it. It doesn't have to be later.
You can hire now.
Our county isn't very big, but there are about 30 or 40,000 people. Besides state-run restaurants and factory canteens that supply noodles and snacks, there's nowhere else to buy. Your skills are good, and you could easily sell 2 or 3 times more each day. Find a skillful, diligent woman to help you. She can stay here at night, eating and living with us. Later, let Junya move in here. We have 2 empty bedrooms. She can choose one. Her current room can be given to someone else. That way, you and she can get up early to work without disturbing Junya's study or rest. She has arranged everything, and Lee Sume is very grateful. Mother-in-law, thank you so much. We'll be family soon. No need to be so polite. Although Meng Xuejiao has been busy with work lately, she has noticed the sweet interactions between the 2 young people. She can tell that her son truly likes Lin Junya. With her help, Lee Sume finished making all the breakfast items to sell by 8:30. She quickly poured water, took a shower, and then lay down to rest. When Lin Junya returned from evening study, she was almost asleep. Hearing her daughter's voice, she opened her eyes again. Xiaoya, hot water has been prepared in the kitchen for your bath, and there are boiled eggs on the stove. You and Xiaojiang each eat one.
Okay.
Lin Junya carried her backpack into the house and saw that she was already asleep. She quickly said, Mom, you should go to sleep now. Xiaoya, earlier, Aunt Meng suggested I hire someone. I want to ask Jihong to help me and have her live here. Aunt Meng asked you to move in with her, but since we start work early here, it might disturb your sleep. If you move over there, it won't wake you up. Junya had no objections and nodded, saying, Okay, Jihong will come tomorrow to deliver the herbs. You can talk to her directly. Xiaoya, how much do you think I should pay her? Lee Sume asked her about this. 30 yuan. The salary Junya suggested was quite high. Many workers at state-owned factories earn less when they start. However, Jihong is very kind. She often brings vegetables, wild greens, and dried goods when she delivers herbs. Because of this, Junya is willing to pay her a little more.
All right.
Lee Sume agreed and continued lying down. Xiaoya, go take a shower quickly. Tonight, you also need to give Xiaojiang an injection. After you're done, come to bed right away. Okay, you sleep first. Junya put her backpack in her room, then quickly went to the kitchen, grabbed an egg, and ran to the neighbor's house. Jiang Jingwei had just gone to pick her up from school. When she brought the egg over, he was just preparing a glass of milk for her. The 2 sat in the living room eating their evening snack before going to the room to lie down for injections. In the first 2 or 3 injections, Junya pretended to be unskilled and took her time. Today, her technique was much faster. After the last injection, she stood up and said, Captain Jiang, I'll go take a shower first and come back later. Go ahead. Jiang Jingwei gently held her hand. Meng Xuejiao was still awake, working in the study upstairs. She came downstairs to sit with her son in his room, sitting by the bed and asking, Jingwei, it's been half a month since the second treatment. Do you feel any obvious changes? Yes, much better. He knew his symptoms were improving, but he didn't want to tell his mother the details. Meng Xuejiao, knowing her limits, didn't ask further. Seeing that he was improving, she felt relieved. Your dad called this morning to ask about you. Please find some time to call him back tomorrow. Did Dad call about anything else? He asked a master to repaint the house, and now he's hiring a carpenter to make furniture. Also, as I mentioned before, we plan to buy a shop as a dowry for Junya. Your dad has already chosen one and plans to negotiate the price in a few days. Where is it located? Jiang Jingwei had previously asked his father to choose a busy, lively street-front shop. It's near the new house, at Nanqing Square. It's a busy area and close to home. In the future, if Sume no longer lives at the shop, she will go to live with you. When you're not at home, she and her mother can take care of each other. My parents arranged everything carefully and thoughtfully. Jiang Jingwei had no objections and discussed another matter with her. Mom, After Junia finishes her college entrance exams, we will get married immediately and settle in the provincial city. You and Auntie can come with us. Years ago, you and Dad had to divorce. Now that I have a stable job and am about to get married and have my own home, we don't have much contact with the Jiang family anymore. You don't need to worry about anything else. Just pick a good time to remarry. Both you and Dad are middle-aged now, each building your own careers. We have no connection with the Jiang family. How we run our family is our own business, and no one has the right to interfere. Jiang Jingwei had long wanted his parents to remarry. He had discussed this with his father before. His father was also willing to remarry and wanted his mother to move to the provincial city for work, but everything depended on her approval. Meng Xuejiao had recently thought about this too. She talked privately with her sister and smiled as she said, Xuelan also advised us to remarry. She said that after you and Junia get married in a year or two, you'll have children. We can work in the provincial city and help take care of the kids. Yes, Annie wants to open a shop and make money, and she also needs to find Junia's younger brother and dad. She has many things to do. When we have children in the future, we can ask her to help occasionally, but she can't take care of them full-time. Jiang Jingwei also considered this point. Meng Xuejiao is not a hesitant person. She had carefully thought about this matter recently and gave her son a clear answer. Our marriage and everything between your dad and me are our own arrangements. For now, our main focus is on your health treatment and Junia's college entrance exams. Okay, Jiang Jingwei nodded. Then he brought up his aunt's situation again. Mom, I talked to Auntie earlier. Dr. Jean wants to open a clinic and a pharmacy and has invited her to cooperate. She's interested in starting her own business.
She told me about it.
Dr. Jean has funds and medical formulas, but he isn't good at managing. Your aunt has a talent for business and is good at these things. She wants to try her luck while she's young. I support her going into business. I took 3,000 yuan, plus the savings left by her grandparents, and gave her a total of 10,000 yuan. The Meng sisters have a very close relationship. They have always supported and helped each other. Over the years, her sister has helped her a lot with family and work. Now that her sister wants to venture out, she supports her unconditionally. When Lin Junia finished her shower and came over, Meng Xuejiao was taking care of Jiang Jinwei. The mother and son started talking for a while, but then he suddenly felt a sharp pain all over his body. He stopped talking, clenched his teeth, and endured the pain. During the second acupuncture session, each treatment lasted an hour. Jiang Jinwei was very strong and endured it without a complaint, biting his teeth to get through each time. Even Lin Junia admired his strong will. When the time was up, he was completely exhausted and weak. His clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Meng Xuejiao immediately poured water for him to wipe himself and change his clothes. After she finished tidying up, Lin Junia prepared some medicine, held his head to feed him. The medicine was very bitter. He drank it all in one gulp, then took a cup of plain water to rinse away the bitterness. Mom, Junia, it's late.
You should go to bed now, he said.
Okay, Lin Junia replied. She helped him lie down and covered him with a blanket. As she did, she subtly tugged at his hand. Meng Xuejiao, walking behind, turned off the light and closed the door. She whispered to Lin Junia, Junia, did Sume tell you about hiring someone?
She did.
Ji Hong will come tomorrow to deliver medicinal herbs. My mom will talk to her, Lin Junia replied. Why don't you move in tomorrow? The room next door is empty. I'll have Jinwei tidy up the room and move the bedding over, Meng Xuejiao suggested, pointing to the next room. Lin Junia, who was straightforward and open, agreed quickly. Okay, thank you, Annie. No need to thank me. Your mom runs a breakfast business and gets up early to work. It might disturb your sleep. You have more than 2 months before the college entrance exam, so you must rest well during this time. It was already quite late, and the neighbors had gone to bed. Meng Xuejiao also prepared to go upstairs to sleep. Junia, go back to sleep. You have to get up early tomorrow, she said. Okay, Auntie. You should go to sleep too, Lin Junia replied and immediately went home. When she lay on her bed, she sent a message to her master. Master, what did you do tonight? Why aren't you in the space sleeping yet? I went to a big restaurant for dinner and helped an elderly person with a sudden heart problem. The person is quite influential locally in Yangcheng. Their family invited me to their home as a guest. Now I'm enjoying wine and chatting, her master replied. Oh, then continue. I'll go to sleep now, Lin Junya said, not wanting to disturb him. Go ahead and sleep. Jin Yuan was drinking fine imported red wine, chatting comfortably with the family. They were having a pleasant evening, and he planned to stay overnight. He has been in Yangcheng for 4 or 5 days. The next day after arriving, he rented a warehouse to store grains and vegetables. He sold off about 40,000 to 50,000 pounds of goods in small amounts. Recently, he has been looking for wealthy and capable businessmen to cooperate with. Tonight, he found a family with good financial strength. They work in the general goods transportation industry, making them perfect partners. When Lin Junya got up the next morning, Jin Yuan already had good news for her. Junya, last night we signed a contract for 30,000 pounds of grain. The price is slightly higher than the market rate. Master, impressive. Junya admired him greatly and said, Master, the remaining food in the space is less than 100,000 pounds.
You should plant more today.
I'm planting now. People who practice martial arts sleep less. Jin Yuan had drunk until late last night and only slept 4 hours before waking up. He had already started planting in the space. Junya quickly dressed, went to the kitchen to get water, wash her face, and brush her teeth. She took a few steamed buns from the steamer, sent 3 into the space, and brewed a glass of milk. Master, you're busy. I'm going to school. Tomorrow, go visit the Lei siblings and deliver some goods to them. Jin Yuan pointed to the pile of goods beside her. They ordered it before and paid for it.
Okay.
When she left with her backpack, Jiang Jingwei also came over, holding a bottle of red date tea he had brewed in the morning, asking her to bring it to school. Today, Lin Junya didn't ask him to send her. Instead, she asked him to help her mom sell buns. She rode her bicycle to school. Last night, Li Sume needed 50 pounds of dough, expecting to sell the buns until around 10 o'clock. But by 8:30, all the buns were sold out. She and Jiang Jingwei even missed their breakfast. In the end, she asked her son-in-law to go to a state-run restaurant to eat noodles. When they returned carrying a bunch of empty baskets, Yao Jihong was squatting at the back door, lost in thought. When she saw them, she immediately stood up. Auntie Sume, Captain Jiang. Jihong, how long have you been here? Li Sume hurried to open the door. Not long, about 10 minutes. Jihong took a ride in a tractor with the wind this morning, arriving earlier than usual. Seeing them carrying many empty baskets, she asked, Auntie Sume, what are you doing? I told you last time. I'm now making steamed buns and flour rolls to sell. I just set up a stall on the street. Li Sume opened the door and invited her inside. Jihong carried a heavy basket inside and asked, How's the business? Business is pretty good. All the steamed buns we made this morning are sold out. Li Sume moved a stool for her to sit on and went to the kitchen to pour water. Jihong, sit down and rest for a while.
Annie has something to talk to you about.
Jiang Jingwei put the basket in the kitchen and turned back home. Annie, I'll go read a book. If you need anything, just call me. Okay, go ahead. I'll call you when it's time for lunch. Li Sume brewed 2 cups of tea and handed an orange to Yao Jihong, smiling warmly. The steamed buns we made this morning are all sold out, none left. Jingwei, and I just ate noodles at the state-run restaurant. Business is so good? Yao Jihong asked in surprise. Many families in the city are dual income, and most rush off to work early. They don't cook breakfast at home, but buy buns or steamed bread outside to fill their stomachs. That's why business is especially busy in the mornings. If Jiang Jingwei hadn't helped her this morning, she wouldn't have been able to handle everything alone. They roughly calculated that they probably earned another 10 yuan. Auntie, you said you wanted to talk to me. What's the matter? Yao, Jihong asked. Jihong, I want to hire someone to help me make buns, flour rolls, and steamed bread. I'll pay 30 yuan a month, and they can eat and stay here with us. Would you like to do it? Yao Jihong's eyes lit up happily. Auntie, I'd love to. 30 yuan a month is a good wage, and it includes meals and accommodation. Lee Sume knew she would agree and smiled. I only do breakfast, so I get up a little earlier, around 4:30 a.m. We only work in the morning. In the afternoon, we rest at home, and in the evening, we spend some time preparing for the next day's sales. We go to bed around 9 o'clock. She originally planned to sell all day, but Jiang Jingwei suggested only selling in the morning. Making breakfast is quite tiring, and earning money is important, but health is even more important. Waking up in the middle of the night and not getting enough rest can harm the body. After thinking it over, she agreed with her future son-in-law's advice. Health is the foundation of everything. She couldn't exhaust herself early on, as there would be many things to do in the future. Auntie, this work isn't too hard. You don't need to pay me so much. 20 yuan a month is enough. Yao Jihong had never worked in the city, but her brother told her that many temporary workers in state-owned factories earned less than 20 yuan a month. 30 yuan was too much for her. Jihong, making noodles and buns may look easy, but it's actually quite tiring. You don't have to work outside in the sun and rain, but it's still exhausting in the morning. Junia is now focused on preparing for exams and can't help. Annie's health isn't fully recovered yet, and she can't do heavy work. You'll need to help with it. Yao Jihong smiled and replied, Annie, I understand. From now on, I will do the heavy work like carrying loads.
Good.
Spend this time learning for me, as if you're learning a skill. Junia's grades are pretty good. She should be able to get into college. She plans to apply to a school in the provincial city. If everything goes well, she will go there to study. In the future, Auntie will also go to the provincial city with them. When we move to the provincial city, you can take over the steamed bun business. Later, your brother can help find a storefront to open a bun shop in the county. Yao Jihong doesn't like studying, but she's clever and excited. Auntie, you're so kind to me.
Thank you.
Lee Sume smiled and accepted her thanks. She said, Jihong, go home today and talk to your parents again. If they agree, come over this afternoon. Bring your clothes and daily necessities and stay in Xiaoya's room. Auntie, Xiaoya's room has a single bed. We sleep together, but I move around a lot when I sleep, which might disturb her. Jihong is thoughtful and worries about bothering Lin Junia. Xiaoya will move to the room across tonight. Her aunt has arranged her a bedroom. If we get up in the middle of the night to work, it won't disturb her rest. Oh, that's good. After finishing her tea, Jihong immediately stood up. Auntie, I'll go back now and tell my parents. I'll come this afternoon.
Good.
I'll prepare some medicinal herbs for you. Take the money back. Also, ask your dad to arrange someone to deliver the goods. The herbs will be charged as usual, Lee Sume instructed. I'll ask my cousin to deliver them, Jihong said, having already made her plan. Your second grandpa's house, Jihong? Yes, brother Jisheng is strong and careful with accounts. His family also has a bicycle, and the herbs dug up that day can be delivered the same day. Recently, Jihong has been going into the mountains with her cousin every day. Their relationship is getting closer. Every time she delivers herbs, Auntie Sume and her daughter always give her extra money and fruit. She wants to pass this kindness to her cousin. Okay. When you come this afternoon, bring him along so he can remember the address. Lee Sume finished and went to get the scale. Jihong paid her bill and left. She was so happy thinking she could earn a steady salary like her older brother. She danced with joy and ran all the way to the Public Security Bureau. Yao Zhigua was in his office sorting cases. When he heard his sister was here, thinking something was wrong at home, he hurried out. Jihong, why are you here? Is there something wrong at home? Brother, nothing's wrong at home. I came to tell you some good news. When he heard there was no problem at home, Yao Zhigua felt relieved. He took her to the next-door reception room. What's the good news? Yao Jihong happily tugged his arm, her eyes squinting with joy. I just went to deliver some medicinal herbs. Aunt Sume told me she's selling buns at a stall. Business is pretty good. She asked me to help her out, and she's paying me 30 yuan a month, plus letting me move in with her. 30? Yao Zhigua was slightly surprised. Yes, she said she'll give me 30 yuan each month. My back isn't fully healed yet, and heavy work is tough for me, so she wants me to help her. She's paying me more. She also said I should learn her skills well. When Yamei gets into a university in the city, she plans to go too. She wants me to take over the bun business and open a bun shop in the county. Seeing how kind Aunt Su-mei was and wanting to pass her skills, Yao Jihong quickly said, "Jihong, go help Auntie without taking a salary. You don't know how to make buns yet. They look easy, but it's hard to make them well. If you've baked pancakes at home, you should know that making tasty and good-looking buns takes real skill. Plus, Auntie will provide you with food and a place to stay. She plans to pass the business to you, so you must not refuse the salary." Yamei has her college entrance exam in July, and the results will come out by August at the latest. After that, she'll go to the city. Auntie's bun business will only last about 3 months. During these 3 months, you should learn diligently, master Auntie's skills, and in the future, you won't have to worry about earning money. Yao Jihong listened carefully to her brother and nodded repeatedly. "Okay, I won't take the salary. I'll learn well. I'll also tell my parents about this when I go home."
Good.
Talk to your parents carefully. This is like apprenticing. Have your parents give you some money to buy good gifts from the state-run store as a gift for your master. Yao Zhigua advised her.
All right.
Yao Jihong hadn't thought of all this before. "Auntie, Su-mei wants you to go today? Anytime this afternoon, around 4 or 5 o'clock. Yao Jihong just asked. "Okay, come over at 5. I'll finish work and go with you. Wait for me at the police station entrance at 5:30. Yao Zhigua, busy with work, finished talking and saw her off. Yao's parents are honest and kind people. When they learned that Li Su-mei was willing to teach her daughter her skills, Yao's father and brother both told her not to take the salary. They also immediately sent her mother to the chicken coop to catch a big rooster as a gift for her apprenticeship. In the evening, Father Yao brought his children and nephew Yao Zishong to visit. He carried a big rooster and gifts, along with a large basket of vegetables. Li Su-mei was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. When she saw them bringing a formal gift for the master, she was both amused and helpless. Despite her repeated refusals, she couldn't refuse, so she accepted the gift and invited them to stay for dinner. Today, the family didn't prepare any special dishes. Jiang Jing quickly killed the big rooster and went to get a large piece of smoked dried meat to serve the guests. Yao Jihong is a hardworking girl. She put her things inside the house and immediately came out to help with the chores. "Su-mei, when does Sister Ya finish school?" Father Yao asked outside the kitchen. "She finishes at 6 in the evening. There's only an hour for dinner and rest. She has evening self-study at 7, which lasts until 9:30. She goes to bed at 10:30 and gets up at 5:30 in the morning. It's very tiring every day. That's really hard." In the Hongyang production team, only Lin Junya is a high school student. Father Yao didn't realize how tough high school could be and asked her, "Does Sister Ya study alone like this, or is it the same for other high school students?" Only students in the final graduation class have the schedule, especially during the last 3 months of intensive review. Their class performance is okay, and the homeroom teacher stays with them from morning to night, trying to help more students get into good universities.
I see.
Father Yao had heard that Lin Junya was a good student and smiled, saying, since Sister Ya does well, she should be able to get into a good university and find a stable, well-paying job in the future. "You're very lucky." The mother and daughter's life was getting better and better. Li Su-mei felt more energetic and full of hope for the future, smiling warmly. After suffering so many years, it's time to see some success. Jiang Jing quickly finished killing the chicken, handed the feathers to the Yao siblings, and cooked a pot of rice in her own kitchen. She hurried out and said, "Auntie, I'm going to pick up Junya from school." "Okay." Watching Jiang Jing leave, Father Yao smiled again and said, "Junya is very lucky. Captain Jiang is a good match. Jihong is also a good girl. Your good luck is still ahead." Yao Jihong was good at household chores. In just 10 minutes, she cleaned and chopped the big rooster into pieces with a sharp knife, then helped stir-fry the dishes. When Meng Xuejia returned from work, she saw father and son Yao talking in the yard. She came over to greet them. "Deputy Secretary Meng." "Hello, Deputy Secretary Meng." Father Yao quickly led his son and nephew forward and introduced them. Zishang, this is Captain Zhang's mother. Deputy Secretary Meng. Hello, Yao Zhisong politely greeted. Hello, are you Jigua's younger brother? Deputy Secretary Meng. Jisong is a cousin. Jihong will come to work later, and the task of delivering medicinal herbs is assigned to him. Today, I brought him here to meet everyone. Yao's father, feeling nervous in front of the leader, also looked a bit tense. Good. Please sit down quickly. I'll change my clothes and come back. After she left, Zishang quietly asked, Uncle, which unit is Captain Zhang's mother a leader of? Yao's father whispered the answer into his ear. Zishang's eyes widened in shock, and he silently said something. Jigua understood and patted his shoulder with a smile, quietly advising, Zishang, don't tell anyone at home. If some people in the team find out, they might cause trouble. Understood. Zishang understood his meaning and chuckled softly. If old Lin's family finds out, they might get insanely jealous. Those are a bunch shallow-minded fools. Yao's father commented unfavorably about them. Not long after, Lin Jr. returned. She greeted the Yao family and immediately started tidying up the house, quickly moving into the bedroom next to Jiang Jingwei. Captain Jiang, when will you and Sister Ye get engaged? Yao's father casually asked. I mentioned the engagement to Auntie before. Auntie and Junia said there's no need for a formal engagement process. No need to make it complicated. After Junia finishes her college entrance exams, we'll go directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register and then hold a wedding banquet. Jiang Jingwei had already discussed these matters with them, including the bride price, which they refused to accept. They didn't need to buy a new wedding car immediately, planning to do so after settling in the provincial capital. Later, he bought a watch at a state-run store. Lin Junia had already bought a watch from her third brother, but still accepted it. Now she wears the one he gave her, bought from her third brother, and the watch bought for her mother was also given to her. Will the wedding be held here? Yao's father asked, wanting to know if they would come to celebrate with them. Yes, it will be held back home, and after the wedding, we'll go to the provincial capital. Jiang Jingwei had already discussed this with his parents. His father would take leave to help organize the wedding. The exact date hadn't been set, but it was expected to be mid-July. Brother Yao, when the two kids have their wedding, invite your whole family to share the joy and witness their happiness. Meng Xuejiao, dressed in new clothes, came out and took the opportunity to invite them to the wedding banquet. She personally extended the invitation, and Yao's father was overjoyed, smiling broadly. Deputy Secretary Meng, of course will come. We'll definitely join in the celebration. Meng Xuelan finished work late today and was the last to arrive home. Her face looked a bit upset when she returned. Meng Xuejiao saw her expression and knew she had been scolded at the hospital. Xuelan, did something unpleasant happen? The task assigned by the city was almost completed, but that greedy pig tried to steal my credit. I just argued with him and smashed his office. Meng Xuelan has become much calmer lately and hasn't lost her temper in a long time. Today, she vented her anger at the hospital, scaring many young doctors and nurses. The leaders heard about it and hurried over to comfort her. He wanted to take the credit, so I let him. I just asked the director for a half-month leave, so they shouldn't bother me during this time. As for the rest of it, if he can handle it, I'll give him some credit. If he can't, and it causes big trouble for the hospital, the Zhang family will have a hard time. The person Meng Xuelan mentioned was Zhang Xuelan's younger brother. He usually wasn't very dedicated or ambitious at work. When he had achievements, he was the first to take credit. Meng Xuelan didn't get along with him, and today, he tried to interfere again, which made her furious. She directly went to smash his office. She is a very decisive person. Whatever she does, Meng Jiao always supports her. Next week is Uncle's 70th birthday. You should go to Uncle's house and stay a few days.
Okay.
Meng Xuelan was planning to do that. After washing her hands, she went to the yard to eat. Seeing there were guests tonight, she hurried over to apologize. Brother Yao, you all came tonight. Sorry, I was delayed by some work at the unit and finished late. No problem, Director Meng. We're just free anyway. Yao's father stood up and introduced his nephew. Ji Song, This is Captain Zhang's aunt, Director Meng. Hello, Director Meng, Yao Jisong greeted politely. Hello, please have a seat. Meng Xuelon invited the guests to sit down. She saw Lin Junia bring a big tray of buns and asked her, Junia, when will Dr. Jean be back? Saturday afternoon, Lin Junia replied. Good. Meng Xuelon had something to discuss with Jean Yuan, but didn't tell her. She grabbed a bun and started eating. Let's eat. Tonight, they had a well-balanced meal with both meat and vegetables. The buns just came out of the steamer, hot, fluffy, and delicious. Yao Zhigua and his brother each ate 3 in a row. Su Mei, your bun-making skills are better than the master chefs at the state-run restaurant. Yao's father had no idea she had such talent before. Li Su Mei was holding a bowl and eating rice, smiling as she said, I am from the north. I grew up eating wheat foods. In the north, everyone knows how to make noodles. Our wheat foods are like rice here, eaten 3 times a day, so we naturally know how to make them. Lin Junia was rushing to class, quickly eating her food while chewing and saying, Jihong, follow my mom and learn well. Being good at making noodles is very useful in the South. In the future, you can open a shop or sell food on the street and make good money. If you don't want to sell on the street, you can apply to work in a government-run cafeteria. They are always looking for staff. Just now, Aunt Sume was making some, and I tried to make some too. It looked simple, but it's actually quite difficult. I used the same method, but mine didn't look good. Yao Jihong handed her a bun and said, This is mine. It looks like a little lump of mud. I'm embarrassed to give it to you. Junia, you might as well eat it yourself. Haha. Everyone else laughed. Meng Xuejiao helped make flour rolls last night and cheerfully suggested, Jihong, you should try making flour rolls first. They're not so hard. Aunt Sume has a special way of making them, and it's easy to learn. Okay, I'll take my time. In front of the leader, Yao Jihong felt a bit nervous and awkward. Junia quickly finished her 2 bowls of rice, put her dishes in the kitchen, and left. Eat slowly, I'm going to school. Jiang Jingwei ate as fast as her and had already set down her chopsticks. She helped carry the water bottle and saw her off to evening self-study at school. The Yao family felt a bit reserved around Meng's sisters. They slowed down their eating and, when they put down their chopsticks, they all did so in silent agreement. Li Sume brewed a pot of tea for them and invited them to sit for a while. When they got up to leave, she packed a bag of sugarcane for them to snack on during their journey. Yao Jihong helped wash the dishes and immediately came over to learn how to knead dough. Kneading dough is not only a skill, but also a physical activity. Since Yao Jihong often helped with farm work at home, she was quite strong and kneaded the dough well. With her help, Jiang Jingwei didn't come over but finished her bath early and went inside to meditate and practice internal energy. Junia, all 300,000 jin of grain has been delivered. The grain grew very quickly in the space. Jean Yuan expanded 50 acres in the morning, and today he finished this deal. Junia was still in class, communicating with him through a message. Master, is it a matter of exchanging money and goods at the same time? Yes, the He family is quite wealthy. They just sent over 10 or so large trucks to transport the grain. Their business is big, and this batch of grain is being shipped overnight to Lin Province. Yesterday, Lao He personally settled the bill with me. He also bought 2 bottles of century-old ginseng from me and asked me to deliver some grain next time. He told me to go directly to his place. Whatever the He family needs, they will buy it. Jean Yuan was counting money in the space and said to her, Junia, the He family runs a general store. I ordered a TV, refrigerator, washing machine, and a generator from their store. They will deliver the goods tomorrow. Master, is the He family's store very big? Lin Junia asked curiously. It's quite large. It's bigger than the state-run stores in 5 counties, with many different products and lots of high-end imported goods. Today, Jean Yuan went shopping and brought back many gifts for them. All the items are now stored in the space, waiting for her to pick them up on Saturday. Master, after I finish my college entrance exams, can you take me out to play? Lin Junia wanted to see the outside world. Sure. Your place isn't far from Yangcheng. It only takes 1 night by train. It's really bustling here, much more than the imperial city we visited before. There are factories everywhere, and many people come from other places to work here. You see job advertisements everywhere on the roads. As long as you're diligent and not lazy, you can find work. However, because many outsiders come here, the security isn't very good, especially near the train station. There are many local gangs, troublemakers, and pickpockets. Lin Junya had only read about Yongqing in newspapers and heard news on the radio. She hadn't seen it with her own eyes, so she felt a bit excited. Master, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Last night, I asked the He family about this. There's a pharmaceutical factory here. The government encourages private businesses and has introduced many new policies. I plan to visit there tomorrow. Jin Yuan wanted to see the factory's production equipment. Junya, today I also bought a small filling machine. Lin Junya had never heard of a filling machine before and asked, Master, what is a filling machine? In the provincial capital, my third brother and his team rented a small place. I went to find them today. They were queuing at a perfume water factory to buy supplies. I went to see the factory. I saw a workshop dedicated to filling bottles. There was a machine that automatically filled perfume water into bottles. The machine was quite large. It could fill hundreds of bottles at a time. Third brother said that machine costs about 40 to 50,000 yuan. Later, I asked Lao He about it. He gave me the contact information of the manufacturer that sells this kind of equipment. I bought a small, hand-operated one that can fill 20 bottles at a time. Lin Junya understood her master's subtle plan. Master, do you want to produce floral water? Yes. Today the floral water factory's business is booming. 200 or 300 people are queuing outside the warehouse to buy in bulk, starting at 1,000 yuan. They're all preparing for summer mosquito repellent. I calculated the approximate costs. The profit margin is quite reasonable. The master wanted to do it and Lin Junya supported him. Master, it's convenient to buy supplies over there. Please go and get a batch of glass bottles and have a printing factory customize some labels and stickers. The glass bottles are already ordered. I ordered 50,000. They already have stock in the warehouse, and tonight they are working overtime to prepare the goods. The order can be delivered the day after tomorrow morning. I haven't arranged the labels and stickers yet. I was just about to discuss a name with you. Junya was not good at choosing names, so she left this difficult task to her master. Master, you are so learned and talented. I'll leave the naming to you. Jin Yuan didn't expect her to flatter him and was too lazy to argue. He assigned her a task. We can't rent a place to build a factory now, so we'll do it in the space. We are limited in manpower, so you need to find time to help me. Okay, I will try to help when I can. Junya usually couldn't find time and could only help on Sundays. Alright, you go to class. I will go make the floral water. Jin Yuan got up and went to the pharmacy in the estate. He only needed to smell the formula to confirm it, so he didn't waste much brain power. In just half an hour, he produced an even better finished product. He returned on Saturday afternoon. His trip to Yongqing was very fruitful, and he brought gifts for everyone. The women received a leather handbag each. Jiang Jinwei bought a convenient wallet for carrying, and there was a vintage, beautiful blue desk lamp. Junya, this pretty desk lamp is for you. Jiang Jinwei handed it to her. I already have the same one in pink. Junya had already placed it in her room and hadn't unboxed it yet. She smiled happily. Master specifically chose a pair for us. This desk lamp is very beautiful. We will take it to the provincial city and place it in the study of the new house. Jiang Jinwei arranged things, placing the blue one on her desk first. Don't open the pink one yet. Use this for the next 2 months. Okay. Junya placed it in the best spot and said to him, I'll take Aunt Juan and the other shopping for supplies tomorrow morning. Will you come with us? Yes, I will go with you to see. Aunt Juan called over 4 or 5 friends and relatives to start a small business. For the first time, they went shopping together, and she even called all the men's family members to join. The group rode bicycles loudly to find third brother. Because Jin Yuan had already spoken to him in advance, third brother was waiting here for Lin Junya. When he saw her bringing customers, he immediately offered cigarettes and fruit to welcome them. Girl, is this your brother or? Third brother looked at Jiang Jinwei.
He's my boyfriend.
You're already dating? Third brother quickly offered a cigarette to Jiang Jinwei. Jiang Jinwei knew that third brother's group came from the provincial city. Using the local dialect, he politely declined, "Thanks, I don't smoke." Seeing that he could speak the local dialect fluently, third brother also switched to the provincial dialect to talk with him. "May I ask, what do you call yourself?" "Jiang, as in the Yangtze River." "Comrade Jiang, hello. My surname is Tong, like the fairy tale, from Huangshe village in the provincial city." Jiang Jinwei's unit was stationed in Huangshe village, so he was very familiar with the area. "Dongan or Sheeping?"
"Dongan." The two men started chatting.
Lin Junya, holding the longan gifted by third brother, followed Aunt Ruan and the others to look at the goods. Aunt Ruan and her group were very interested in shopping, and all the men participated. They asked about quality and price, chatting excitedly. "Xiao Lin, my husband and I just discussed it. We want to buy wholesale these shampoos and soaps to sell. What do you think?" "Sounds good. These sell very well." This batch of goods had more varieties than last time. Lin Junya half-jokingly told them, "My friend bought a batch last time, spending 500 yuan, filling a whole room with goods, and sold out in 6 days. Really good to sell." Aunt Ruan's eyes lit up. She asked, "Xiao Lin, how much did he earn?" "He sold at the retail price," third brother and others suggested. "After selling all the goods, he made 80 yuan. Later, he thought the price was too low. If he raised it a bit, it should sell just as well." Aunt Ruan's husband raised an eyebrow. 6 days, 80 yuan. That's enough for a month and a half of my salary. Lin Junya chuckled and winked playfully. "Uncle, don't underestimate street vendors. They make big money quietly. Some people think that running a small stall isn't respectable, but they just can't face it."
"I don't think that way.
Running a small business isn't stealing or cheating. Buying and selling is voluntary.
We don't steal or rob.
Every penny is earned honestly with your own hands and mind. There's nothing unrespectable about it." Because of his idea, Aunt Ron decided to try selling things at a market stall. She wasn't expecting to make a lot of money, just earning a little to help reduce family expenses made her happy. In the end, they chose to buy wholesale daily chemical products. Other relatives and friends picked different items. Everyone sold their own products, each buying about 200 yuan worth of goods, which was quite a large amount. Because they ordered a lot, third brother temporarily arranged a truck and personally drove to deliver the goods to each home. These families had some connections, and a few days earlier, they all obtained individual business licenses. With the certificates, they weren't afraid of being falsely accused of something. Once the goods arrived home, they immediately set up their stalls. They had never sold at a stall before. The goods they bought today were different from each other, so there was no competition. 5 or 6 families planned to set up stalls on the same street. Lin Junya and her group didn't buy anything today, but they did pick up a few items they were interested in. After returning, Jiang Jingwei was called into the room by Jin Yuan for treatment, while she went to work in the space. Jin Yuan had previously discussed a deal with third brother, promising to supply 3 trucks of medicinal herbs. Lin Junya spent some time organizing the goods, then went to fill the bottles with the floral water prepared by the bottling master. "Junya, you come out to take care of Xiao Jiang. I'll go deliver the herbs." Jin Yuan had just used his internal energy to treat Jiang Jingwei for an hour and a half. The treatment was less painful today, but after opening the meridians with internal energy, he was now weak and unable to get up. When Lin Junya brought warm water, Jiang Jingwei weakly said, "Junya, I didn't sweat much today. No need to wash." "I'll wipe your face," Lin Junya said, taking a cloth to wipe his face and hands. "Are you thirsty?" "No, not thirsty," he replied. Seeing how tired he looked, with eyelids almost closing, Lin Junya tucked him in. "Sleep for a while. I'll wake you up for lunch." "Okay," Jiang Jingwei sighed, pulling her hand. "Go ahead and do your work. Please close the door for me." When Lin Junya left the room, Meng Shuilan just returned from outside. "Junya, is Jingwei getting acupuncture?" "The master just finished his acupuncture. He's very tired and weak, so he just went to sleep." Meng Shuilan nodded quietly, not wanting to disturb her nephew's rest. She asked softly, "Where is Dr. Jean?" "He just left. He went to Yangqing to buy some things and asked a truck driver passing through Dongyuan County to bring them back. He went to pick up the goods and should be back in about half an hour. Meng Shuilon needed to see him and said, "Dr. Jean is back. When you go upstairs, call me. I have something to discuss with him."
Okay.
After she went upstairs, Lin Junia went to the backyard kitchen. She packed the steamed buns and flour rolls into a basket, hurried to deliver them to her mother. Her delivery was timely. The noodles and baked goods that Yao Jihong had picked out earlier had just sold out. Seeing her, she smiled and said, "Young sister Ya, business is good. We don't even need to call out to customers. They come to buy on their own. We just need to sell quickly and collect the money. Xiaoya, it's fine to sell here. Go buy some vegetables and also buy 10 jin of sugar." Li Sume handed her money. "Mom, no need to buy sugar. I just took Aunt Wan and others to buy supplies and brought back a big bag, 50 jin of sugar." Junia had money on her, but didn't take her mother's. She rode her bike and left. "I'll buy some ribs." The chef from Yangqing brought back dried seaweed. "Today, I'll make seaweed and rib soup." "Good, go buy whatever you want," her mother said. Yao Jihong had never eaten seaweed and asked, "Auntie, what is seaweed? Is it a plant that grows in the sea?" "Yes, it's a type of sea vegetable that grows on rocks at the bottom of the sea. It floats like cloth strips in the water, so it's called seaweed," Li Sume explained. "Like water plants in the river, right?" "Exactly, kind of like that, but seaweed grows in the sea. People living by the coast often go fishing for it. Fresh seaweed can be eaten right away or dried to cook soup or make cold dishes. There are many ways to eat it. It's quite cheap in coastal areas, similar to cabbage or radishes here. But when transported inland, away from the sea, the price goes up." Junia bought ribs at the meat factory, but didn't stay long outside. She hurried home, caught a goose in her space, and chopped it up, planning to make a big goose stew in an iron pot at noon. Li Sume returned with an empty basket, saw her squatting in the yard tidying up, and raised an eyebrow. "Xiaoya, where did you buy the goose?" "The meat factory didn't have many vegetables, so I only bought 2 small ribs. I just went to a friend's place to buy the goose. He got it from the countryside," Junia lied smoothly. "Xiaoya, let me help you," Li Sume said. Yao Jihong took the basket to the kitchen and quickly brought a chair for Li Sume.
Auntie, sit and rest.
"We'll handle the rest."
Okay.
Li Sume got up at 4:30 a.m. and worked nonstop until now without sitting down. She was truly tired. She poured herself a glass of water and sat to rest. Jin Yuan has already completed the transaction. The 3 main vehicles carrying medicinal herbs are fully loaded and the payment has been received. Junia, a total of 8,500 yuan. Third brother and the others don't have that much cash, so they paid 6,000 yuan first. They will come again tomorrow to deliver the remaining balance. They also ordered 2 cars of floral water. "We need to prepare the goods today." "Okay, I'll handle it this afternoon." Lin Junyao truly admires the efficiency of her master. She then asked, "Master, Director Meng wants to see you. Are you coming back now?" "Yes, I'll be back soon." When he returned, he was just finishing up tidying. Lin Junyao immediately ran upstairs to call out, "Director Meng, Master is back. Junyao, please ask Dr. Jean to come to the upstairs study." Jin Yuan quickly walked over, waving to his apprentice to signal her to attend to her own tasks. He knocked on the study door, then pushed it open and asked, "Director Meng, what do you want?" "Dr. Jean, first take a look at these 2 account books." Meng Shuelon had prepared in advance and placed 2 thick books in front of him. Jin Yuan sat down and only glanced at them briefly, replying, "I can't understand them."
Huh.
"You can't understand?" Meng Shuelon was surprised and didn't quite catch his meaning.
Cough.
Jin Yuan cleared his throat lightly and explained after some thought, "My background is a bit special. I didn't receive formal education at school, so I haven't learned things like physics, chemistry, or math. The accounting methods used in these books are mostly unfamiliar to me, and I can't use those mathematical formulas to calculate." Although he was trying to learn quickly now, he had only studied liberal arts books so far. Science subjects were difficult for him, and Lin Junyao couldn't spare much time to teach him, so he had only learned a little. Meng Shuelon responded with an "Oh," knowing not to press further. She pulled the two account books toward herself and said, "I understand. I'll explain slowly. If you don't understand, I'll clarify." "Good, go ahead." The two books Meng Shuolan prepared were about the prices of raw medicinal materials and processed products. She wanted to discuss these with him because she had found a business opportunity that could be quickly implemented. Although Jin Yuan couldn't understand the books, once she explained the approximate price differences, he guessed her idea. "Do you think processing medicinal herbs is a profitable business?" "Yes, the profit margin is good. The most important thing is that setting up a processing factory is simple. Rent a workshop, buy equipment, and hire staff, and you can start. Opening a pharmaceutical factory is different. It requires a lot of preparation. Sending medicines for inspection and certification takes several months. We can set up a processing factory within these 2 years to save funds, then later switch to opening a pharmaceutical factory." Meng Shuolan has carefully considered these days and confirmed that this industry can make money, so she discussed this matter with him. Inspection? Review? Certification? Jin Yuan understood the literal meaning but hadn't looked into it before. Seeing his expression, Meng Shuolan guessed he didn't understand and kindly explained, "Dr. Jin, our country's drug production regulations are very strict. For example, the Chinese medicine pills and Western medicine tablets in hospitals, as well as the medicines used for injections, all go through inspection and review by the National Drug Supervision Bureau before production. They are then distributed to hospitals through official channels. The medicines you keep in your first aid kit can be used to treat patients, but if you want to start a factory and supply hospital pharmacies, you must first have the medicines inspected and approved. Only after obtaining the necessary certificates from the government can you start preparing to produce medicines. These certificates are essential for opening a pharmaceutical factory. There are many procedures involved, and you need to go through multiple agencies. Missing even one step means you can't start work." Jin Yuan had not known about these processes before and looked a bit embarrassed. "It's so complicated? Come, I'll explain it carefully. You should note down what preparations are needed before opening a factory." Meng Shuolan took some paper and a pen, found a thick notebook from the bookshelf behind her, and explained the detailed process step by step. Meanwhile, Lin Junia was in the space making floral water. When she heard her master relay the news, her expression was lively and colorful. "So, opening a pharmaceutical factory here is so complicated. I thought as long as we had enough funds, it would be fine." Meng Shuolan is very talented. She knows all these things well. We'll ask her to manage the business later, Jin Yuan already planned. "Master, you should ask Director Meng about the process of opening a floral water factory. Although this floral water has medicinal effects, it's not classified as medicine, so the procedures should be simpler. We can produce it together with herbal processing." "Okay, I'll ask about it later," Jin Yuan said seriously, noting down the key points. Junia was busy in the space for over half an hour, making 5 or 6 boxes of floral water. When it was past 11 o'clock, she stepped out of the space to check on Jiang Jinwei. Jiang Jinwei had light sleep, and when she opened the door, he opened his eyes. His voice was a little hoarse. "Junia, you're awake." Junia walked quickly to the bed. "Do you feel better?" "Much better." After a good sleep, he felt stronger. Jiang Jinwei lifted the quilt and got up. Sitting up, he took a deep breath and whispered to her. "Dr. Jin said earlier that I started martial arts too late. He used internal energy to unblock many meridians, which is why I felt so uncomfortable and weak. I have experienced this before. After a day or two, it gets better." Lin Junia pours him a cup of warm water. After he finishes drinking, she sits beside the bed, holding his hands. "Relax your whole body. I will use my internal energy to help ease your muscles and bones. No need, just let your body heal naturally." Jiang Jinwei, not wanting her to interfere, holds her hands back and smiles. At first, it was very uncomfortable. After a nap, I felt much lighter and more comfortable. Once you cultivate your internal energy, your feelings will become even clearer, Lin Junia says with understanding. Since there are no outsiders now, Jiang Jinwei pulls her into his arms and gently nuzzles her nose with his forehead. Compared to his small teasing gestures, Lin Junya is much bolder now, Ju Dong giving a light, playful kiss. Their lips meet, like an electric current passing through their bodies. Jiang Jinwei quickly uses more force, his hands reacting faster than his mind, holding her tightly and deepening the kiss. Last time, he lost his balance and caused a sudden situation. Today, it's mutual consent. Although their movements are a bit awkward at first, they quickly find their rhythm and become more natural. After some passionate moments, both of them are almost out of breath, and they part at the same time, catching their breath.
Ha!
Their eyes are fixed on the silvery thread connecting them, and they both can't help but laugh. Jiang Jinwei pulls her into his arms again, leans down to kiss her tempting, red lips, and his smile is obvious in his eyes. From now on, at least once a day, for 10 minutes. Are you trying to hide me from others? Lin Junya doesn't look in the mirror, but feels her lips are swollen and red. Be gentler next time. Last time was an accident.
Today was their real first time.
Jiang Jinwei, who didn't control his strength well, notices her slightly swollen lips and his gaze deepens. Seeing his wolf-like eyes, Lin Junya quickly pushes him away. All right, get up. It's almost time to eat. Okay, I'll make it up later. Jiang Jinwei still wants to stay longer. They hear voices in the house. Li Sumei, working in the yard, hears them and calls out, Xiao Jiang, are you awake? Auntie, I am up. Are you feeling better? Li Sumei asks again. Much better. Jiang Jinwei gets out of bed, puts on his shoes, stretches his limbs, and then puts on his clothes before coming out with Lin Junya. Li Sumei and Yao Jihong are preparing lunch. A whole goose has been cooked and placed in a bowl for Meng Xuejiao to eat after she gets off work. The rest are served for lunch. Jin Yuan and the others were still discussing matters in the study. Lin Junya did not disturb them. After all the dishes were ready, Jiang Jinwei was asked to go and inform everyone to come and eat. Meng Xuelan and the others had just been calculating costs, expenses, and profits, and they were so engrossed that they lost track of time. When they heard lunch was ready, they immediately stopped and went downstairs to eat. They prepared only 3 dishes for lunch: a large bowl of goose meat, a spicy and sour pig liver, and a bowl of vegetables. Everyone sat in the spacious, warm courtyard to enjoy their meal. After eating, Jiang Jinwei was called to the study by the elders. Lin Junya told her mother and Yao Jihong to rest and take a nap. She washed the dishes, tidied up the kitchen, and then hurried back to the workshop to work on her tasks. On the study table was a bottle of floral water that Jin Yuan had prepared. Meng Xuelan had already tried it before. Now she was talking to her nephew about starting a factory to produce it. Now is the right time to launch floral water. If we want to catch this summer season, we need to start working immediately. Jiang Jinwei was optimistic about this. She looked at the cost and profit ratios on the paper and asked the elders, Dr. Jin, are the raw materials common here? Yes, very common. Jin Yuan had previously checked the wholesale prices at the medicine supply station with Meng Xuelan. There was plenty of stock in the warehouse, and the prices were low. Additionally, his medicinal field could harvest herbs anytime. Jinwei, we've done a rough estimate. Starting a floral water factory will require an initial investment of about 100,000 yuan. Meng Xuelan had calculated that opening a floral water factory would recover funds faster. They could earn back the money spent on the herbal processing factory in just 2 or 3 months. After careful consideration, they decided to start with this project. Hearing the words 100,000, Jiang Jinwei smiled and asked, Are you 2 elders asking me to gather the money? How much do you have? Jin Yuan asked with a smile. Together with my parents, about 20,000. Their family's combined income was quite high for this era. Besides daily expenses, they had saved most of their earnings. 20,000 was all their savings. I also have exactly 20,000 here. Meng Xuelan said, half of which was left by her parents and supported by her sister. That's enough. I have about 60 or 70,000 in cash. With all 3 amounts combined, they had reached 100,000. With the funds in place, Jin Yuan immediately arranged, Director Meng, Xiao Jiang, you handle the registration, taxation, and factory setup. I will take care of buying machinery, raw materials, and product formulas. The three of them worked quickly and efficiently, deciding everything in about 10 minutes. Shunning's daily chemical factory was just like that, decided and settled. Lin Junyao was called to the study. After hearing their decision, she playfully asked, "The three leaders need me to do something? You're in charge of hiring. We'll recruit 60 people for now." Jin Yuan assigned her the task. "No problem. There are many workers in the countryside now, and even in the city, many people are unemployed. They all hope to find stable jobs that pay well." With a simple call, she could gather 60 people. She had classes tomorrow and planned to finish this task this afternoon. She asked the three bosses, "Do you want only female workers?" 15 men, too. Moving goods, unloading, and transportation are physical jobs, so men are more suitable, Meng Shuilan arranged. "Okay. What about wages?" Meng Shuilan was familiar with the wages at state-owned factories. The flour water factory would pay according to the same standards. She wrote down the wages for each job on a piece of paper for them to review. Jin Yuan and Jiang Jing looked at it and had no objections. They handed the paper to Lin Junyao. "Hire according to this standard."
All right.
"I'll arrange it now," she said, then rushed downstairs and across the street. She woke up Yao Jihong, who had just fallen asleep. "Jihong, get up. Don't sleep. I have good news for you." "Xia, what's going on?" Li Sume had just fallen asleep too. Junyao turned to her and explained what their master and the others had decided. Li Sume asked, "That flour water factory? Is it opening in our county?"
Yes.
"Director Meng and Captain Zhang are going to rent a factory building these days. Our master went to Yangqing to buy machinery. They asked me to help recruit people, 60 in total." "Really, Xia?" Yao Jihong was excited and rushed over. Junyao showed her the paper. "Look, this is the wage standard from Director Meng. Workshop workers get 35, warehouse loaders and unloaders 40, tractor drivers 50, and cafeteria staff 30. Yao Jihong was so happy she jumped. She excitedly grabbed her arm and asked, "Xia, can I call my sister-in-law and cousins to come?" "I called you up just to tell you to go back and call people," Junyao replied. She didn't want to go to the production team or see the faces of the Lin family. She took out paper and pen to write names. "Jihong, go back and inform these people. If they're willing to come, bring them here this afternoon. Write down the names of her sister-in-law Sherlan, her father, Yao Jihong's brother-in-law, her cousins, and her 2 uncles and 2 great-uncles from her grandfather's family, and tell them to come work in the warehouse." "Okay, Xia. Thank you." After writing down the names of Yao's relatives, Lin Junya also listed the names of the village chief's son, daughter-in-law, daughter, nephew, and niece. Li Sume then recommended several obedient, diligent, and capable women from the team. She wrote over 20 names in total. Yao Jihong received the task and immediately rode his bike back to the team. "Mom, you can keep sleeping. I will go find my classmates and give each family a spot." After saying this, Lin Junya was about to leave, but Li Sume stopped her. "Xiaoya, at the Flour Dew Water Factory, Director Meng and Xiao Jiang invested money. You should prioritize building good relationships with Meng's family and talk to them first. The remaining spots can be given to your classmates' families." "Mom, you are so thoughtful." Lin Junya hadn't thought of that. Li Sume smiled. "All right, go ahead and do your work. I will sleep for 2 more hours and then help you entertain them later." Most of Meng's relatives live in the city. They are all employees of government agencies and state-owned factories, so no spots were reserved for them. However, Meng Shuilan left 1 spot each for good friends and neighbors on the street, leaving 20 spots for Lin Junya to distribute. When Lin Junya went to recruit people, Zhang Jin accompanied Jin Yuan to the Industry and Commerce Bureau. They registered Shunning Daily Chemical Factory in just half an hour, and all other tax procedures were completed at the same time. Meng Shuilan, now a hospital leader, couldn't handle some matters personally, so she had her nephew accompany him to handle the formalities. Before 3 o'clock, Yao Jihong led a large group from Huyang production team to arrive. The chosen ones were very happy. The team leader and his wife personally came to greet them, and everyone brought some eggs, brown sugar, and nutritional products for Lee Sume. Just now, Meng Shuolan prepared application forms at home. Lin Junya arranged everyone to fill out the forms in the yard, explaining their wages, approximate start times, and reminding them not to promote the work too much for now, to avoid trouble from nosy people coming to cause trouble. When Jin Yuan and others returned, everyone was still filling out forms. They asked, Junya, how many men have come? 15 have been recruited. 10 are here, and the other 5 are recommended by neighbors and my classmates. They might come a little later. Jin Yuan asked the 10 men to stand aside and inquired, can you build walls, paint walls, and repair roofs? Yes. These tasks are common skills for rural men. You 15 men will come to work tomorrow. Gather at the state-owned shop entrance at 7:30 in the morning. We just rented a factory building, and before starting production, we need to do some simple renovations. You will be paid 2 yuan a day. Also, Junya, arrange for a female colleague to cook. She will go to the factory these days to prepare lunch for them, earning 1.50 yuan per day. We haven't hired an accountant yet. You and Xiao Jiang will handle the finances. For some daily expenses, you can get money from Xiao Jiang. Lin Junya nodded and asked him, Master, where is the factory you rented? It's the matchstick factory that went bankrupt at the end of last year. This place was chosen by Jiang Jing. The two of them just went to the county committee office to find her mother and rented this vacant, abandoned factory at the lowest price. It only took a week to finish renovating the factory, set up the workers' dormitories, and repair the warehouse and kitchen. The complete set of machinery and equipment from the south arrived. Raw materials and supplies were gradually brought in, and the workers they hired officially started work. After a half-day of simple training, production began. Due to many policy restrictions, there was no grand opening ceremony or fireworks celebration. They just put up signs and started business directly. Meng Shuolan prepared small red envelopes for the opening, each with a lucky 1.66 yuan. She only appeared modestly on the opening day and then went with Jin Yuan to discuss sales channels in the city. They went out for errands, while Jiang Jingwei temporarily managed the factory and called a retired comrade to oversee production. Knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. At noon, someone knocked on the front door of the Meng house. Yao Jihong put down her bowl and ran to open the door, quickly leading someone in. Jianzi, they say they are hospital leaders coming to see Director Meng. Junya had never met these two leaders. She stood up to greet them and said, Hello, comrades. Director Meng is not at home. The young comrade, are you a relative of Director Meng? Asked the male comrade wearing glasses. No, we're just renting here. He responded with an O and didn't ask personal questions. Instead, he asked young comrade, do you know where Director Meng has gone? Director Meng took a half-month leave from the hospital. She went to her relative's house in the city several days ago. Junya had heard elders talk about the mess at the hospital before. Now, seeing the leaders looking anxious, it seemed the person trying to take credit couldn't handle it and was calling her back to help again. Yao Jihong, standing nearby, looked confused, with a question mark on her head. Wasn't Director Meng just in the city this morning? She was unsure why Lin Junya said that. Just as she was about to ask, Lee Sume quickly tugged her arm and gave her a look. She immediately shut her mouth. When she heard they went to visit relatives in the city, the overweight man standing behind changed his expression and spoke anxiously, Excuse me, comrade. Do you know when she will return? We don't know. We're just renting a place here and don't ask much about the host's private matters. That made sense, so the overweight man asked again, Is Director Meng's nephew at home? Captain Jiang isn't home either. He's been coming and going early and late lately, often only returning at night. We only see him in the morning and evening. Neither of them knew anything, so they had to go back the way they came. Yao Jihong hurried to close the gate, then ran back and asked, Yamei, didn't Director Meng leave this morning? Why did you say that? Lin Junya explained the situation and advised her, Next time someone asks, answer with my words.
Got it, I understand.
Before coming here to work, her parents and brother told Yao Jihong not to ask about things she shouldn't, and just to be aware of certain matters. After finishing her meal, Lin Junia went to school. As soon as she entered the classroom, the class monitor told her, "Lin Junia, a woman came looking for you at noon, claiming to be your grandmother. She caused a scene trying to see you. We told security to send her away. That woman doesn't seem kind, and she was with two men. They might come back, so be careful on your way home." That old hag, a wicked, heartless witch. Sitting at her desk, Lin Junia pouted and said, "Half the employees at the perfume factory are from the old hometown team. I only chose neighbors who are usually nice to us, and I didn't pick anyone from the Lin family. I even kept the neighbors in the dark. Now, someone must have leaked the news, and they're rushing over to play emotional tricks." Everyone in the class knew about the Lin family situation. The girl sitting next to her frowned and said, "How can they have the nerve to come ask for help after treating you and your mother like that? People who have some shame usually don't do such wicked things." The social atmosphere here is relatively honest and simple. Most people are kind, and families like the Lin family are very rare. Lin Junia provided each family in her class with a job opportunity. Everyone was very grateful, and several parents even came personally to thank her. Those who couldn't come sent gifts through their children. Every day, her backpack was heavy when she went home. Grandma Lin and her group hadn't gone far. They had just been driven to the opposite side of the street by security staff who wouldn't let them near the school gate. They saw Lin Junia's figure from across the street, but she quickly rode her bike into the school without hearing their calls. "Mom, I think we should go back. That factory isn't even hers. It's useless to ask her. Instead of asking her, we might as well find the team leader. His children and relatives work at that factory. Maybe they can help us get 2 spots." Lin Erwi was upset because he lost out when Lin Junia helped him before. He remembered his grudge and knew her personality, so he didn't want to ask her for help. Lin Sihui shared the same idea. He didn't want to come today, but his mother dragged him along. When they reached the school gate, he didn't say a word and let his mother speak. "This factory isn't hers, but she can make things happen just by saying a word. We don't need to ask her. We can just pay her to buy 2 spots." Grandma Lin said casually, thinking buying a job was as easy as buying a cabbage. Lin Sihui was smoking nearby, looking at her with mixed feelings. "Mom, do you know how much city jobs cost? If it's so easy to buy 2 spots and cheap, why don't those young people who can't go back just pay money to buy them?" Grandma Lin was ignorant and foolish. She controlled her whole family with her stubbornness and her tricks of crying, throwing tantrums, and threatening. "How much does a city job cost?" Lin Sihui took a puff of his cigarette and pointed to a street cleaner not far away. "Look, that street cleaner is the wife of Old Chi's daughter-in-law from Bengshan team, and her family is neighbors with Qin Rong's family. Her husband works at a state-owned factory. She's just an ordinary rural woman. To get her children's household registration moved to the city, she paid over 600 yuan to buy her street cleaning job." "Grandma Lin, that cleaning the street costs over 600 yuan? That's too much for something that costs money." Although it's just street cleaning and the monthly salary is low, she became a city resident, and her children's household registration was transferred to the city. "Everyone says the money was worth it," Lin Sihui said, sounding like he looked down on the job, but secretly envied it. That rude girl's factory might not need so many workers. While thinking about asking Lin Junia for help, Grandma Lin was actually insulting her, her face twisted and ugly. Lin Sihui was too tired to argue, so he turned to leave. "If you want to find her, keep waiting."
"I don't want to.
"I'm going home first." "Hey, fourth brother, why are you leaving?" "She'll finish school soon. We can just wait on the road and stop her then," Grandma Lin shouted sharply. "Stop her? She'll help you? If you try to fight her, do you think you can win? Do you think the school's security is just for show? The police station is nearby. Are you planning to get caught again? Her and her mother are in the team. We've never taken advantage of them. Now she's dating someone from the city. Do you think we can get anything from that?" After saying this, Lin Sihui left quickly. Lin Erwi, impatient, pulled her away. "Mom, let's go. Standing here is useless. Junia is crazy and mentally ill. If we go to see her, she won't be friendly. She won't talk to us, and if she has a fit, she might even hit us. It had been 2 or 3 months since the last time she hit them, but Lin Erwi still remembered clearly. Now, he didn't dare to confront her. She's dating someone now. Her partner's family is well-respected in the county town. We really can't afford to offend them. If we cause too much trouble, they could easily get you sent to jail or even send us to a farm for reform. That's how Lin Huahua and her friends suffered. Things are tough at home now. Don't cause more trouble. If you have the energy, help find good matches for Mimi and the others. Lin Erwi was exhausted from all the chaos at home. He really didn't want to keep fighting with his mother or stir up trouble outside. When it came to finding matches for his granddaughters, his wife got excited and immediately had an idea. Old Yao Jisong is a good match, and the nephew of the team leader's family is the same age. Perfect. Once Mimi and her sisters get married, let Dad and the younger sister step down from their jobs. When Mimi and the others start working at the factory, we can ask the leaders for a favor and get in. Hearing this, Lin Erwi was speechless and didn't want to say anything. He turned and left. Second brother, why are you leaving? I think this plan is good. Let's go back now and have the matchmaker talk to the team leader and the Yao family today. Grandma Lin is really a strange and proud person. When she got home, she actually went to invite a matchmaker. But the matchmaker, feeling embarrassed, refused on the spot. In the end, Grandma Lin took matters into her own hands and went to the village chief's house and the Yao family to find a match for her granddaughter. The village chief's family, worried about their reputation, didn't chase her away, but simply refused verbally. The Yao family, however, threw her out directly. Yao Zhizhong's mother was much more fiery than her sister-in-law. Her husband, eldest son and daughter-in-law, and her most beloved youngest son, Yao Zhizhong, finally caught Grandma Lin's eye and got a desirable job. But this shameless old woman plotted against them. She grabbed a dung scoop and chased her, pouring a bucket of pig manure. All your broken stuff, I don't want it even if you give it to me for free. I'd rather my son stay single all his life than get involved with your fiery family. You're a shameless old woman. If your family didn't have mirrors, I'd give you a bucket to look at your face. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Why don't you just die like old man Lin? Wouldn't it be better if you died early? If you did, our team could have peace. You filthy woman, stay away from me. If you dare to think about my son, I'll burn down your cursed house. When Grandma Lin's scene happened, Yao's mother came the next afternoon to deliver medicinal herbs and told Li Sume and her daughter about it. Yao Jihong was chopping meat with a knife, making loud noises, grinding her teeth in anger. I've never seen someone so shameless. I really want to cut her to death. Yao's mother gave her a funny look. You only heard a few words and already got so angry. Sume and her daughter have been bullied by this rotten family for 15 years. They've endured without fighting back. You need to learn to control your temper. Yao Jihong awkwardly smiled. I saw Sister chase them with a firewood knife, but she was just scaring people, not really attacking them. She was just furious. Yao's mother understood. Li Sume was much calmer now. She knew Grandma Lin very well. No matter how shameless she was, she wouldn't find it strange. When Jiang Jingwei returned carrying a lively big grass carp, Yao's mother was still sitting there. Seeing him, she smiled and stood up. Captain Jiang has returned. Madam has arrived. Jiang Jingwei threw the fish into a nearby bucket. Seeing her bring the herbs, he casually asked, now that the young people are working at the factory, do the elders still go to the mountains to gather herbs? I am taking care of my grandson at home and cannot go to the mountains to look for things. These were all found by neighbors. They are old folks who are always busy. The mountains are right behind the house, and if you look carefully, you can find some. I plan to gather enough over 3 or 5 days. Then I will help deliver them. Jiang Jinwei nodded and saw Li Sume busy, so he asked her, Annie, haven't you waited yet?
Not yet.
Li Sume wanted to finish her work before asking for help, so she said, Xiao Jiang, please help Aunt Yao weigh it. Record the number on the notebook. I'll come to settle the bill after I finish this. Yao Jihong had already chopped the meat, washed the kitchen knife casually, and asked him, Captain Jiang, are we cooking fish tonight? Yes, a stew for Junya to drink. Lin Junya loves to eat fish. Jiang Jinwei often buys fish and makes different dishes for her. Yao Jihong quickly went to prepare the fish and then looked up to tell her mother, Mom, do I look like I've gained weight? Your face is all puffed up. You're so fat. I can't even see your eyes. Yao Jihong, dunno, I've just gained a little weight, but not as much as you say. Yao's mother was teasing her intentionally, taking the opportunity to teach her, you're eating well and drinking well here. You should work more diligently and help with chores. Jihong is very obedient and hardworking. She's thoughtful and sensible, taking on all the heavy and tiring work. She's truly a rare good girl. Li Sume genuinely liked her. Sume, you really think highly of her. Yao's mother often teased her daughter with words, but she loved her deeply. Seeing her work efficiently, making buns and steamed rolls well, she felt very pleased inside. Jiang Jinwei weighed the fish, then went to cook rice at his own place, and later came back to take the cut fish away. Auntie, I'll cook tonight. Come over for dinner later. Okay. Yao's mother wanted to ask him about his work at the factory, but seeing him hurriedly preparing dinner, she didn't ask. After Li Sume settled the bill, she hurried back to prepare dinner for her grandson. Xiao Jiang, I forgot to tell you something. Li Sume remembered that hospital leaders came to visit at noon and quickly came to tell him. During lunch, 2 hospital leaders came looking for Director Meng. They seemed a bit anxious when speaking. Junya lied, saying Director Meng had gone to visit relatives in the city days ago. Jiang Jinwei put down the kitchen knife and asked her, Auntie, what do they look like? One wears black-rimmed glasses, about the same height as Jihong's dad, with a slightly bald forehead. Another person of similar height, quite fat, with a large belly. He seemed very anxious and asked about your whereabouts. Junya lied, saying we are tenants and don't know anything about the owner's affairs, claiming you go out early and return late every day and no one sees you. Jiang Jinwei, knowing the hospital's leaders, guessed their identities and thought, they're trying to take credit for Auntie's work. Now, they probably can't handle it and are coming to ask her for help. Maybe they will come again tonight, Li Sume reminded him. Jiang Jinwei was prepared and said, I'll call Auntie and ask her to come back in a few days. As Li Sume guessed, the 2 people who came at noon returned in the evening. Meng Xuejiao was still at work, and Jiang Jinwei greeted them, but quickly sent them away after a few words. Meng Xuejiao only came home at night. When she heard about this, she told her son, Xuelan already wants to resign and go into business. Zheng's fool has caused trouble behind the scenes all these years. She plans to use this to ruin him. Once he's finished, she will leave her job and focus on planning the medicinal herb factory. This afternoon, Zhang Xuelan also visited her office, but she couldn't explain the hospital matters clearly. She refused to interfere with her sister's work and even publicly praised her brother's talent and ability, saying he could easily solve small problems. This made her very upset, and she left feeling frustrated. Meng Xuelan was at her uncle's house in the city, bringing Jin Yuan along for dinner. Her uncle and aunt thought she was dating someone and happily prepared a rich meal, even bringing out their best wine to entertain Jin Yuan. However, during the meal, they found out he was not her fiancé. Their expressions changed a lot. Later, learning that Jin Yuan was single and had no family, their smiles became even warmer and more meaningful. Meng Xuelan came to celebrate her uncle's birthday and also to ask relatives and friends for help in opening a sales channel for floral water. Jin Yuan was very considerate and generous in social manners. He visited each family with her, bringing plenty of gifts, and even gave some of the elders a checkup and medicine. Within a few days, they received several orders. They expanded their business in the city. Jiang Jinwei arranged production and shipments at home, and the daily chemical factory quickly became stable. The floral water produced was placed on shelves in state-run stores and supply cooperatives. Everything at the factory was going smoothly. Li Sume's steamed bun business also grew more popular. She started making 40 jin of flour daily, then increased to 60 jin, but sometimes it still wasn't enough to sell. Now she teams up with Aunt Ruan and others to set up stalls, helping each other watch over the booths. They got along better and better with the neighbors. Girl, come here and take a few steamed buns to eat. Lee Sume is kind-hearted. Every time she sells buns and sees beggars or homeless people, she always gives them one or two to fill their stomachs. Sometimes, she also gives them some money. The girl she calls is not a beggar. According to neighbors, her parents have passed away, and she lives with her blind grandmother. Life is hard for them, but they often share what little they have. The girl, about 7 or 8 years old, is wearing torn and dirty clothes. She is very thin from long-term poor nutrition. Carefully, she takes the bun wrapped in oil paper and shyly says, "Thank you, Auntie." Seeing her, Lee Sume remembers her own daughter when she was young. Life was very difficult then. Her daughter wore patched-up clothes and was so thin she looked like a bean sprout. Her throat felt sore as she said, "The bun is still warm. Take it home and eat with your grandmother." After saying that, she takes out 3 yuan from her pocket and gives it to her. "I heard your grandmother is sick. Use this to buy medicine for her. Girl, here. Hurry and take your grandmother to see a doctor and get medicine." Aunt Juan and others also gave some money. They pooled together 10 yuan for her. "Girl, go back quickly," Lee Sume urges her. Just as she was about to continue selling buns, she notices a man standing about 3 or 4 meters away. His clothes and pants are wrinkled like dried vegetables, and he's so thin he looks like a bamboo pole. He wears a tattered straw hat and has a cloth wrapped around his face, with eyes staring intently at them. Lee Sume looks at him. Although she can't see his features clearly, there's an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Is he an acquaintance, sister-in-law? Aunt Juan sees the man looking their way, but neither she nor the neighbors recognize him. Upon closer look, it seems he is watching Lee Sume. Just as Lee Sume is trying to recall and is about to speak, Yao Jihong comes with a bamboo basket. "Auntie Sume, I've brought all the remaining buns. I just met my brother on the road. He asked me to deliver 20 meat buns to the police station. Their team is going to the county sub-office for work, and they want to take the buns as lunch." "Oh, good. You go quickly and deliver them so they won't be delayed." Lee Sume quickly clears a basket, efficiently packs 20 meat buns, and carefully covers them with a white cloth. "Jihong, you go now. I'll stay here and watch the stall." Yao Jihong picks up the basket and turns to leave. After a few steps, she remembers something else. "Annie, my brother said that the crazy woman from the Lin family is back in the county. She probably went to the school to find Yume again. After we finish selling buns, we'll go pick her up from school." All right. You can go with me later." Lee Sume felt annoyed whenever she thought of the Lin family. When she saw the man take a few steps forward, getting closer to her side, she stood up and asked him, "Comrade, are you here to buy buns?" The man across the way was dressed very carefully, only his eyes showing. His eye sockets looked strangely purple and blue. When she stretched her neck to look at him, he immediately lowered his head and stepped back twice. He seemed a bit strange. Seeing that he was resisting her approach, Lee Sume decided not to pursue him further. She took 2 buns wrapped in paper and asked Aunt Juan nearby to deliver them to him. The man took the buns from Aunt Juan and, with a thin, bony hand, took out money from his pocket, signaling her to pass the money over. Aunt Juan took the opportunity to glance at him twice and then came over to say, "Sister-in-law, I can't see his face clearly, only some dark purple around his eye sockets. I don't know if it's a birthmark. He has a scar on the back of his hand." With such obvious features, Lee Sume was sure she had never seen him before. She shook her head and said, "I don't know him. Maybe he is the wrong person." The man holding the buns did not leave. He moved to the side, seeming uncomfortable, leaning against a large tree trunk. He sat there eating the buns with both hands, but kept looking in Lee Sume's direction. "Sister-in-law, this person is really strange. Should we call the police?" Aunt Juan always felt something was off about him. He hasn't done anything special, and he doesn't seem to have any bad intentions. "Maybe we shouldn't call the police," Lee Sume replied. She kept glancing at him now and then. Every time she looked his way, he would lower his head and avoid eye contact. An inexplicable pain and discomfort grew in her chest, and her expression gradually became serious. "Sister-in-law, I'm not suggesting we call the police to arrest him. I just want the authorities to check his identity so you can see if he's someone you know, Aunt Ron whispered. If the police come to investigate, it might cause him trouble. Lee Sume hesitated. Since he hadn't done anything to harm her and looked very unwell, she didn't want her suspicion to cause him problems. Just then, a stern, harsh-looking woman suddenly rushed over like a mad person, shouting sharply, "Lee Sume, you wicked woman! I finally found you!" Hearing the woman's voice, Lee Sume's face darkened, but she spoke calmly. "What do you want from me?"
Want from you?
"Do you still have the nerve to ask me?" Mrs. Lin held a bamboo stick in her hand, having just rolled around in a muddy pit. Her clothes were covered in dirt, and her face was smeared with mud. She looked crazy and yelled, "You two lazy daughters, I will kill you." Lee Sume was used to her curses and sat quietly on a bench, not moving. "If you want to go to jail again, just do it. Now you think you're so mighty, because Lin Junya found a city boyfriend. That dog Lin Sanhui was raised by me. He doesn't remember his kindness, and Lin Junya must pay him back. You have no right to act so proud in front of me. You two useless animals have caused our family so much trouble. You're the ones who caused our old man's death and left Dahu paralyzed. I will sue you. We haven't had good days, and I want you to suffer too. I will risk my life to get rid of you." Many people were walking on the street, and some stopped to watch. They pointed and looked at her with unfriendly eyes. Lee Sume didn't bother to listen to the old woman's insults, but she was worried it would hurt her daughter's reputation. She stood up angrily. "All your family's messy affairs are your business. If you're so confused, go ask the police. Everything is recorded clearly. You and your daughter-in-law were detained for 3 months because you kidnapped and trafficked people. You caused me serious injuries, nearly leaving me paralyzed. Junya was the one who called the police. That old man in your family is dead because he did many bad things. He claimed he was haunted after walking at night. Your son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter fought over stolen goods. They even trampled him into a disability. Everyone in the neighborhood saw it. His death was caused by you and your shameless, wicked family members. You made him so angry he died. Also, your son Lin Dahu's paralysis has nothing to do with us. Your granddaughter Lin Huahua was kicked out by her in-laws. He went to cause trouble at the police station and suddenly got sick, which left him paralyzed. I was bedridden with a broken bone and couldn't move.
My daughter was studying.
We didn't even go to see the chaos. The police leaders can testify. Stop blaming us for all these messy things. Your family is now hated by everyone, a bunch of rotten, wicked people. It's all because of you, the dead wife, who didn't educate them properly. It has nothing to do with outsiders. If you continue to ruin our reputation outside, I will report you to the police again and have you sent to jail. Lee Sume is not a weak person who lets others bully her. She used to avoid arguing because she saw through the true nature of the Lin family. They are all rude and unreasonable people. Talking to them is just a waste of words. Today, she spoke up against the old woman to prevent her nonsense from affecting her daughter's future. Lee Sume, you are a bad luck charm, a troublemaker. Ever since you married in, our family has never been peaceful. My mother raised her son, but because of you, Lin Sanhui. Yao Jihong hurried back from delivering buns to the police station, overhearing the argument from afar. She quickly rushed to Lee Sume and protected her with her arms, interrupting the old woman's words. You wicked old woman, be a bit more honest when you speak. Your family has never been peaceful because it's you causing trouble every day. Now your family is in this state because of your many wrongdoings and bad karma. Yao Jihong, get out of here. Our old Lin family's affairs are none of your business. The old woman, holding a stick, threatened to hit her. Your family's messy affairs, I don't care to bother with. Honestly, I find your family of troublemakers disgusting. Since Uncle Sanhui passed away, your family has bullied Aunt Lee and Sister Ya for 15 years, doing all kinds of evil. They nearly died because of you. Your family has faced retribution. You still don't regret your actions and keep acting recklessly every day. My aunt is right. Why don't you just die? Only when you're gone can our team be peaceful, and Aunt Lee and Sister Ya can live normal lives. Hearing such harsh words from a distant younger relative, the old woman's cloudy eyes turned red with anger. She raised her stick, ready to attack. You meddlesome person, your Yao family doesn't teach people properly. I will teach you how to behave. Yao Jihong quickly grabbed a broomstick for protection and shouted behind her, Auntie, step back. Your injury isn't healed yet. Don't let her hit you. Jihong, don't argue with her. Before Li Sume finished speaking, the old woman suddenly lunged forward from 2 meters away and fell with a loud thud.
Who the heck pushed me?
It wasn't that the old woman lost her footing. Someone behind her had suddenly pushed her, causing her to fall flat on her face. And the person who pushed her was that strange man. All eyes turned to him. Li Sume's feet moved uncontrollably forward as she staggered closer, her steps uncertain. She looked at him and stammered, You are. The man was visibly excited, trembling like a fragile bamboo pole. His steps were chaotic as he retreated hurriedly, turning around in panic and running away. Stop. Stand still. The old woman saw him run and immediately scrambled to her feet, grabbing a bamboo stick to chase after him. You little rascal, I have no grudges against you. Why are you pushing me? I won't let this go.
Jihong, stop him.
Li Sume's eyes stayed fixed on the man. An unfamiliar sense of familiarity washed over her again, and a voice in her mind told her she must not let the old woman hurt him. Yao Jihong had been watching the man, but hadn't seen his face. Seeing that he looked very weak and that even the old woman couldn't catch him, he quickly ran forward and grabbed Lin Posey's arm. Li Sume was still recovering and couldn't run fast, so she jogged after them, calling out, Hey, wait. Don't go, wait for me. Yao Jihong, what are you stopping me for?
Get out of my way.
Fine, Li Sume, you shameless woman. So it's you and that wild man you're seeing. No wonder he's helping you hit me. Both of you, mother and daughter, are troublemakers. As soon as you get to the city, you start chasing after men. Only fools in the city like you. You two disasters. Marry you, and they'll be doomed sooner or later. Lin Sanhui still isn't dead, and you're already eager to find a wild man outside. You shameless, lewd woman. If I'd known you were so cheap, I'd have sold you 10 or 8 times. The old woman's mouth reeked like she had eaten dung, and her words grew more insulting and disgusting. Passers-by, watching the scene, frowned in disgust. The man, who had staggered about 10 meters away, heard her curses. His eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. He spun around and rushed back. First, he looked at Li Sume with intense emotion in his eyes, then he lunged at Lin Posey. He was thin and gaunt, like a dry branch swaying in the wind. Despite his thinness, he was tall and used all his strength to rush forward.
Bang!
He knocked the old woman to the ground again. He fell along with her, pressing down on her. The old woman was elderly and rarely did physical work, so her strength was no match for a man. She struggled desperately but couldn't turn over, only lying on the ground and cursing non-stop. You are a disgraceful person, let me go. If you don't let me go now, I will eventually find a way to get rid of you. Li Sume, tell your wild man to get lost. Li Sume wasn't paying attention to her. She was bending down, looking at the man's face, but he was hanging his head low, as if he wanted to bury his face in the ground. She had to step a little closer. Just as she was about to see his eyes, the old woman suddenly reached out and grabbed her leg, pulling her forward forcefully.
Ah!
Li Sume lost her balance and fell forward.
Uncle, Li Sume.
2 people rushed to help her, Yao Jihong and a man holding the old woman down. Luckily, they acted quickly. Yao Jihong caught her from behind, and the man supported her from the front, so she didn't fall to the ground. Li Sume didn't fall. Her ears echoed with a familiar voice deep inside her heart. In that moment, she froze as if her soul had left her body, staring straight at the man in front of her. The voice calling Sume was from the man. Seeing Li Sume staring blankly at him, clearly recognizing his voice, he immediately scrambled to his feet, panicked, and ran backward in a hurry. Stop right there. Li Sume trembled all over. Her legs instinctively wanted to chase after him, but somehow she couldn't move properly. Her upper body involuntarily lunged forward. Uncle Sume, sister-in-law, Yao Jihong, and Aunt Wan quickly stepped forward to support her. Li Sume collapsed into their arms, pointing at the man still running away, and shouted anxiously, "Jihong, stop him. Don't let him go." "Oh, okay, I'll stop him." "Andy, what happened?" Jiang Jingwei, riding his bike to get something, happened to see Li Sume almost fall and rushed over. "Xiao Jiang, quick, help me stop him. Don't let him run away." Li Sume finally regained her senses. She pointed at the man still running and, with Aunt Ruan's help, got up and chased after him as fast as she could, crying hysterically, "Stop, you stop. If you run again, you'll never see us again." The man on the other side of the street suddenly stopped, his eyes red and moist as he looked back at her. At the moment Jiang Jingwei grabbed his arm, he suddenly lost his breath and collapsed straight down. Hey. Jiang Jingwei and Yao Jihong helped him up from both sides, but his body was limp and weak, and he fainted. "Auntie, he's fainted." Jiang Jingwei had just checked for a pulse to confirm the person was still alive. "Quick, take him to the hospital." Li Sume was already crying heavily, staggering forward, clutching the man's arm tightly, trembling all over. "Xiao Jiang, hurry, take him to the hospital, quickly." "Sister-in-law, who is he?" Aunt Wan caught up. May, please go to the school and ask Xiaoya to come to the hospital. Her dad is back." Li Sume was very emotional but clear-headed. She was sure the man in front of her was Lin Sanhui. She would never forget his voice.
Huh?
Xiaolin's dad? Aunt Wan looked shocked. Yao Jihong also looked surprised. "Is that Uncle Sanhui?" Jiang Jinwei was calmer. She looked down at the man lying on the ground and said, "Auntie, he has a mask on his face. Do you want to check?" Yes, it's him. Li Sume saw the mole on his ear and the closed eyes. These two details confirmed his identity. As for why he was wearing a mask, seeing the dark purple scars around his eyes, she had some guesses. She cried uncontrollably, "Xiao Jiang, quickly, take him to the hospital and save him." Jiang Jinwei immediately asked Yao Jihong to help carry him and hurriedly took him to the county hospital. The three of them went to the hospital. Aunt Wan immediately ran back to ask relatives and friends to watch the two stalls. "Big sister, watch our stall for us. That man is Sister Sume's husband, Xiaolin's dad. He seems very sick. He fainted just a few steps away. I'll go to the school to inform Xiaolin." Okay. Go quickly," replied Aunt Wan. Aunt Wan rode Jiang Jinwei's bike and left. The woman lying on the ground, Lin Posey, stared blankly at her back, then slowly came to her senses. What did she just say?
Who did she say that man was?
The people nearby ignored her. The big sister of their Wan family and others didn't speak either. Their eyes showed some disgust.
Mom.
Lin Jr. received the news, asked for leave from her teacher, and rode her bike to the hospital. She rushed forward like a cannonball, trembling as she spoke. "Mom," Aunt Wan said.
She said.
Li Sume had just brought the man to the hospital. The doctor lifted the cloth covering Lin Sanhui's face and saw his disfigured, unrecognizable face. She cried so hard she couldn't stand steadily, collapsing onto Yao Jihong, unable to speak clearly. Yes, your dad, he's back. Young sister, yeah, your father, he. Just now, during the doctor's examination, Yao Jihong saw his disfigured face and now feels afraid to think about it. Your father's face, his face is ruined. It was probably poisoned, causing the disfigurement. Jiang Jingwei, who has a broader view, gently holds Lin Junia's trembling body, his face serious. Junia, your father is very weak. He's only about 70 or 80 pounds, with many scars on his body. He must have suffered a lot these years. Xiaoya, quickly call Dr. Jean. Save your father. Hurry and save him. Li Sume, who hadn't come back for many years, thought her husband was dead. But when he returned, seeing his miserable state, her anger instantly disappeared. Now, she only wants to save him, to save his life. Everything else doesn't matter in the face of life and death. Mom, calm down first. Lin Junia quickly steps forward to support her and uses a tissue to wipe her face. Mom, tell me, how did Dad suddenly come back? Why did he suddenly show up at our door? We were selling buns, he. Seeing her aunt crying uncontrollably and unable to speak clearly, Yao Jihong hurriedly told her what had happened earlier. If Aunt hadn't recognized Uncle Sanhui's voice, he might have run away and wouldn't have come to acknowledge you. Jiang Jingwei also only then learned the full story and quickly said, Junia, stay here with Andy. I'll call Andy and ask your master to come back immediately. Okay. Junia had already sent a message to her master, explaining the situation roughly. Master, I haven't seen him yet. He's been taken to the emergency room. Captain Jiang guesses he was poisoned and disfigured. All right, I understand. I'll take the afternoon bus back. The emergency medicines in the pharmacy. You can take whatever you need, Jin Yuan replied via message. Waiting at the emergency room door for about 10 minutes, the doctor came out. Li Sume immediately stood up and asked, Doctor, how is he? The person is not in immediate danger, but he's very weak. It's like his vitality has been drained. We just tested his blood. He was probably poisoned many years ago. His body has been harmed by the poison, and the disfigurement is also caused by it. The poison he ingested is beyond our ability to treat. You will need a more skilled doctor. His body is very weak now. He needs careful nourishment. Quickly give him some nutrients. There's no need for him to stay in the hospital. I'll prescribe some medicine for you to take home and mix with nutritional supplements. As for his future lifespan, that's hard to say. Lin Junia advised her mother to stay calm and politely thank the doctor. Thank you, doctor. Please prescribe the medication now. Try to give a more effective and slightly more expensive one. It's okay to prescribe more. Okay, you can go see the patient first. I'll come to the office later to get the prescription, said the doctor, and then left. The nurse quickly pushed the patient out. Lin Junia hurried over, lifted the cloth covering his face, and saw his face covered with ugly, dark purple scars. His skin was tight, and a strong killing intent flickered in her eyes. Li Sume's tears, just stopped, fell again. She stepped forward to cover her husband's face with the cloth and sobbed tremblingly. Xiaoya, your father doesn't want us to see his face like this. Don't look. Mom, it's okay. He was poisoned. I'll ask the master to help detoxify him later, said Lin Junia. She only took a quick look and guessed the nature of the poison. She didn't need the master's help. She could make an antidote herself. But the poisoning had lasted too long. To completely remove the toxins from his body, it would take a long time. Even if the poison was detoxified, his body wouldn't recover to its previous state. He would always be much weaker than normal and would need careful care in the future. Jiang Jingwei had just finished a phone call and hurried to the cosmetics factory, bringing a tractor to the factory. At this moment, Lin Junia had just paid for the medicine. Jiang Jingwei immediately carried her future father-in-law into the car and drove everyone home. Jihong, clear your bed first. Uncle will stay in your room. I'll tidy up the next room later and buy a new bed. You can move there, Jiang Jingwei said as soon as he got home. Okay, Yao Jihong agreed without objection. He and Lin Junia quickly tidied up the bed together. After settling him in, Lin Junia asked her mother to stay at home to take care of him. She handed the stall business to Yao Jihong and asked Jiang Jingwei to handle factory matters. She hurried to buy vegetables at the meat processing plant. When she returned, she bought a basket of pork ribs, pork hocks, and pork chops. She also caught 2 old hens in her space and started slaughtering chickens as soon as she got home. Li Sume was just sitting by the bed, wiping tears. She was strong-minded but knew crying was useless, so she immediately came out to help her daughter with the chores. Lin Junia took some medicinal herbs from the small pharmacy next door and made chicken stew. When she brought her father back earlier, she quietly checked his pulse. His pulse was so weak she could barely feel it. If he didn't get treatment soon, he might not last half a year. His current health was like a candle about to burn out. Many 80-year-olds had stronger pulses, but she didn't dare tell her mother this. She always thought he abandoned them, the mother and daughter, to live a wealthy life in the city. But from his health, she was sure his life had been even harder then there's these years. His body was deeply poisoned, and surviving until now was a miracle. After selling the buns, Yao Jihong returned home. Seeing the mother and daughter boiling chicken in the kitchen, both looked serious. He quickly said, "Annie Yume, don't worry yet. Dr. Jean is very skilled. He will definitely find a way to save Uncle Sanhui. As for the doctor saying he's weak, just buy more nutritious food for him, like milk powder and malted milk. I heard those are good for health, and he will recover quickly." Lee Sume had cried so hard earlier that her eyes were red and swollen like walnuts, and her voice was hoarse. She said, "Being a little weak is okay. It can be slowly cured. I'm just worried about the poison not being fully removed." "Mom, the master is very good at detoxifying," Lin Junya explained. "He told me before, but Dad's poison has been in his body too long, so it might take some time to recover. As long as the poison is gone, that's good.
His body is so weak.
We should take good care of him at home and work hard to earn money to support him." Lee Sume had already made up her mind. Now that she was recovering, her bun business was doing well. If she kept at it, she could earn enough money to buy more meat and nutritious food for him. When Lin Sanhui woke up, it was already noon. He opened his eyes and looked at the unfamiliar surroundings, feeling a bit confused and vacant. But soon, he regained his senses and suddenly sat up. "Sume, Sume." Lee Sume was folding clothes in the next room. Hearing his voice, she quickly ran into the room. "You're awake, Sume." Seeing her, Lin Sanhui was so excited that his whole body trembled. But when he thought about his face being disfigured, he quickly pulled the quilt over his face and shook his head in panic. "Sume, Sume, don't come near me."
I've already seen it.
Lee Sume choked up, her eyes red. She picked up a prepared white cloth and handed it to him. "I washed that handkerchief. Wear this first." Lin Sanhui's eyes, exposed outside, filled with tears. His thin hand trembled uncontrollably, struggling to hold the white cloth she gave him. Seeing this, Lee Sume burst into tears, trembling with her lips and teeth. "Let me help you put it on." Don't cry. Please don't cry." After 15 years, Lin Sanhui has changed a lot, but his voice remains the same, exactly like the voice she remembers deep in her memory. His short 6 words touched her heart's soft spot, and tears burst out like a flood.
"Shumei."
She cried uncontrollably, becoming a tearful person, and Lin Sanhui was the same, tears wetting the newly worn scarf. In the room, 2 people embraced and cried loudly. Standing at the door, Lin Junya also had red eyes and tears streaming down her face. Jiang Jingwei handed her a tissue to wipe her tears and comforted her, saying, "Junya, don't cry. Uncle being alive is the greatest luck. As for everything else, we will understand slowly, and when the time is right, we will avenge him." When he left, he was healthy and strong, but when he returned, he was a shell exhausted and near death. It's clear it wasn't self-harm, but was caused by someone's cruelty. The person who hurt him, he deserves to be punished. Yame, Sanhui uncle and auntie are both in poor health. They shouldn't cry so sadly. Quickly go comfort them and help them calm down, Yao Jihong urged her. Okay. Lin Junya wiped her tears, knocked twice on the door, then stepped inside and naturally called out, "Dad." Men must be strong, after all. Although Lin Sanhui was emotionally excited, he didn't cry uncontrollably. He was just silently crying while holding his wife. When his daughter's voice reached his ears, he trembled all over, as if struck by lightning, and his thin body shook violently.
"Dad."
Lin Junya called again, and her previously stopped tears flowed again. For the past 15 years, Lin Sanhui often dreamed of his daughter. Today, he finally saw her. His hoarse voice trembled uncontrollably, "Xiaoya, Xiaoya." Lin Junya no longer remembered his face, but she vaguely remembered his voice. He used to hold her, let her sit on his shoulders, and always called her by her name. His voice matched her memories perfectly.
"Dad."
Lin Junya walked toward him against the light and stopped in front of him. When Lin Sanhui left the Huyang production team, his daughter was just over 3 years old, soft, cute, obedient. Now, she had grown into a tall, beautiful young lady, just like her mother. My little Ya, you've grown up now, a big girl. Lin Sanhui reached out to hug her, but he was afraid he might scare her. He hesitated, then withdrew his hands, as if electrocuted. Lin Junia stepped forward voluntarily, took his bony hands in hers, and tears flowed freely. Dad, you're back. That's good. We've finally waited for you to come home.
I'm sorry, Dad.
I'm sorry, Xiaoya. Lin Sanhui felt full of guilt and regret. It's okay, don't cry. You're back now. That's what matters. We can talk about everything else later. Li Sume quickly wiped her eyes, then stood up, placed a pillow behind him, helped him sit against the bed, and called out, Xiao Jiang, Jihong, come in. The two entered one after the other. Li Sume immediately introduced the man. You haven't been here for 15 years. Xiaoya is now 18 and just got into a relationship last month. This is Xiao Jiang, whose name is Jiang Jinwei. He's a soldier and will be our future son-in-law. Hello, uncle. Jiang Jinwei immediately stepped forward to greet him. Xiaoya's boyfriend? Lin Sanhui remembered that the last person he saw before fainting was him. Yes, Xiaoya's boyfriend. The two kids have been seeing each other for over a month. I'll tell you more about it later. It's hard to explain the kid's situation in a few words. Li Sume planned to talk more with him later and then introduced Yao Jihong. This is Jihong, Yao Gongshan's daughter. She's a few months younger than Xiaoya. You even held her when she was a baby. Uncle Sanhui. Yao Jihong had no memory of him, but she had heard her parents talk about him many times. Jihong has grown into a young lady now, looks just like your mother. Are your parents doing well? Lin Sanhui was weak and breathless as he spoke. Uncle Sanhui, my parents are in good health. If they knew you were back, they'd be very happy. Lin Sanhui sighed. I look like this now, I might scare them. Uncle Sanhui, don't think too much. Your body is just a little weak. With proper rest, you'll get better. Yao Jihong felt a bit sad seeing him like this. If her parents saw him, they would probably feel the same. Li Sume pulled the blanket up for him and pretended to be relaxed. We took you to the hospital before. The doctor said your face was disfigured because of poisoning. Xiaoya found a very skilled doctor who specializes in detoxification. She already called him, and he's on his way back. Once the poison is gone, you'll recover gradually. Don't think about anything else now. Rest peacefully at home and recover. We can talk about everything else later. Lin Junyao also came forward to comfort him and gave him an injection to boost his strength. Dad, I'm learning medicine from a traditional Chinese doctor. My master is very skilled. The poison you have isn't difficult for him to treat. The doctor at the county hospital examined you earlier. There are no serious illnesses, just long-term toxin exposure and malnutrition, which caused weakness and fatigue. He said with careful care and eating nutritious foods and supplements, you will recover gradually. Xiaoya, I understand my health well enough. You don't need to comfort me. Lin Sanhui knows he doesn't have much time left. He dragged his dying body back home. His only wish was to see his wife and daughter one more time. Now that he has seen them, even if he passes away now, he will have no regrets in life. Lin Sanhui, shut up. Li Sume stared at him with a serious face and some anger.
From now on, you stay in bed to rest.
No more unnecessary talk. Whatever we ask you to do, just do it. Sume, you're being very strict now. Do you believe I could kick you out with one foot right now? Li Sume, still holding back 15 years of anger, snapped at him and then got up to leave. Let's eat first. Jihong, come help me serve the food. Watching her mother's back as she left, Junyao shrugged helplessly, showing an expression of powerlessness. Jingwei Jiang stood nearby, smiling as he looked at his future father-in-law. Uncle, Junyao said if your body can be treated, it definitely can be. Don't lose hope or get discouraged. Later, Auntie will tell you more details.
Okay.
Lin Sanhui responded, but he didn't really hold much hope inside. Li Sume was upset inside. She scolded him with her words, but her actions were very warm. She immediately brought him a big bowl of fragrant chicken soup, placing both chicken legs into his bowl. Junyao Lin carried the food behind her, filling his bowl with soft rice and stacking tender stewed pork into a small mountain. Dad, do you want to drink the soup first or eat the rice? Before he could answer, Lee Sume made the decision for him. Drink the soup first, half a bowl of chicken leg to warm your stomach, then have a chicken leg, and after that eat the rice. Sume, your injury isn't healed yet. You should eat the chicken leg. Lin Sanhui looked at her with concern. I told you to eat it, so just eat. No more nonsense. Lee Sume glared at him again, then casually took a pair of scissors, slightly cut open the white cloth covering his face, revealing his mouth so he could eat. She also told others, Xiaoya, Xiaojiang, go eat. I'll feed him here. And Xiaoya, hurry up and eat. Don't ask for leave this afternoon. Go back to school for classes. I'll stay at home to take care of him. Lin Sanhui also hurriedly said, Xiaoya, studying is very important. You are about to take the college entrance exam, so reviewing your lessons is the priority. We can talk about other things after school. Seeing that he knew she was about to take the exam, Lin Junya asked eagerly, Dad, how do you know I am in high school? Yes, how do you know? Lee Sume had just been unaware. I went back yesterday, but I was really too weak. I couldn't walk anymore after reaching Ma Jiakao, so I stayed overnight at an old neighbor's house. They happened to have a relative in the team who knows about our family and told me about your situation. I haven't been back to the team since then. I came directly to the county town this morning. I was planning to go to Xiaoya's school, but on the way, I saw Sume selling buns. Lee Sume nodded, feeding him soup, and told her daughter, Xiaoya, go eat. I will talk to your father about other things. Okay. Dad, you rest at home. I'll finish eating and then go to school. I'll come back after school to talk with you. Although Lin Junya hadn't seen him for 15 years and had harbored resentment over the years, when she saw him, all those buried feelings disappeared. She felt an instinctive familial closeness. The three of them turned to go outside to eat. Lee Sume then continued arranging, Jihong, I've been taking care of Xiaoya's dad at home these days. I'll rest for 2 days and not do business. You can come home this afternoon to help your mom with chores and come back the day after tomorrow. Auntie, Uncle Sanhui isn't feeling well and your health isn't fully recovered. I'll stay here to take care of you all, prepare medicine, and cook. Yao Jihong was a bit worried. Jihong, I'm almost better now. Preparing medicine and cooking won't be a problem. Your dad and brother-in-law are at home, and your mom has to take care of the grandson and farm the land. It's probably exhausting to be alone at home. You should go back and help her with farm work. If I urgently need help, I'll call the team to find you. After the elders arranged everything, Yao Jihong didn't say more. She responded, All right, I'll go back first and come again the day after tomorrow. Lin Junya and the others finished eating and left together. Jiang Jingwei went to the factory and Lin Junya rode her bike to send Yao Jihong to the edge of the county, then went to school for classes. When she arrived at the classroom door, the head teacher and classmates almost spoke in unison. Lin Junya, has your dad really come back? Yes, he has really come back. Lin Junya smiled at them, but her smile was tinged with bitterness and sadness. I just saw him. His condition isn't good. He's very weak and has been disfigured by poison. I haven't asked about what happened to him over the years, but I am sure he didn't abandon us, his mother and daughter. It seems something happened, and he wanted to come back but couldn't. Is Dr. Jean here? Did you ask him to see your father? Teacher Zhou asked her. Master went to the city for some matters. I called him, and he will return this afternoon. I told him roughly about my father's condition. He said the poison should be treatable, but his body probably won't fully recover. He might need medication for a long time. Teacher Zhou sighed as he listened. Your family has really had a lot of trouble. There have been some hardships, but it's good that everyone is alive. Things will get better eventually. Lin Junya has a positive attitude, always thinking the best. Her parents are not in good health, and Jiang Jing's health isn't fully recovered, but she believes they will get better someday. She is confident her missing brother will be found, and her family will be happy and reunited. Is he in the hospital now? Teacher Zhou asked again. Lin Junya shook her head. No, he isn't hospitalized. The doctor at the county hospital said the poison can't be fully cured. We need to find our own way. Since he's weak, staying in the hospital wouldn't help. They gave some nutritional supplements, and my mother is taking care of him at home. Seeing that her family arrangements were in order, Teacher Zhou nodded slightly and gestured for her to sit down. Let Dr. Jean take care of your father's treatment. You focus on studying now. After the college entrance exam, you can spend more time with your parents. Okay, Lin Jr. replied. Meanwhile, Lin Sanhui had finished his meal. He hadn't eaten such good food in a long time, and he just finished 2 bowls. Now his stomach felt a bit full. Su-mei, whose house is this where you're living now? Lin Sanhui had not yet asked about this, but yesterday he heard from a neighbor that their household registration had recently been moved to the city. It was said that Xiaoya found a city boyfriend, and his family was influential enough to help with the arrangements. Li Su-mei was sitting nearby eating and told him, 3 months ago, your mother, your foster mother, and Zhao Hongxiu took money from a widower. During the day, they came with a rope to force me to marry. When I resisted, they pushed me down and broke my spine. Xiaoya is studying in the county town and can't come home every day to take care of me. At that time, she happened to meet Xiao Jiang and asked him for help. She rented his Aunt Meng's house. Xiao Jiang's family lives in the red brick building opposite. His parents. They sat together and talked slowly. Throughout, Lin Sanhui kept asking about the lives of the mother and daughter over the past 15 years. When he learned how they had been bullied by the Lin family, he was so angry that his lips bled. All right, the wicked person has received their punishment. Don't get angry or upset. Li Su-mei quickly took a handkerchief to wipe his face. Lin Sanhui gritted his teeth in anger, saying, "What kind of punishment is this? Only one person died, and no one else lost an arm or a leg. They are still lively and able to bully others. Such a punishment is too light." Li Su-mei, thinking about Lin Posey's behavior today, felt both annoyed and helpless. Your foster mother was locked up for 3 months. She was just released a few days ago. My body isn't fully recovered, and I don't want to clash with her. I'm afraid it will cause more problems for Xiaoya. Xiaoya is at a crucial age now. Nothing is more important than her college entrance exam. I don't want to fight with the Lin family at this sensitive time, as it might affect her studies. Regarding her daughter's education, Lin Sanhui shared her same opinion. Yes, Xiaoya's studies are the most important, and your health too. Once you recover, we can handle other things. After discussing their mother-daughter matters, Li Su-mei took the initiative to ask, "Tell me about your experiences over the years." Sighing, Lin Sanhui replied, "Su-mei, my story is complicated. I can't tell you everything right now." Lin Sanhui didn't want to hide things out of desire, but because he had a deep, unspoken hardship. His eyes showed heavy resentment, grinding his teeth, and his voice came out through clenched teeth. "Su-mei, I regret leaving with them back then. If we hadn't left, our family wouldn't have suffered so much pain and hardship." Li Su-mei sensed the emotional tone in his words and looked worried. "Did your biological parents cause all this?" "No, not my biological parents. They are animals," Lin Sanhui cursed bitterly. "Why did they treat you like this? No matter what, you're their biological son. They personally confirmed it. You didn't do anything wrong to them. It was their mistake to switch the baby. Why are they so cruel and ruthless to you?" Li Su-mei was more emotional than him. Lin Sanhui closed his eyes, panting heavily. "Animals, they have no humanity. How could they do such things?" Li Su-mei didn't know what he had been through, but seeing the hatred in his eyes, she held his thin, bony hand and asked, "Did you report this to the police?" Lin Sanhui forced a bitter smile. "Su-mei, all of this is thanks to them. They want me dead. I was lucky to come back alive. I don't have the strength to seek revenge." Reporting to the police? Huh. Their family is powerful. Even if I risk my life, I can't fight them. It would only bring harm to you and Xiaoya. Why are they treating you like this? Li Su-mei couldn't understand. You are their son. If they think you grew up in the countryside and feel ashamed of you, they could choose not to come and pick you up. Why did they bring you back only to treat you like this? Because I didn't grow up with them and have no feelings for me, They didn't hesitate to push me to die. The memories of these years were clear in his mind. Lin Sanhui had never loved his biological parents, and everything they did afterward only made him hate them more. He closed his eyes, temporarily suppressing his anger, and forced a bitter smile. I have no luck with parents in my life. Whether it's my biological parents or my adoptive parents, they're all enemies, selfish, cold, and heartless animals. Not all parents in this world love their children. Some people are not fit to be parents or to be human. Lee Sume decided not to ask more about his past for now, not to reveal his wounds, and softly comforted him. Let go of the past for now. Focus on healing. Xiaoya has found a very skilled teacher to learn medicine from. Thanks to Dr. Jin's medicine, I've recovered quickly. When Dr. Jin returns, I will ask him to detoxify you and prescribe medicine to help you recover. Later, you should stay at home peacefully to rest. Don't worry about other things. I now sell buns at a stall every day, and business is good. Our family of 3 has no trouble covering living expenses. Lin Sanhui had seen her selling buns on the street before. Business was quite good. Holding her calloused hand, he felt a twinge of sadness. Sume, you've suffered a lot over these years. We are all unfortunate, but at least it's behind us now. Lee Sume was strong-willed, but thinking about the hardships she had endured, her eyes welled up with tears. Now that she saw her daughter and herself, Lin Sanhui felt a surge of hope and motivation to keep going. He held her hand and asked, Sume, tell me about Xiaoya. I heard from a villager in Majiakao that our daughter is very talented at school and has a fiery personality. She's been protecting you all these years and helping to support the family. Is that true? Yes, Xiaoya looks like me, and her personality is like you. Her fiery nature is also because of pressure from the Lin family. If we had been weak and helpless, we would have been completely swallowed up by the Lin family. While the couple was talking at home, news of Lin Sanhui's return had spread throughout the Huyang production team. Yao Jihong had just entered the village when a group of curious neighbors came to ask questions. Zihong, why are you back? The old lady from the Lin family said that Uncle Sanhui had returned and went to the county town to see Aunt Sume, even scolding her. Is Uncle Sanhui really back? Hearing this, Mother Yao immediately hugged her grandson and hurried over. Mom, Uncle Sanhui is back. Yao Jihong had just been asked by neighbors and repeated his answer. Poisoned and disfigured? Mother Yao frowned tightly.
How could that happen? Who did it?
I can't ask about that. He's very weak now, so thin that his bones show, and he speaks with no strength. Sisteria didn't ask much, just told him to rest and recover first, and she didn't want to talk about other things for now. Aunt Sume said she hasn't been working these days. She's staying at home to take care of Uncle Sanhui, so she asked me to come back and rest for a couple of days. I'll go again the day after tomorrow. Mother Yao's brow remained furrowed as she told others. Back then, Lin Sanhui was tall and strong, in good health. Even in winter, he could go to the river to fish.
But now,
his own mother came to pick him up that year, and we saw her. She was dressed very well, wearing a big coat that looked expensive, shiny leather shoes, and her hair was slicked with oil. She looked like a wealthy lady from a rich family. Lin Sanhui left 15 years ago. We thought he was living a good life with his mother, no longer with Li Sume and her daughter. Yao Jihong listened nearby and shook his head to deny her words. Uncle Sanhui didn't abandon them. He probably left with his mother, and something happened afterward. When he saw Aunt Sume and Sisteria today, he was very emotional. Also, he probably doesn't know that Aunt Sume had another child later. He thought she only had Sisteria. Sisteria just told me not to tell her father about the missing brother, saying he should focus on getting better. Jihong, you said earlier that the hospital can't treat him anymore. Can he really get better? Asked an elderly man nearby. Sisteria found a master. It's that tall, handsome uncle who came to our team last time. He's a doctor from the provincial capital, very skilled. He's been to the city on some errands these days. Sisteria just called him, and he's coming back this afternoon. He said he can detoxify Uncle Sanhui. A neighbor sourly commented, Sisteria is lucky. found a good partner, and a good master. All this wealth is just falling on her. Jihong, last time Sister Ya asked you to come back and recruit workers for the factory. Are you still recruiting now? Someone else asked about this matter, and Yao Jihong helplessly said, they're just a small factory with only a few dozen people. Sister Ya happens to know the factory's leader. The leader was in a hurry to hire workers and didn't have time to pick or interview candidates, so they asked Sister Ya to help. Jin Yuan took the afternoon bus home. Meng Shuilan did not come back with him. She was still expanding her business in the city and would return in a few days. Sume sister, I'm back. Jin Yuan knocked on the door. Li Sume had just given Lin Sanhui a bath, so he was dressed and ready. She immediately opened the door.
Dr. Jin.
Is it convenient to come in now? Jin Yuan asked at the door. Yes, it is, Li Sume replied. She opened the door with a worried face. Dr. Jin, Xiaoya's father is in serious condition. Sorry to trouble you again. I'll take a look first, Jin Yuan said, and strode into the room. Li Sume had just bought 2 new sets of clothes from the state-run store. Lin Sanhui changed into clean, fresh clothes but still wore a face covering. When he saw his daughter's doctor, he supported himself on a nearby stool and slowly stood up. Hello, Dr. Jin. Hello, Dr. Jin nodded at him, placing his medical kit beside him. His gaze fell on his face. Take off the face covering. Li Sume helped the man sit down and gently removed the face covering. Seeing his disfigured face, her eyes turned red again. Dr. Jin, Xiaoya's father's face is badly disfigured. He was poisoned. Jin Yuan only glanced at him and frowned. Who gave you such a malicious poison? They intentionally ruined your face and want to take your life. My biological parents, Lin Sanhui answered. Jin Yuan had heard from his apprentice about his situation and thought he had abandoned them for wealth and status. Now it seemed there was a story behind it. He asked, when did you get poisoned? 14 years ago. The poison was put in the soup. Luckily, I caught a cold that day and had no appetite, so I only drank a sip. Otherwise, I would have died. Jin Yuan sat on a stool by the bed, checked his pulse with a raised hand, and after only 4 or 5 seconds, he let go. Your body is severely weakened. There's no need to rush to detox. If you detox now, your body can't handle it. Rest at home carefully for a month, and once your health improves, then detox. Dr. Jin, how should I take care of myself? Li Sume asked quickly. Eat 3 meals a day on time, eat more meat dishes and eggs, and drink nourishing soups. If you can eat, stuff your stomach. Rest more and sleep well. Gain some weight, and your health will gradually improve. Jin Yuan looked at the Western medicine from the nearby hospital again and said, take these medicines on time. I will also prescribe some traditional Chinese medicine pills to replenish blood and energy. Take them together for a month, and we will adjust based on the situation later. After speaking, he took a bottle of medicine and a wild ginseng root from his medical box and handed them to her. Take these pills 3 times a day after meals, 2 pills each time. This is enough for half a month. When you're almost out, let me know, and I will prepare another bottle. The wild ginseng can be used to stew chicken. Just cut 1 or 2 slices each time, either stew or steam. Dr. Jin, how much does this wild ginseng cost? When Xiaoya comes back, I will ask her to get the money for you. He had overheard her talking when he sold wild ginseng before. 2 or 3 roots could sell for 4 or 500 yuan. Their family savings probably only covered 2 or 3 roots. No need to pay. Jin Yuan placed it in her hand. Dr. Jin, no, you've given us treatment and medicine without asking for money. This wild ginseng must be paid for. Li Sume had previously used the bone-strengthening ointment he made, and he didn't ask for money then either. Her daughter told her not to worry about these things, saying she would handle it. Most likely, she hadn't paid him. This wild ginseng isn't ordinary medicine. Each root costs over 100 yuan, not just a few yuan. She couldn't feel at ease just accepting it for free. No need to pay. Use it first. I will go into the mountains again soon to find herbs. I want Junia to go with me. She has sharp eyes and is good at finding herbs. Just bring back 1 or 2 more plants. After saying this, Jin Yuan carried his medical box and left confidently and briskly. You all rest here. I will go to the factory. Cook some more food tonight. I'll come back and eat. Okay. After watching him leave, Lin Sanhui asked, Sume, how do Xiaoya and Dr. Jin know each other? Dr. Jin is a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. His family used to be a wealthy landlord family. During those 10 years, they were labeled as having bad backgrounds and were sent to their hometown for reform. He only served half a year of reform here. I don't know when Xiaoya met him. Dr. Jin taught her some basic knowledge of medicine and self-defense skills. Xiaoya secretly apprenticed with him. This time, Dr. Jin came to Dongyuan County not because Xiaoya invited him, but because her father, Xiao Zhang, asked him to treat Xiao Zhang's injury. Since Dr. Jin arrived here, he has helped our mother and daughter a lot. He isn't married and has no children. He's very good to Xiaoya. Now he's teaching her how to prepare medicines and is planning to pass his knowledge to her in the future. Jin Yuan has an extraordinary presence inside him. Lin Sanhui, even without much experience, could tell he was not an ordinary person. His daughter calling him master was a great blessing. His eyes showed relief. Our Xiaoya is lucky. It's just a pity that I, as her father, am useless. When she needed protection, I wasn't there. Now I am weak and sick, and I'm only a burden to her. Li Sume sighed as she listened. Don't say these things in front of Xiaoya. She doesn't like to hear them. Your health isn't hopeless. Just cooperate well with Dr. Jin's treatment. Don't worry about money. We will find ways to earn more. When she mentioned money, Lin Sanhui pointed to his coat lying nearby. Sume, give me the coat. It's very dirty. Don't wear it. I'll wash it. Li Sume didn't hand it to him. No, there's something inside the coat. I need to take it out first. The coat had a thick layer of cloth sewn inside. Lin Sanhui searched for a while before pulling out a cloth bag from the inner pocket. He handed the bag to her. Sume, there's over 300 yuan here.
Keep it.
Where did you get so much money?
Li Sume frowned.
Lin Sanhui sighed heavily. This money I've saved over the past 10 years. I'll leave 200 yuan for Xiaoya's education, and the rest is for the family. You have so much money. Why don't you buy some tonic to improve your health? Li Sume had thought he was very poor, with no money for treatment or medicine. Can't buy it, Lin Sanhui said with a helpless smile, placing the money in her hand.
It's not convenient to talk about now.
I'll tell you more later. All right, I asked too many questions. Li Sume put the money in her pocket and said, Our daughter Xiaoya manages the household. When she returns, I'll give her this money to save. I'm running a business now, earning about 8 or 10 yuan a day, enough for our daily expenses. I've discussed with Xiaoya before. After her college entrance exam, we plan to go live in the provincial capital. We'll rent a small shop to start a breakfast business. Sume, we can't let Xiaoya go to the provincial city to study. We must stop her. Lin Sanhui was very emotional, speaking too quickly, to the point that he started coughing painfully. Cough, cough. No, Sume, we can't let. Cough, cough. Don't get so upset, speak slowly. Li Sume quickly patted his back and handed him some water to drink. After he calmed down, she said, Xiaoya wants to study medicine. There is a good medical university in the provincial city. Her goal is to get into that school. It's been decided for a long time. If we stop her now, she will be very disappointed. Let's not decide right now. When she comes back, we can talk about it carefully. Xiaoya is a very determined girl. You should be honest with her about what you've been through these years, so she can make her own decision. Also, Xiao Zhang works in the military in the provincial city. His father and I have already discussed it. After Xiaoya finishes her college entrance exams, the two children will have their wedding. At that time, Xiaoya will go with the army. If we don't let Xiaoya go to the provincial city, it will mess up their plans. Lin Sanhui drank some water and calmed down. He had thought he would never go to the provincial city again, but now it seemed he might have to change his plans. Seeing that he was silent and his eyes were filled with worry, Li Sume persuaded him. All right, don't think too much. The day after tomorrow is Sunday. Xiaoya doesn't need to go to school. We can sit down and talk about your matters. Also, Xiao Jiang works in the military and knows more about the provincial city. His father works there too, apparently as a government official. We should ask them to help find out the current situation there. Once we know more, we can plan accordingly. Lin Sanhui had no other options, so he nodded.
Okay.
All right, lie down and rest. I'll heat up some chicken soup. You should eat a little. Li Sume helped him lie down and handed him a washed apple. Eat this first. Xiaoya bought it. It tastes very good. Sume, cut it open with a knife. Let's each have half. Lin Sanhui had lived for 40 years, but had never eaten an apple before. He had never seen such a bright red apple before. He was reluctant to eat it. Eat it. We still have more at home. Xiaoya said apples are nutritious. She bought 2 boxes and kept them at home. She told me to eat one every day, and you should do the same. Li Sume put the apple in his hand, and then left with a pile of dirty clothes. In the evening, Meng Xuejiao came back from work. As soon as she put down her briefcase, she went to the backyard kitchen, carrying a large piece of pork. Sume, this afternoon Jingwei called me and said that Junia's father has returned. Is he feeling better now? Li Sume was busy in the kitchen. She immediately came out and said, Dr. Jean came back this afternoon. After checking, he said you're weak. You need to take medicine for a month to recover, and once your health improves, he will detoxify you. He didn't mention anything else. According to Dr. Jean, focus on good recovery first. There's no rush for other things. Meng Xuejiao placed the pork on the cupboard and said to her, Tonight, I'll cook the meat for Dad Junia. You can come with me to see him. Lin Sanhui was lying on the bed resting. When he heard the noise outside, he quickly put on a face towel, got up, and went to the door, greeting proactively Deputy Secretary Meng. Hello, Dad Junia. Meng Xuejia stepped forward and shook his hand. Seeing how thin he was, with his clothes hanging loosely, she frowned and said, Dad Junia, I've heard from Sume about your condition. The most important thing now is to take good care of your health. Don't think too much about other things. Deputy Secretary Meng, I've heard everything from Sume. Thank you very much for taking care of them these days. Lin Sanhui was very polite. We'll be family soon, so no need for formalities. Meng Xuejiao was courteous and didn't want to disturb his rest much. Dad Junia, you should lie back down and rest. Sume and I will cook, and we can have a good chat when we eat later. Okay. Thank you for your trouble. Earlier, Lin Sanhui had gone to the kitchen to help add firewood, but Sume didn't let him and sent him back to his room. He had to lie on the bed. Lin Junia was the second to arrive home. When she returned, she still had a lively grass carp hanging on her bicycle. She called out at the door, Dad, Mom, I'm back. Xiaoya, school is over. Lin Sanhui had just moved a stool to sit under the eaves. Hearing her voice, he immediately got up to open the door. Xiaoya, why did you go shopping for vegetables? Your mom said there's enough at home. I just happened to see someone selling fish on the way back, so I bought one. It's still alive. I'll keep it in a basin tonight, and tomorrow, Mom will make soup for you. Lin Junia pushed her bicycle inside and asked him, Dad, has the master and Captain Zhang still not come back? Not yet. Deputy Secretary Meng is back and helping in the kitchen. Meng Xuejiao came out wearing an apron, holding a fish-raising basin. Junia, just keep the fish in this basin. Jingwei called me earlier. He and Dr. Jean will be back a bit later. Dr. Jean and Xuelan have opened several sales channels in the city. There's a delivery deadline, so they called a transport team to work overtime tonight, packing goods to deliver overnight. Little Aunt is truly a business genius. She works in the medicine room but is greatly underused, Lin Junyao admired sincerely. Meng Xuejia listened and smiled. She has already decided to start her own business. She's working with Dr. Jean now, and once she returns to the city, she'll go to resign. I want to hold tightly onto my master and little aunt, follow them to enjoy good food and fun times, Lin Junyao said happily, her whole body radiating joy and cheerfulness. Lin Sanhui saw his daughter full of sunshine, lively and energetic, unlike him and his wife who looked dull and worried. Seeing her cheerful, pretty smile, his mood also lifted, and the gloom in his heart seemed to lighten. Xiaoya is studying hard or not. They hadn't talked much this morning, so Lin Sanhui followed behind her, trying to find a topic to chat about. Lin Junyao drank warm water and shook her head. I feel okay. I have a good foundation for middle school, so studying isn't hard for me. Other classmates find it more difficult. I heard from your mother that you've loved reading since you were little, and your grades are always first. Dad hopes you'll become a top scholar, Lin Sanhui said, recalling what his wife told him about their daughter. Now he was eager for her to get into a good university. Lin Junyao grinned. Top scholar? I'll try my best and work hard for it. Meng Shuejiao was helping chop vegetables in the kitchen. Through the window, she saw the father and daughter happily chatting and smiled as she said to Li Sume, "This bloodline is truly amazing." Junyao and her father haven't seen each other in nearly 15 years, and she probably doesn't even remember what he looks like. But when they met again, their relationship was very natural. Sanhui cares a lot about Xiaoya. When she was born, Lin's eldest sister scolded her, saying she was a worthless burden. He immediately poured the blood water from my labor into her, right then. Li Sume couldn't help but laugh when she thought about it and continued, after Xiaoya was born, during the confinement period, I only had to feed her milk. All the chores at home were his responsibility. He would change her diapers, clean her, and hold her when she cried. When Xiaoya grew a bit older, and we went out to farm, he always let me hold her while we rested on the field ridge. He would do the farm work for both of us. When it was too busy, he'd carry Xiaoya on his back, and we worked together. During rain or snow, when visiting someone's house, he'd carry Xiaoya in his arms. He'd give her almost all his pocket money to buy candy. The man in the family was the most caring father to his daughter. He wouldn't allow anyone to speak badly about Xiaoya. The women in the Lin family were quite unpleasant. Whenever they talked about him, he would ignore them, but if they said anything about his wife and daughter, he would get into a fight with them. Because of these reasons, Li Sume couldn't believe for many years after he left that he had gone to seek wealth and abandoned them. She kept hoping he would come back. But after waiting year after year with no sign of him, she gradually lost hope. My father-in-law is a good husband and a good father. If he had stayed at home, you and your mother wouldn't have had such a hard life. Maybe he wouldn't have suffered so much himself, Meng Shuejiao said, feeling more sympathetic after hearing her story. Living in the countryside is hard. You rely on luck and hard work, but if the weather isn't good, the harvest is poor all year, and it's tough for the family to have enough food. I grew up in the city and never had to do farm work or suffer hardships. He didn't want me to marry him, and then suffer too. Also, the Lin family is difficult to get along with. The two old men are selfish, biased, and stingy. The brothers and sisters-in-law are lazy and greedy. The whole family treats him like a beast of burden. They argue every day over trivial things, and life feels very frustrating and stifling. At that time, he wanted to split the family and live alone with us, but the two old men and three brothers refused. Just then, his mother came to visit. He saw a chance to move to the city and wanted us to have a better life, away from the Lin family relatives. So, he decided to leave with her without hesitation. But who knew that leaving the den of wolves would just land them in another tiger's lair? They were talking in the kitchen. Lin Junya moved the table and chairs outside to the yard, where father and daughter sat chatting about school and reading, while she peeled an orange for him. Jin Yuan and Jiang Jingwei returned a bit later. When they arrived home, Lin Junya was eating. Master, Commander Jiang, I still need to go to evening classes. I'll eat first, I haven't waited for you. Eat first. Jiang Jingwei rinsed his hands in a bucket by the well and said to her, Junya, some of your classmates probably have relatives looking for jobs. Help recruit about 20 more people. Junya was surprised. The shop just opened 10 days ago, and now we need to hire more? Your aunt called again half an hour ago. She signed a big order this afternoon. 20,000 bottles of floral water sent to Lin Province, and they want delivery within 10 days. Jiang Jingwei admired her aunt's efficiency. Okay, I will now find my classmates and ask them to inform their relatives tonight. Tomorrow, I will go directly to the factory to report. Lin Junya quickly finished her meal and hurriedly took the dishes to the kitchen. She rushed out like the wind. I'm leaving now, take your time eating. Xiaoya, Go slowly and don't fall, Lin Sanhui warned her as he followed. Dad, I have tough skin and flesh, I can handle falls. Seeing her kick her feet and run off with her bike, Meng Xuejiao couldn't stop laughing. This kid is really starting to look more and more like Xuelan. Lin Sanhui liked his daughter more and more. Over the years, he had often imagined what she would look like when she grew up. He always thought she would be gentle and kind like her mother, never expecting her personality to be like his. Now he was secretly happy. Dr. Jean Xiaojiang, you worked hard today. Please sit down and eat. Li Sume brought out all the dishes and poured each of them a cup of tea. She asked. Director Meng took on another job. Will you be working overtime tonight? Yes, we will work for another 2 hours, Jiang Jinwei replied. He was busy arranging shipments in the afternoon, so he used a large spoon to serve Lin Sanhui some braised pork. Uncle, eat some vegetables. Xiao Jiang, you should eat too. Lin Sanhui, after hearing his wife talk about his son-in-law, thought he was very good. He had a good appearance, a good family background, and was a young, capable officer. He also treated his daughter well. Their family was truly fortunate. Jiang Jinwei served dishes to the other elders and said to him, Uncle, Yao Jihong's father heard you're back. He wanted to visit, but since the warehouse was busy, he said he'd come tomorrow instead. The factory is busy now, so tell him not to take leave and not delay work. I have nothing to do, so I'll go to the factory with Sume tomorrow and meet him. Lin Sanhui used to have a good relationship with Yao's father. They hadn't seen each other in years, and he also wanted to meet his childhood friend. Okay, I'll tell him later. You can come anytime, Jiang Jinwei said, arranging everything for them. Zhen Yuan had a quick lunch at a state-run restaurant in the city. Now he was very hungry and ate silently throughout, finishing 3 large bowls of rice before he was satisfied. Lin Junia had already arrived at school. When her classmates heard they were recruiting more people and each family had a spot, everyone was very excited. Even teacher Zhou and another teacher came to find her. They also introduced 2 relatives to the factory. These days, many leftover workers are in rural areas, and there are also many unemployed people in the city. Many people compete fiercely for a single job opportunity, and even relatives sometimes turn against each other over work. Such cases are very common. She managed to secure 2 job positions for each family, greatly increasing their income and reducing family conflicts. Her classmates now treat her as a kind benefactor. At 9:30 p.m., after evening study, all the students hurried out with their backpacks. The active student, Lin Junia, was a bit behind tonight. Lin Junia, your parents are here to pick you up. A classmate shouted at the school gate. Lin Junia, walking behind, immediately ran over. I'm coming. Hello, uncle and aunt. Uncle, we are classmates of Lin Junia. She is our class monitor. Uncle, are you feeling better? Uncle, aunt, Lin Junia helped us find a job at her family's company. We're going to report the good news to our elders first. Next time, we'll visit your home. Uncle Lin, Aunt Lee, take care of yourselves. If you need any help at home, just let us know. Her classmates were very friendly, greeting Lin Sanhui and the others briefly before rushing home. Dad, Mom, let's go. We're heading home. Lin Junia pushed her bicycle and patted the seat. Dad, you sit on the bike. I'll push you home. No need, I can walk slowly. Lin Sanhui had just come over on his own, and the couple used flashlights, helping each other as they walked slowly. All right, you and Mom take it easy. I'll walk with you. Lin Junia pretended to look through her bag, but actually took 3 peaches from her space, 1 for each of them. My classmates bought these peaches at the state-run store. I shared half with her. They taste pretty good. Xiaoya, you and your mom eat yours. I'll give mine to Xiao Jiang. He's working overtime tonight and hasn't come back yet. It's his late-night snack. Li Sume was worried about her son-in-law. Mom, I still have some in my bag. 1 for each of us. Lin Junia handed her the peaches, casually wiping one with her hand before taking a bite, eating about 1/3 of it. This was the first family walk in the evening in 15 years. Lin Sanhui had been looking forward to this day for a long time. He once thought they would never reunite in his lifetime. Now, walking side by side with his wife and daughter, talking about happy things, He truly felt that even if he died now, it would be worth it. As they slowly reached home, Jiang Jin was worried because they hadn't arrived yet. Lin Junya sent a message to the master. Master, are you still busy? The goods are already loaded and on the way. I'm preparing ingredients, and Jinwei is checking the stock in the warehouse. It will probably take another half-hour before they return. We have the keys, so you can go to sleep first. I'm helping you prepare in the space, Lin Junya said. She told her parents to go to bed. She herself took hot water to wash, then told her aunt that she was a bit tired and would go to her room to sleep. The formula for floral water was simple, much easier than making medicine, and with internal energy support, she made 5 large buckets in an hour, enough to fill 4 or 5,000 bottles of floral water.
Junya, stop making it. Just store the grain.
I'll go to Yangcheng in a few days to buy some production equipment. The factory had little cash flow. Although they had signed several orders, the money hadn't been received yet. He could only sell grain to raise funds. Luckily, they had a big buyer, so funds could be raised quickly. Master, have you contacted third brother and the others? I told them last time, even gave them a sample for testing. I left our home address with them. They should come to see me in the next couple of days. Jin Yuan had already talked to them. They had a warehouse in the provincial capital and a shop for wholesale and retail. They didn't need to drive around selling small amounts. Many small vendors came to buy from them directly. Once they tested the goods and confirmed the quality was good, they would come nearby to buy wholesale.
Okay. I'll tell Mom tomorrow.
If he comes, have her call the factory and let you know. There was a lot of grain in the space. Lin Junya worked until 1 a.m. to finish harvesting everything. She didn't meditate or practice that night. She just slept in the space. Third brother came faster than expected and visited the next afternoon. Only Li Sumei and Lin Sanhui were home at the time because Lin Junya had called ahead. Jiang Jin quickly returned and took third brother and his group to the factory. They brought 3 trucks and prioritized supplying them. Lin Sanhui and Li Sumei also visited the factory. Everyone was busy working. They didn't go to find Father Yao or disturb his work. They watched the workers from the office. Business is so good, it looks like they're too busy. They might need to hire more people. Lin Sanhui also wanted to work and earn money, but his health was too poor now. He could carry 1 or 2 boxes of floral water, but not more. Li Sumei immediately saw that he wanted to work and moved a stool nearby for him to sit. Take care of your health first. Once you're better, help me make buns and steamed bread.
Okay.
Lin Sanhui smiled in response. He has always been diligent and capable since he was young. Although his health has been poor in recent years, he has kept working to earn money, constantly thinking of saving more for his daughter's dowry. Father Yao was working in the warehouse. After 3 trucks of goods were loaded, Zhang Jingwei told him that his future father-in-law was coming, so he immediately ran to the office.
Sanhui.
Father Yao came with 2 other peers from the same team. Gangshan, Changgung, and Pingge. They hadn't seen each other for 15 years, but Lin Sanhui recognized them at once. The 3 of them rushed in and saw him with his face covered by a cloth, looking very thin and unwell. None of them could smile. Father Yao's face was tense, and he felt a pang in his chest.
What happened to you?
It's a long story, Lin Sanhui sighed. He pointed to his face. I was poisoned and disfigured. I look so ugly now. I won't let you see me for the time being to avoid frightening you.
What are you talking about?
Father Yao rolled his eyes at him. I asked Dr. Jean. He said you were poisoned, but once the poison is out, you can recover gradually. Li Sumei brought over some stools for them. You've worked hard. Sit down and rest. Can you still handle the work here? Lin Sanhui asked with a smile. Yes, it's much easier than doing double shifts, neighbor Changgung, who is called by that name, laughed. We don't have to work all the time in the warehouse. We only work when loading or unloading. Other times, we rest. Right now, after finishing the shipment, there's nothing else to do, so we can sit and chat. The workers in the production workshop, except for eating and bathroom breaks, have to sit at their stations all the time. I heard your children are also here. Are they all working in the production workshop? Lin Sanhui started the conversation. Yes, they are all in the workshop. The work is quite light. They use machines and only do simple tasks nearby, but they can't move around freely. Another older peer, Ping Go, continued speaking. San Hui, we're all grateful to Sister Ya. Thanks to her help, we managed to find a job in the city to earn money. That day, I thanked Sister Ya. She said she was chased and beaten by Zhao Hongxiu when she was young. I helped stop Zhao Hongxiu, so she was spared a beating. She still remembers this kindness. Actually, I don't remember what you may said about this. Maybe I just couldn't bear to see it, so I brushed it off quickly, but this child kept it in her heart. Now she has arranged a job for me. Both older children are working in the factory. It's really a big help for our family, and I feel a bit ashamed and grateful. Yumei is a good girl and a lucky one. You and your husband have suffered a lot over the years, but good times are coming. Let go of the past and look forward. Both of you should take good care of your health. Yumei will get married soon. Xiao Jiang is a rare good son-in-law. After they marry, they will have children quickly. Later, you can help take care of the kids and enjoy a peaceful life with the younger generation. Yao's father nearby also agreed. Yes, San Hui, when you left that time, you were as strong as an ox. Now you come back sick. We don't ask much about what you've been through outside. When it's convenient, tell us more. But still, returning alive is a good thing. Sumei and her daughter have had a hard time these years. Now that you're back, they have some support. Take good care of your health. If you need help, just say so. We've all grown up together as childhood friends. We might not be able to help much in other ways, but we still have strength. Whenever you need a hand, just come to us. Lin Sanhui smiled and replied, with how I look now, I can't even carry a load or lift half a bucket of water. I might really need your help in the future. Just give a shout and we'll be there. Yao's father looked at him, feeling tight in his throat. He used to be good at farm work in the team, and all the farm work at the Lin family depended on him. The three Lin brothers together weren't as capable as him. But now, he's been so badly hurt that he looks unrecognizable, which makes my heart ache. Jiang Jingwei pushed the door open and came in, holding bananas. He handed one to each of them and put the rest in a cloth bag. Auntie, these leftover bananas are for Junia to take home. Third brother gave them to her. They had previously visited the house and brought a bag of fruit, probably longans, still hanging on the branch, looking fresh. Li Sumei didn't want to take it at first, but third brother insisted, so she had to accept it and leave it at home. Fresh longans are called dragon eyes in the south. When dried, they become dried longans. Jiang Jingwei, who had been to the south on a mission before, had tasted fresh longans. Now he peeled a banana and ate it, then told them, Auntie, Dr. Jean, and I won't be home for lunch. We need to rush out a batch of goods today, and we'll come back for dinner. Okay, you all are busy. We will sit for a little while, and then go back. Li Sumei didn't want to bother them too much. Jin Yuan just finished discussing a business deal with his third brother. After they deliver this batch of goods to the provincial city, he plans to come back to Donyuan County immediately. He prepared 3 carts of Chinese medicine herbs, hoping to make several thousand yuan in profit. His third brother enjoys doing business with him. He is straightforward, always supplies high-quality goods, and the profit margins are good. After they agree on the price, they plan to meet again in Yangcheng. Li Sumei and the others sat at the factory for an hour, and then went home. Lin Sanhui said he wanted to eat the dumplings she made. She quickly prepared the dough and fillings, made 2 flavors, and packed 2 large trays. At noon, she cooked a pot of dumplings and also made a big bone and kelp soup for him to drink. When Lin Junia returned at noon, the dumplings were just ready. She sat down and asked, Mom, do we have any leftover dumplings? There's a big bowl of cooked ones. If you need more, you can add some. There's also a tray of raw ones. Today is Teacher Zhou's birthday, turning 40. I want to give her a bag of raw dumplings as a gift. Lin Junia remembered her teacher's birthday and sent her greetings at school this morning. Xiaoya, take a whole tray of dumplings over. Teacher Zhou's family has many elders and younger ones. Just take them as an extra dish. I'll make more in the afternoon and cook some for your aunt and the others tonight. Okay. All the dumplings today were made with pork, one with pickled vegetables and pork, and another with chives and pork. These are all Lin Junia's favorites. She ate one after another, even faster than Lin Sanhui. Take your time, don't choke, Lee Sume said calmly while eating, unlike their hurried eating. They're delicious. Lin Sanhui loved the dumplings she made. He had been craving this flavor for 15 years. Today, he finally got to taste it again, the taste he remembered. Ding ding.
Jong jong.
There was a knocking on the door outside, followed by Su Feng's voice. Lin Junia, open the door. Coming. Lin Junia quickly put down her chopsticks and ran to open the door. Su Feng, aren't you at school having lunch? Why are you back? I haven't eaten yet. Everyone asked me to bring you something. Su Feng had just ridden over on his bike, which was loaded with things. Seeing her, he smiled and said, Here, these are thank you gifts from the parents. They asked me to deliver them. Since he brought the gifts, Lin Junia didn't refuse. She happily accepted and invited him, Come have a meal at my house. My mom made dumplings. That's very kind of you. Su Feng helped unload the gifts, then stepped forward and greeted Uncle Andy hello. Su classmate, thank you for your trouble. Come and eat with us. Lee Sume had already served the dumplings, brought him a bowl of spicy sauce, and also brought the seaweed and bone broth from the pot, politely inviting him to eat. Su Feng's family is quite well off. His parents both work at state-owned factories. His father is a mid-level manager at a machinery factory, and his mother is an accountant at a textile factory. His older brother and sister-in-law both have jobs. Lin Juniao gave him 2 work opportunities, but he gave them all to his relatives. The thank you gifts from his relatives he used entirely for Lin Juniao. His grades are not as good as Lin Juniao's, but he is still among the top 10 students in his class. Recently, Lin Juniao helped him with his homework, and his scores improved a lot. He is quite confident about passing the college entrance exam. His parents value his education very much and firmly forbid him from running a street stall to make money. He has stopped his business and is now focusing on studying and preparing for exams. After finishing the meal, once Lin Juniao finished packing the dumplings, they went back to school together. When they left, they were too busy talking and laughing and didn't notice a familiar face around the corner. The other person's eyes were filled with unknown schemes. In the evening, Su Feng's mother came home from work. She heard neighbors talking downstairs and listened carefully. It turned out they were discussing her son, Su Feng. She immediately went over and asked, Dongmei, did Su Feng get into trouble? Dongmei, who was on good terms with her, smiled awkwardly and Jia, is your Su Feng seeing someone? No. Su Feng's mother shook her head. He's only 18, about to take the college entrance exam. Why would he be seeing someone? It can wait a few more years. There's been talk outside that he's dating someone. Today, he even went to the girl's house for a meal. That girl. Also, seeing everyone's subtle expressions, Su Feng's mother felt nervous. What about her? That girl is also seeing 2 guys at once. She's involved with Su Feng and another man too, the neighbor told her. Su Feng's mother. Who spread this rumor? What's the girl's name? Her name is Lin Juniao. I heard it from old Liao's family, another woman said. When she heard it was Lin Juniao, Su Feng's mother immediately scolded. Who the heck is spreading these rumors? Lin Juniao is Su Feng's classmate and the class monitor. She's dating Deputy Secretary Meng's son, and they're about to get married. Su Feng went to Lin Juniao's house today. My niece Lu Ping and my cousin's daughter Juanzi recently found jobs, all thanks to Lin Juniao. My eldest sister-in-law and cousin prepared gifts of thanks, and Su Feng was supposed to deliver them to Lin Juniao's house today. Su Feng had classes at school in the morning and only had a break at noon. He probably delivered a thank you gift during lunch, and Lin Junia's parents politely invited him to a meal. She guessed correctly as soon as she spoke. Next to her, Dongmei saw this and reminded her, Yunjia, there are many rumors outside. You should ask Lao Liao's family to see who started them. This girl is dating the son of Deputy Secretary Meng. You need to clarify this quickly. If these rumors reach Meng's family, it could cause trouble. Okay, I'll ask now to find out who's spreading these silly rumors. Su Feng's mother hurriedly left. Su Feng's father finished work later than his wife. When he got home, his wife wasn't back yet. Dong Mei, who lives next door, quickly told him what had happened. He immediately rode his bike to find the person. They are a quick couple. Within half an hour, they found out who was spreading the rumors. They rode their bikes straight to the Qin family. Qin Tong, come out here. The Qin family lives in the same neighborhood as the Su family, in a different building. They don't usually interact much, but they are neighbors and know each other. Qin Lakun had just finished work and arrived home. The house was quiet and uninviting. He was scolding when he heard the Su couple's voices. He immediately opened the door, confused, and asked, "Old Su, what do you want with Qin Tong?" "Old Qin, is Qin Tong at home?" Su Feng's father asked kindly. "She's not here. She's resting today and didn't go to work. It's late, and she's not around. She's just like her mother, lazy and careless. It's annoying." Qin Lakun usually shows disdain in front of others. He hadn't been drinking this time, so he was clear-headed. He asked again, "What do you two want with her?" Qin Tong really takes after Dong Giang. She inherited her mother's chatter and gossip, Su Feng's mother said, her face looking very bad as she told him what she had learned. "My son Su Feng's classmate introduced a job to my daughter-in-law Lu Ping and Juanzi." The elders asked Su Feng to give a thank-you gift to the classmate. He delivered it during lunch, and the classmate's family kindly invited him to eat at their house. Qin Tong saw this and started spreading rumors outside, making trouble. Su Feng's classmate is dating someone. He's the son of Deputy Secretary Meng. They're talking about marriage. Su Feng only went to deliver a thank-you gift, had a meal, and then went back to school. Qin Tong said they are dating, accused them of two-timing, and deliberately spread bad rumors about them outside. She also spent money to hire a child to pass along information, thinking that this way she wouldn't be caught. The child was the grandson of Old Gui's family and knew Qin Tong. He was told by Qin Tong to give him 2 yuan and to tell the gossip to He Jia's big mouth. This was right after work hours. Qin's family lived in a shared apartment building with many residents upstairs and downstairs. Su Feng's mother didn't help Qin Tong hide this matter. Instead, she loudly talked about it to make sure all the neighbors saw her true nature. Usually, she acted obedient and gentle outside, but I think she was just pretending. Deep down, she was just like Dong Giang, really unkind. No wonder the Kong family didn't like her and refused to let her in. I guess Zhang Xiulan already knew her true colors and that she wasn't a good person. Su's couple caused trouble here and then hurried to the Kong family. They knew Qin Tong had recently become close to Kong Yud and seemed to want to be with him every day. Everyone could see her intentions. In fact, many people were secretly saying she was shameless and eager to cling. Zhang Xiulan was at home cooking when they came. When they asked for Qin Tong, she waved them off. "You've come to the wrong place. She's not here. Our door doesn't allow her to come in. Director Zhang, we know Qin Tong isn't at the Kong house. We're here to ask about Kong Yud's workplace. Qin Tong is probably bothering him, so we want to visit his workplace to find her." Su Feng's mother knew she disliked Qin Tong. Her impression of Qin Tong was neither good nor bad before. She never meddled in Qin's family affairs or had conflicts with Dong Giang. But from today, she also disliked Qin Tong. She deliberately told Zhang Xiulan about the bad things Qin Tong did behind her back, talking a lot. Before leaving, she even said, "She's not a good person. Like her mother, she's trouble. She's more scheming than her mother and knows how to pretend. If your Yud really marries her, your family will be in chaos." Zhang Xiulan already looked down on Qin Tong and was even more upset now. She stopped cooking and took her family straight to her son's dormitory. At this moment, Qin Tong was with Kong Yud. Yesterday was her birthday, but she couldn't get leave. They agreed to celebrate today. Now they were eating at a state-run restaurant, planning to watch a movie afterward. They had no idea that 2 groups of people were heading toward them. One group was Su's family and Zhang Xiulan, and the other was Jiang Jingwei and Lin Junya, along with Su Feng. Jiang Jingwei went to pick her up from school today, and Su Feng was walking home with them. On the way, they met a neighbor who told them about the situation. The 3 of them immediately went to find Qin Tong. Earlier, on the way to school, Zhang Jinwei saw Kong Yud and Qin Tong. Knowing roughly where they were headed, the three quickly found them eating at a state-run restaurant. Qin Tong. Su Feng was the first to rush into the restaurant, heading straight for the two sitting in the corner. When Qin Tong saw him, her smile instantly froze. Her eyes looked a bit panicked, but she quickly calmed down. Su Feng, what do you want from me? You're still pretending. Su Feng had never interacted much with her before. They just lived in the same neighborhood and rarely greeted each other. Still, he had heard neighbors talk about the chaos at Qin's house many times. Seeing his angry look, Kong Yud quickly stood up to stop him. Su Feng, what are you doing? Kong Yud, today's matter has nothing to do with you. Go away. I'm here to see Qin Tong. Su Feng pushed him aside, but didn't hit Qin Tong. He looked down at her with a stern gaze. I just had lunch at Lin Junia's house today and went back to school with her. You're just making up stories behind my back. Is your mouth as dirty as your mom's? Do you grow up eating? Su Feng, what are you talking about? Qin Tong slowly stood up. Seeing the customers in the restaurant watching them, her eyes flickered. I don't know you well. Why would I make up stories about you for no reason? You deny it, huh? Fine. I can go to the police now and ask the officers to investigate, Su Feng said with disgust. Su Feng, you're mistaken. Qin Tong was with me this afternoon. She didn't tell me anything about you. Kong Yud spoke up to support her, standing in front of her willingly as her protector. Kong Yud, whether your brain is full of water, glue, or I don't care. Stay out of my business and don't interfere with mine. I'm just looking for Qin Tong. My parents are also looking for her and Captain Jiang and Lin Junia are too. If we didn't have proof, we wouldn't accuse her. Step aside and stop meddling in our affairs. Su Feng was almost calling him stupid. He knew other siblings of Kong Yud. All the others from the Kong family were smart and clever. Only he seemed so dull and slow. He even suspected that he might not be part of the Kong family. Jingwei Jiang and Junia Lin had already come in by this time. Lin Junia was walking ahead. When Qin Tong looked at them, her eyes flickered with nervousness. She quickly arranged, Qin Tong, let's go directly to the police station. If you can provide evidence proving we misunderstood and falsely accused you, we will apologize. But if we find out you're spreading rumors behind our backs to ruin our reputation, you will have to face the consequences. Today, I was with Kong Yud. I didn't plan anything against you, Qin Tong said nervously but refused to admit anything. Did I say you were scheming with Kong Yud just now? Su Feng pointed out her words and sneered. Grandson of the Gui family, today you gave him 2 yuan to do something? Qin Tong's expression flickered. Her hand under her sleeve trembled, and she instinctively denied, I don't know any grandson of the Gui family. It's okay, if you don't know him. As long as he knows you. Su Feng saw through her lie and looked down on her without mercy. You're worse than your mother. Your mother talks badly about people face to face, but you do dirty things behind their backs, pretending to be innocent.
Su Feng.
Qin Tong and Kong Yud shouted at him together. Why are you yelling? You're spreading rumors and making false accusations behind our backs. I have the right to come and confront you, Su Feng said loudly, giving Kong Yud a disdainful look. Junia Lin gave me 2 job positions. Thanks to her, my 2 cousins got jobs. The elders prepared a thank you gift, and I was asked to deliver it. Junia Lin's parents are very polite and invited me to have lunch at their home. Then we went back to school together. We are honest and innocent. Why are you spreading lies behind our backs? Why are you so foul-mouthed? I've been classmates with Lin Junia for years. If I wanted to pursue her, I would have done it long ago. Why would I act like this after she started dating Captain Jiang? Your family usually acts shamelessly, but our Su family values integrity. Don't think I'm as disgusting and shameless as you. Su's parents have been asking around and just arrived here. Hearing their son's words, Su Feng's mother immediately rushed over. Son, you're right. Seeing the couple arrive, even Kong Yud's mother came. Qin Tong's face showed obvious panic. She subtly moved behind Kong Yud to hide. Hide? Where do you think you can run to? Mother Su Feng strode quickly to the table, glancing at the foolish Kong Yud. Yud, today's matter has nothing to do with you. We're not here to cause trouble for you. We're here for Qin Tong. Please step aside. Please move quickly and don't interfere in their affairs. Zhang Xiulan angrily stared at her son, rushing over and pulling him away. I've told you before, that woman isn't a good person. You just won't listen to me.
Madam.
Qin Tong looked aggrieved and started to cry again. You misunderstand me. I truly care for Yud. It's not what others say. Hearing this, Zhang Xiulan sneered. I know you genuinely like my son. After all, no one in this circle wants to marry you. Only our foolish son has been fooled by your charm and can't think straight. He's the only one willing to be with you. If you're not sincere, what other options do you have? Mom, why do you have to speak so harshly? Yud was unhappy with her attitude and argued back. Harsh words? I've told you before, she's shameless and has no dignity, sticking to you like a dog's plaster. Why does she do this?
Can't you see?
Zhang Xiulan had been annoyed with him lately. He often lost his temper at home, and all the elders from the Kong and Zhang families tried to persuade him, but he refused to listen and often argued with them. Madam, I have no other purpose. I mean it sincerely. I want to be with Yud, Qin Tong said, tears welling up again. As women, Zhang Xiulan saw through her tricks instantly.
She didn't buy it.
She replied, You say you're sincere and you don't ask for anything else? Fine, continue your relationship. As long as you don't register for marriage, you can do whatever you want. Qin Tong's tears suddenly stopped. She looked at her with wide, tearful eyes. Madam, what do you mean? What I mean, can't you understand? Zhang Xiulan said with obvious disdain, speaking quickly. As long as you don't register for marriage, you can be with him. I promise, if you spend a day with my son and give him real love, he won't associate with other women. She had 3 sons. The 2 older ones were already married with children, and there were several grandchildren. The useless younger son didn't need to marry or have children, so she wouldn't have to worry about him having more kids to cause trouble. Kong had listened to her words and was angrier than Qin Tong. Mom, you're going too far. Qin Tong was not stupid. She understood her meaning. She agreed that they could be together, but she firmly refused to let her into the house. This was like making her an unaccepted outsider. She felt so humiliated. Tears streamed down Qin Tong's face as she cried, Auntie, you are really too much. How can you treat me like this? You think I'm over the top? If you care about your reputation, then leave. Be proactive and go away from my son. I deliberately said such harsh words. I've made everything clear. I don't like you. The whole Kong family disapproves of you marrying in. No one in the family likes you. We've said this before, but you pretend not to hear. You cling stubbornly to this fool. I've lived longer than you and see through your tricks and schemes. Today, I'll say it again clearly. The Kong family's door is closed to you. If Yud insists on marrying you, I'll consider him no longer my son. Neither of you are welcome in my house. As for outside, whether you cling or bother him, or if you two get together officially, I don't care. Do as you like. Zhang Xiulan made her stance clear. After speaking, she turned and left, not bothering to pull Kong Yud back. She left him there to watch what would happen next.
Ugh. Ugh.
Humiliated like this, Qin Tong covered her face and cried loudly, gasping for breath. Kong Yud hated how domineering his mother was, but he dared not act out in front of her. Besides shouting a couple of times, he did nothing else. Seeing Qin Tong so upset, he quickly went over to comfort her. Qin Tong, don't cry. Don't cry. My mom was too harsh. I'll talk to her later. He was sympathetic, but others were not. Su Feng disliked people crying in trouble. Hey, if you want to cry, do it later. First, let's handle our problem. Su Feng, don't you see Qin Tong is very sad? Kong Yud didn't dare lose his temper in front of his mother, but acted confident in front of others. Whether she's sad or not, I don't care. If you want to stand up for her, go talk to your mom. Why are you losing your mind? Su Feng didn't tolerate him. He raised his voice when speaking to Qin Tong. The Kong family doesn't want you. We're not the same. Qin Tong, We're giving you a chance to apologize now. If you don't, we'll go straight to the police.
Ugh.
Yud, I didn't do anything. Chin Tong knew deep down that only Kong Yud could help her. She cried uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Yud, I didn't do what they say.
They are wrong about me.
If you didn't do it, there's no need to argue with them, Kong Yud said protectively. Enough. Since both sides are stubborn, let's just call the police, suggested Su Fu. Father Su didn't speak at first but then arranged, Xiao Feng. Go to the police station and report. Then call home and ask your brother and sister-in-law to go to the street office and bring over their little grandson.
Okay.
Seeing that they were serious about calling the police, Chin Tong felt terrified. Her heart pounded. Uncle Su, please, you must have misunderstood. It's not me. I didn't do anything. I will ask the police to investigate. If they find out it's not you, we will apologize and have the police find the real person, said Father Su. After speaking, he left and was friendly to Jiang Jingwei and Lin Junya. Captain Jiang, Xiaolin, let's go to the police station. We've already checked everything. Once everyone is there, the police will ask a few questions, and it will be clear. He was speaking to Chin Tong, but he already had the evidence. Going to the police was just a formality. Chin Tong had done it, even though she didn't admit it. She was guilty and nervous. The evidence was in their hands. If she really went to the police, the consequences might be too much for her to handle. Suddenly, she heard a loud noise. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground in fear. Kong Yud, even if he was slow-witted, now understood what was happening. His eyes changed as he looked at her. Chin Tong, did you really do it or not? I told you, you young kid, you're so stupid. Can't you see? An older woman at the nearby table rolled her eyes at him. Many people in the restaurant were watching. Their eyes felt like sharp needles stabbing Chin Tong. She was so scared, she didn't dare lift her head. She ignored Kong Yud and scrambled out of the restaurant, running as fast as she could. It was me. I did it. I was wrong. Please don't call the police, she begged. Kong Yud quickly chased after her and just heard her crying and begging. He froze in place, his face suddenly red and embarrassed as if slapped. His face was flushed with shame. Now that we're calling the police, you come out and admit it and apologize. Weren't you so stubborn before? Su Feng said angrily. You're just a young girl, but your mind is so mean. Don't you realize how much those words hurt? Our family's Su Feng is gay. People saying a few words about it don't matter much. Just clarify the situation. But you say Xiaolin is playing both sides, which is deliberately damaging her reputation. If Deputy Secretary Meng and Xiao Jiang are the kind of people who believe everything they hear and are unreasonable, you might ruin a marriage today. Xiaolin has done nothing wrong to you. She's an orphan with a mother, not bothering you or your mother. Yet you two keep picking fights with her. How can your hearts be so mean? Su Feng's mother immediately saw through Chin Tong's intentions. Previously, the Meng family and Jiang Jing didn't like her and instead chose Lin Junya, who comes from a rural background and is less well-off. She's jealous and resentful. Unable to vent her anger on the Meng family, she turned her frustration on Lin Junya, using underhanded methods to insult and disgust her. Your bad behavior and dishonest heart make others not want to be around you. Su Feng's mother's words exposed her dark thoughts. After speaking, she told her son to leave. Lin Junya didn't say much and left with the Su family. After they left, Chin Tong crouched on the ground, crying and clutching her head. Kong had stood nearby, feeling confused and anxious. He hadn't known Chin Tong for long. She seemed gentle, caring, and understanding, much different from his mother, who was strong-willed and temperamental. His mother had told him countless times that she thought Chin Tong was scheming, that her surface kindness was fake. But he didn't believe her. He thought his mother didn't understand Chin Tong and blamed her for judging people too quickly. But at this moment, it felt like something inside him had broken. Yud, I didn't mean to lie to you. Chin Tong suddenly remembered he was nearby. She hurried to explain, but Yud didn't listen. He stepped back, looking upset. I have things to do. I'm going home now.
You can go back by yourself, he said.
It was getting late. Lin Junya and her group hurried home. When they reached the nearest intersection, they met Lee Sume.
Mom.
Junya, why are you so late coming home today? Lee Sume had already prepared dinner and waited in the yard for a long time. When she didn't see her daughter and son-in-law, she felt worried and came out to look for them. Lin Sanhui wanted to come with her, but she didn't let him. The Su couple listened to their son talk about their family, but today was the first time they saw the mother and daughter together. Mother Su smiled and said, I always thought Shaolin was so tall and beautiful. Turns out she has a very lovely mother. Sister-in-law, you're joking. Lee Sume didn't ask much about what had just happened and warmly invited them, Brother Su, sister-in-law, Su Feng and Xiaoyu will start evening self-study in about 20 minutes. I just finished cooking. If you don't mind, the three of us can come to our house for a simple meal. Mom Shaolin, we're sorry about this. Our son ate at your place at noon, and now he's here again. Sorry for the trouble. It's no trouble. We just prepared some simple food to serve. As they all moved into the yard, Meng Xuejiao was setting out bowls and chopsticks. The Su couple hurried over. Deputy Secretary Meng, long time no see. Long time no see. Meng Xuejiao shook hands with them, invited them to sit, and asked her son, Jinwei, did something happen just now? Some things. Let's eat first, then talk. Jiang Jinwei helped carry dishes from the kitchen. Tonight's dinner was all made by Lee Sume. She cooked a big pot of dumplings, simmered a grass carp her daughter brought back yesterday, and also made a big bowl of twice-cooked pork. She stir-fried 2 vegetables. There was plenty of food, enough for 3 more pairs of chopsticks. Jin Yuan had just returned and went to take a shower. When he came out feeling refreshed, he greeted the Su couple and learned that Dong Guiyang's daughter was spreading rumors behind their backs about her apprentices. He commented, it seems that like mother, like daughter. Meng Xuejiao was dividing dumplings and shook her head helplessly. Zhang Xilan already disagreed, and now she has even more reason not to let them associate. Mother Su thought about Zhang Xilan's attitude and what she said today, then smiled and summarized her meaning. She's just angry and disappointed. She doesn't want Kong Yud's son anymore. Meng Xuejiao knew her well. Their couple are very clever, and their other 2 sons are even more so. Why is the youngest son so slow-minded? Mother Su wondered. Jin Yuan knew a bit about Kong Yud. His older brother was a classmate and they often played together as kids. While eating, he said he's not slow-minded. He's just deliberately opposing the elders. Whatever the elders want him to do, he refuses. His 2 brothers are very smart and do better in everything. The elders only care about them. He's just trying to attract attention, but people start to think he's stupid. Jiang Jinwei, who knows Kong Yud better than he does, summarized, he is foolish. Only fools would think of such silly ideas.
Haha.
Su Feng chuckled and nodded in agreement. Captain Jiang is right. Brother Su, sister-in-law, please help yourselves to some vegetables. Lee Sume took a spoon to serve them some back-braised pork and also told Su Feng, you ate dumplings at noon. You probably aren't full, so eat more tonight. The rice in the pot is ready. You can serve yourself. Thanks, Auntie. I'm full from lunch. Lin Junya also gave me an apple afterward, so I'm not hungry. Su Feng was eating heartily. When he saw Jiang Jinwei keep helping Lin Junya with vegetables and how affectionate they looked, he felt a bit speechless. Captain Jiang, you don't need to show off in front of me or look at me with suspicion. I really don't have any feelings for Lin Junya. You don't need to think of me as an enemy. Jiang Jinwei asked, that which I saw me showing off. When did I ever guard against you? Isn't it obvious now? Su Feng smiled at him and added, the first time you came to pick up Lin Junya after evening study, the look you gave me, I remember it clearly. I was just talking to Lin Junya, a little closer, and your look was as sharp as a knife. I felt that if I said one more word to her, or looked at her again, your gaze would cut me into pieces.
Haha, haha.
He was funny, and the elders around couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Jinwei also laughed at his joke, smiling. I get it. I'll leave you alone from now on. Captain Jiang, don't worry. I know my place. I definitely won't compete with you for her. I can also be your informant. Lin Junia sits in front of me, and if any boys try to approach her, I promise to keep an eye on them and report everything to you. If any troublemakers come near her, I'll help you deal with them. His words were genuinely funny, making everyone laugh nonstop. Su Feng's mother playfully slapped him and said, "Shut up and eat your food." Junia also couldn't stop laughing, rolling her eyes at him. "Eat more, fill your mouth. You're more slick than your brother." Meng Xuejiao knew his brother. They were classmates, and his brother had visited their home before. Jiang Jinwei had also seen his brother on the road recently and teasingly said, "Just one look from you, and I can tell you're making eyes at me." When you played game battles with your brother, giving him signals all the time, he couldn't understand. Everyone else was charging and dying long ago, but he was still hiding in the cave without moving. If it weren't for how much you two look alike, I would almost suspect you're not siblings. Now it's the turn of the Su family couple and Su Feng to laugh. Their two brothers look very similar, but their personalities are very different. The older is kind and steady, the younger is mischievous and clever. One takes after dad, the other after mom. Lin Junia and the others hurried to class. They finished their breakfast quickly, put down their bowls and chopsticks, grabbed 2 bananas, and ran toward school. The others continued eating. Meng Xuejiao asked, "Old Su, how are Su Feng's grades?" "Still okay." Su's father, hopeful for his younger son, smiled and said, "He's not as good as Shaolin, but he's been getting extra lessons these past 2 months. His grades have improved a lot. Last month he ranked 5th in the mock exam. He says he should be fine to get into a vocational college. We told him to work harder and aim for a university. There's still over a month before the college entrance exam. There's hope," Meng Xuejiao said confidently. He used to be careless about studying, with weak foundations. He always crammed at the last minute for exams. Recently, Teacher Zhou arranged morning and evening study sessions, watching over them as they reviewed, so his grades have gone up quite a bit. Su's mother was a little worried about her son, afraid he might not perform well in the exam. She also smiled and spoke to Lin Sanhui and her husband. "Shaolin is the smartest and easiest to manage. She always ranks first in exams. With her grades, she'll definitely get into a top university. Everything is uncertain now, but I hope they all get into their dream colleges and find stable, good jobs in the future." Li Sume usually didn't talk much with her daughter about studying or exams. She trusted her daughter completely, even for the college entrance exam. She believed her daughter could do it and would get into a good university. At dusk, Qin Tong returned with swollen eyes. She had just chased after Kong Yud crying and explaining, but he suddenly sobered up and didn't listen. He threw her to the roadside and left. Qin Tong had nowhere to go, so she had to muster her courage and come back. As soon as she reached the door, she faced the scolding she had expected. "You're out looking for a man, and now you come back? Get out of here. I've already thrown away everything belonging to you and your daughter. From today on, don't come into my house. I've raised you all these years. Since you started working, you haven't shown me a bit of respect. Not even a cigarette. I might as well have been raising a white-eyed wolf. Now get out immediately. You are just like your mother, always going out to cause trouble. You create problems yourself and then expect others to clean up after you. I am too tired to take care of you anymore. Also, I am not your biological father. In the future, don't use my last name and don't shame me." Qin Lakun sat at the door of the house, with an empty bowl and a pile of cigarette butts beside him. When he saw Qin Tong, he started yelling loudly and blocked her from entering the house. Their clothes were thrown outside the door. Neighbors from nearby houses were having dinner. They all came out with bowls and saw Qin Tong crying so hard her eyes looked swollen like walnuts. An old woman next door asked her, "Qin Tong, is it true that you made up the story about Su Feng?" The neighbors didn't know all the details, but when the Su family checked the evidence earlier, they didn't hide anything. So many people had a rough idea of what happened. She asked to confirm the facts. At this point, Qin Tong knew lying or arguing wouldn't help. Her mind was filled with anger and resentment. She stopped pretending to be gentle and weak. She lost all reason and shouted with a twisted face, "It was me. I paid someone to spread the story. Who does she think she is? She's just a girl from the countryside. Why do they all like her? Why does she get to look down on me? She's just a flirt. She flirts with this one and that one. She's playing both sides.
I was right about that.
The Sue couple had just finished dinner and were riding their bikes past the building. They heard Chin Tong's shouting clearly. Sue's mother stopped her bike abruptly, threw it aside, and stormed over angrily, raising her voice loudly. Chin Tong, you really are a scheming girl. I knew I was right. Now you've finally shown your true colors. You compare yourself to Shaolin? What right do you have to compare yourself to her? Shaolin is from the countryside. Her family isn't well off. Her family has had a tough life and suffered a lot, but she's strong and optimistic. She works hard and takes on family responsibilities at a young age. She never complains or asks for sympathy or charity. She finds ways to earn money and support her family. Her family lives hard, but she never told her classmates or asked them for money or favors. On the contrary, when her teacher opened a factory and needed workers, she was the first to think of helping her neighbors and classmates. She generously gave each family 2 job positions without asking for any payment from us. She performs very well in class, always ranking first in her grade during exams. Every day, she helps classmates review and study. Thanks to her help, all her classmates have improved their grades. The teachers and students at school like her very much. We just had a meal at Deputy Meng's house. Deputy Meng is very fond of his future daughter-in-law and hopes they can get married and hold a wedding soon. Jiang Jing was injured and hurt her body. Shaolin doesn't mind this and keeps encouraging and comforting her. She often goes into the deep mountains with her teacher to pick rare medicinal herbs, even risking danger. Every day, she stays late after class to help Jiang Jing with acupuncture and medicine. Under her teacher's guidance, she gradually helped Jiang Jing recover. Who wouldn't like such a talented, smart, and kind girl? I also like her. I hope my family's Su Feng can marry such a good girl. Unfortunately, Jiang Jing was interested in him early on, and Deputy Meng and others saw her special qualities early. They decided on her as the future daughter-in-law. Chin Tong, I'm telling you, look at yourself in a mirror. How do you compare to Shaolin? Your grades are not as good, your manners are not as good, and you're not as smart as her. You think you look pretty, but honestly, your appearance is not as nice as hers. She looks much better than you. Most importantly, both of you are orphans and widows. They would rather suffer in the countryside than live parasitically like you and your mother. They work hard with their own hands to earn a living, unlike you, who are always gossiping and causing trouble behind people's backs. Mother Sue is very strong and quick-tongued. She praised Lin Junya like a flower and insulted Chin Tong as useless. She said, your mother and daughter's plans are so obvious. Who can't see through them? You first targeted the Qian family. Do you think they will look up to you? There are many officials in this circle, and every family has daughters. Isn't every girl better than you? You really think you're so special. She continued, the Qian family doesn't want you. So you turned your attention to the Meng family. Jiang Jing is a young officer, already a battalion commander. Even if she's hurt, her future is bright. What do you have to match her? Even if she has some health issues, many good girls are suitable for her. You have no right to criticize her, and you're not qualified to do so. She laughed and said, you're funny. You're not a princess, but you act like one, always looking for the best in everything. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Do you have no clear understanding of yourself at all? Besides your face, what other assets do you have? Can your face feed you? Can your loud-mouthed mother help you even a little? Your biological father doesn't care about you and has long publicly said he doesn't want you as his daughter. Everyone knows your stepfather's attitude. What kind of family background do you have? Shaolin, aside from being slightly less well-off, is more attractive in appearance, taller, and has better temperament. She excels in studies, is eloquent, good at socializing, and has no flaws in how she handles people and affairs. Her parents are from the countryside, but they are hardworking and honest. They raised her to be excellent and sensible. Everyone who has interacted with her and her mother praises them. Unlike you and your mother, who are disliked by everyone, neighbors, relatives, everyone treats you like a menace. Yet, you are still proud and arrogant. I really don't understand how your skin can be so thick. The Sue couple usually has a good reputation, but today Mother Sue insulted and humiliated Chin Tong, trampling her dignity. Her reputation is now as bad as her mother's. Dong Giang usually doesn't behave well, often arguing and making enemies with neighbors. When Chin Tong was criticized like this, no one came to defend her. Her stepfather Chin Lakun didn't help either. Instead, he kept scolding and didn't show any mercy to the mother and daughter. He firmly refused to let Chin Tong into the house. Late at night, he let her cry outside until Dong Giang heard the commotion and came back, pushing the door open with force after throwing a tantrum. The mother and daughter then gathered their things and, with thick skin, re-entered the house. Being neighbors to them is really bad luck. The neighbors are fed up. The Chin family argues and swears every few days. They can hear everything with the windows closed. It's so noisy that they can't get a good night's sleep, and reporting to the street committee has been useless. I just asked Xiangzi to notify Chin Feng so he can come back and handle the family matters, another neighbor sighed. Chin Feng's workplace is a bit far from home. He usually lives in the company dormitory and only comes home once every 10 or 15 days. Tonight, he was working overtime at the office. When he heard about the chaos at home, he had to ask for leave and come back. He didn't arrive home until nearly 8:30 p.m. Chin Lakun and Dong Giang were still arguing and insulting each other, bringing up all sorts of old grievances. There was no sign of stopping. Chin Feng, you're back. Hurry up and deal with this. Before the neighbor finished speaking, Chin Feng had already stormed into the house, full of anger. He kicked open the stool blocking the door, startling Chin Lakun, who shrank to the side. Dong Giang's sharp, piercing voice immediately stopped. Chin Feng, what are you doing? Dong Giang's scolding was cut off by a loud slap that made her swallow her words. Chin Feng didn't even bother to look at her. He slapped her again, and before she could react, he kicked her stomach, knocking her to the ground.
Mom.
Chin Tong, who had been hiding in her room, heard the neighbors say Chin Feng was back. She quickly opened the door and saw him hitting her mother. She rushed over to help, but Chin Feng grabbed her hair and dragged her back into her room like trash. His voice was cold and frightening. Stay in your room and behave, or I'll kill you.
Bang.
He didn't give Chin Tong a chance to react. He shut her door and turned to harshly kick Dong Giang twice. Chin Feng, don't stop. Chin Lakun was scared and stammered, wanting to say something to stop him, but Chin Feng pointed at him. All the mess at home is because of you. Shut up. After that, he grabbed Dong Giang's hair, ignoring her screams of pain, and dragged her into their bedroom like a pig. Then, with a loud bang, he closed the door and started hitting her alone. Hey, Chin Feng, calm down. No matter what, she's the elder and stepmother. Just teach her a lesson and stop before someone gets hurt. Chin Feng, just give her a beating and vent your anger. Chin Feng, calm down and think about your future. It's not worth risking your career over them. Chin Lakun, why are you just standing there? Hurry and get a hammer. Open the door. Do you want something terrible to happen at home? Hearing Dong Giang's screams, the neighbors were all afraid he might hurt someone seriously. They shouted and begged outside, and some strong men started kicking the door. Chin Feng kicked Dong Giang about 10 times, causing her to bleed from her mouth. Now, he was choking her with a cruel, fierce expression, grinding his teeth. You despicable person. Don't think I don't know how my mother died. If you keep acting up at home, I'll make sure you and your daughter suffer for it. He used all his strength to choke Dong Giang, causing her to roll her eyes and blood to flow from her throat. She was so frightened that her whole body trembled. Chin Feng, stop.
Please stop.
When Chin Lakun kicked open the door and rushed in, Chin Feng released her. His cold, terrifying eyes fixed on him, and he threatened in front of the neighbors. This family isn't a place where anyone can come and go as they please. How did that wicked woman get into the Chin family? You don't remember? I do. I haven't given the order, so she can't leave.
She will die here if she has to.
Qin Lakun was so scared by him that he didn't dare get closer. When he saw his gaze, he was too frightened to meet it and could only move his lips but couldn't speak. Qin Feng kicked Dong Guiyang's leg again, looking down at her with a poisonous stare. Remember what I just said? Dong Guiyang heard everything he said before. She had noticed he was always sneaky and ghost-like. Now he looked like a vengeful ghost, a wicked spirit crawling out of a dark place. The thought of his words made her tremble all over with fear. The room was dark, with no lights on. The neighbors at the door couldn't see Dong Guiyang's expression clearly, but they saw her trembling. Their eyes on Qin Feng changed. Qin Feng didn't say anything more. He pushed through the crowd and kicked open Qin Tong's door. Qin Tong had been scared earlier and didn't dare to help her mother. She hid behind the door, trembling like a frightened bird. When Qin Feng kicked the door open, she hurriedly ran to the corner of the wardrobe, crying out, "Don't hit me.
Don't hit me.
I won't cause trouble again. I promise I won't make a fuss." Qin Feng didn't go in to hit her. He stood at the door, looking down at her from above, and said hurtful words. "You're good at copying your mother's low ways. You've learned her nasty tricks perfectly. Are you unable to live without a man? Today you're with this one, tomorrow with that one. If they don't like you, you still shamelessly cling to them. How can you be so shameless? How are you so cheap? Your mother was with this one before marriage and that one after. She never changed. She was always out causing trouble, marrying one man after another, ruining this family and harming others. Do you want to be like her? If you want to get married so badly, maybe I should put up a sign at the door tomorrow, and people can line up to bid for you. The highest bidder wins." He roared and shouted, insulting her harshly. Qin Tong didn't dare to reply or say a word. She covered her mouth and hid in the corner, sobbing and crying. "You stay home and behave yourselves. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being harsh." Qin Feng threatened the mother and daughter fiercely, then turned around with cold eyes fixed on his father, his tone unchanged. "And you? These two troublemakers are your doing. If you can't control them and can't even do that, you might as well just die early." After saying this, he left, taking his cold anger and hatred with him, leaving the neighbors trembling in fear. Lin Junia didn't know what was happening in the Qin family. After her evening self-study, she immediately gave Jiang Jingwei acupuncture. During the treatment, she quickly washed her hair and took a shower, then hurriedly washed and hung her clothes to dry. After the acupuncture, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. She then entered her space to work until around 1 a.m., when she finally went to bed. It was Sunday the next day. The elders at home had told her to rest well and sleep until she woke up naturally. No one came to disturb her in the morning, so she only came out at 8:30. "Junia, have you slept enough?" When Lin Junia yawned and came out, Jiang Jingwei was sitting in the yard plucking chicken feathers. "No classes today and nothing else to do. Sleep a little longer." "I've slept enough." Lin Junia rubbed her eyes, her hair a bit messy, speaking in a slightly groggy voice. "Captain Jiang, are you the only one home? Where is everyone else? My mom and uncle went shopping together. They should be back soon." Dr. Jean went to the factory. Junia responded with an O, as she grabbed her toiletries to go fetch water. She then asked him, "Have you had breakfast?" "Not yet. Auntie said she's making noodles with minced pork this morning. Everything's ready. Just waiting for you to wake up and cook the noodles." Jiang Jingwei had already tidied up the chicken and asked her, "Junia, where did you buy this chicken?" Junia's heart skipped a beat. She turned around and asked, "Is there a problem with this chicken?" "No, no problem. I just noticed the feathers are shiny, and it looks better than the usual chickens we buy." Jiang Jingwei, being a soldier, was more perceptive than ordinary people. But he only saw the surface differences, so he casually asked without intending to investigate further. Seeing his keen observation, Junia's heart tightened slightly. Her expression stiffened for a moment, then she answered naturally, "I bought it from a friend. They get their goods from the countryside, but I didn't ask for details." Jingwei didn't ask about this anymore. He picked up the chicken and stood up. Junya, Annie said to stew this chicken. Later, go to Dr. Jin's pharmacy to get some herbs and make a medicinal chicken soup for lunch. Okay, I'll go get the herbs after breakfast. While Lin Junya was washing up, Meng Xuejiao and the others returned home. There wasn't much oil left in the house. Today, they bought 20 jin of pork fat, a string of pig intestines, some dried vegetables, and scattered greens. Both baskets were full. Li Sume put down the basket and immediately started boiling noodles. Lin Sanhui sat by the firewood stove, helping her add wood and light the fire, doing some simple, effortless chores. Xiaoya, call your auntie and little Jiang over for breakfast. Coming. Junya strode quickly into the kitchen and soon brought out a large bowl of noodles, placing it in front of Jiang Jingwei. Commander Jiang, this bowl is for you. Jiang Jingwei looked at the big basin-like bowl in front of him and twitched his face. So much? Do you think I'm a pig? You brat, your mother-in-law is so good to you, and you still don't appreciate it, Meng Xuejia said with a smile, patting her son's shoulder. Junya also smiled and handed him chopsticks, her face bright with happiness. Mom's handmade noodles are super delicious. Every New Year, and on my birthday, she makes them for me. I always end up with such a big bowl. Lin Sanhui had already brought out 2 more portions, one larger for his daughter, and a smaller one for Meng Xuejiao. Meng Deputy, Junya, hurry and eat. If it's not enough, just add more. That's enough. That's enough. Meng Xuejiao didn't have a big appetite. She sat at the table, but didn't start eating yet. This noodle looks really tasty. It's not the usual store-bought noodles. It's handmade by my mother-in-law. You can't buy this outside. Li Sume hurried over with 2 bowls of noodles, giving one to the man and keeping one for herself. She sat down and urged, eat quickly, stir it up and eat while it's hot. Delicious, so good. Mother-in-law, if you opened a shop, your business would definitely be booming. Meng Xuejiao was the biggest supporter. Seeing Junya bury her face in the bowl, she couldn't help but laugh. Junya, eat slowly. Junya's mouth was full of noodles. She looked at Jiang Jingwei next to her, who was also eating quickly and sloppily, and asked with a smile, Commander Jiang, is it tasty? Yes, very tasty. Jiang Jingwei had eaten authentic noodles when on a mission in the north, but the flavor was slightly different from what his auntie made. Her noodles, adapted to local tastes, suited his palate better. He turned to her and asked, Junya, can you cook? I only know how to eat, Junya replied confidently. Jingwei Jiang chuckled softly, a smile spilling from his throat. Are you not considering studying a bit? My mom's skills are passed down to sons, not daughters. Captain Jiang, your future son-in-law is practically a son, so hurry up and get started. Lin Junyao decisively handed the task to him. All 3 elders smiled. Li Sume affectionately patted her arm. You little girl, always finding excuses to be lazy. Meng Xuejia liked her personality, humorous and lively. She laughed and said, making handmade noodles isn't easy. Kneading and mixing dough takes a lot of effort. It's better for men to learn, and women can just help out by frying the sauce or stirring. All right, I'll learn, Jingwei Jiang agreed with a smile. He planned the schedule. Auntie will be back tomorrow afternoon. We'll make the sauce noodles tomorrow night. When mentioning Director Meng, Lin Junyao asked about hospital affairs. Auntie, what happened to those 2 who were fighting for credit? Did they finish their tasks? No. Yesterday, they represented the hospital at the city's rating review. They didn't meet the standards because their documents weren't complete. The rating wasn't approved, and they almost got demoted. It was Shualan who rushed over afterward and talked with city leaders for an hour. Only then did they barely keep last year's rating. Will those 2 who fought for credit be punished? Lin Junyao asked worriedly. Yes. The county held a meeting yesterday afternoon. Hospital leaders were scolded. One was suspended and demoted, and Zheng's chubby relative was dismissed and told to hand over his work within a week. The chubby man she mentioned was Zhang Xiulan's brother-in-law. Yesterday afternoon, because of this issue, Zhang Xiulan helped him run away, but it was useless. Later, Qin Tong also got involved, which is why her words sounded so harsh then. Meng Xuejiu usually doesn't gossip behind people's backs, but Today she mentioned Jang's family again. There's a saying, a nephew resembles his uncle. Kang Yid's personality and thoughts are just like his uncle's. He's clever in the wrong places. The Kang family's children. Only he is the worst. Among the Zhang family's kids, he's the least successful. The two worst and most useless ones were called by the Zhang family's old master last night and scolded harshly. A group of relatives and elders watched and scolded them until dawn before they finally left. After dinner, when Lin Junyao finished washing the dishes, Jiang Jingwei came to call her. Junyao, you said you wanted to visit the factory this weekend. Do you want to go with me now? Is there an urgent matter at the factory? Lin Junyao asked. Probably not. Dr. Jean is there. Even if there is an emergency, he can handle it. There are no explicit or inappropriate scenes in this text. Here is the corrected and simplified version. Seeing there was no urgent matter, Lin Junya planned to talk with her father first. She said, Dad, when you come back, I haven't asked about what you've been through all these years. I want to understand your story first. Can I ask you now, and then go? Okay, you talk with Uncle and Auntie. I'll be in the study reading. When you're done, come and call me. Uncle Lin's situation seems quite complicated, so Jiang Jinwei decided not to disturb him for now. As he turned to leave, he said, Junya, if you need help, just tell me. Junya smiled, but her smile was a bit serious. She said, I might need your help. Your matter is also my matter. We don't need to be polite. First, talk with Uncle, and anytime you need, come and tell me. Jiang Jinwei gently patted her arm. Okay. When Junya entered the room, Li Sume was slowly folding clothes. Lin Sanhui was sitting on the bed nearby, and they were chatting about trivial things. Dad, I want to talk to you today. Is that okay? Seeing his daughter ask directly, Lin Sanhui hesitated a little before nodding. Okay. Junya closed the door casually. The three of them sat in a circle quietly, waiting patiently for him to speak. Lin Sanhui seemed unsure where to start. After sighing several times, he finally said, according to my biological mother, years ago, she was pregnant and went to her parents' house to handle some affairs. On the way, she suddenly went into labor. She had to ask her sister-in-law to take her to the nearest midwife's house. At that time, she met another woman who was also giving birth. That woman was Lin Dahue's mother. Two women gave birth almost at the same time. She said that the Lin family couple took the baby first, but they had switched the babies. The main responsibility was theirs. The real Lin Sanhui grew up under their name. He looks very much like old Lin and most like Lin Erwi. The brothers look like twins. They found out he wasn't their biological son when he was 20. It seems he had an accident then and almost lost his life. When he was taken to the hospital for emergency treatment, the hospital tested his blood and asked his parents and siblings to donate blood. That's how they discovered his blood type didn't match his parents'. They confirmed it then, but they didn't come to see me right away. They waited 3 years before coming. At this point, Lin Sanhui paused, his eyes showing deep resentment. His tone became very serious. They came to find me not to reunite, but to make me take the blame and go to jail. Li Sume suddenly clenched her fists and asked, Is it for that imposter? No, it's not him. Lin Sanhui shook his head and gasped as he explained, Their family name is Chung, the same as Lu Chung. They have 2 sons and a daughter. I was the second oldest in my family, with an older brother and a younger sister. Additionally, there is a cousin raised at home. This cousin is the son of my eldest uncle, born to his first wife. This eldest uncle is a military officer who, for his career, abandoned his wife and married the daughter of a superior officer. His second wife didn't want to raise his son, and he didn't want his first wife to take him away, so he asked his brother to help raise the boy. They found me and brought me back because this cousin was causing trouble outside and had even caused a death. I looked a lot like him, about 60 or 70%, so they brought me back to take the blame and serve as a scapegoat. When the death happened, I knew I would be sentenced to death if I didn't go to school. I immediately refused. They expected me to refuse, so they kept me locked in a remote house with several guards watching me constantly. At first, they spoke kindly, saying I only needed to take the blame, and they would find a way to rescue me later. They also promised to arrange a job for Su Mei and bring you and your mother to the city. But I saw through their true nature and firmly refused. Later, things became urgent, and they decided to act quickly. They forced me, tied me up, and made me confess. They even used you and your mother to threaten me into silence. That cousin is a ruthless person, probably involved in many murders. I believe he has killed more than one person. I was afraid he might really hurt you, so I had to endure and cooperate, taking the blame. They were probably worried I would protest from prison and overturn the case. When I first went in, I wasn't mistreated. They negotiated for a month, and my death sentence was changed to 20 years in prison. After the verdict, I told them to find a way to get me out quickly. They promised, but then they secretly sent me poison soup. During that month in prison, I accidentally saved the prison director's son. I didn't ask for any reward. Because of this, he had a good impression of me and didn't believe I was a murderer. Later, I was poisoned and I realized they wanted me dead. They had no intention of saving me. Afraid they would quietly kill me without anyone knowing, I went to see the prison director and told him everything. The director is a good man. He immediately investigated and confirmed everything I said was true, but he was powerless to help me. The case was settled, and the verdict was made quickly. I personally signed the papers, and they have already erased all traces. No matter how much I protest, it's useless. No one will take my case anymore. He knows better than I do about the status and power of the Chung family. If they want to kill me, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. He said that appealing would only make me die faster and might also bring trouble to you. Just when I felt hopeless and helpless, a prisoner who was about to be sent to farm labor for 15 years suddenly died of a heart attack in prison. The warden arranged for me to take his place at the farm. I pretended to be him and was poisoned to death, then arranged for cremation before the Chung family arrived. Hearing this, Lin Junya understood his experiences over the years. So, you've been working under that person's name at the farm all this time?
Yes.
I was working there, but the warden had made arrangements. The farm's leaders are his relatives, so I didn't have to do the usual labor like other prisoners. I was free to move around, but I couldn't leave the farm or contact the outside world. He was released early because his health was getting worse. The farm called several doctors to see him, and they all said he didn't have much time left. The leaders showed kindness and allowed him to return home to see his family one last time. He spoke lightly about the painful 15 years, only highlighting some key points. He didn't mention the suffering and hardships he endured because he was afraid it would upset or hurt her. If he hadn't spoken, Lee Sumei and her daughter could already guess what he went through. She was crying heavily, and Lin Junia's eyes also turned red. She was so angry that her teeth clenched with a grinding sound. Dad, is the Chung family in the provincial capital? Lin Junya knew nothing about the Chung family. Now her whole body was filled with anger, and her clear, dark eyes flashed with intense killing intent. Yes, they've been in the provincial capital for 15 years, holding high official positions. Their relatives and younger family members are all officials. Now, they probably have even more power to dominate everything. Back then, Lin Sanhui was taken to the provincial capital. His mother didn't bring him back to the Chung family. It seemed she had already planned to use him as a hostage. She took him to another place and told him it was compensation. Once all the paperwork was done, she would bring Lee Sumei and her daughter to reunite with him. He was too naive back then and didn't think much about it. Later, when he saw his father and siblings, he was afraid of causing trouble by asking questions about their work and family. Until he was forced to take the blame and go to prison and nearly poisoned by them, he only then learned about the status of the Chung family from the prison warden. At that moment, he felt very lonely. Although he did not grow up with them, he was indeed their biological son. He never asked them for a single grain of rice, never drank a drop of water from their home, never wore their clothes, and never brought shame to them. Yet, as soon as he arrived, they ruthlessly demanded his life. He did not grow up with his biological parents and felt no real attachment to them. At that time, he did not expect any compensation from them. His only thought was to have them transfer the household registration of their family to the provincial city, to escape the annoying relatives from the Lin family, and to let his wife and daughter live an easier life. This was his only hope for coming to the provincial city to find relatives, but he never expected they were plotting to take his life. His biological parents later came to persuade him to take the blame. One of them felt guilty and said they had failed to educate their nephew properly, while the other cried and complained about how hard life was. They talked about their hardships, never once asking how he had been living in the Lin family, nor caring about his growth and experiences. Although he did not go to school and lacked education, he was not stupid. He understood clearly that his parents were cold-blooded, heartless, and selfish. In their eyes, only profit mattered, not family bonds. The eldest cousin was the son of the eldest uncle, who was probably a powerful and influential figure capable of bringing benefits to their family. That's why they were willing to send their own son to take the blame, to protect this notorious nephew. And the fake son they raised was someone they personally brought up, even knowing he was not their biological son, as long as he could bring them some useful value. They didn't care about blood relations and still treated him as their own son. His biological son, who did not grow up with him, had no education, no culture, only brute strength for farming. He was embarrassing to introduce to relatives and friends and brought no value or benefit to them, so they could easily abandon him. Lin Sanhui did not go to school, but he understood all of this. The leader at the farm was a relative of the warden and a good person. He had privately discussed and analyzed these matters with him. In short, he had no parental support in his life. His biological parents were heartless and cruel, and his adoptive parents were equally disgusting. Having two such sets of parents was his lifelong tragedy and misfortune.
Dad, what is the name of this family?
Lin Jr. now hated them so much he itched to take revenge, but could only ask Jiang Jing for help in investigating. Lin Sanhui did not want his daughter to seek revenge. He held her wrist with a sad and helpless look, saying, "Xiaoya, I also hate what happened. I wish I could send their whole family to prison. If I could use my half-dead life to make them pay, I wouldn't hesitate. But their family has power and influence. Just one word from them could destroy us and ruin your future. I can't let my own matters cause you to lose your prospects. I'm already satisfied if I can come back alive to reunite with you and see you both safe. I want to see you get married and start your new life. Xiaoya, we won't seek revenge anymore. I think I must have done terrible things in my past life, and now I am paying for it. This life is my punishment. I know my body well. Even if Dr. Jean gives me good medicine, I probably won't live long. For the rest of my life, I don't want to focus on revenge. I just want to stay with you and spend more time with you both." His words were sincere and heartfelt. Every word struck Li Sume deeply. She felt so hurt she couldn't breathe and collapsed onto him, crying so hard she was gasping for air. Junia Lin, despite her strong nature, saw what he said and tears welled up in her eyes. "Sume, don't cry. Please don't cry." Seeing her tearful, Lin Sanhui felt like 1,000 needles stabbing his heart, making it hard to breathe.
"Mom, stop crying.
Crying won't help." Junia Lin stepped forward, held her, and sat her down in a chair. She took a handkerchief to wipe her face, trying to stay strong and calm, and said, "Dad, you've suffered so much pain and hardship in your life. It's not because of something you did in a past life, but because you encountered terrible people this time. We can't just let this go. I know you're worried I might follow in your footsteps, and that you fear for me and Mom's safety. But I can't swallow this anger. Mom says I have your personality.
I think you also can't accept this injustice.
We've never done anything wrong or hurtful. Why should these wicked people trample on us and torment us? You didn't kill anyone. You're not a criminal. You shouldn't be blamed for crimes you didn't commit. You shouldn't suffer and stay silent, living in secret. It's them who committed crimes and did bad things. Why should they get away with it and live freely? Why should we be the ones to pay for their evil deeds? Dad, even if their family is powerful and influential, and they are like an unmovable mountain, I will still fight them. I won't rest until I have dealt with this nest of snakes." There's a saying, a gentleman takes 10 years to avenge. If I don't succeed in 10 years, I can take 20 years to get my revenge. I always believe that good will triumph over evil. Their family's wrongdoings are surely more than just one or two. As long as we keep trying, we will find a way. Justice will eventually be served, and the wicked will get what they deserve. She spoke, and Lin Sanhui agreed, but he was worried. Xiaoyao, you have a bright future ahead. I don't want your life to be ruined because of my problems. Dad, our family's life was ruined long ago. The moment you left 15 years ago, it was over. If he had left that year, and if he had stayed to protect them, even if life was a bit poorer, the three of them would still be happy. No, it was four of them. If he hadn't gone to the provincial city, his brother might not have been lost, and their mother wouldn't have suffered such deep pain from losing her child. What Lin Junyao said was like a sharp knife stabbing Lin Sanhui's heart. The pain made his body tremble uncontrollably. He covered his face and cried out loud. The family of three was crying together, overwhelmed by pain like a fierce flood that swallowed them all.
Junyao.
Jiang Jinwei was reading in the study, but he heard the loud crying and the unbearable pain behind the door. He immediately went over and knocked. Junyao quickly wiped her tears and forced herself to calm down. She strode to open the door. When she opened the door, Jiang Jinwei saw her eyes red from crying, with tears still on her cheeks. He reached out to wipe her tears, full of concern. Junyao, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Junyao choked and shook her head. She looked at him with wet eyes, asking for help. Can you help me find some people? Of course.
Just tell me their names. Komein.
Junyao pulled him inside. Seeing her parents with their heads bowed and tears in their eyes, she stubbornly insisted. Dad, I must avenge this. Please tell me the names of those scumbags. I want to ask Captain Jiang to check on their current situation first. We can plan the revenge later. Lin Sanhui clutched his chest painfully, looking miserable. Xiaoyao, I'm afraid I might cause you trouble.
Stop saying that. Just tell Xiaoyao.
Li Sumei interrupted his worries, tears pouring like a flood, but she spoke firmly. Our family is led by Xiaoyao. We listen to her, and we can't just swallow this anger. The three of them had spoken earlier, but Jiang Jingwei didn't hear everything. He guessed that Uncle was worried about Lin Junia's future. He walked quickly to the bed and said, Uncle, Auntie, please calm down. If it's convenient, tell me about what you've been through over the years. I'll help you find out more. His father's experiences were easy to share, and Lin Junia didn't ask the elders for permission. She simply told him almost everything she knew about what had happened before. Jiang Jingwei listened more and more with shock. His brows furrowed tightly as he asked, Uncle, what are the names of your biological parents? Cheng Songyang and Su Qingzhu. That's them. Jiang Jingwei's eyes widened. Xiao, Jiang, do you know them? Lin Sanhui and his wife asked at the same time. Jiang Jingwei kept his brows tight and looked at Lin Junia. He answered, My grandfather was also a high-ranking official in the provincial capital. Our Jiang family relatives are all government officials, and the Cheng family is considered a good match. I've heard their names before. It's because my younger uncle once dated the daughter of the Cheng family. They were about to get engaged, but suddenly she broke off the engagement and explained publicly that the fault was hers and the Cheng family's, not my younger uncle's. Not long after, I don't know what happened to the Cheng family, but the daughter of the Cheng family chose to jump into the river and commit suicide. Luckily, someone saved her, and she didn't die. At that time, my parents hadn't divorced yet. My younger uncle had some feelings for the Cheng girl. Later, he visited her in the hospital, and I went with him. We saw her family in the hospital ward. Since he had met her, Lin Sanhui quickly confirmed they have 2 sons and a daughter and a nephew. The eldest son is Cheng Chao Ian, the second son is Cheng Chao Long, the daughter is Cheng Chao Feng, and the nephew is Cheng Yuqian. I don't know the names of the Cheng boys well, but the daughter's name is Cheng Chao Feng. She's about the same age as my younger uncle, probably no more than 35.
Yes.
Lin Sanhui confirmed and gritted his teeth as he said, My biological parents had 4 children. I am the second. Later, they had a daughter, but she died of an illness at age 3. Then they had a younger daughter, Cheng Chaofeng, who is exactly 10 years younger than Cheng Chaotian, and she's about 34 or 35 now. Xiao Jiang, how much do you know about the Cheng family? Li Sume asked as she stood up to follow up. Jingwei knew little about the situation and would share what he heard from elders. Cheng Songyang was promoted and transferred to another province some time ago. I heard from my grandfather that the Cheng family is doing very well outside the city. During a difficult period, they developed rapidly over 10 years. Both of his sons went to work in another province, but Cheng Chaofeng, his daughter, did not. After she broke off her engagement with my little uncle and then attempted to take her own life, she cut ties with her parents and relatives. She even quit the job her parents arranged for her. My grandfather said she married an ordinary man who had served in the army, was injured, and now walks with a limp, and has 2 or 3 children. After the Cheng family became successful outside the city, they came back to look for her, but she refused to meet them, saying she wanted no contact. Seeing that the Cheng family had moved to another province, Lin Juniao asked with a serious face, Captain Jiang, which province did they go to?
I didn't ask carefully at the time.
My grandfather mentioned it 3 or 4 years ago. Jiang Weiwei truly didn't expect that Uncle Lin's matter involved the Cheng family. After speaking, he turned around and said, Juniao, I'll call my dad now. He probably knows a lot. I'll ask him. Little Jiang, can we listen to your phone call? Li Sume asked eagerly. Yes, come with me. Today, Meng Xuejiao was not working and was in the study on the phone. When she saw the 4 of them arrive, she paused her call and asked, Jingwei, is something wrong? Mom, are you talking to Dad? Jiang Weiwei asked. Yes, just discussing some matters with him. Have you finished?
I need to talk to Dad now.
We're done, Meng Xuejiao said, picking up the receiver and speaking to the other side. Yuan Feng, Jingwei has something to tell you. She handed the phone to her son and invited the Lin family to sit down. Dear father-in-law, dear mother-in-law, please sit. Seeing that the family of 3 looked red-eyed and obviously had been crying, she quickly asked, Juniao, what happened? Why are you all crying? Annie, I just talked to my dad. His situation involves a few people and I wanted to ask Uncle Jiang about it. Meng Xuejiao didn't ask further and quickly brought over a chair for them. Sit first, let Dad help you find out. Jingwei was already on the phone talking to his father, briefly explaining the situation of Lin Sanhui. Meng Xuejiao listened nearby, her face changing dramatically. Dear father-in-law, are you a son of the Cheng family? I really don't want to be their son. I'd rather be an orphan with no parents, Lin Sanhui said with resentment towards the Cheng couple. On the other end, Zhang Yuanfeng looked serious and told his son, Cheng Yuqian, the nephew of the Cheng family, committed a crime about 14 or 15 years ago and died in prison due to a sudden illness. He is not dead at all. It was Junia's father who took the blame for him. He probably changed his name and left the city early on to join his father. Zhang Yuanfeng used to meet with the Cheng family often. He is about the same age as Cheng's children. Now he is carefully recalling and says, Cheng Chaolong really doesn't look like his older brother. The Cheng family members are tall and slim, but he is not tall, only about 1.7 meters, and his features don't match. Junia's father saw him when he went to the city, and he looks very much like his biological father here, almost like twin brothers with his second older brother. Jiang Jingwei just heard Lin Junia speak and then asked a key question. Dad, do you know the current situation of the Cheng family? Which province did they transfer to back then? They are in Yangcheng. Cheng Songyang's older brother used to work in the southern military district. He climbed up the ranks with the help of his father-in-law's family and eventually became a high-ranking officer in the military district. Cheng Songyang was transferred to Yangcheng, probably because his brother helped him. A few years ago, the Cheng family developed well in Yangcheng. Someone close to the Cheng family in the provincial capital leaked that Cheng Songyang was about to be transferred to the capital city, but then there was no follow-up. Jiang Jingwei relayed his original words to Lin Junia and asked his father for more details. Dad, so, besides Cheng Chaofeng, no one else from the Cheng family is developing in the provincial capital now? Yes, only Cheng Chaofeng. Cheng Chaofeng and her husband both work at the South Bus Station. Her husband has a slight disability but can repair cars, working in the maintenance department. She works at the ticket counter. The last time I brought Dr. Jean over, we took a bus from the South Station, and she sold us the tickets. I even chatted with her for a few words. They have 3 children, 1 son and 2 daughters. Her parents passed away early. Her husband is an only child. Their family is simple and ordinary, and life is okay. Jiang Yuanfeng only knows this much about the Chung family. Lin Junia didn't ask him to find out more about their current situation. She plans to visit Yangqing herself in the future. With some money, she can easily find someone to get detailed information about the Chung family. Since the Chung family is no longer developing in the provincial capital, Lin Sanhui breathed a sigh of relief. This way, her daughter studying in the provincial capital and their future small business there wouldn't be discovered, avoiding disaster for her and her daughter. After her son hung up the phone, Meng Xuejiao asked, "Father-in-law, are you planning to investigate the Chung family now?" Lin Sanhui shows a bitter smile, with tiredness in his eyes. "When I was first sent to the farm, I was always thinking about revenge, clearing my name, and returning early to see them, her and her daughter. Now, I don't want revenge anymore. My body is so broken that I probably won't last long. I just want to spend more time with them, her and her daughter. Watching Xiaoya get married and start her own life is enough for me. But Sume and Xiaoya can't accept this. They want to help me get justice. I'm really afraid of causing them trouble. Xiaoya has a bright future, and I don't want to ruin her life." Meng Xuejiao can see how much he loves his daughter and feels moved. "Father-in-law, your life was good, but they ruined it. Xiaoya, as your daughter, is angry and unwilling. She wants to help you get justice, which is what a daughter should do. Actually, the case against Chung Yuqian isn't hard to investigate. You're not dead, and he isn't dead either. You just need to find him, and everything will be solved. We live in a society ruled by law and justice. Even if you don't have proof, his being alive is the best evidence. Once we find him and reopen the case, the Chung family will have to face the consequences. Many years have passed, and the case was closed long ago. In the Chung family's hearts, you're already gone. They've probably relaxed already. After changing his name, Chung Yuqian likely still keeps in touch with his family secretly. With some time and effort, we can find where he is. Once we do, it will be easy to handle." Lin Junyao also agrees with this idea and nods. Yes, as long as Chung Yuqian is alive, he must be in contact with his family. Now that the Chung family is developing in Yangqing, he probably is too. If we catch him and uncover the past, the bad days for the Chung family will be over. They make it sound easy, but Lin Sanhui feels this is very difficult. He looks worried. Yangqing is so big, and they are all officials. It's hard for us to find them or locate their homes. "Dad, there's a saying, money can make ghosts push millstones. As long as we have enough money, someone will be willing to do the investigation. We can stay hidden, not show ourselves, and wait until they find him. Then we can come out and confirm everything." Li Sume always trusts her daughter and agrees. Yes, money can make ghosts push millstones. We need to earn more so that in the future, we can hire others to do the checking. This way, we save time and effort, and we won't be discovered. Maybe we can even catch the Chung family off guard. All right, Dad and Mom, you both stay at home to rest and take care of yourselves. I'll handle the affairs of the Chung family and the money matters. Lin Junyao said this as she stood up. She already had a plan and told them, "Master will go to Yangqing the day after tomorrow. I'll go and tell him now, ask him to check on the Chung family while he's there." The Chung family is doing very well in Yangqing. Their name often appears in TV, newspapers, and news reports, so it should be easy to find out more. Li Sume also stood up and said, "Xiaoya, I'll go back to get some money. Your father has saved some over the years at the farm. Please give this money to Dr. Jean and ask him to find someone to investigate." Lin Junyao initially wanted to refuse. She had saved quite a bit of money in her space, but after thinking it over, she decided to accept. Okay. She took 300 yuan from her mother, and Jiang Jingwei immediately rode his bike to the factory with her. They toured the production workshop, greeted everyone, then went to the office to find the master. For Jin Yuan, this was a small matter. He agreed without hesitation, asking her to write down the names of the Chung family members. He planned to personally investigate once they arrived in Yangcheng. In the factory, the morning was busy with shipments. Lin Junyao followed the master to the ingredient room and warehouse. She took the opportunity to retrieve many raw materials from her space, helping him organize the accounts. After finishing these tasks, they went home together for lunch. Jiang Jingwei had invited his comrades to manage the factory. Most of the work had already been handed over to him, so they didn't need to stay there constantly. After lunch, the three of them went for a walk in the mountains. They rode their bikes to the foot of the uninhabited mountain, hiding the bikes in thick grass. Each carried a large basket filled with tools like sickles, machetes, ropes, and snakeskin bags, planning to work the mountain today. "I'll find the way into the mountain." Jiang Jingwei's leg had already healed. During this time, he was recovering and training. Since his injury, he hadn't gone mountain climbing. Today, he wanted to climb to test his physical strength. As he was about to leave, Lin Junyao grabbed his hand and smiled at him, saying, "We're not taking the usual path."
Huh?
Not the usual way? Jiang Jingwei didn't understand what she meant. "Our master will fly us up," she said happily. "Today, we'll open our eyes and see his amazing skills." In the past, their souls would fly with their master. Now that their spirits had returned to their bodies, their once prized internal power was gone. After a few months of training, their internal strength was still weak. Flying 20 or 30 meters wasn't a problem, but reaching the mountaintop was far beyond that. "Hold on tight and don't make a sound." Jin Yuan suddenly grabbed one person, jumped into the air from the spot, and in the blink of an eye, disappeared. Lin Junya had not experienced such intense happiness in a long time and was so happy she showed her teeth. "Captain Jiang, are you jealous?" Jealous. When Jiang Jinwei was first lifted off the ground, he instinctively tensed for a moment, but quickly relaxed. Now, as he looked back at the distant mountain foot, his eyes shone with incredible light. "Expert. Top expert," Dr. Jin said. He had practiced for 30 or 40 years. Jiang Jinwei hoped that when he was 50, he could also have such extraordinary skills. In just 1 or 2 minutes, Jin Yuan took them deep into a remote, lush forest. After setting them down, he left. "You two look for herbs nearby. I'll check inside. We'll meet at the stream in the valley to the front left in an hour."
Okay.
Lin Junya agreed and took Jiang Jinwei's hand proactively. "Captain Jiang, I follow your lead. You do the hard work." In the quiet mountain forest, with no outsiders around, Jiang Jinwei put his arm around her shoulder and kissed her cheek. He then asked, "Junya, can you stop calling me Captain Jiang? Call you by your name?" Lin Junya asked with a smile. "Except for Captain Jiang, everything else is fine." Jiang Jinwei thought that terms of endearment between spouses shouldn't be based on their professions, as it felt distant and formal. Then, Lin Junya's eyes spun with mischief, holding back her laughter, and said, "Nyo Dan." Jiang Jinwei, shut up.
Ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Loud laughter echoed through the forest as Lin Junya's exaggerated giggles scared away nearby animals and birds. Nyo Dan is Jiang Jinwei's nickname, given by his grandfather. Lin Junya heard it from his aunt and found it hilarious at the time. Today, it finally came in handy. "Don't laugh." Jiang Jinwei threw down his backpack, pulled her into his arms, and held her tightly like iron clamps. He suddenly leaned down and kissed the lips he had missed for a long time. A vigorous young man, bold and uninhibited, and a fire that had been smoldering in his heart ignited instantly, spreading into a raging blaze. Usually, there were many elders at home, so they only stole quick kisses, afraid of being caught. They never fully enjoyed it. Today, with no one around, they gave in completely, immersing themselves in their private world. When they parted again, both were breathless, one with intense longing in his eyes, the other with a face flushed like a blooming flower. "Junya, after your exam, let's get married right away, okay?" Jiang Jinwei was eager to marry her and take her home.
Okay.
Lin Junya's originally pink lips had been kissed until they were red and slightly swollen. Her mind was a bit fuzzy, but now she was clear-headed again. She remembered what they had discussed earlier and smiled. "Comrade Jiang Jinwei, I call you Nyo Dan. Is that okay?" "No," Jiang Jinwei replied, lowering his head and giving her a deep kiss. A mischievous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Nyo Dan, I want that name to be passed on to our son." Lin Junia's face twitched slightly, and she laughed as she said, "You can pass on a cow or maybe an egg to our son, but not Nyo Dan." "No, they can't be separated. Both must be passed on to him," Jiang Jinwei said, barely able to hold back his laughter. Lin Junia playfully pouted and said, "Thank you on behalf of our son." Hee. Jiang Jinwei usually rarely smiled, and he had never laughed loudly in front of others. Today, he was truly amused. After playing and joking for a while, they got up and went around to look for medicinal herbs. Jiang Jinwei only knew common herbs, while Lin Junia guided him in identifying them. They didn't take the cheap, ordinary herbs, only choosing the valuable, high-quality ones. They wandered in the mountains for 2 or 3 hours. In total, the three of them dug up 2 baskets of herbs, and Lin Junia also picked more than half a basket of matsutake mushrooms and a bag of fern leaves. On the way back, Jin Yuan took them on a quick trip into the mountains, catching a few wild chickens and easily hunting 7 or 8 wild boars. Jin Yuan showed off his skills in front of Jiang Jinwei, but didn't reveal the medicinal field space. He asked them to ride their bikes back to the city first, so Jiang Jinwei could go to the factory to fetch a tractor to haul the pigs, while Lin Junia went to the meat processing plant to find the slaughter master for the delivery. They didn't arrive home until nearly 6 o'clock. They threw the heavy baskets and bags onto the ground, and Meng Xuejiao and others immediately came over to help clean up. "Mom, Annie, there are many fern leaves and matsutake mushrooms. Let's share some with the neighbors," Lin Junia suggested as soon as she arrived home.
"Sure.
"We'll keep some for our family to eat, and the rest can be shared with everyone." Meng Xuejiao brought a basket to pack the items and handed the task to her. "Junia, these are all from your harvest. Go and inform the neighbors so they can bring their baskets to collect." "Okay." Lin Junia was clever. Her aunt was using this opportunity to build good relationships with the neighbors. The items weren't worth much, but it would leave a good impression on the neighbors. It was almost dinner time. Lin Junia came to knock on the door, which was mostly opened by the hostess. Everyone agreed to her suggestion, and one after another, they brought their baskets to collect the herbs. Passing by nearby Qintong, I saw her visiting neighbors, chatting happily with everyone. I felt so jealous my eyes turned red.
"Come, take some for yourselves."
They went into the mountains this afternoon to pick fresh wild vegetables. "Tonight, we'll cook and eat them." Meng Xuejiao was welcoming them in the yard. Those with more family members took more, and those with fewer took less. All the wild vegetables were evenly divided. The neighbors took the vegetables and politely greeted Lin Junia. Some also greeted Lin Sanhui and his wife. After a few words, everyone went home to cook dinner. Li Sume had already prepared the meals, but now Yao Jihong was asked to cut half a bowl of meat and cook a big pot of pine mushroom and pork soup. Everyone loved this dish. It's a true mountain delicacy, fresh, sweet, and tasty. Even Jin Yuan liked it very much. He ate 3 large bowls of rice and soaked his rice in the broth.